I stood there, outside the bedroom, hearing those intimate sounds. My heart felt heavy. It was my husband, the one I waited for an entire year to return from abroad. Just a few days ago, Si Hanhua had called me, saying he had something important to tell me when he came back. I knocked on the door softly. Si Hanhua, Grandma wants you back home. If you don't come in 10 minutes, she'll be worried. I had just checked the time. Last time, he and the person inside took 10 minutes. After a few moments, I heard the rustling of clothes, and he opened the door, wearing a robe. Seeing me, he looked a bit uneasy, but there wasn't much guilt in his eyes. You heard. Well, it's like this. I'm with Feng Rua now, he shrugged, trying to play it off. I felt my fingers clench at my side, unconsciously grabbing at my clothes. I couldn't help but notice the marks on his neck and the evidence of their time together on his lips. I lowered my gaze, not wanting to look anymore. Feng Rua, the heiress of the Liu family? She's okay with being the other woman? Si Hanhua's face darkened. She's not the other woman. Our marriage was just a title. I love her. He explained that they met during an earthquake abroad, where she saved him and nursed him back to health. He owed her everything and didn't feel the need to explain more. I was quiet for a moment, holding on to the last shred of hope. Si Hanhua, do you remember what you said to my father before he passed? You promised you'd always treat me well and never have affairs like other men. He looked away, uncomfortable. I had no choice then, Gucheng. I couldn't let your father die with regrets. But you can't hold me to that forever. Don't be unreasonable. His words hit hard. I felt foolish for even asking. But I still clung to the hope that maybe there was still a way to save this marriage. Did you tell your parents about Feng Rua? I asked, desperately. They know, he replied simply, and that's when I felt my heart drop completely. He continued to praise her, her background, her education, how his parents even liked her when they met in Germany last year. So that's why they didn't let me come with them. They already had a place for her in their lives. He then tried to justify things, saying Feng Rua was just here to help his grandma. Grandma, the woman I had taken care of this whole year, thinking I was part of this family. The bitterness surged in me. I interrupted him, unable to take any more. Si Hanhua, he looked at me, confused, as I used his full name. I never did that before. He tried to apologize, saying that feelings couldn't be forced. I couldn't stop the bitter laugh from escaping. Since that's how it is, I'll talk to Miss Feng myself. Si Hanhua blocked my way, almost panicked. She's different from you. She's from a noble family, and she's not interested in petty jealousy. And what am I then? Have you forgotten? My father was the chairman of a company, too. What does she have that I don't? Si Hanhua sighed, rubbing his forehead as if this conversation was exhausting him. You've lived a sheltered life, Gucheng. You've never worked or faced the real world like she has. You're not on the same level. I felt the sting of his words, but I didn't let it show. Fine then. I'll stay here, and you can live outside with her. He didn't notice the irony in my voice. He just wanted everything to remain peaceful, with me still looking after his family while he enjoyed his new life. But I wasn't going to be part of that arrangement anymore. After he went back inside, I heard Feng Rua's voice asking if I would be angry. Si Hanhua's response was as dismissive as ever. I walked out of the apartment, the damp air making my eyes feel misty. I laughed quietly to myself. It's for the best. I took out my phone and called my friend, who's a lawyer. Help me sort out my assets. I'm going to need a divorce lawyer. My friend was surprised but understood. I was done with this sham of a marriage. I drove to the Muse Club, just like Muyu told me. When I opened the door to the private room, I only saw Muyu and her assistant inside. Feeling tired, I asked, weren't you guys having a dinner party? Where's this famous ninth master, who's supposed to take my case? Muyu smiled and waved me over. He went to buy a birthday present for someone important. The others followed him to make a good impression. I threw my bag onto the couch and joked, why didn't you go? If you were there, they wouldn't stand a chance. Muyu laughed, explaining that it's too much effort to outshine people in that kind of crowd. Then she casually reminded me that my birthday was coming up, and before I could stop her, she ordered a huge round of Hennessy and even had a group of young male models brought in. Tall, handsome, dressed in sleek suits, It was like something out of a fashion show. I couldn't help but be a little shocked by the extravagance, trying to brush it off, but Muyu insisted that I needed to see more men. She thought my dedication to my marriage with Si Hanhua was because I hadn't met enough men. I wasn't used to this, and soon, after a few drinks, I felt tipsy and unsteady. Excusing myself, I stumbled to the bathroom, but the one in the room was locked. I left the room, barely able to walk straight, feeling nauseous. I leaned over the sink, trying to throw up, but nothing came out. After washing my face and composing myself, I decided to head back and tell Muyu that we weren't getting any legal discussions done today. As I turned around, my heel twisted, and I lost my balance. I braced myself for a hard fall, but instead, I felt strong hands catch me. "Careful," a deep, soothing voice said. Even in my dazed state, I tried to focus on his face, realizing he was incredibly handsome. His presence was commanding, tall, well-dressed, with striking features and an air of someone not to be messed with. I couldn't help but smile goofily. I joked, thinking he was one of those models. "I didn't call you over. I haven't finished my divorce yet, can't cheat." The man seemed surprised by my words and asked, "You want a divorce?" Suddenly, all the frustrations I had been holding in burst out. I told him how Si Hanhua had betrayed me, how his family's kindness was all fake, and how I felt like I had lost everything. But as much as I wanted to cry, I held the tears back, like I always did. He listened quietly, and I, in my drunken state, pulled out a check and stuffed it into his shirt, offering to pay him for the night. He didn't refuse but calmly mentioned his rate, 6 million an hour. That caught me off guard. I tried to do the math but realized I couldn't afford him, so I said I'd pass. Before I could leave, he scooped me up effortlessly and carried me. I heard him make a quick call, telling Muyu he wouldn't be joining her that night, and soon we were in a private suite. He laid me down on the bed, and though I was exhausted, I couldn't help but notice how gentle he was. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, this stranger was different. That night was a complete mess. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry at how bad things started. The man didn't even know where to begin, and I was just as frustrated as he was. He kept reassuring me, telling me he had no experience, but that if I stayed with him, he'd never leave me. I almost laughed at how fake it sounded, just trying to get me to pay more, I thought. But I played along, agreeing to his sweet words. When he finally figured it out, the pain was unbearable. To make it worse, he was done in 10 minutes. I was so disappointed, thinking, are all men like this? But to my surprise, he got better. Each time lasted longer. By the end, he had me begging him to stop, and he just kept saying, 1 more minute. It turns out, just a minute is never just a minute with men. I thought I was going to die in his arms by the time it was over. I woke up the next afternoon, feeling sore all over. My entire body ached, and I cursed to myself, 3 million spent, and this is what I get? As I lay there, the bathroom door opened, and out walked the man, all dressed up. His hands were still slightly wet from washing up, and I couldn't help but think about what those hands had done to me the night before. He asked if I was able to get up, mentioning that the sheets were stained with blood. I quickly brushed off the embarrassment, asking him to pass me my clothes. He handed me a new outfit instead, saying the old one was too damaged to wear. Great, another reminder of last night. After getting dressed, I decided it was time to talk. I thanked him awkwardly for his hard work last night, and he simply nodded, his deep voice making it hard to look away from him. He looked so well put together, and before I knew it, I found myself offering him the check for 3 million. I reminded him that this was a business deal, and after today, we should part ways with no strings attached. But his response made me pause. He asked if I really saw this as just a transaction. I tried to brush it off, but his calm demeanor and the way he took the check made me feel uneasy. He even teased me, reminding me how I'd clung to him last night, saying my husband wasn't as good as him and that I'd take care of him after my divorce. I cut him off, embarrassed, reminding him not to believe what women say when they're drunk. I was about to leave when he dropped a bomb on me. He quoted the law, something about being punished for hiring someone like him. I stopped in my tracks, shocked. Why would someone working in this line of business know the law like that? When I confronted him, he casually mentioned that if I got into trouble for this, it would affect my divorce case. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I called my friend Muyu, thinking she could help me out, but as soon as she realized who I was dealing with, she immediately warned me to pay up and avoid trouble. That's when it hit me. I wasn't dealing with just anyone. This was Lu Par, a legal giant who could ruin someone's life in court. My head spun, realizing I had really messed up this time. When I turned around to look at Lu Yunqi, I was shocked. I thought someone with his reputation would be older, maybe with a beer belly. But judging from his stamina last night, he couldn't be more than 27 or 28 years old. I studied him closely again. He was dressed in a 7-figure suit, wearing an 8-figure watch and those glasses. Limited edition. I should have realized last night, there's no way someone working in nightlife could afford this. And when he said he charged $6,000 an hour, it wasn't for services, it was his lawyer consultation fee. I tried to laugh it off, smiling as wide as I could, trying to charm my way out. Wow, I didn't realize I was talking to the famous Lu Par. I was actually thinking of asking you to be my divorce lawyer. He smiled back, and I couldn't help but get lost for a second. Too handsome. But then he spoke again, and I was thrown off guard. He said he'd never been treated like this before, being mistaken for a hired escort, then just given money like that. He asked me if I thought he was just a pretty face. I quickly tried to smooth things over, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. I even reintroduced myself properly, shaking his hand and acting as professional as possible. He, however, didn't let it go. He asked how I planned to fix this misunderstanding. I was at a loss. Wasn't this where we both just drop it and move on? Trying to stay calm, I asked him what he wanted, thinking maybe he'd just want some sort of compensation. But no, instead, he brought up my divorce case and said he would take it, but on one condition. He wanted a 1-year contract as my company's legal advisor. I was confused but intrigued. Why would he want that? It wasn't until he mentioned his interest in a major merger that I understood. He was aiming for something much bigger. I agreed, seeing no reason to refuse his help. Then, just when I thought we'd struck a deal, he took a step closer and added another condition, something much more personal. He said that if either of us needed anything, we could reach out to each other anytime. His words made my heart race, and I quickly backed away, trying to play it cool. I told him we should keep things professional, but the way he looked at me said otherwise. And then, to top it off, he reminded me that last night was his first time, and that I was the one who had dragged him into bed, crying for more. I couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. I quickly covered his mouth, hoping to stop his teasing, but his sly smile showed he was enjoying this far too much. He then threatened to call the police, saying what we'd done could technically be illegal. I panicked, grabbed his phone, and stopped him from making the call. Before I knew it, things heated up again between us, and by the time I left the club, my legs were jelly. For someone who seemed so calm and proper, he was anything but when the clothes came off. As I walked away, still fuming from what had happened, my phone rang. It was my mother-in-law. Seeing her name on the screen drained all my energy. She spoke kindly, but her words were sharp. She reminded me of how alone I was now, especially after my father's death, and how much I needed to rely on Si Hanyue's family. I felt the weight of her words, but I was tired of playing this game. So, I asked her straight, "Mom, have you met Feng Ruo?" When I asked my mother-in-law if she had met Feng Ruo, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. She hadn't expected me to be so direct. After a brief pause, she told me to come home, saying we'd talk there. I drove back to the Si family house, my thoughts racing. The night had fallen, and all the lights from homes around me reminded me that none of them felt like my home. When I arrived, the housekeeper greeted me, leading me into the living room where the entire family, Si's mother, father, grandmother, and his sister, were waiting for me. I politely greeted everyone, but the atmosphere was tense. Si's mother smiled and told me to sit down, acting all concerned about me. She offered tea, as if everything was perfectly fine. There was a time when I thought this kind of warm welcome meant I was truly part of the family. That was why I had willingly shared my family's resources with the C family. But now, everything felt fake and insincere. I cut through the small talk and asked her again, "Mom, are you going to help me and tell Hanyu to cut ties with Feng Ruo?" Her response was cold. She didn't plan to make him stop seeing her at all. In fact, she explained that men in their social circle often had affairs, and having a regular mistress was better than them messing around with random women. I couldn't help but laugh, realizing how much she was benefiting from this situation. Feng Ruo, after all, was connected to a powerful family, and C's mother clearly didn't want to give that up. I pressed further, asking if she really supported C Hanyu keeping someone on the side. Her face darkened as she scolded me for being unreasonable. She reminded me that I was now part of the C family and should think about the bigger picture. By maintaining these relationships, they could elevate the C family's status, and in turn, that would be good for me too. She acted like I should be grateful for this. I decided to stop the conversation there. It was clear that they were using me for my money, and I knew I had to cut ties. I stood up and told her I wouldn't be managing the family's affairs anymore. C's mother was not pleased, trying to guilt-trip me by saying that I'd been doing a great job and that everyone was happy with me. Of course, they were happy. I'd been the one paying for everything all this time. But now, I was done with that. I excused myself to head to my room, but C's mother stopped me, her tone much colder. She reminded me that they had taken me in, that I was an orphan, and that I should be grateful to them for marrying me into their family. It was then that I realized they had always seen me as someone they could manipulate. They thought they could guilt me into staying and using me for their own benefit. But I was no longer the naive girl who believed in their lies. Just as I was about to leave, C's father spoke up. He suggested that they put people from their side into my family's company to help manage it. I was stunned. He was clearly trying to take control of my business, even though he had no knowledge of how it worked. It was clear that they thought they could take everything from me, especially now that they knew I was considering leaving C Hanyu. They wanted to strip me of my assets and power, leaving me with nothing. I looked at them, realizing how cold and calculating they all were. They didn't care about me, only about what they could gain from me. Stepping back, I couldn't believe this was happening. "Are you seriously trying to rob me?" I asked. I managed to run out of the house, barely making it through the front door when I heard Si Yuanshan's cold voice behind me, ordering, "Stop her." I was terrified that if I stayed any longer, they'd find a way to make me disappear quietly, just like that. I had wanted to leave on good terms, but the C family was already more concerned about my inheritance than about me. As I sped away in the car, I looked back at the C family home. It seemed like a giant beast, ready to swallow me whole. I pressed the gas harder and didn't stop until I was far from that house. Even though I was out, my whole body was still shaking. If I had been even a second slower, the butler would have caught me, and I might not have gotten out at all. But now, I was on the road with no place to go. Si Yuanshan had been harsh, but he was right about one thing. I had no one left. I was an orphan, without a father or mother, and no one to stand by me. If I got hurt, no one would comfort me, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here." I wiped away the tears from my eyes, trying to pull myself together. I couldn't afford to be weak. If I gave in to fear, I'd lose everything my father left me. I had to be strong to protect the last thing I had, my family's business. Without knowing where else to go, I drove aimlessly until I reached a square by the lake. The air was cool, filled with the scent of water and fish. People were everywhere, children playing, parents watching, street vendors selling their goods, and city workers heading home. For the first time all night, I felt a little safer among the crowd. I parked the car and stared into the distance, feeling the weight of loneliness press down on me. I remembered how my dad and I used to spend time together, even when he was busy. We would jog in the evening and then sit on a bench to talk about life and work. Those small moments meant everything to me. My father had arranged my marriage with the C family, thinking he was giving me security. But that safety had turned into a threat, a knife at my throat. Suddenly, I heard a knock on my car window. I lowered it, and to my surprise, it was Lu Yunqi. His deep, magnetic voice broke the silence. "Excuse me, your car is blocking mine. Can you move it?" Our eyes met, and he stopped mid-sentence, staring at me as tears silently rolled down my face. His expression softened as he crouched beside me, his voice gentle. "What happened?" I couldn't find the words, so I just shook my head and wiped away my tears. He opened the door and crouched down, offering comfort. "If you need to talk, I'm here. I'll help you." There was something about his sincerity that made my heart ache. Without thinking, I whispered, "Lu Yunqi, I don't have a home anymore." My voice sounded so hollow, like I was simply stating a fact, but I could see the pain in his eyes. He reached out and wiped away my tears, speaking softly. "How about you come with me? I'll give you a home." I was exhausted and honestly, I didn't know where else to go. The thought of returning to my old house, filled with memories of my family, was too painful, and my own apartment felt too cold and empty. So, I nodded, feeling strangely reassured. After all, Lu Yunqi was the most respected lawyer in the industry. He wouldn't hurt me, right? Without asking more, he lifted me gently and placed me in the passenger seat, driving me to his apartment. It wasn't a mansion, just a high-end apartment in the city. He said he found big houses too lonely. On the drive, I began to realize how absurd it was for me to just go home with him like this. What if he expected something in return? I didn't want that. But then again, why else would a man bring me home? Lost in thought, I didn't even notice when we arrived. He opened the door for me and invited me in. I hesitated for a second, but eventually followed him inside. The apartment was sleek and modern, with welcoming lights that turned on automatically. He handed me a pair of his large slippers. "I don't have any women's slippers. You'll have to make do with these for now." I slipped them on, feeling a little out of place, but he didn't seem to mind. He asked what I wanted to drink, and I replied, "Anything." He brought me warm milk, and I sat awkwardly on the edge of the couch. This was my first time being in a man's apartment alone, and I didn't know what to do. "Have you eaten yet?" he asked. When I shook my head, he went to the kitchen and started cooking. I was surprised. Why would someone as successful as him bother with cooking? Curiosity got the better of me, and I peeked into the kitchen. He looked so at ease, rolling up his sleeves and moving smoothly around the kitchen. His muscles flexed slightly with each movement, and I couldn't help but notice how attractive he was. When he finished, the food was surprisingly delicious. After we ate, I gathered the courage to ask him, "Lu Yunqi, can we not, do anything tonight?" He looked at me and teased. "Not do what?" I blushed, unable to say the words. But then he laughed softly, flicked my forehead, and reassured me, "Don't worry. You're safe here. You can relax. Do whatever you want." For the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe. Lu Yunqi really was quite the gentleman in some ways. When I told him I wasn't interested in anything happening tonight, he didn't push it at all. After giving me some toiletries, he respectfully left me alone in the guest room and went to his study. After my shower, I put on some oversized loungewear he lent me. It hung loosely on me, and I realized just how much bigger he was than me. He didn't look it, but the man was built. Lying in a strange bed, I couldn't sleep. Too many things weighed on my mind, and I felt exhausted, so much so that I just wanted someone to be with me. I got up, shuffled in the large slippers, and went out of the room. His study was upstairs, and as I approached, I could hear him talking on a video call in perfect English with a charming British accent. This man was impressive in every way. He must have heard me coming, because he waved for me to enter. I hesitated, but went in, taking in the elegant yet simple decor of his study. It was very much his style. He was still talking and smiling at whatever the person on the other side said. Then he motioned for me to come closer. I wasn't sure what he wanted, but I did as he asked, walking over to him. Without warning, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me onto his lap. Then, smiling at the screen, he introduced me, saying, "This is my girl." I glanced at the screen and saw a beautiful, elegant woman, clearly from a wealthy background. I felt awkward, realizing he was using me to fend off someone's advances. Sure enough, he told the woman, and in English, "You can give up on me now. I have a girlfriend." And, while clearly disappointed, took it well, even complimenting me with a simple, "She's beautiful," in broken Chinese before ending the call. I stared at him, incredulous. Was that princess and from the UK? I asked, still trying to process what had just happened. He nodded. Not bad, huh? I was even more shocked. You rejected a princess? You really don't know how good you have it. He smirked, his gaze dropping to me. Should I have accepted her? I immediately began listing the benefits. Marrying into royalty, becoming the first Chinese prince, gaining endless media attention and prestige. It would be huge, I said, half joking, but he just shook his head. I didn't like her. His eyes lingered on me as he added, I prefer someone simpler, someone who might not be the sharpest but gives back tenfold when shown even a little kindness. I straightened up, staring at him in disbelief. You're into? What? A sweet, clueless girl. Aren't they just too innocent? He quietly added, and someone who's a bit of a troublemaker too. His tone was teasing but gentle. I couldn't help but scoff. So, you like the type you can mold and take care of? How boring. He flicked my forehead, amused, and then asked, So, what happened today? I fell silent for a moment, my playful mood fading. I told him how the C family had pushed me too far, not just wanting my business, but also trying to trap me. His expression darkened, and he spoke calmly. When you've got something valuable, people will always want a piece of it. They'll be nice until you stop giving, then they'll turn on you. I curled up closer to him, feeling a little more secure. I know. I just didn't expect them to be so shameless about it. He asked if I had planned for this, and I nodded. I knew they had placed people in my company, but I had allowed it, thinking they were family. I had always kept control over the key positions, but now it was time to get rid of them. Lu Yunqi tapped his fingers on the desk thoughtfully. Don't rush. If you fire them, you'll have to pay compensation. Use them while you can. I wasn't sure, but he explained that those people were just pawns, and I could use them against the C family if I played my cards right. He suggested I hold steady and even swallow up the C family's failing business. Don't worry, he reassured me with a small smile. I've got your back. After talking with Lu Yunqi, I saw him in a whole new light. This man talked about taking over businesses as casually as someone would mention buying vegetables. I finally understood why my friend Muyu spoke so highly of him. If he got involved, the other party would either lose everything or worse. I couldn't help teasing him. You know, I really want to give you an honorary title, I said, pointing at my eyes with mock admiration. Lu Destroyer of Homes Yunqi. He didn't take it lightly, immediately grabbing my cheek and scolding me for being cheeky. I quickly apologized, throwing out compliments like Lu Par and Lu Genius, but he wasn't having it, and soon he had me pinned to the desk, tickling me until I couldn't breathe. We laughed, and before I knew it, we were nose to nose, our lips almost touching. He whispered in a low voice, Anything else you want to say? His lips brushed mine, sending a shiver through me. I couldn't resist and kissed him lightly, teasing him. Your lips are softer than I expected. That seemed to break something in him. Before I knew it, he was kissing me passionately, and I was swept away by his intensity. His hands gripped my waist, and soon enough, I found myself lying on his desk, surrounded by papers and the faint smell of ink, feeling like I was trapped between him and the desk, unable to move. I couldn't help but admire how he looked in moments like this, his tie loosened, his jacket discarded, and that fierce determination in his eyes. Without thinking, I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him closer. But just as things were getting even more heated, he suddenly stopped, throwing his jacket over me and muttering something about taking a shower. I was left speechless, still wanting more, while he walked away. I called after him, jokingly asking if he was too tired, but he just smirked and told me to wait until I was fully recovered. His teasing didn't stop there. After grabbing some ointment for me, he told me to take care of myself. I grabbed it from him, annoyed, and stormed out of the room, feeling both frustrated and oddly warm inside. Back in the guest room, I couldn't help but think about everything that had happened. I held onto the blanket, thinking about my father, my time with the C family, and everything that had led to this moment. Before I could spiral too far, I suddenly felt a warm presence behind me. Lu Yunqi had come back. He slipped into bed beside me and pulled me close. His steady, calming voice asked, What are you thinking about? His warmth chased away all my anxieties. I leaned into him, feeling safe for the first time in a long time. "Lu Yunqi," I whispered. He hummed in response, "I'm here." I smiled softly and closed my eyes. "I think I've got a new title for you," I teased. He chuckled, brushing his fingers across my lashes. "What now?" "Lu Angel," I murmured, feeling his presence wrap around me like wings. Lu Yunqi really felt like an angel to me. The next morning, I woke up early, wanting to return the favor by making him breakfast. But as soon as I got up, I saw he was already in the kitchen, busy cooking. The sunlight streaming through the windows made his broad back look like it was covered in a glowing armor. I couldn't resist taking a picture of him, something to keep as a treasure. Watching him, I thought about how lucky anyone would be to have him. When he noticed me standing there, staring, he waved me over, and I couldn't help but run into his arms and kiss him lightly on the lips. "I'm heading into battle today. I need some of your magic to win," I teased. He laughed and hugged me, guiding me to finish cooking breakfast together. Standing there, feeling his chest against my back, with his arms wrapped around me as I cooked, it felt so peaceful, so intimate. It's true what they say about men being like books. Each chapter gives you a new experience. As we ate breakfast, I admired the view from the dining room, overlooking the river. I hadn't noticed the night before, but it was stunning. He casually told me that I could stay here as much as I liked, giving me the code to his place and offering to register my fingerprint for access. It took me by surprise. "Why are you giving me the code to your place?" I asked cautiously. He handed me a bag filled with personal items, things like toiletries, skincare products, and even a pair of cute pink slippers. He had thought of everything. I didn't know how to respond. He had already given me so much, and my life was still a mess. Accepting it all felt wrong, but refusing felt insincere. I simply said, "Thank you." It was all I could manage. But Lu Yunqi wasn't one to let things slide. He lifted my chin, telling me that words weren't enough. I had to show my gratitude differently. He had this playful yet serious look in his eyes, and I remembered the first time he smiled like that, when he told me I'd driven him crazy back at the club. I finished eating, wiped my mouth, and walked over to him. Sitting on his lap, I cupped his face in my hands, pressing my forehead to his. "What if I made it so you never wanted to go to work again?" His breath hitched as he pulled me closer, kissing me deeply. Things heated up fast, and I could feel him responding to me. His hands roamed over my body, exploring every curve. The moment was so intense, but just as we were about to take things further, he suddenly pulled back, handing me a stack of papers. It was my divorce agreement with Si Hanyue, already prepared for me to sign. He said all I had to do was sign and send it off. If Si Hanyue refused, Lu Yunqi would take legal action. I couldn't help but laugh. "You're serious even now?" I asked, resting my head on his shoulder. "Why are you laughing?" he asked, confused. I leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "You're the most confident third party I've ever seen." He chuckled, playfully smacking me on the butt. But then he asked, more seriously, "What do you see me as? What do you think we are? What exactly is my relationship with Lu Yunqi?" I couldn't define it. Everything between us had been unexpected, our passionate moments, the emotions that came out of nowhere, and how easily I came to rely on him without hesitation. After my father passed away, I learned to hide my true feelings and keep myself safe. But somehow, I ended up sleeping with and going home with a man I'd only known for 3 days. Maybe it was because Lu Yunqi didn't need anything from me. He had everything, a bright future, success, and there was no reason for him to have bad intentions toward me or ruin everything he had built. Honestly, when I thought about it, I was the one who benefited from being with him. In terms of looks and abilities, he was way out of my league. He asked me seriously what I thought our relationship was. I joked, trying to dodge the question. "Do I need to wear a short skirt for this?" "Cosplay, maybe." Despite my attempt to change the topic, I could tell he wanted to hear something more meaningful. But no matter what, he had already pulled me into his world, and there was no way he would let me go now. By the time he left for work, late because of me, of course, he couldn't help but throw a cheeky comment, reminding me to sleep in his room that night because there were only 2 sets of sheets in the guest room. He didn't miss the chance to tease me about how sensitive I was. I was annoyed but also flustered, especially when I remembered how much it had hurt the night before. Still, he had been kind enough to help me with some ointment before heading out. Not long after, a delivery of clothes, shoes, and accessories arrived. It made me wonder just how much money this man made as a lawyer. The entire room was filled with luxury items. I picked out a black suit with gold accents and a pair of sharp high heels. I needed to look powerful for my return to the company. When I arrived at the entrance of Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group, the place was packed with reporters and media. They were all here to cover the launch of our new AI surgery robot, a groundbreaking innovation that would soon be used in hospitals across the country. The CEO, Shunche, was already waiting with several city officials and hospital directors for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Just as the ceremony was about to begin, Shunche announced, "Please wait a moment, our main guest has yet to arrive." The marketing manager, Zhang Hao, was clearly annoyed, arguing that all the important guests were already there. But just as he complained, I arrived in my red Ferrari, causing a scene with a dramatic entrance. As I stepped out of the car, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Then, chaos erupted. Cameras flashed, and reporters shouted questions, surprised to see me. Many asked why I had returned to the company and whether it was related to my marriage with the C family. I ignored most of the questions until someone mentioned the C family. I calmly took off my sunglasses and spoke directly into the cameras. "Yes, my return to Jincheng is related to the C family. Si Hanhua and I are in the process of divorcing." I then looked straight into the camera and said, "Si Xiaoya, if you're watching, the divorce papers have been sent to your office." After addressing the reporters, I turned their attention back to the purpose of the day, the launch of our new product. Shinche, standing nearby, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, clearly amused. He knew I rarely lost my temper, but when I did, I wasn't one to hold back. I stepped up to the stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, glancing at a few of the C family's people who had infiltrated the company. With a firm hand, I cut the ribbon, signaling a new chapter for both Jincheng and myself. Gu Chang chose to show up today to tell everyone that she officially took over Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group today. As for why, she talked about her divorce with Si Hanhua in front of the reporters. In addition to publicly expressing his determination to divorce Si Hanhua, of course it was for traffic. It is no longer the case that good wine needs no bush. The product market is oversaturated. Under the premise of ensuring quality, whoever has more traffic will sell more products. Gossip about wealthy families is what the public likes to talk about the most, and we can use the traffic to promote the product and then do a few charity projects to direct the traffic to the group. The sales of this product will definitely be considerable. But there was another reason. It was for that petty man. She wanted to tell Lu Yunqi that she had given the divorce agreement to Si Hanhua. Although there is no way to define the relationship between them now, at least her identity is clear, and she wants to draw a line between herself and Si Hanhua. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Gu Chang personally entertained the city leaders and hospital leaders. After finishing, she shook her neck, rubbed her wrist, and winked at Shinche beside her. "Let's go and fight." Shinche adjusted his tie and took out his phone. "Don't worry, the people responsible for compensation, medical treatment, and lawyers are all ready for you. You can call them anytime you want." With a sharp arc at the corners of his affectionate eyes, Gu Chang pressed the elevator button and went directly to the floor where the sales department was located. Seeing the chairman and CEO appear in the sales department together, followed by bodyguards, no one dared to breathe. Zhang Hao was standing in front of the floor, ceiling window in his office, while making a phone call. Even though the office door was closed, he did not forget to look around, fearing that someone might hear what he was saying on the phone. Gu Chang winked at the bodyguard behind him, and the muscular man in black kicked open the office door. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Hao's voice came out. "Director C, Gu Chang caught us off guard today. I think she is going to make a big move. Our next step should be..." Before he could even utter the words, "What should I do?" Gu Chang had already taken his phone from behind him. "Director C, I'm sorry, it's Jincheng's working hours now. Please contact my staff after work." Zhang Hao didn't expect someone to come in. He was startled and blurted out, "How did you get in?" Gu Cheng's fiery red lips slowly curved up. and he stared at Zheng Hao without blinking. "This is my company. Do I need to apply to you to go anywhere?" Manager Zheng. Zheng Hao was able to be arranged to be a parasite in Jincheng. He was also a smart person. Even though he was angry, he still put on a flattering smile on his face. "How could that be? Mr. Gu, please take a seat. I'll go and grind you a cup of coffee." The coffee beans are airlifted from New Zealand. As he was talking, people were about to run out. Gu Cheng sat down on the big chair without any hurry and said only 2 words lightly, "Stop it." The bodyguard turned sideways and immediately stood in front of Zheng Hao. "What does Mr. Gu mean by this?" Zheng Hao said while looking at the bodyguard warily. Gu Cheng stood up by holding the armrest of the chair, walked slowly to the floor, to ceiling window, and hooked his finger at Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao didn't want to go, but the bodyguard had already grabbed him by the collar and brought him to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng stood there elegantly with his arms folded across his chest, his eyes looking out the window, his voice very calm. When people stand at a height for a long time, they see more scenery and become more greedy. Zheng Hao pretended to be stupid. "I don't understand what Director Gu means." Gu Cheng seemed not to hear and continued to talk to himself. People who are used to eating at 2 restaurants have a big appetite. How can they be content? Maybe 2 restaurants are not enough. There is still a 3rd restaurant. Zheng Hao's eyelids twitched inexplicably, and he was about to speak when he saw Gu Cheng suddenly turn around, grab Zheng Hao's collar and pull him hard, pressing him against the windowsill. The floor, to ceiling window was open, and Zheng Hao's upper body was pressed out of the window, hanging in the air. He was so frightened that he screamed, "Gu Cheng, are you crazy?" Zheng Hao struggled to get up, but Gu Cheng had already kicked him on the knee, with her pointed high-heeled shoes hitting his tendon directly, and Zheng Hao instantly knelt on the ground. "Zheng Hao, I don't care what tricks you and the C family have played behind the scenes. If you want to swallow Jincheng, it depends on whether you can hold on until you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor with the C family." The red nails painted with nail polish slowly dug into Zheng Hao's neck. Gu Cheng leaned over and said softly, "Jincheng is in the medical field. We have a hospital and can make medicine. It's too easy to make something happen to you. I'll give you a minute to figure it out. You've been exposed now. Do you want to be the abandoned child of the C family? Or do you want to make meritorious contributions while serving your sentence?" The height in front of him was the 26th floor. Zheng Hao was already frightened, and the pain in his neck made him scream, "Gu Cheng, do you know that you are breaking the law?" Gu Cheng's voice was cold and chilly. "Don't mess with me. I'm the only one in my house now. I have nothing to worry about. I don't even know how crazy I can be. Maybe if I let you fall from such a high place in the next second, you will be completely obedient, right?" Zheng Hao's face turned pale in an instant, and he was completely frightened. She had never taken this boss who only cared for the sick old lady and was filial to her parents, in-law seriously. He had thought that Gu Cheng would be angry when he knew that he was arranged by the C family, but he had never imagined that it would be as horrible as it was at this moment. All of Gu Cheng's family members have died, but he still has elderly parents and young children to take care of, and he is most afraid of people who don't care about their lives. "I'll do my best. I'll do whatever you say from now on." Seeing that he was completely frightened, Gu Cheng pulled him back. Zheng Hao slid down the wall and only felt alive when he leaned against it. Shin Che looked at Gu Cheng and sighed silently in his heart. Only he knew that when Gu Cheng said that she was the only one left in her family, she was not acting. If they dared to snatch Jin Cheng, she would really fight to the death. Gu Cheng ignored Zheng Hao and took his people back to the chairman's office. After this scene, it is estimated that the people arranged by Si Yuanshan and Jincheng will come to her to surrender recently, and even if they don't surrender, they will keep a low profile. Starting today, she officially declared war on the Si family. Si Yuanshan's hands and feet were tied, so he would definitely move again. If he dared to move again, she would let Lu Yunqi directly destroy his lair. Only when he thought of that man did Gu Cheng feel a little warm. It was all his fault for torturing her this morning. Otherwise, how could she be so weak after dealing with Zheng Hao? Just when I was thinking about someone, that person called me. When I saw the name marked 3 million on the screen, I curled up the corners of my lips silently. Gu Cheng waved to Shin Che and the bodyguard, signaling them to go out before answering the phone. She coughed. making sure her voice remained in a more obedient tone before speaking. Didn't we just break up? Why are you calling again? This coquettish tone. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but smile. Are you still swollen? Gucheng, will you die if you don't make dirty jokes? She didn't say anything, and a low, magnetic laugh came from the other end. I have good news for you. There is a project to renovate a resort in the South District, and the Si family has also bid for it. They will use this project to swallow up Siyuan construction first. As Lu Yunqi spoke, he drew a cross on the word Siyuan building written on the whiteboard with the pen in his hand. Although the Si family is now just a sheikh, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and they have many industries. Written on the whiteboard are all the projects currently operated by the Si family, and he will cross them out one by one. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yunqi heard a tick, tick sound. In the entire law firm, there is only one person who dares to enter and leave his office at will, and that is his buddy, Wen Yang, who grew up with him. Wen Yang sat down on Lu Yunqi's desk and pointed at the whiteboard in front of him. I was wondering why Attorney Lu, who is never late for work 365 days a year, is late today? I guess he is trying to please a woman. His eyes swept over the tooth marks on Lu Yunqi's Adam's apple. Oh, it's still a little wildcat. Lu Yunqi didn't bother to pay attention to him. He held the pen in his slender fingertips and wrote and drew on the whiteboard. When Yang frowned and looked at Lu Yunqi's serious expression, a small, broken C group can also make you care about it. With just a word from you, there are many people who can help you remove the Si family from Zhuoqing. Lu Yunqi said lightly, my little girl won't feel involved that way. She will have to take revenge on those who bullied her to untie the knot in her heart. When Yang was also a smart guy, he looked at him in disbelief. Dude, don't tell me you're after that young wife from the Si family. With your status, if your old lady knew you were after a married woman, she would definitely skin you alive. You jerk someone else. What about Su Qing? What should I do? Lu Yunqi finished writing the last stroke, capped the pen, and threw it at Wen Yang. What does it have to do with Su Qing? Just don't be such a big mouth. I must have Gucheng. Seeing that he was serious, Wen Yang also straightened his expression. Except for Su Qing, you know your current situation yourself. It's not just your old lady, but also that group of jackals and tigers. You have been keeping a low profile for so many years. Don't let a woman ruin your success. Lu Yunqi took out a box of cigarettes from the drawer, knocked out two, gave one to Wen Yang, and lit one for himself. As the smoke swirled around, he slowly exhaled the pungent smoke. He had been improving himself a lot recently and seldom smoked. You've been fighting with me for so many years. Do you think it's really fun? You've been on the line between life and death several times. But is what you got in the end really what you wanted? When Yang frowned, you can't say that. If you don't fight for it, it's not just a matter of status and property, it's a matter of life and death. Even if you don't want it, those people will push you to get it. If you are in it, you have to fight even if you don't want to. Besides, Gucheng is still young. Can she really adapt to your family's environment? Don't worry, she will be used by others and become a burden to you. She won't. Lu Yunqi knew it without even thinking about it. That girl is very loyal and affectionate. As long as she has decided on someone, she would risk her own life rather than betray the people around her. She didn't have much to begin with, so she treasured every bit of it. What if one day you and her friend become enemies? Should I sacrifice you or her friend? Lu Yunqi's narrow peach blossom eyes deepened. I will try my best not to let this assumption happen. If there really comes a day like that, you also know that I am not a good man and believer. I will definitely do everything I can to make Gucheng choose me. Whatever I want, whether it is a person or a thing, I have never failed to get it. When Yang disagreed a little, Yunqi, as a person who has experienced a lot of emotions, I have to remind you. Do you think that calculated feelings are real feelings? Lu Yunqi put out his cigarette in the crystal ashtray, and the sparks were extinguished bit by him. It depends on how you put it. Rather than calculating, I prefer to say that this is called managing relationships. People like me have very little sincerity to begin with, and the few that I have are only given to friends like you and Gucheng. So I must get it. Wen Yang knew that Lu Yunqi had not had an easy life these years. Although he seemed to be doing well on the surface, he had actually suffered a lot of swordplay in secret. If he had not been smart enough and lucky enough, he would have seen the King of Hex several times by now. He is a person who is either cold and indifferent to everyone, or if someone really gets into his heart, he will be extremely nice to that person. Of course, he also requires that that person can only belong to him and cannot leave in this life. I don't know whether this is fortunate or unfortunate for Gu Cheng. Some people want this ultimate love, while others feel it is too heavy and unbearable. He could only hope that the two of them wouldn't become a love-struck couple. When Yang stood up, walked to Lu Yunqi and put his hand on his shoulder. Okay, I know you like Gu Cheng very much. Do you want me to teach you some experience? Lu Yunqi glanced at him sideways. What experience do you want to pass on? The experience of repeated failures in battles? The first one is that when you were in high school, you liked someone who was 8 years older than you, but your mother beat you half to death, and you were not firm in your resolve, so you ended up parting ways. Second, when you were in college, your mother wanted to find a suitable match for you, but you were rebellious and liked a little white flower who was as strong as a weed. As a result, you were defrauded of 1 or 2 million yuan, and then the person took your money and dumped you to start a business. Now the person is an entrepreneur, and you are still very decisive. You can shake hands with him and make friends with him, and you are also shameless to ask him for company shares. The third one is that you want to get married, and you have accepted your fate and go on a blind date. Your distant relative is the matchmaker for you and says that the girl is very nice, well, educated, knowledgeable, and talented, and is suitable to be the mistress of the house. The engagement ceremony is held, but at the last minute you find out that the girl is married for the third time and not only has a child, but the child is also from your brother-in-law. The fourth one. When Yang couldn't listen any longer and interrupted immediately, Lu Yunqi, you'll lose friends if you talk like that. You're treating me as your defense lawyer and you're presenting evidence one by one. He threw his tie, rolled up his sleeves and said, Come on, let's have a fight. Lu Yunqi chuckled, You can't beat him again. When Yang stopped arguing with him and said sincerely, It is because of my previous failures that I am able to think positively now. If loving one person is so difficult, then just love more people. From my experience of being around women over the years, I can say that raising a woman is just like raising a pet. You have to follow her wishes first, and then you can win her heart. Sometimes men also need to learn to show weakness. If you are too strong, she will only look up to you and worship you. But can you see any couple living on worship alone? You should properly guide her to actively participate in your life and integrate into your rhythm. Even if there are no problems, you should create them and let her help you find solutions. People are interactive. The more you share with her, the more she will share her life with you. In this way, you can naturally understand her in an all-round way and control her in a targeted way. Lu Yunqi didn't want to control Gu Cheng. He just hoped that she could live a good life with him. But someone still said something hypocritical and asked, So what do you think I should do now? When Yang hooked his finger at him and spoke with a wicked smile. When Yang patted Lu Yunqi's chest with a wicked smile, Look at your condition. You must be exhausted. Did Gu Cheng tell you how your work went? Lu Yunqi slapped When Yang's dirty hands away and said, If you have any bad intentions, get out of here. When Yang sighed, I am analyzing the problem for you. I can give you some advice after the analysis. If you are good at your job, don't say anything and just sleep with her. Women are different from men. Men can do it with anyone as long as they like it. They get bored after a few times. Women will only do it with someone they like. The more they do it, the more they like it. Lu Yunqi squinted at him. You're talking about you, not me. You're a jerkbag, but I'm not. I only have Gu Cheng, and that's enough for me. When Yang was speechless. I'm helping you analyze the problem. Why are you attacking me personally? You're really a witch, coveting my experience while scolding me. Besides, I'm talking about the majority of probabilities, not you, the love saint. Does Gu Cheng think he does a good job? It shouldn't be very good. Otherwise, why would she always cry out in pain? What if it's not good? When Yang looked Lu Yunqi up and down and shook his head repeatedly, You're obviously in good health. Old Lu, why can't you be in good health? Those 8-pack abs and that dog, like waistline, ugh, they're all in vain. Lu Yunqi pinched his brows. The reason he didn't kick Wen Yang to death was definitely because of their friendship of more than 20 years. It's not that I can't do it, but do you think 1 hour is okay? Wen Yang suddenly realized, then your problem is experience. How can you just care about your own happiness in such a matter? You have to know how to please her. I will give you emergency training later. However, if you don't have enough skills, then use your brain first. You have to find a way to make her feel sorry for you, and then give her trouble so that she can only revolve around the people and things around you besides her normal work." Lu Yunqi stared at him, seemingly thinking. After a while, he hooked his finger at Wen Yang and said, "Come on, let's have a fight." Wen Yang immediately took a step back. "Don't be impulsive. I don't want to go home injured." Lu Yunqi took off his cufflinks and his watch. "I'll give you one hand. I want to go home with my injury." Wen Yang understood instantly and shook his head speechlessly. "Old Lu, you are done. You have completely become Old Dog Lu. You are a real dog. You deliberately got hurt to make Gu Cheng feel bad? What if she doesn't feel bad?" Lu Yunqi said faintly. "Didn't you mention emergency training?" He only spoke half of what he said, and only Wen Yang, who grew up with him, knew what he was saying. Wen Yang laughed out loud, holding his stomach and laughing non. "Stop. Old Lu, why didn't I realize before that you are really a bit of a sultry person? Trying to make people feel sorry for you while trying to sleep with you. Two-pronged approach. It's you. Okay. Training. Come here, buddy. I have collected this film for more than 10 years. It is absolutely a classic. Look, I will explain the essentials to you." So throughout the afternoon, Juanda Law Firm was in a tense atmosphere. The two senior partners, Lu Par and Wen Par, sat in the office for an entire afternoon. Lu Par looked extremely serious. Although Wen Par had a relaxed expression, he was explaining very seriously while sitting on the side. How big a case must this be for two big lawyers to study it so seriously together? Lu Yunqi felt like he had been tortured for the entire afternoon, and his eyes and brain were dirty. What was buzzing in my ears were Wen Yang's incoherent words. "Posture is very important. It has to be fresh. Do you understand? You have to remember what girls like. You have to use such a smart head. Do you understand? The atmosphere has to be full. Girls pay attention to foreplay. You have to turn her on. Then she will think you are good in any way." Lu Yunqi had never been scolded like this in his life. He resisted the urge to throw someone out of the office countless times and patiently listened to Wen Yang's nagging. Before leaving, he dragged Wen Yang into a fight. Although he let Wen Yang win with one hand, his feet were not idle. After being annoyed for the whole afternoon, he had to get back at him. Only after he had vented enough anger did he let Wen Yang hit him. Wen Yang was also hurt by Lu Yunqi's kick, and he became so ruthless that he almost broke Lu Yunqi's arm. Both of them were ninth-degree fighters, and when they fought, every punch was real. The office was in a commotion. The group of lawyers became even more nervous this time, and they were sure that this must be a serious case. The two lawyers had a disagreement, otherwise they would not have come to the point of fighting. Lu Yunqi injured his left hand and didn't want to drive, so his assistant took him home. On the way, he asked Chu Yin, who was driving in the front seat, "Where do couples usually go to eat on a date? After dinner, what else can they do together?" He injured his hand and couldn't cook when he returned home, so he planned to change his clothes and pick up Gu Cheng for dinner. Chu Yin recommended him several popular restaurants. As for dating after dinner, girls have different personalities and preferences, so he can consult the girl's opinions. If the girl says it's up to you, there's an art exhibition and a comic exhibition in Zhuocheng recently. Both are fine. As the two were talking, the car drove into Junqing Villa. Lu Yunqi asked Chu Yin to wait outside for a while he changed his clothes and went to Jincheng to pick up Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng just returned to the company today and has a lot of things to do. He should probably still be busy now. When he opened the door and the welcome light came on, Lu Yunqi never thought he would see such a scene. The warm yellow light sprinkled on Gu Cheng's soft profile. She was holding a spoon to taste the soup in the pot. Her eyes were focused and serious. Her long seaweed-like hair was casually tied behind her head. A few strands of hair fell gently, swaying with her movements. She was wearing a simple white apron tied around her slender waist, which was beautiful and warm. At this moment, a sentence popped up in Lu Yunqi's mind. The atmosphere of worldly life is what soothes the hearts of ordinary people the most. He originally wanted to give her a home, but he didn't expect that her existence made his home more like a home. Lu Yunqi changed his shoes, walked into the kitchen, and hugged the person from behind. Gu Cheng was wearing headphones, listening to Xin Che reporting to her about work, and didn't pay any attention to the outside sounds at all. She was unexpectedly hugged by someone, and the soup in her hand spilled back into the pot. "Why are you back so early?" Lu Yunqi caught her pink lips and kissed her gently. "I missed you so much today." Gu Cheng reached out and pushed the man away, guessing. "Are you happy to see me tell the media that I sent a divorce agreement to see Hanyue?" Lu Yunqi pressed her down on the kitchen counter with one hand, lowered his head to kiss her again, "Not just this one." Shen Shei's somewhat indistinct voice came from the headset. "Gu Cheng, is there a man by your side?" Gu Cheng then remembered that he was still on the phone with Shen Shei and said to him, "Let's talk about the company's matters tomorrow." Then he hung up the call. As soon as the call ended, Lu Yunqi couldn't wait to lower his head and kiss her, pushing her onto the kitchen counter. The soup behind him was already boiling, and Gu Cheng struggled instinctively, wanting to ask her to finish cooking first. As a result, it touched Lu Yunqi's sprained arm, and he hissed in pain. Gu Cheng asked him nervously, "What's wrong?" Lu Yunqi was about to say it was okay when Yang's words suddenly popped up in his mind. "Show weakness, show weakness." He frowned for a second and rested his head on Gu Cheng's shoulder. "My arm is injured. It hurts." The two of them hugged each other and leaned against the kitchen counter. Behind them was a pot of soup simmering on a low fire, and the kitchen was filled with tempting aromas. Gu Cheng had never thought that Lu Yunqi would be vulnerable. He was a great lawyer who could destroy people with just one word. Even the British princess chased him and expressed her love to him. The clothes and jewelry he gave her were worth 9 figures. How could such an excellent person be weak? But being a lawyer is also a high-risk profession. Mu Yu is a lawyer. Gu Cheng had heard Mu Yu say that when she was collecting evidence, she was often threatened by the other party. Her car was smashed and dirty water was splashed on her, and in the worst case, she was almost abused. It was just a warning to her not to continue investigating the case in hand. The cases that Lu Yunqi can take over all involve tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars, and his personal safety will definitely be threatened. She asked with some concern, "I know a few reliable bodyguard companies. Do you want me to help you hire some bodyguards?" She didn't know whether Lu Yunqi was willing for her to interfere in his life, so she spoke cautiously. Lu Yunqi has come into contact with all kinds of people over the years and can easily understand what she is thinking. He kissed her lips gently, deepening the kiss a little bit. "I don't think so normally, but now that UVE said it, I think we should hire a few. I'll listen to you." Lu Yunqi's voice was low and hoarse, and it sounded a bit pitiful when you listened carefully. If it weren't for this, Gu Cheng wouldn't think there was a problem. She was just worried out of concern. After he said that, Gu Cheng wanted to say, "Why does this man change his ways after coming back from a trip? He has been a lawyer for so many years, and has bankrupted countless companies and handled countless criminal cases. How could he not have a way to protect himself?" Mu Yu had been through a few things and knew to learn Taekwondo. When taking on bigger cases, he would always have a bodyguard with him, let alone Lu Yunqi. She raised her foot and kicked Lu Yunqi's leg. Lu Yunqi subconsciously grabbed her ankle accurately. Gu Cheng followed closely and attacked his weak spot. Lu Yunqi regretted the moment he raised his hand. "It's over. Exposed." Gu Cheng punched him on the chest. "Who did you learn this from? You are quite skilled." Lu Yunqi touched his nose and told the truth. "I said that we should not listen to the advice of jerkbags. It turns out that it is unreliable. I have never had a girlfriend, so I don't know what kind of men girls like. I thought that experienced people could give me some advice, but it didn't work," he said as he grabbed her lips again. "My arm is really hurt. I'm not pretending." Gu Cheng kicked him with her smooth feet. "The soup will be ready soon. Let's eat first. Come here and let me take a look at your arm." The little girl held his hand, which was so thin and soft that he could easily wrap it in his palm. He pulled her in with his backhand and squeezed her into his fingers, interlocking their fingers. Gu Cheng turned his head to look at him, and he turned his head to look somewhere else as if nothing had happened. If you look closely, you can see that his ears are red. The corners of Gu Cheng's lips curled up inadvertently, looking quite innocent. The two men sat down on the sofa. Gu Cheng took off his cufflinks and rolled up his shirt sleeves. There were bruises on his arms with perfectly muscular lines. Gu Cheng touched along the bones and found that they were dislocated. She whispered, "Bear with it." Before Lu Yunqi responded, Gu Cheng exerted force with his hands. Lu Yunqi groaned. The little girl's hands were quite strong. Can you also straighten bones? Gu Cheng rubbed the bruises on his arms to loosen the blood and said, the Gu family is in the medical business, so I can't be completely ignorant. I have a double master's degree in clinical medicine and pharmacy, and I'm studying for a doctorate in traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Lu Yunqi chuckled. I won't be afraid of getting sick anymore. I'll leave my body to you. You better not get sick. As they were talking, Gu Cheng's cell phone rang. She didn't even look to see who was calling and just pressed the answer button. An angry voice came from the phone. Gu Cheng, can you please stop doing this? Don't think that if you send me a divorce agreement, I will compromise, and you can force me and Ruoruo to separate. Take the agreement back now, and I will pretend that nothing happened. If you still do this, I will really sign it, and it will be too late for you to regret it then. Si Hanyue spoke in a rage, and Gu Cheng was stunned. He spoke naturally. Just sign it. The agreement was given to you for you to sign. Si Hanyue snorted. Gu Cheng, why are you so hypocritical? Let's not talk about the divorce agreement. You didn't buy medicine for grandma and went against my parents. Aren't you forcing me to compromise with you? I know you like me, but I have no feelings for you, so don't play these tricks. It's not good for you. If you still want to have a family, just listen and don't take it out on the people Dad arranged to Jinqing. You are a little girl who has never managed the company for a day. Dad arranged someone to help you manage it. That's good for you. Do you want to wait for a long time and hand over the whole company to Shinche? If Dad doesn't help you manage it, can you know what Shinche did in it? Gu Cheng, don't be stupid. Gu Cheng almost laughed out of anger. Who gave Si Hanyue the confidence to think that she did this to win him back? And how did he so calmly say that Si Yuanshan should take care of Jin Cheng? Seeing that Gu Cheng didn't respond at all after all that Si Hanyue said, she became even angrier. Where are you? Go home and apologize to your parents and grandma. Gu Cheng laughed sarcastically. Why? Si Hanyue said word by word in a cold voice. Because I am your husband. Lu Yunqi's eyes flashed fiercely under his silver-rimmed glasses, and he said to Gu Cheng, hang up, there's nothing to say. Si Hanyue, who had amazing hearing ability, flew into a rage. Gu Cheng, you have a man by your side? Are you cheating on me? Gu Cheng was about to speak when Lu Yunqi took the phone and said coldly, I am MS. Gu Cheng's attorney. Tell me if you have anything to say. The divorce agreement has been mailed to your office. If you don't sign it within 3 days, I will help Ms. Gu Cheng file for divorce. Also, please do not harass my client again. Otherwise, I will sue you under Article 42 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law of the People's Republic of China and Article 37 of the Criminal Law. Si Hanyue wanted to say something else, but Lu Yunqi didn't give him any chance and pressed the hang-up button. Gu Cheng stared at Lu Yunqi without blinking and said with a chuckle, are all lawyers like you? You talk nonsense in a serious manner. Lu Yunqi tapped her on the head and said, Eat. Eat until you are full. We can extort some more money from you later. Gu Cheng's pair of affectionate eyes smiled into a crescent shape. I like this. How can I cheat you? Lu Yunqi took Gu Cheng's hand and walked towards the dining table and put the food Gu Cheng had prepared on the table. He will definitely call again in a while. If he calls again, ask him to come over. Gu Cheng asked curiously, how do you know? Lu Yunqi raised his eyes and glanced at her. Because Si Hanyue feels that you love him terribly, and as a man he can't stand a loyal licker not licking him anymore. Gu Cheng, have you ever thought that girls may not like men with bad words? Si Hanyue hung up the phone. She was in disbelief and extreme anger. Gu Cheng actually hired a lawyer and actually planned to divorce him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Cheng had liked him since childhood and liked to chase him around and call him Brother Hanyue. He was surrounded by Gu Cheng throughout his adolescence. If there were other girls around him, Gu Cheng would definitely use her identity as a young lady of the Gu family to find ways to drive them away. When he was in junior high school, there were always girls chasing after him. Gu Cheng could never stand it and would not stop until he had bullied the girls away. At that time, the school even gave Gu Cheng a serious warning for bullying classmates, but she still didn't repent. As long as there were girls around him, Gu Cheng would use the same old tricks again. If he didn't like him, why did Gu Cheng do that? So when he brought Feng Ruo back, he didn't dare let Gu Cheng see him, for fear that Gu Cheng would bully Feng Ruo. He was sure that Gu Cheng liked him, not only because of the incident when they were young. He was married to Gu Cheng at that time. and he left the C family's overseas company to avoid her and not consummate the marriage with her. In the past year or so, Gu Cheng has been taking care of his grandmother at the C family, managing the house and waiting for him to come back, without any complaints. Isn't it just that I love him too much? She liked him when she was a child, and she probably likes him even more now. Everything changed just because he had someone else. So Gu Cheng did not love him. He was just jealous of Feng Ruo. That's why she resorted to extreme means, hoping that he would notice her. Aren't these just some tricks women often use? But love cannot be obtained by any means. He doesn't like Gu Cheng, so it's useless for her to act like that. If she had been more obedient, they could still be a family. He would not really let his parents kick her out of the C family, leaving her without her last resort. After sorting out the causes and consequences of the matter, Si Hanyue decided to give Gu Cheng another chance. He planned to have a good talk with Gu Cheng. If she was willing to admit her mistake, he would let it go. If she continued to make a fuss, then don't blame him for not appreciating the friendship they had grown up together. Feng Ruo walked to see Hanyue with a glass of red wine and sat on his lap, his eyes twinkling. "Ayu, are you planning to divorce Gu Cheng?" Si Hanyue grabbed Feng Ruo's hand and kissed it. "Gu Cheng is my sister who grew up under my care. She has no family anymore, so I can't just ignore her. Just pity her and leave her a place in the C family." Feng Ruo leaned closer to Si Hanyue's arms and gently hooked his Adam's apple with her fingers. "You are just too kind. Who would sacrifice their marriage for others? If you really want her to stay in the C family, give her a child. It just so happens that I don't really want to have a child. It's very painful. Gu Cheng has a child, and she also has a blood relative. And the child she gave birth to is your C family's child. Even if you don't have a marriage, can your parents really kick her out?" Si Hanyue held her in her arms and whispered in her ear, "If I really have a child with her, won't you be jealous?" Feng Ruo tilted his head and snorted. "I also can't bear to see her so pitiful that she doesn't even have a family, but don't get addicted to it this time. If you keep bothering her, I will definitely dump you." Si Hanyue hugged him tightly. "How is that possible? I don't like her. I only like you. If she has a child, I will never touch her again. This can be considered as finding a support for her in the C family, and I have fulfilled my responsibility of marrying her. After she gives birth to the baby, I will divorce her and marry you." Feng Ruo lowered his head and smiled. "Then you must keep your word." Si Hanyue immediately assured, "Of course, when have I ever lied to you? If it weren't for you, my legs would have been broken. You saved me, and I will always remember this kindness." Feng Ruo nodded in satisfaction. "Then go talk to Gu Cheng. I've already made a lot of concessions to her and asked her not to make you angry again." Si Hanyue reached out and touched Feng Ruo's head lovingly. "You were so considerate, so good." The two of them stayed together for a while before Si Hanyue finally felt like calling Gu Cheng to ask her where she was and to talk to her in person. Gu Cheng turned her head and gave Lu Yunqi a thumbs up. Si Hanyue really called her and asked her to meet. Lu Yunqi said, "Tell him the address and ask him to come here." After Gu Cheng gave the address, he hung up the phone. She looked at Lu Yunqi. "Isn't it a bad idea to tell him your home address? What if he goes crazy and comes here to cause trouble?" Lu Yunqi adjusted the silver wire glasses frame, and the lens flashed a backlight under the refraction of the crystal chandelier, and the taste of a gentleman jerk came out again. "What will he come for next time? Do you want me to blackmail him again?" Gu Cheng couldn't help but give him an admiring look again. "It's said that you shouldn't play tricks on people who study law, because you can never be worse than him." Lu Yunqi. Who is bad? Who is he doing this for? A heartless little girl. Lu Yunqi reached out and pulled her over, then lowered his head and bit her little mouth as a punishment for her always saying bad things. Gu Cheng felt pain from the bite and fought back. The two of them kissed back and forth, and somehow it turned into a deep kiss that was hard to let go. The big, slender palm passed through the loose T-shirt and moved upward, crossing the slender waistline to outline the full curve. Gu Cheng's body trembled slightly, and he hugged the man's broad back. The two figures on the sofa were entangled and inseparable. The sound of the doorbell was heard outside the door. It rang several times, but did not disturb the two people who were immersed in their concentration. Gu Cheng couldn't bear it anymore and pushed him away. "I guess Si Hanyue is here." Lu Yunqi held her lips tightly and said, "Let him wait." Gu Cheng raised his hand and hit him. "Stop it. Don't you want me to divorce you sooner? Lu Yunqi then stood up and pulled Gu Qing up with the force. Gu Qing glanced at Lu Yunqi and coughed dryly to ease the embarrassment. Well, do you want to wait for it to wear off? Lu Yunqi tapped her on the head and said, Don't look around. He put on his suit jacket naturally to cover up the awkward spot, then went to the entrance and opened the door. When Si Hanyue saw that it was a man opening the door, his face immediately darkened, and he felt an unusual sense of crisis. The man in front of him was wearing a high-end suit worth 8 figures. Even he, who had been known as the school hunk from elementary school to college, felt inferior to him in appearance. This scene, his face immediately turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Did Gu Qing really support a man behind his back? And gave that man so much money? Lu Yunqi glanced at Si Hanyue calmly and knew what he was thinking at a glance. We just talked on the phone. I am Gu Qing's attorney. Si Hanyue narrowed her eyes and sneered, Lawyer? Why do we need to talk about it at night? How much money did Gu Qing give you? If it's not enough for you to talk during the day, do you have to keep accompanying you at night? Lu Yunqi remained calm, not even raising his eyebrows. Gu Qing did give me a lot of money, but what does it have to do with you? Si Hanyue's eyes turned red with anger. He had never seen such a self-righteous pretty boy. Grabbing Lu Yunqi by the collar of his shirt, he said coldly, Why the heck am I Gu Qing's husband? Lu Yunqi laughed sarcastically. You've been abroad for a year after your marriage, and after you came back, you brought another woman to your wedding room and begged to be a husband? Haha, Si Hanyue sneered. Sure enough. It's because of this, Gu Qing told you, right? So she promised you to get revenge on me, right? Where's Gu Qing? Lu Yunqi stopped him and said, If you have anything to say, please talk outside. You are trespassing. Si Hanyue pushed Lu Yunqi aside and walked into the house, shouting, Gu Qing, come out. Gu Qing frowned and stood in the living room looking at the crazy Si Hanyue. What are you yelling for? Are you polite when you were in someone else's house? Seeing Gu Qing wearing casual clothes and no makeup, Si Hanyue's anger reached its peak. Under what circumstances would a woman go without makeup when she is with a man? Only a man you have lived with for a long time would be so casual. Maybe you have just slept together. He looked around. The house was located in the most expensive area in the city center, on the best floor. The usable area was estimated to be around 400 to 500 square meters, and it was obviously decorated in a man's style. Gu Qing is really great. He bought me clothes and gave me a house. He asked angrily, Were you two hooking up before I came back? And you're still talking to me about divorce? What right do you have to be unhappy with me bringing Roro back? Gu Qing felt particularly speechless and stroked his hair irritably. Hurry up and tell me what you want to talk about. I don't have time to go crazy with you. Si Hanyue sneered and pointed at Lu Yunqi. No time? What are you going to do after talking to your husband? Go to bed with this pretty boy? Gu Qing, why are you so cheap? Lu Yunqi's eyes flashed fiercely under his silver-rimmed glasses. He walked slowly to Si Hanyue and said in a cold voice, From the time you entered the house until now, I can prosecute you for defamation and insult under Article 246 of the criminal law, trespassing under Article 245, bigamy under Article 258, and provoking disturbances under Article 293. Si Hanyue looked at him coldly. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to scare me? Lu Yunqi slowly pushed down his glasses and said, By the way, I am Ms. Gu Qing's divorce lawyer. What you just said is a great insult to me and my client. Moreover, this is my home. You broke in without my permission. I seriously suspect that you intend to steal my property. After hearing how fluently the man recited the law, Si Hanyue guessed that he was a lawyer. Her excitement eased a little, but that didn't mean this lawyer could arbitrarily accuse him of anything. What do you have here that's worth stealing? Don't think you're the only one who understands the law. Even if I break into your house, the most I'll get is a warning. Lu Yunqi slowly pointed to the painting hanging in the middle of the living room, Jackson Pollock's painting, $104 million. He pointed to the sculpture on the stand and said, It was carved by Michelangelo. It cost $120 million. And this, as he spoke, he took out a crossbow from the drawer on the wall and pointed it at Si Hanyue. Sniper like a crossbow, 300,000 cheaper. I now suspect you of breaking into the house and stealing. When Si Hanyue saw the crossbow arrow pointing directly at the center of her forehead, goosebumps appeared on her back. Lu Yunqi's eyes were too focused, and his posture of holding the crossbow was extremely standard, and it was obvious that he had practiced it. If he just pulled the trigger slightly, he could be killed on the spot. Not daring to shout anymore, he spoke cautiously. National regulations do not allow individuals to privately possess crossbows. You are breaking the law. Lu Yunqi smiled sarcastically. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. I have a hunting ground under my name. It's illegal for you to use this thing, but it's legal for me to use it. He picked up the deerskin on the table and gently wiped it on the crossbow. He glanced at Si Hanyu coldly. Can we sit down and talk now? Si Hanyu looked at Lu Yunqi warily. When she saw him put away his crossbow, she frowned and said, even if you are a lawyer, living under the same roof with a married woman at this late hour, I doubt. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yunqi glanced at him calmly. Mr. Si, you have to provide evidence when speaking. Your suspicion will hurt others. Ms. Gu is my agent, and I must be involved in all matters related to her divorce. Do you have any other opinions? I don't want a divorce case to turn into a criminal case, so Mr. Si should think about what he wants to say in advance. Si Hanyu was about to say something about suspecting Lu Yunqi and Gu Cheng had an affair, but she swallowed it back. Don't let him get hold of any evidence, or he'll definitely sue them. He couldn't win over Si Hanyu, so he could only say to Gu Cheng, I have something to say to you. Please let your lawyer leave first. Gu Cheng sat still. This is Lu Paris' home. It's not appropriate for him to leave. Si Hanyu choked and took a breath. Then come with me and go home. Gu Cheng just stared at Si Hanyu without blinking. Do I still have a home? Where is my home? Si Hanyu said without thinking. My home is your home. Gu Cheng said calmly. Are you talking about your and Feng Ruo's family? Or is it just the whole family, from your grandmother to your 20-year-old sister-in-law who can't take care of herself, who all need me to take care of them? Si Hanyu looked at Gu Cheng in disbelief. How come you have become so unreasonable now? What do you mean my whole family needs you to serve them? Didn't Grandma care about you? Didn't Mom buy things for you? Didn't Dad worry about problems in your company and send someone to manage it for you? And Han Xing, she always accompanies you shopping whenever she has nothing to do. You call this serving? Gu Cheng knew that human nature is selfish and that people's hearts are biased, but he didn't expect that they would go to such an extent that they couldn't distinguish right from wrong. The delicate little face was instantly filled with coldness, and Gu Cheng looked at Si Hanyu. Don't you know how your grandma treats me? She has disliked me since I was a child, saying that I am a troublemaker. When you wanted to marry me, my father was seriously ill. Your grandma said that I was a jinx and asked you to cancel the engagement again and again. If I hadn't taken care of her day and night when she was sick, would your grandma have been nice to me? And your mother is really a good person. She has given me a few things, but they were all things your sister didn't want, and your mother gave them to me as a favor. And your father? Did you put people into Jincheng to help me keep the company? Then let me ask, why did the 130 million yuan in Jincheng's account go to Siyuan Group's account? Was he helping me keep the company, or was he trying to drain it? Si Hanxing accompanies me shopping? Every time a big brand releases new products, she drags me out. Is she accompanying me shopping? She wants me to pay for it. Si Hanyu found Gu Cheng's words unbelievable. He moved his lips slightly as if to speak, but no words came out. Si Hanyu, I didn't want to care about it. I was thinking that when you come back, we can live a good life together. We are a family, so it doesn't matter if I pay a little more. But what was the result? You brought back Feng Ruo and said you only treated me as your sister. Mentioning Feng Ruo, Si Hanyu seemed to have suddenly found her backbone. Ruo didn't want to take your position as Mrs. Si. She even asked me to have a child with you so that you can gain a firm foothold in the Si family. Lu Yunqi couldn't listen any longer, so he stood up, grabbed Si Hanyu by the collar, and punched him in the face. If you're still a man, sign the divorce agreement quickly, or I'll bankrupt your Si family and ruin your reputation. The corner of Si Hanyu's mouth was instantly cut after being hit, and her face was visibly swollen. He wanted to fight back, but was met with Lu Yunqi's dark and bottomless eyes, as if he would kill him if he dared to move. The scene of Lu Yunqi pointing a crossbow at his head was still vivid in his mind. For the first time in his life, young Master Si restrained his temper and did not dare to attack again. He only said to Gu Cheng, Cheng, think about it carefully. If you really want a divorce. Before he could even say the word, Marriage. Lu Yunqi punched him hard again. Divorce agreement. Sign it. Do you understand? Si Hanyue originally wanted to ask Gu Cheng, do you think it's appropriate for you to stay in a strange man's house late at night? Lu Yunqi picked him up and threw him out of the house. The room returned to silence. Lu Yunqi walked to Gu Cheng and hugged him. Gu Cheng, as long as you tell me what you want to do with the Si family, I will help you. How did you endure the way they treated you this year? Gu Cheng leaned on Lu Yunqi's shoulder. Her eyes were out of focus for a moment. Yes, how could she bear it? How come the once outspoken, enthusiastic, and fearless Gu Cheng disappeared when she saw her father couldn't let her go before he died and told her to live a good life with Si Hanyue? She wanted her father to rest assured, to let him go peacefully and not worry about her anymore. She would stay in the Si family, and she could have a family. So she devoted herself to the Si family, gave up her favorite job for the Si family, and became a gentle mistress of the family. But what? She hugged Lu Yunqi tightly with both hands and buried her head deeply in his arms. Lu Yunqi, I miss my dad. Lu Yunqi reached out and gently rubbed the top of her head. I'll take you to see him tomorrow, okay? Gu Cheng shook his head. If he saw me asking for a divorce in heaven, he would be very worried. I don't want him to worry. I don't want him to worry. Lu Yunqi tucked the hair that hung on the side of her face behind her ears and held her face. Gu Cheng, look at me. I will give you what you don't have. When the time comes, you can go and tell your uncle not to worry about you. His affectionate eyes turned slightly red. Tears flashed across his eyes, but Gu Cheng raised his head and held them back. Lu Yunqi, I know you feel sorry for me and want to show some concern for me. It doesn't matter to me. I'll feel good if you can help me punch Si Hanyue twice. You don't have to think that you have to be responsible for me just because you know this little thing about my family. I just want to talk to someone. It's nothing to me. If you do this, I will feel burdened. I am with you simply because I feel happy. Don't let happiness bring responsibilities. Otherwise, I will feel pressured. Lu Yunqi's eyes were fixed on Gu Cheng's face. She was obviously still sad, but she was smiling at him. He admitted that he was really heartbroken when he said those words. He never thought that because of the missed opportunity they had had, she would have such a hard time when they met again. The little girl must be afraid of being hurt. She is afraid that if she gives her true heart, she will be hurt again like the Si family. So she doesn't ask for anything and doesn't expect anything, so that she won't be hurt again. But it doesn't matter. He will make her better slowly. Lowering his head and resting his forehead against hers, Lu Yunqi said softly, Okay, whatever makes you happy is fine. Gu Cheng hooked his neck, stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Then can you be gentle to me tonight? Lu Yunqi hummed softly, picked the person up, and walked into the bedroom. Gu Cheng wrapped her long legs around Lu Yunqi's waist, lowered her head and kissed him on the lips, their lips and teeth intertwined. This time Lu Yunqi was not in a hurry, but slowly tried to please her, allowing her to feel the beauty of love and the tenderness of being cared for. After the satisfying lovemaking, Gu Cheng leaned in Lu Yunqi's arms and felt much better. Some emotions come and go quickly. People need to look forward to live a good life. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, and don't take anything to heart. She started to flirt again and couldn't help but say, I didn't think so before, but now I believe it. You are really smart. Your skills are getting better and better. You should practice more in the future. Seeing her jumping around again, Lu Yunqi couldn't help but curl his lips. The whole afternoon's training was not in vain. His slender fingertips scratched her long eyelashes and teased them twice. He smiled and asked her, How many points can I give you? Gu Cheng drew circles on his chest with his fingers. It was 5 points before, now it's 8 points. Lu Yunqi grabbed her rebellious hand and said, Can you leave me 2 points of room for improvement? Gu Cheng propped himself up, and the black velvet quilt slid down his porcelain, white skin, but was stopped at a critical position by his slender arms. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, I gave you a full score because I was afraid you would be too proud. Actually, you were really good just now. Lu Yunqi turned over and pushed her back onto the bed. Lowering his head to hold her lips, I always like to do extra points and challenge difficult questions. Gu Cheng curved her eyes with affection and responded to his gentle and melting touch again. After Si Hanyue left Lu Yunqi's house, she fell into self-doubt. Gu Cheng's words did not stir up any waves in his heart. In his eyes, his family was the best. His grandmother loved him, his parents were proud of him, and his sister took him as a role model. He shared such a good family with Gu Cheng, and he felt that he was deeply in love. But in Gu Cheng's words, it sounded different, as if he really let her down. He couldn't accept it at first, so he drove straight to the Si family's residence. He wanted to know if Gu Cheng had really been treated like this by his family this year. If so, then what had he become? Not only had he failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband, but he had also failed to give her a warm home. She also said that he treated her as his sister, and there was no brother who would not want his sister to live a good life. The car drove to the Si family's old house, and without parking in a parking space, he couldn't wait to push open the door. Gu Cheng hasn't been home for 2 days. Old Mrs. Si has stopped taking her medicine and is coughing so hard that she's gasping for breath. Mother Si was so angry that she didn't say anything nice. She called Gu Cheng an ungrateful person. If their family could accept her, she should worship all kinds of gods every morning, noon, and night. Otherwise, she might not be clean during those years when she was missing. No big family would marry her. Si Hanqing also echoed her mother. That's right. If she hadn't been so well behaved this year, we would have kicked her out of the house long ago. These are the words Si Hanhua heard when he opened the door. He was confused for a moment, and then he couldn't believe it. Mom, Hanqing, what are you talking about? When I called you from abroad before, didn't you say you liked Gu Cheng very much? Si Hanqing snorted. Before, she was quite sensible and obedient every day. She knew how to take care of Grandma, and she would occasionally send gifts to the ladies in the circle, which made the family look good. When I liked something, she would ask me to buy it for me, and I reluctantly accepted her as my sister-in-law. Now she is even arrogant in front of our family. If it were me, you should just divorce her. Isn't Sister Roro a cousin of the Liu family? What do you still need Gu Cheng for? Mother Si knew what her son was thinking just by looking at his expression. She knew everything because she was the one who crawled out of his belly. She stopped Si Hanqing and said, Hanqing, don't say that about your sister-in-law. Although as a daughter-in-law, she should take care of the family and manage the housework, but she is spoiled after all and can't do these things. She wants to spend some money to please us, and we shouldn't expose her. Hanhua, please have a good talk with Gu Cheng. If she is willing to come back and be the same as before, we will forgive her. Si Hanhua was a little bit unbelievable. It turned out that what Gu Cheng said really happened. He asked persistently, so this year, all the household expenses and Hanqing's clothes, bags, accessories, and cosmetics were paid for by Gu Cheng. Si Hanqing was immediately unhappy. She only took such a small amount of money, and she complained to you about it? I bought some things for my parents-in-law and sister-in-law, and she still complained about it. Si Hanhua's heart sank, but she still looked at Si Yuanshan with a glimmer of hope. Dad, is it true that you transferred 130 million from Jinqing Pharmaceuticals' account? Si Yuanshan was satisfied with his son in every way, except that he was a little naive. He turned the Buddhist beads in his hand and said calmly, Hanhua, the world is not black and white, and there is no right or wrong in doing things. Si Yuan Group is in trouble, and as a member of the Si family, Gu Cheng should also contribute. When the company is through the difficulties and the performance is good, I will make up for the deficit in the account. Si Hanhua felt her head buzzing, unable to believe it. When we promised Uncle Gu, we said we would take good care of Gu Cheng. How have we treated her badly? We eat and drink well at home, and we treat her like one of our own family. Si's mother spoke up, Hanhua, don't let Gu Cheng's words provoke you. She is angry now, and she has nothing nice to say. Do your parents look like that kind of people in your eyes? Si Hanhua opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Indeed, his parents were the best parents in his eyes. Seeing this, Si's mother continued, since ancient times, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has never been easy to get along with. Only Gu Cheng ran away from her husband's house after being wronged. If it were someone else's family, which mother-in-law would allow her daughter-in-law to do this? She would have set rules for her as soon as possible. I let her come back, and we just need to give in as we did before, and that's all I can do. Si Hanhua couldn't refute it. It was true that in the upper-class circles, the bigger the family, the more important the rules were. Many wealthy ladies looked glamorous, but they had to abide by their mother-in-law Law's rules at home. Mom, Gucheng is already quite pitiful. Let's be nicer to her, Mother C said. Mom thinks so too, and she is pretty good to me. But a daughter-in-law is a daughter-in-law. How can she be the same as my own daughter? But between her and Han Xing, I have tried my best to treat them equally. Besides, look at you. Your grandma is so sick, but she didn't even bother to bring back medicine. She used to take medicines produced by Jincheng Pharmaceutical, but now she can't take them anymore. Si Hanyue thought about how sad Gucheng was today and decided to let her relax for a while. He said, Jincheng's medicine can be bought outside. I'll go buy some for Grandma. When Si's mother saw the wound on Si Hanyue's face, she rolled her eyes and asked, Did Gucheng hire someone to beat you up? Si Hanyue then remembered the wound on her face and pressed her tongue against it. The lawyer was quite ruthless. Seeing how he defended Gucheng, even if there was nothing between them, he must be interested in Gucheng. Especially now that Gucheng was still seeking a divorce. If they really got divorced, maybe they would be together. Thinking of this, Si Hanyue felt suffocated. Mom, Gucheng said he wants a divorce. Mother C sighed, I can see that too. She has turned away from us now. She doesn't even care about you anymore. How are you and Feng Ruo doing now? Si Hanyue said, Of course Ruo and I have a good relationship. Si's mother asked, Did she say when she would introduce you to someone from the Liu family? Si Hanyue said irritably, Mom, we are in love. We don't need to get involved in this. Mother C said, How can you say that, kid? You two are good friends, so shouldn't you work together? Si Hanyue perfunctorily said, The old lady of the Liu family will have a birthday banquet in a month, and I will definitely go then. Si's mother asked tentatively, If Gucheng insists on divorcing you, why don't you marry Feng Ruo? This way we will be related to the Liu family, which will be good for both you and our family. Si Hanyue frowned and said, Mom, can you please stop being so public? I'm divorcing Gucheng and will marry Ruoro soon. What do you want Ruoro to think? Si's mother said, Mom, go tell Ruoro. Don't you want to marry her legitimately? As for Gucheng, divorce her. As long as she gets half of your Jincheng, we won't ask for more. Si Hanyue was incredulous. Mom, I don't want Gucheng's money. Jincheng's father left it to her. How can we take it? Si's mother hit him hard. It's not that I want it. It's stipulated by law that the property of a couple is half each. Besides, our family hasn't recovered yet, and the family is short of money. When we recover, we can just pay her back later. Besides, if you want to marry Ruoro, you have to have a decent present, and the betrothal gift can't be small. She's the cousin of the Liu family in Beijing, and the Liu family will also attend the wedding banquet, so it can't be too shabby. Since the family can't afford that much money, just let Gucheng help you. Otherwise, you, a good young man, would end up getting married for the second time just because of her. It's only because Ruoro doesn't despise you. Otherwise, this would be a big problem. When Si's mother said this, Si Hanyue thought of Gucheng. When he married her, he was not so willing. He didn't even give her a wedding, and there was no betrothal gift. But Gucheng brought the entire Gu family with him. Mom, please stop talking. I will earn money. I don't want a penny from Gucheng. Didn't we bid for the renovation of the South District Resort? As long as we win the bid, we can get the money. I will use this money to marry Ruoro. I'm going to prepare the bid, Mom and Dad. I'm going to the study room. Mother C sighed as she looked at Si Hanyue's back. How could I have given birth to such a stubborn son? Si Yuanshan said calmly. He didn't understand the family situation before. It's time for him to take over the family business. When he sees the money on the account, he will know to ask Gucheng for money. Si's mother was also helpless. This money is what we deserve. Si Yuanshan said, It's not just these, we deserve more. Otherwise, there's no need for us to marry her. Her birthday is in 2 days. You should celebrate it and collect all the gifts. Director Yu of the Health Bureau has said that he wants to meet Gucheng a long time ago. He has been thinking about her since he met her once. It's a good opportunity for them to meet her when she comes home this time. And don't forget to take a video as evidence. Then we can talk to her about the divorce. If she wants a divorce, we have the final say on the content of the agreement. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing her. After saying this, he closed his eyes and fiddled with the Buddhist beads a few times. Mother Hanyue, go and light some incense and ask the Buddha to bless everything to go well. Mother C chanted, Umitba, and stood up and walked into the Buddhist hall. Gu Cheng felt that it was necessary to find another place to live. What woke her up every day was no longer the alarm clock, but her aching waist. I don't know what Lu Yunqi eats every day, so how come he has such good physical strength? After working hard all night, I still get up at 5:30 in the morning to exercise. She held her old waist and sat up. She felt exhausted. It took her a long time to put on her clothes and call the smart home to open the curtains. As the curtains opened, the sunlight outside poured into the floor, to ceiling windows. Gu Cheng did not expect to see such a scene. There was a model on a clothes hanger in front of the window, wearing her favorite regamus, a gradient aqua blue one, shoulder dress dotted with diamonds. The sunlight shone through it, sparkling with dazzling sparkle, which was beautiful beyond words. There are also crystal shoes on the ground. They belonged to the dazzling princess and were sold for $10 million at an auction in Paris. They are known as the most beautiful shoes in the world. There is also a crown, necklace, earrings, bracelet, armlet, anklet on the model. A total of 8 items. Each one is top-notch luxury, and they are all collectibles that she wanted to take pictures of but didn't have time to. Gu Cheng just stared blankly until a man's voice came from behind her. "Do you like it?" Gu Cheng came back to his senses at this point. He turned around and saw Lu Yunqi leaning against the door frame of the bedroom, his delicate eyebrows and eyes curved in a gentle arc. "Give it to me?" Gu Cheng was a little bit unbelievable. Not to mention how valuable these things are. It is not easy to collect them one by one. If you don't really spend a lot of effort on one person, you won't find these things. Lu Yunqi's eyes flickered, knowing that this girl was beginning to feel jerkologically burdened again, and he casually said, "This is your birthday present. A friend of mine had an emergency at home and needed to exchange these things for money. I thought they were perfect for you, so I bought them back. Do you like them?" Gu Cheng liked it very much, but it was too expensive. He turned his head to look at Lu Yunqi. "Today is not my birthday. My birthday is tomorrow." Lu Yunqi lowered his eyelashes to cover his eyes. "Then I remembered it wrongly. I thought it was today. I prepared a surprise for nothing, and I prepared it too early." Gu Cheng shook his head. "No, it's a surprise. I never celebrate my birthday on a real day." Of course, Lu Yunqi knew that Gu Cheng did not celebrate her birthday on a regular day, because on that day 15 years ago, her mother had an affair with a male celebrity at her birthday party, and her father was so angry that he had a heart attack. That day, the Gu family was in chaos. From then on, Gu Cheng began to hate birthday parties and also hated celebrating his birthday on that day. Lu Yunqi didn't say it because he didn't want her to know that he had been silently paying attention to her for many years before she let down her guard against him, for fear that she would be scared away. "I've been preparing gifts for her for 8 years, and today I can finally give them out." Gu Cheng couldn't let go of the dress. Every girl has a princess dream, and this is the most perfect princess dress in her mind. She wanted to wear this dress before her 18th birthday. When she found out that the dress was bought by a man, she was sad for a long time. Seeing that she liked these, Lu Yunqi was also happy and chuckled. "My princess, have you liked them enough? Can we move to the restaurant for dinner?" Gu Cheng turned around and ran to him and hugged him. "You are just like Doraemon. You have everything I want. When is your birthday? I will prepare a big gift for you." Lu Yunqi said, "My birthday is still half a year away, so you should prepare well. I'll be waiting." Gu Cheng frowned. "No, it's too late. Think about it. I took so many things from you, and I only gave you 3 million. You are at a loss. Let's put it this way. Starting tomorrow, you just wait for my romantic attack." Hearing about the 3 million, Lu Yunqi had a headache. He had never thought that he would receive money for prostitution in this life. But that was the first gift the girl gave him. He treasured it. When they were together in the future, he would occasionally take it out to bully her. "I advise you not to exaggerate." Gu Cheng shook his finger at him. "I will make sure you remember me for the rest of your life." Lu Yunqi had no choice but to stroke her hair. "I have to go on a business trip these 2 days and will leave in the afternoon. Can you prepare your surprise later?" Gu Cheng asked. "When will you come back?" Lu Yunqi was originally going to return to Beijing after Gu Cheng's birthday. He rarely stayed in the law firm here, but they had an unexpected intersection, so he had to hold on to her. So he had to go back to deal with the matter over there. If it's fast, it'll be 2 or 3 days, and if it's slow, it won't take more than a week. Gu Chung curled his lips. Hey, I'm alone again. I wish you all the best. Go soon and come back to accompany me. Lu Yunqi laughed. I know. If you have any questions during this period, go to the law firm to find Wen Yang. When I come back, I will move into your Jinsheng group. It's time to prepare for the merger and acquisition of Rongxing Bio. As for your divorce, Muyu has already given me all your pre-marital property certificates, and I have also prepared all the documents for the lawsuit. When I return, I can go to court and the divorce will be granted immediately. Gu Chung felt the pleasure of winning without doing anything, and patted his shoulder proudly. Xiao Lu, I like your attitude towards work. I am a very generous person, and I will definitely not let you down. Although her words seemed like a joke, Lu Yunqi knew that she was serious. No matter what it was, she would really give him more money than the market standard. She didn't want to owe anyone any favors. In other words, she thought it would be better if they didn't owe each other anything. I don't know how long it will take to get into this girl's heart. He also jokingly agreed with her. It seems that I have done a really good job these past 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your generous donation. Gu Chung gently scratched his chocolate, like abdominal muscles. Every time they did it, she loved touching his abdominal muscles the most. With every movement he makes, his abdominal muscles become clearly visible, as if containing infinite power, both lustful and wild. No problem. She smiled and narrowed her eyes, looking at Lu Yunqi with a scrutinizing look like that of an old rogue obsessed with love. If you do well, no matter what, good days will come. She deliberately emphasized the word do, which has 2 meanings. It seems like she is just talking nonsense, but in fact she is talking to him about work issues that cannot be more serious. She is reminding him that business is business and personal matters are personal matters, and they should be clearly distinguished. The little girl who pretends to be a pig but eats the tiger. He slapped her on the head and said, Hurry up and eat. It's not good for your health if the food gets cold. After the two had breakfast, Lu Yunqi sent Gu Chung to Jinsheng Group before driving back to the law firm. The black limited edition Maybach stopped and Gu Chung got out of the car. Shin Che also happened to get out of the Bentley. His eyes inadvertently swept over the Maybach, wanting to see who was inside. The car was covered with a privacy film, so one couldn't see inside. Shin Che raised his head and pointed at the car with a gloomy expression. Who is it? The man from last night? Gu Chung and Shin Che walked into the company together and entered the exclusive elevator for the chairman and president. Shin Che deliberately asked Gu Chung in a teasing manner, Are you cheating? Gu Chung raised his foot and kicked him. Can you say anything nice? You want to pry into the boss's private affairs? Do you want to die? Shin Che bent down in pain and rubbed his phallus vigorously with his hands. Gu Xiaoqing, can you be gentler? You are wearing pointed high heels. It hurts so much. I am your junior brother, not that jerkbag Si Hanyue. Don't be so cruel to my own people. Gu Chung snorted. Who told you to be so nosy? Shin Che looked at Gu Chung sideways. Since you are planning to get a divorce, who are you going to look for after the divorce? Gu Chung adjusted her hair against the polished elevator wall. Why do I have to get married? Isn't it enough to suffer after getting married once? Shin Che put one hand in his pocket and said casually, That's because you don't know people well. You see it knocked down a bunch of men just because of a jerkbag. I am an absolutely perfect man. As the two were talking, the elevator had already reached the floor where the president's office was located. Gu Chung gestured to Shin Che. Are you still not leaving? Shin Che raised his eyebrows. I have something else to tell you before the meeting. I called you yesterday, and you hung up on me because of a man. As he spoke, he moved closer to Gu Chung and bumped her with his shoulder. You're not really keeping a man outside, are you? Did you buy that limited edition Maybach I sent you just now? Gu Chung was speechless. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Don't you know whether the money in the account has been moved or not? Shin Che curled his lips and muttered softly. It's fine if it's not, otherwise I would be wronged. Gu Chung didn't hear clearly, so she turned her head and pulled his ear. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you so quiet? Did you hold your fart again? Shin Che bent down to let her pull him. He was afraid that she couldn't reach him and it would be troublesome to raise her hand. He showed a grimace on his face. It hurts, senior sister. Please be merciful. You moving so violently that my clothes are messed up. We're the only 2 people in the elevator. It would be embarrassing if others saw us. The elevator made a ding sound and arrived at the floor where the chairman's office was located. When they arrived at the place, Guqing immediately relaxed his grip, and Shunche also began to straighten his clothes and tie. The two of them immediately put on serious faces and walked out of the elevator. A woman in a high-end white suit and fiery red lips, beautiful and handsome. A man in a brown tailor-made handmade suit, with a stern face, aloof and abstinent. Each one is more pretentious than the other. Wherever he passed, employees bowed and greeted him. Heko, President Gu. Heko, President Shan. Guqing nodded slightly and said to Shunche beside him, "When I was away, Mr. Shan led very well, the company's atmosphere was good, and I will increase the bonus at the end of the month." Shunche responded seriously, "It's all because of Director Liu's good guidelines that all the employees in the company can work together." The two of them walked into the chairman's office officially. As soon as the door closed, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Gu Xiaoqing, how much bonus are you going to give me?" Guqing glanced at him sideways. "You already said that my policy is good. Why should I give you more money? A meal of skewers cannot be more." Shunche sat down on Guqing's desk, his long legs propped up on the ground, lazily. "Is there something we can discuss?" Guqing put down his bag, sat behind the big chair, and said simply, "Speak." Shunche put one hand in his pocket and clenched his hand nervously, but still had a cynical smile on his face. "My mom has been urging me to go on blind dates recently. If you get divorced, I will marry you. We can just make do with each other." Guqing was speechless. His eyes were full of affection, and he drew eyeliner, with the tail of his eyes slightly raised to form a sharp arc. "Marriage and life are not like playing house. Who would make do with you?" Shunche was a little anxious. "That's not what I meant. You know me well. I don't touch love, gambling, or drugs. I don't have any other bad habits except playing games. It's absolutely reliable to marry me, and I will definitely treat you well. After so many years, you know whether I treat you well or not. Besides, my parents like you very much, and they will treat you well after we get married." Guqing made a stop gesture. "It's because my godfather and godmother are so good to me that I can't harm their only precious son. Even if we don't talk about godfather and godmother, we are as close as can be. If I kiss you, it may remind me of you being chased around by your teacher with a broom, and I will burst out laughing on the spot. If you want to have a romantic and passionate scene, I can even think of you holding onto your pants and looking ready to die when I inserted a catheter during your appendectomy surgery." "Shunche, Gu Xiaoqing, you'll have no friends if you talk like that. I'm a pure girl after all. How can you let me touch you just like that?" Guqing said mercilessly. "Wasn't it senior sister who inserted the catheter into you in the end? I haven't seen you keep your chastity either." Shunche. He immediately stood up, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Guqing, get up. We have to fight." Guqing immediately picked up the phone and called Shunche's mother. "Godmother, help me. Shunche is going to beat me." "Shunche." Guqing immediately threw the phone into Shunche's hand, and Shunche heard a barrage of scolding from the other end. "You little jerk. Who allowed you to bully my good daughter? If you dare to show off again, I will go to the company to punish you and let all your employees see what kind of scoundrel their CEO is usually like." Shunche was in a state of panic. "Mom, I didn't bully Guqing," she reported me. Mother Shen snorted coldly. "It's because you made Changqing angry. There must be something wrong with you. Check yourself quickly." Guqing looked at Shunche, who was being scolded over there, and her face turned a little sour as she smiled. Her father would never scold her again, nor would he say anything to her again. She really envied Shunche. It was great to have a family. She tilted her head back slightly to hold back the bitterness in her eyes and forced a curl of her lips. It didn't matter. She was very happy with her father for more than 20 years, happier than most other children. She had earned enough. Shunche was scolded for a long time before hanging up the phone. Guqing had already returned to normal. Shunche looked at Guqing with resentment. What a cruel woman. Guqing smiled. "See, this is our life. If you marry me, I will tell you about your bad deeds every day, and we will be in chaos. As friends, we can be together for life. But if we become husband and wife, our feelings may wear away in a few years. I already have very little. Shunche, I really cherish you as a friend." Shunche was a little upset and wanted to comb his hair, but found that the hairspray would mess up his hairstyle. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. Can you not be so serious? It makes me feel like what I said was a bit too much. Gu Cheng held out his hand to him. Give me one. Shin Che glared at her. Why would a girl smoke? Seeing that Gu Cheng's hand was still outstretched, Shin Che resigned himself to lighting a cigarette for her. Smoke less. Gu Cheng didn't want to give Shin Che any hope, and he didn't want their hard-earned friendship to break up because of this matter between a man and a woman. She put the cigarette to her lips and took a deep puff. She said truthfully, when you called yesterday, there was indeed a man next to me. I have been staying at his place for the past 2 days. Shin Che didn't know how he got out of Gu Cheng's office. Anyway, he was in a very depressed mood. When Gu Cheng was going to marry Si Hanhua, he was in Germany working on a research project with his teacher. He was busy like a dog every day and had no time to pay attention to what was happening outside. When he came out of the laboratory, he heard that Gu Cheng had married. He was so angry that he wanted to crash his head into a car and die. The sports car was driving desperately on the winding mountain road. If he hadn't been a good driver, he would have died at that time. Later, the teacher couldn't bear to see him like this and advised him that liking someone is not about possession, but about wishing her a good life. He gradually came to his senses, so he came to Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group to protect Gu Cheng's retreat. Of course, he also thought that if Gu Cheng was not living a good life, he would definitely pull her out of the fire pit and marry her. During the year that Gu Cheng got married, Si Hanhua was not at home. In fact, he was secretly happy about it, thinking that they would be separated after their marriage and might have to divorce one day. As expected, Si Hanhua cheated on his wife abroad and brought back a woman. Gu Cheng wanted a divorce. She was so happy that she didn't sleep all night. He was ready and was just waiting for Gu Cheng to get the divorce certificate, and then he would chase her desperately. As a result, he unexpectedly missed it again and was beaten to it by a man he didn't know. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, almost to death. Someone passed by the emergency staircase and saw Shin Che standing against the wall, breathing heavily. He hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Shin, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Shin Che glanced at the person coldly, and the person immediately dared not speak and turned away angrily. He had never seen Mr. Shin so intimidating before. It was so scary. Shin Che closed his eyes and suppressed the anger that was rising up. It's okay. There is still a chance. Gu Cheng hasn't said he wants to marry that man, so it's not too late. After a moment's pause, he stood up, straightened his suit and tie, and walked out, returning to his dignified and elegant appearance as a noble man. Shin Che sent a WeChat message to Gu Cheng. I forgot to tell you just now. I changed the project leader of the biotechnology project. That person is from the C family, and I think he will cause trouble at the morning meeting. Gu Cheng replied with an emoticon of a fat cat lying on the bed with its legs crossed. I have read it. Please leave, little Che. Shin Che looked at the fat cat emoticon and laughed. It looked quite similar to her when she was being lazy. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Gu Cheng and Shin Che arrived on time in the conference room. This was the first time that Gu Cheng hosted a morning meeting after his return. Many company executives were watching quietly, wondering what kind of temperament and style this young CEO Gu had. Shin Che sat below Gu Cheng and presided over the morning meeting. Each department reported on its daily performance. Zheng Hao was originally the backbone of the people planted by the C family. The news that he was threatened by Gu Cheng yesterday spread throughout the company. So many people dared not speak out. But some people could not stand this atmosphere of swallowing their anger and wanted to take a chance. If they won, they would be the first to bet on the C family. If they lost, they could just quit. The spy job could be done by anyone, and they might die one day without knowing how they died. The atmosphere in the office was heavy. Jia Shang, the person in charge of the biotechnology project, turned the pen in his hand and spoke reluctantly. Director Gu, why did you withdraw the Lixing project from me? I have been in charge of it all along, and the work was halfway done. Why did you replace me midway as soon as Director Gu came back? A half-finished project was taken back without any explanation. How do we who have contributed to the project and the company feel? When Mr. Shin was here, he respected our contributions. Facing Jia Shang's attack, Gu Cheng didn't even raise his eyelids and calmly signed his name on the quarterly KPI report. First, I am the boss, and as an employee, I should obey the boss's arrangements. Second, this is a company, not an elementary school. Put away your childish tricks, and don't think that you can instigate the executives present with a few words. People who don't have this brain are not suitable to stay in this meeting room. Third, you have been in charge of the leashing project for half a year and have not made any progress. If you don't have the ability, don't just take up a position. Gu Cheng showed no mercy to Jia Shang and hit the nail on the head. And I see that you don't put your mind on the project, and you spend all your time on building relationships. If that's the case, you should go to the HR department. Manager Zhang, please transfer him to a lower position. Manager Zhang stood up when his name was called. Jia Shang was originally a project manager. What was he doing in the HR department? Was he going to replace him as a manager? He asked tentatively, "What position do you want to take in the human resources department?" Gu Cheng glanced at Manager Zhang and asked, "How does your HR department arrange for people who have never been exposed to the corresponding work?" Although Gu Cheng looks delicate and pretty, her eyes are quite cold. He shuddered instantly. He was really slow to react. This was clearly a demotion. What good work could he do after being demoted? He immediately said, "Okay, Director Gu, I will transfer Jia Shang to the position of HR assistant and will definitely find someone to guide him well." He deliberately emphasized the word, well. There is a lot of pressure on each level in the company, and the superiors have many ways to deal with their subordinates. Jia Shang's eyes were wide with rage. She didn't expect that Gu Cheng not only kicked her out of the project, but also demoted her to a small clerk to humiliate her. It would be better to fire him directly. If he couldn't stand it and took the initiative to resign, he wouldn't be able to explain to the C family, and he might even be blamed. If he stayed here, he really couldn't stand this humiliation. Gu Cheng has a very bad heart. He gritted his teeth in hatred and said, "Boss Gu, isn't this a bit of a misuse of talent? I'm not suitable for that position." Gu Cheng lightly lifted her eyelids. Although her makeup was light, her eyes were still sharp and piercing, and a cold and terrifying sense of oppression spread. People's potential is unlimited. How do you know if you don't try? Or do you think you can't do a good job in any project, and you can't even be a human resources assistant that a fresh graduate can do? Even if we find out later that you are not suitable for the new position, it will be quick and hassle-free. After saying that, she closed the pen in her hand and tapped it on the table. The sound was not loud, but it struck everyone's nerves. If anyone has any ideas, please speak up now. I will give you a chance to speak frankly. If you feel that you have made achievements and the company has not treated you fairly, I will give you a corresponding compensation. If you haven't made any achievements but are still saying that the company doesn't give you a chance, then Jinqing doesn't need such conceited employees. Not everyone has the opportunity to transfer positions like Jia Shang. Every penny of salary paid by Jinqing is higher than that of people in the same industry. It's not because everyone is doing better than people in the same industry, but because I understand everyone more and hope that everyone can feel more satisfied in Jinqing. It is not to foster ambitions that don't match the ability of some people. As she spoke, her eyes swept across the conference room, and everyone lowered their eyes wherever she passed. Gu Cheng stood up and said calmly, "Since there is nothing to be dissatisfied with, I hope everyone will work together in the future. Starting today, the salary of all employees from top to bottom will be increased by 1 level." Meeting adjourned, left the meeting room and returned to the chairman's office. Managers from various departments handed Gu Cheng documents for signature. Gu Cheng pushed the document back into Shan Che's hands. "Although I have returned to the company to take charge of the work, I still follow the previous company system and report everything to President Shen, who then makes the decision. If you encounter any controversial issues, Mr. Shen can report them to me." After signing the documents at hand, Shen Che and Gu Cheng were left in the office again. Shen Che finally relaxed his tense nerves and sat opposite her. "I see that you really understand the tactic of giving a sweet date after a slap in the face." There was a temper tantrum in the meeting room, and everyone was so scared that they dared not breathe. When everyone was thinking about how to be careful in the future to keep their heads down, you gave them another salary increase. This makes people be cautious and work hard for you. Good guy? Really good guy. Gu Cheng sat on the big chair and glanced at him, gently touching his hair with his hand. "Can't we use a nicer word, such as using kindness and severity?" That's why Director Gu asked me to take charge of the overall situation. He is using both kindness and force. Gu Cheng stared at Shen Che without blinking, with a serious expression, until Shen Che retracted his playful smile. She spoke. Shen Che, I trust you just like I trust myself. I will never use the methods I use on others on you. Shen Che said, Why are you so serious? I was just joking with you. Gu Cheng threw the contract on the table to him and said, Don't make jokes. I'm most afraid that you will think too much. Shen Che took the contract and looked at Gu Cheng seriously this time. Everyone may be tempted by various interests, but I will never be. I will always stand by you. Because she was the only one who could seduce him. Gu Cheng snorted. Just now you told me not to look so serious, but now you are the one who is serious. Little Che, come here and give me a shoulder massage. Shen Che shrugged helplessly. I really admire you. Who started this? Can women with water signs not be so fickle? He complained, but his legs didn't show any sign of disobedience. He walked a few steps behind Gu Cheng and stretched out his hand to massage her shoulders. Boss Gu, is this strength okay? Is it comfortable? Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and sighed. Well, it has to be you. The strength is just right. No one has better skills than you. Shen Che chuckled. I rely on this skill to make a living. I will need Director Gu's support in the future. He was joking, so the force in his hands lost its precision. Gu Cheng hissed, It hurts. Shen Che, be gentle. Assistant Yu Sheng, who was standing outside the door, didn't know whether to knock or not. The key was that he didn't know what was going on inside and whether he had disturbed the chairman's good deeds. But Si Hanyue outside the door had a livid face, which was extremely terrifying. If he remembered correctly, this was Director Gu's husband. Although they are going to get a divorce, they haven't done it yet, right? Si Hanyue was beaten up by Lu Yunqi last night, and the more she thought about it, the more it didn't seem right. There was a third person involved in his and Gu Cheng's affairs, so even if there was no problem, it would be ruined. Lawyers are all black-hearted. Their divorce involves a lot of property division, and the lawyers can get a lot of commission from it. The lawyer must be trying to get Gu Cheng to divorce. No matter how good the relationship is, if someone says a few bad things, it will cause suspicion. So he came to Jincheng today thinking of talking to Gu Cheng alone. Also, his father said yesterday that he would hold a birthday party for Gu Cheng, so he might as well talk to Gu Cheng about it, at least to change her impression of his family. Everyone still cares about her. What did he hear in the end? It contained some information about whether it was comfortable or not, whether it was strong or not, whether it hurt or not, and also Shen Che's words which were obviously trying to please him. I will have to rely on Director Gu's support in the future. He said, Why did Gu Cheng insist on letting Shen Che, a young boy of 23 or 24 years old, be the CEO? What ability could he have? So this is what he can do. The two of them were doing a great job of hiding themselves from the public under his nose. I can't listen to the conversation anymore. If anyone dares to plant grassland for him, no one will have an easy life. The office door was pushed open. Yu Sheng raised her hand to stop it unexpectedly, but Si Hanyue had already yelled, Gu Cheng, you witch. The door of the office was open, and inside the 200-square-meter office, there was no absurd scene as one might have imagined. Both Gu Cheng and Shen Che were dressed meticulously, but Shen Che was standing behind Gu Cheng, massaging her shoulders with his slender fingertips. Shen Che glanced over coldly, his narrow eyes sharp. Si Hanyue, watch your mouth. As he spoke, he glared at Yu Sheng. Can't you call security? You put all kinds of crazy people in the company. Do you think this is a mental hospital? Yu Sheng trembled when Shen Che looked at her, recalling the horrible days when she was dominated by Shen Che. When Shen Che was appointed as CEO, most people in the company were dissatisfied. He was an outsider who was parachuted in at such a young age, and it was obvious that he was a relative of the company. Many people were half-hearted about the instructions he gave them and tried to delay as much as possible. Shen Che kept silent at the beginning, just observing secretly, until he had enough bargaining chips and pulled out more than a dozen people to make an example of them, including some of Jincheng's veteran figures. I thought that if he did this, Gu Cheng, as the chairman, would stop him. However, Gu Cheng just waved his hand and handed over all the company affairs to Shen Che. Shen Che did not disappoint. For all those who did not obey him, he only had 4 words to say, get rid of them. Many people who opposed him eventually met with misfortune in various forms. Some ended up in jail, some had family accidents, and some even went crazy for unknown reasons. No one believed it when they said it had nothing to do with Shen-Che, but no one could find evidence. Many people wanted to get Shen-Che, hoping that something would happen to him, but he still showed up at Jinqing every day. In less than half a year, no one dared to mess with Shen-Che anymore, and he sat firmly in the position of CEO. Yu Sheng was immediately startled and lowered his head to answer, "Yes, Mr. Shan." Si Hanyue couldn't stand this humiliation and looked at Gu Cheng. "You let an outsider be your master?" Gu Cheng said calmly. "Compared to your distrust and scolding me as soon as you open your mouth, who do you think I will trust more, you or Shen-Che?" Si Hanyue stammered twice and said, "It was your conversation just now that caused misunderstanding. Cheng, I didn't mean to insult you." Gu Cheng raised her hand and pressed her brows. She was no longer in the mood to listen to Si Hanyue's explanation. 10 minutes. I have to go to a meeting in 10 minutes. What do you want to say? She still gave him a last chance. At least don't let her leave the Si family with hatred. Si Hanyue looked at Shen-Che's hand on Gu Cheng's shoulder. Her heart ached, and she said unconsciously, "Even if there is nothing between you and Shen-Che, there is a difference between men and women. Cheng, you should pay attention. What's the matter with letting him massage your shoulders?" Gu Cheng tried his best to be patient and asked, "What are you doing here?" Si Hanyue looked at Shen-Che unkindly. "I have something to say to Cheng alone." Shen-Che did not leave either. He pulled a chair and sat next to Gu Cheng, looking at him sideways. "My office is leaking, and I'm waterproofing it. I'll work next to you." Si Hanyue also looked at Gu Cheng, waiting for her answer. Gu Cheng's desk was more than 2 meters long, so it was no problem for more people to work there. She threw the cooperation project book in front of Shen-Che. "It's in French. I don't speak it. Can you translate it for me?" Shen-Che opened the project book, crossed his legs leisurely, and glanced at Si Hanyue provocatively. Si Hanyue clenched her fingers, the unhappy feeling almost reaching the top of her head. "Gu Cheng, you have a husband. It's not appropriate to be so intimate with a man." Gu Cheng's patience was quickly running out. "Shen-Che and I have known each other for 10 years. There is nothing inappropriate about us." Si Hanyue said irritably, "We grew up together. Why don't you get closer to me? Have you and Shen-Che fallen in love with each other over time? Is he just waiting for us to get divorced and take over?" Si Hanyue, "That is enough." Gu Cheng couldn't bear to listen any longer and pressed the intercom. "Security, come to my office and ask them to leave." She was sick for wanting to give Si Hanyue another chance to part ways amicably. She was thinking that he had knelt in front of his father's bed and let his father die in peace. Si Hanyue was angered by Gu Cheng's action and pointed at him. "I was right. Are you angry?" Gu Cheng thought Si Hanyue had a problem with her brain, so he thought everyone else had a problem with their brains. Shen-Che, a good second-generation rich man, whose father is a shareholder of AXA Capital and whose mother is a professor at Peking Union Medical College. He is a doctoral student at the Strasbourg Medical School in France. "Tell me, why did he become my backup?" Si Hanyue spoke without thinking. Feng Ruo is a graduate of Heidelberg Medical College. Her family background is much better than Shen-Che's, but she still follows me. "Gu Cheng, don't try to lie to me." Shen-Che leaned back in his chair and said the most annoying thing with a serious face. "How about this? You try to divorce me and see if I will stay with Gu Cheng." Si Hanyue wanted to punch Shen-Che immediately, but Gu Cheng stopped him. "Si Hanyue, what are you doing? We are in a relationship where we are about to get a divorce. Isn't it a little late for you to care whether there are other men around me? It's not that I haven't been close to you. When I was a kid, I also liked to chase after you. But what about you? You always look at me with disgust. You always see me bullying others. Have you ever seen that I get sad too?" Si Hanyue shook her head subconsciously. "We were all still young at that time. What did we know?" Gu Cheng's lips curled silently, and he laughed at himself. "When you brought Feng Ru back, it proved that you couldn't see." Si Hanyue subconsciously wanted to refute, but didn't know how to refute. He suppressed his anger and looked at Gu Cheng. "I'm not arguing with you, Gu Cheng. I'm telling you that everything should be done in moderation. It's not like there will always be someone to win you back every time you act willfully. You said yesterday that your family members were not kind to you. Are they really not kind to you? You stopped taking your grandma's medicine, but your parents didn't mind. They even said that your family would give you a big birthday party tomorrow because it's your birthday. How can a family live without adjustment? How can a daughter-in-law run away from home when she is unhappy like you? And how can your parents-in-law beg you to go back and hold a banquet for you to save face? Who doesn't have bumps and bruises in life? Why do you have so many problems here? Gu Cheng felt particularly powerless. The two of them were simply not on the same wavelength, and there was no need to communicate any further. I don't celebrate my birthday, and I won't go to birthday parties. We are already in a divorce situation, so it's not convenient for me. The security guard had already arrived outside the office. Gu Cheng said to Yusheng, "Show him away." Si Hanyue refused to leave, so Yusheng ordered the security guards to come forward and hold Si Hanyue on both sides. Si Hanyue shook her arms vigorously and looked at Gu Cheng in disappointment. "Gu Cheng, you are really heartless. When your father passed away, it was your mother who stayed with you for a week, and it was your father who helped with your father's funeral. Do you just pretend that these things never happened?" Gu Chengwei choked up. "So, I was grateful for the past year, and I did my best, so I didn't care about the people your father planted in Jinqing for a year. So I wanted to part ways in peace. I also regarded them as family members. Then you just watched them hold a birthday party for you. As the main character, you didn't go. Would that embarrass them? Your parents also said they were going to tell you about the divorce. If you really couldn't stay in the C family anymore, they wouldn't force you to stay. Do you really have no feelings for them at all?" Indeed, when Gu Cheng first got married to Si Hanyue, Si's mother was nice to her for a while. "Okay, I'll go tomorrow and tell your parents about our divorce, so I can have a clear conscience." After getting the answer, Si Hanyue's depression did not dissipate at all. He wanted to say a few more words, but Shen-She had already stood up and stood in front of him. Si Hanyue looked over with cold eyes, raised her finger and pointed at Shen-She. "You are a spare tire." Shen-She didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed Si Hanyue's hand and pushed her out. His eyes were filled with terrifying hostility. "Si Hanyue, you are not qualified to say that you grew up with Chengzi. She never celebrates her birthday on her birthday. This day is the day she least wants to mention. Congratulations, you have stabbed Chengzi in the heart again." Si Hanyue was stunned and wanted to ask why, but the security guards had already dragged him out, and no one told him why. The room became quiet again. Shen-She looked at Gu Cheng. "Are you really going? Something must be wrong. That family must have bad intentions." Gu Cheng rubbed his aching brows. "If I don't go, they will find other ways. I can't get through this matter without showing up. If I go, at least I know that if something happens, it will be at the C family. There are so many people tomorrow, they can't go too far." Shen-She was still a little worried. "How about I go with you tomorrow?" Gu Cheng closed his eyes with a headache. "If you go with me, won't it be easier for others to spread rumors about us? When I want a divorce, people will point fingers at me and say I cheated on me. Maybe I'll even be forced to pay more money when I divorce. If you're outside, you can come and rescue me when I get into trouble. If you go with me, will we both be sent to our deaths together?" The birthday party prepared by the C family for Gu Cheng was indeed grand. It was held at the C family manor. The birthday party was scheduled for 8 o'clock, and by 7 o'clock the venue, which covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters, was already filled with luxury cars. Gu Cheng really didn't expect this scene, and walked into the banquet hall calmly. As she walked, Gu Cheng smiled. "This is right. How could there be no problem? The people who came were either competitors with Jin Cheng, or the rich second generation that she didn't like very much. The C family really took a lot of effort to gather these people here one by one. They were really worried that her birthday would not be lively." Si Hanyue stood in the banquet hall, looking out the door from time to time, and was absent-minded during social events. He didn't know why, but he kept thinking about the scene when he agreed to marry Gu Cheng. Although he was forced to agree at that time, when he saw Gu Cheng's pretty little face covered with tears, he was inexplicably convinced to carry out the marriage. Now that I think about it, I was stunned at the time. I didn't expect that after not seeing Gu Cheng for a few years, she would become so beautiful. As I was thinking about it, the person in my mind had already materialized before my eyes. Today, Gu Cheng wore a white shirt dress that reached her ankles. The neckline was slightly flared, revealing her lovely collarbone. The dress had a side slit, and although it only reached her knees, her straight and slender calves were visible as she walked. attracting people's attention. Gu Cheng has a dark complexion, and she looks beautiful at first glance. Normally, this white color is not suitable for her, but when she wears it, she has a kind of aloof and cold beauty. Si Hanyue apologized to the people around her and walked a few steps to Gu Cheng's side. I said I would pick you up, but you always said you had something to do. Gu Cheng took a step back and distanced himself from Si Hanyue. I just met a client, so I can stop by on the way. Gu Cheng's obvious sense of alienation made Si Hanyue feel uncomfortable. He frowned and said, "It's dangerous for a girl like you to meet clients alone. There are all kinds of people nowadays, and you look so ostentatious. Are you afraid that others have no intentions towards you? From now on, you should let your subordinates meet clients." Si Hanyue. Gu Cheng interrupted him. "You don't seem to understand your current position. We are in a relationship of divorce. You shouldn't ask about these matters." Si Hanyue hated to hear the word divorce the most right now. He and their family had already regressed to this extent. Why didn't she say a single good word? Forget it. It's your birthday today, so I won't argue with you. Come over here and I'll introduce you to some friends. As Si Hanyue spoke, she led the man to a group of women, blocking the male guests in the banquet hall from looking at Gu Cheng. He pointed at a middle-aged woman in her 40s and said, "This is Mrs. Wang from Huiyuan Technology. She is also the center of our Zhuoqing Wives Circle. You should talk to Mrs. Wang more. I'll go over there and come back to see you later." Mrs. Wang's name is Zhao Jiai. Huiyuan Technology and Jincheng Pharmaceutical are known as the two top groups in Zhuoqing. Huiyuan has a large population, while Jincheng only has Gu Cheng left. Huiyuan is even more eager to be the big brother in Zhuoqing, so it is impossible for him to take care of Gu Cheng. Seeing Si Hanyue leave, she fiddled with her nails and said with a smile, "Isn't this Mr. Gu from Jincheng? I heard that Miss Feng from Beijing has been getting close to Mr. Si recently. Mr. Gu has to take care of both the company and his family. He is really busy." Gu Cheng smiled faintly. Mrs. Wang may be more concerned about the affairs of the inner house, so she always wants to talk about this. "How is Mr. Wang's health recently? I heard that your family has a new son. Mr. Wang is really strong and healthy." Wang Jianbin, the CEO of Huiyuan Technology, is already over 50 years old. No one expected that despite all the precautions taken by his wife, Wang Jianbin still failed to prevent him from having a baby in Japan. It was not until the child was 3 months old that Wang Jianbin brought the child back to his ancestral home. Moreover, this is the only son of the Wang family. Wang Jianbin protects him very closely and warns Mrs. Wang that no matter what happens to his son, it will be blamed on Mrs. Wang. He also forces her to sign an agreement that if anything happens to his son, she will leave the house with nothing. Mrs. Wang was so angry that she was sick for more than a month. No one in the wives' circle dared to talk about this matter. After all, Huiyuan Technology had that status, and no one wanted to offend Mrs. Wang. Gu Cheng brought up the matter, and Mrs. Wang couldn't hold it anymore. "Gu Cheng, you." Someone quickly calmed Mrs. Wang down. "Boss Gu probably brought this up because he's upset recently. Mrs. C just told me that she's going to have a grandson soon. I heard that Boss Gu hasn't consummated his marriage with young Master C yet, so she was a little caught off guard by suddenly having a son." Gu Cheng felt that it was a waste of time to go back and forth with these rich ladies, so he simply smiled and nodded. "We've been in the same circle for so long, but I still don't know your surnames. I call you by your husband's surnames. Speaking of your husband's families, I'm quite familiar with the bosses. If you like to gossip about children, I'll ask the bosses if they have any illegitimate children. In order to prevent you from always hearing about it, I'll give you some solid evidence. A group of rich wives rely on their husbands for a living. Even those who have properties at home do not run their own businesses. If Gu Cheng really exposes the matters of those illegitimate children, then the one at home will be shameless enough to bring the son and the little witch from outside home, or just divorce them directly, and their good days will be over." Seeing that they all shut up in disappointment, Gu Cheng nodded and left with a smile. After seeing Gu Cheng leave, some people dared to speak. "Why are you so arrogant? You are so arrogant just because you have a dead man's money. If her father knew she was like this, he would be furious. She looks like a vixen. We should all be careful of her, and don't let her get involved with the men in the family. It will bring bad luck." Mrs. Wang snorted coldly. "She won't be happy for long." The capital has already given the news that Si Hanyue will marry Feng Ruo. No matter how good Gu Cheng is, isn't she still an abandoned woman of the Si family? The other wife seemed to suddenly remember something. I remember that your old Wang is a distant relative of the Liu family in Beijing. Back then, with the Liu family around, your business in Zhuocheng was very successful. Mrs. Wang raised her head proudly. Of course, and the Miss Feng that the young master of the Si family brought back from Germany is also related to me. She graduated from the best medical university in Germany. With her, the Si family has a guarantee to enter the pharmaceutical industry. When she enters the Si family, we will join forces with them, and I will see what foothold Jinqing Pharmaceutical Group still has. Gu Cheng didn't want to hang out with those rich ladies, so he found a corner in the banquet hall to eat something. She had indeed gone out to meet with a client in the afternoon and hadn't had a hot meal yet. Just as he brought the fork to his mouth, a champagne glass was handed to him from the side. It's really difficult to meet Director Gu. I've been unable to invite him many times, so I have to come to your birthday party in person. You really are not letting me see you unless I give you a gift. Si Yuanshan followed up and said, my daughter-in-law is indeed too busy. Director Yu, please don't pick on me. Jinsheng Pharmaceuticals projects still rely on your support. I'll let Chengqing toast you and apologize later. Yu Changhuai smiled and said, of course, once people are happy, they won't care about anything. Even though Gu Cheng felt that she had already seen Si Yuanshan's true face, meeting Yu Changhuai today still refreshed her understanding of disgust. Yu Changhuai had hinted to her several times that he wanted to talk to her alone, and even handed her a room card once. Si Yuanshan knew all these things. At that time, she regarded the Si family as her backbone and her own family, so she told Si Yuanshan about the grievances she had suffered. At that time, Si Yuanshan really protected her and found a way for her to reject Yu Changhuai's invitation. He actually invited this person here today. Si Yuanshan looked at Gu Cheng's ugly face and couldn't help but smile. Chengcheng, the Health Bureau is the competent department of Jinsheng Pharmaceutical Group. Don't neglect it, or some things will be difficult to handle. Gu Cheng felt that she was still young. He had heard the word scoundrel before, but had never thought that a scoundrel could be to this extent. If she didn't socialize with Yu Changhuai, Jinsheng's future projects would be targeted in various ways. If she dealt with Yu Changhuai, Si Yuanshan's purpose would be obvious. Now she can only deal with it when there are enough people around. Gu Cheng was angry, but she endured it. With a gentle smile on her lips, she said softly, Director Yu, what are you talking about? I will definitely prepare a generous gift for you one day and have Mr. Shan send it to your home. Don't refuse it then. Yu Changhuai smiled. Boss Gu feels that I can't invite you because of my reputation, so he always asks his junior managers to evade me. I heard that Jinsheng is going to participate in the Rongxing merger. This is all about the local health bureau, reporting the companies participating in the bidding to Beijing. Boss Gu doesn't care much about his own company's affairs. Si Yuanshan saw that the time was almost right, so he said at the right time, Yu Ju, I have guests to entertain over there, so I'll go over first. Cheng Cheng, please entertain Yu Ju for your father. Hearing the word, Dad, coming out of his mouth, Gu Cheng couldn't help but feel disgusted. How could a jerkbag be qualified to use the most sacred and beautiful word in her heart? This was originally a place in the corner of the banquet hall where food was placed. Gu Cheng didn't want to be alone with Yu Changhuai, so he made an excuse and said, Director Yu, I'm going to the bathroom first. Please enjoy your time. Yu Changhuai stretched out his hand to stop her and pushed the glass in front of her. Director Gu, are you not going to give me face? Gu Cheng had been following his father and discussing business since he was a child, and he knew that if he refused again at this moment, he would really be in conflict with Yu Changhuai. She retracted her foot, picked up a wine glass from the table, and clinked it with Yu Changhuai's glass. You misunderstood. Since Director Yu is interested, I will talk to you about the merger of Rongxing Biopharmaceuticals. Yu Changhuai smiled and said, No hurry, today is your birthday, and I haven't wished Director Gu a happy birthday yet. As he said this, he raised his glass and toasted to Gu Cheng. Happy birthday, Chengcheng. Gu Cheng tightened his grip on the wine glass, biting his back teeth and forcing a smile. Thank you, Director Yu, but I really can't handle alcohol. I'm afraid I'll vomit if I drink any more. I'll drink tea instead of wine. As she spoke, she wanted to get a drink from the table. Yu Changhuai stopped him with his cup. The late Mr. Gu was famous for his drinking capacity, and a daughter should inherit her father's drinking capacity. As he spoke, he moved closer to Gu Cheng. It's not easy to vomit through your upper mouth. Where exactly do you want to vomit? Maybe I can help. Before being with Lu Yunqi, Gu Cheng had no love-ual experience at all, and he never thought that such obscene words could come so easily from the mouth of a man who was basically a stranger. Holding back the urge to vomit, Gu Cheng moved a little further away and said, "Director, you has drunk too much. I'll call some beauties to keep you company." Yu Changhuai retreated instead of advancing, his hand still on her waist. There are no beauties in the whole Zhuoqing who are as beautiful as Chengqing. So why should I go far away and seek someone nearby? With his fat palms placed on his waist, Gu Cheng's nausea had reached its peak. But at the same time, she also felt unusually uncomfortable, dry and itchy all over. And her first reaction was that she had been cheated. She had carefully picked up a new glass of wine, but she didn't expect to be tricked again. What she didn't expect was that Si Yuanshan had really schemed against her to the core, and it was probably that all the wine on the table had been spiked with ingredients. Although I knew it in my heart, my legs were already starting to lose strength. Yu Changhuai saw that Gu Cheng's cheeks were flushed, which made him feel so beautiful that he couldn't help but feel itchy. He had already gotten close to Gu Cheng's face. "Cheng, Uncle Yu, and you won't be home until you're drunk tonight." Gu Cheng couldn't hold back his pride any longer and pushed him away. Yu Ju has to respect himself. She hated the man's approach, and with her violent movements, her nails scratched Yu Changhuai's face. Yu Changhuai felt the burning pain on his face and completely lost his patience. He grabbed Gu Cheng's wrist and dragged him into the storage room in the corner. Yu Changhuai saw that the man looked middle-aged and fat, but she didn't expect that he was so strong that she staggered a few steps. Gu Cheng no longer cared about anything else. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it directly on Yu Changhuai's head. The wine bottle exploded with a bang. Gu Cheng felt that it was not enough, so he picked up the plate on the table and poured the whole plate of steamed king crab on his head. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Gu Cheng ignored everyone's gaze, grabbed her handbag and ran outside. She no longer had time to care whether Yu Changhuai was dead or alive. She took out her phone and called Shinche. "See, Family Manor, someone will definitely come after me soon. Bring someone to help me get rid of them." Her voice was filled with unprecedented panic, and Shinche's heart instantly rose to his throat. "Chengzi, I'm nearby. Where are you? I'll go find you." Gu Cheng didn't know where he was. In a panic, his first reaction was to run to a place with fewer people and more trees, so that he would not be easily found. "I don't know where this is either. Shinche doesn't need to come looking for me. Bring people to surround the manor and don't let anyone chase me." As she was talking, she felt more and more uncomfortable. She looked back and saw several people chasing her. She broke into a run. The sound of wind whistling in the receiver made Shinche realize that Gu Cheng was in danger. He immediately shouted anxiously, "Gu Cheng, turn on the location." Gu Cheng no longer had the heart to say anything to Shinche, and his steps became faster and faster. In the capital, in the luxurious private room on the second floor of Qi Mansion, Lu Yunqi was holding a bowl of soup and sipping it slowly. He ate absent-mindedly throughout the meal, always feeling that something was about to happen. "Yunqi," Director Su asked, "when you have time to play golf together. Su Qing is coming back from England. You should put down your work and spend more time with Su Qing." Lu Yunqi replied calmly, "I have a lot of cases on hand recently. Let's talk about it when we have time." The man called Director Su smiled and said, "It's a good thing that Xiaoju is ambitious. A man should put his career first. If other people saw these two people talking to Lu Yunqi at this time, they would be shocked. One is Lu Vida, the person in charge of the Lu family in Beijing. In the capital, the Lu family is a symbol of royal power and wealth. With a red background and a top-notch family, the Lu family's power and nobility are unmatched. The other is a person who often appears in the news broadcast." Now both of them were chatting with Lu Yunqi in the most normal tone. Lu Vida pounded the cane in his hand vigorously. "I have neglected to discipline him over the years, which is why he is busy all day long and never comes back to help the group. There are 3 unfilial acts, and the worst is to have no descendants. Now he doesn't even want to get married. When can I hold my grandson?" Lu Yunqi picked up the silk handkerchief in front of him and wiped the non existent soup from his mouth, saying without any emotion, "You have 9 children, 3 sons. Why don't you urge the eldest brother and the 7th brother to give you a grandson?" Lu Vida's cane thumped on the ground again. "Your eldest brother is already over 50. How can he have children? The 7th brother has 3 granddaughters. He has that gene." Lu Yunqi adjusted his silver rimmed glasses and said, "Dad, you are already over 70 years old. Please take care of your health and don't get angry." Lu Vida glanced at him and spoke to Su Yuaning, who was sitting opposite him. "Look at what he said. Only your Qingqing doesn't care and is willing to spend more time with him." Su Yuaning laughed. "Don't worry, Yunqi is your youngest son, and you're the one who dotes on him." Lu Vida snorted. "But you've spoiled me to the point of lawlessness." Lu Yunqi said calmly, "Dad, you are only in your 70s. How can you be confused? I am just learning the FA, and I know the FA better than anyone else." As the three were talking, Lu Yunqi's cell phone rang. When he saw the name, Cheng Bao, on the caller ID, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He looked at the 2 people at the table and said, "Dad, Director Su, I'm going to answer a phone call." After leaving the private room, the phone was connected. He was just about to make a joke, saying, "You finally called me. What a heartless girl." Before he could finish his words, he heard Gu Cheng's rapid, sobbing voice, and he seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness. "Lu Yunqi, why don't you come back? I feel so bad." Lu Yunqi's handsome face suddenly darkened. His first reaction was that something had happened to Gu Cheng. He tried to calm down and said, "Stay where you are. I'll be back soon. Don't hang up the phone. I want to locate you." Gu Cheng's mind was already unconscious. She only remembered calling his name, "Lu Yunqi, I miss you so much." Lu Yunqi clenched his phone tightly. He seemed to know what was wrong with her and who dared to use such despicable means on her. But now he didn't dare to call a doctor rashly. He didn't know her current situation, so he could only ask her to stay where she was and keep in touch with him at all times. With a stride of his long legs, Lu Yunqi opened the door of the next private room and called Chu Yin, who was having dinner with Lu Vida and Su Yuanting's assistant. "Come out." Seeing his boss' serious expression, Chu Yin didn't even have time to wipe his mouth. He closed the door of the private room and flashed to Lu Yunqi's side. "Master Gio, what happened?" Lu Yunqi's face was dark, and he said, "Let's quickly locate Gu Cheng. Something has happened to her. I need to go back to Zhuoqing." Chu Yin contacted without saying anything. While contacting people to locate Gu Cheng, he said, "Beijing City and Zhuo City are more than 600 kilometers apart, and it takes 7 or 8 hours to drive. Let's contact young Master Yang to go over and take a look first." Lu Yunqi's eyes were deep. "When Yang told me today that he was going to another county to investigate a fraud case, and he is not in Zhuoqing." While Chu Yin was talking, he was already checking the flight information. Gu Cheng was the life of their 9th master, so there must be no chance of any mistake. "The fastest flight is in an hour. Do you want me to take you to the airport?" Lu Yunqi had already strode out of the door of Qi Mansion. "It's too late. Let's go back to the apartment and take the helicopter back." Chu Yin thought that this guy was really anxious. "We haven't applied for the route yet, and the approval will take time. It's faster to go to the airport." Lu Yunqi had already taken the lead in sitting in the driver's seat and said to Chu Yin, "I'll drive, and you can use my name to borrow a route." Chu Yin was a little shocked. "If you use your name, the old man will definitely know where you are. By then, Miss Gu's matter." Lu Yunqi had already pressed the start button, shifted the car into gear, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car flew out of the parking space. "No matter what, she is in danger now. I have to be here." Chu Yin sighed helplessly, fearing that the Lu family would cause trouble again this time. But as a qualified assistant, the most important thing is to obey the boss's arrangements. Chu Yin quickly pressed the dial button. "Master Zhu wants a route to Zhuoqing. Fly immediately." Gu Cheng escaped from the Si family's manor and ran straight to the tree-lined path at the back. Halfway through, she sprained her ankle in her high heels. She didn't dare to stop, so she threw off her shoes and continued running. She didn't know whether Yu Changhuai, the person whose wine bottle she smashed, was okay or not. She only knew that if she didn't run away, she would have no chance. The Si family, including Yu Changhuai, would definitely plot against her until nothing would be left of her. Her strength was fading away, and without shoes on, she was unaware of the scratches on her feet from stones and branches. With people chasing her from behind, Gu Chang could only run around the small path. In the end, she was left with no strength left and hid in a small bush. The heat in her body was getting stronger and stronger. As a doctor, she knew that it would be bad for her health if she continued like this. She urgently needed to go to the hospital or find a man, but the thought of just finding someone made her feel extremely repulsive. The only name circling in her mind was Lu Yunqi, and he was the only man she wanted to accept. At this moment, she even wanted to laugh at herself, wondering if she had some kind of maid complex that caused her to have such a strong sense of dependence on the first man who had her. It was so painful that she took out her phone and called Lu Yunqi to complain to him about why he left and didn't come back. Her brain was not working well anymore. She just hoped that today would not be too unlucky. She hoped that Shin-chae could stop those who were chasing her, and that Lu Yunqi could come and find her. But time was so hard to bear. Gu Chang curled up weakly and lay in the grass, biting his lips tightly, hoping to maintain the last bit of clarity. If she holds on a little longer, maybe a miracle will happen. She really wants to wait for him. Gu Chang estimated that he might be the first person in history to be tortured to death by his own obsessive-compulsive disorder. The footsteps beside him were getting closer and closer, and Gu Chang didn't know whether they were from his own people or the Si family. She could only try her best to curl herself up into a ball, the smaller the better. Lying in the bushes, Gu Chang could hear the commotion outside. It was probably that the people led by Shin-chae had a conflict with the people of the Si family. She now hopes that Shin-chae can find her, but also hopes that Shin-chae cannot find her. If we find her, she won't fall into the hands of the Si family. At least Jin Chang will have a chance to fight back and won't be completely controlled by others. However, if she was found, she would feel really uncomfortable now, and she was afraid that she would mistakenly do something to Shin-chae. She didn't like Shin-chae, but if something happened, she would definitely be responsible. She couldn't give Shin-chae love, so the two of them would probably become a couple of grudges. Gu Chang was also impressed by himself that he could still think about these trivial things at this time, until the noise outside grew louder, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. The footsteps became faster and faster, and Gu Chang's heart was in his throat. What he saw next were the black leather shoes, black trouser legs, and the man's strong muscles. The man immediately shouted to his companion behind him, "We found the person. Here." At this moment, Gu Chang felt the blood in her body run cold to her head. Looking at the way he was dressed, she knew that he was from the Si family. When she was the young lady of the Si family, she saw these men in black many times. They were the bodyguards hired by the Si family. Another person heard the shouting and ran over. The man saw someone and picked up the phone to inform Si Yuanshan. Gu Chang immediately spoke up. "You have worked in the Si family for so long. You should know that I am richer than Si Yuanshan. You let me go today, which is a help to me. I will hire you at 3 times the salary you are making now, and not only that, I will give each of you an extra $1,000,000. As she spoke, her voice was already weak. She thought she was very calm, but to the other people's ears it sounded like a cat's meow, tickling their hearts. The person who picked up the phone just now was a little hesitant. They were all working for others, so of course the more money they could make, the better. But now they are employed by the Si family, and they have to take money from others to help them get rid of their troubles. At least they should have this professional ethics. The other man's gaze fell on Gu Chang with deep eyes. She was indescribably weak now, her lips slightly parted, her cheeks rosy. She was naturally beautiful, and now that someone had stuffed her with something, she was even more beautiful. He walked a little closer to Gu Chang, squatted beside her, reached out and lifted her chin. "Boss Gu, I know you have money. How about this? Let's make a deal. I can let you go, but you can't owe me such a big favor for nothing. If you are caught by the Si family, you will most likely end up in the bed of that old man, Director Yu. Instead of being with that kind of person, you might as well be with me. After all, I am also young and strong. Then you can support me and give me some money every month, and I will definitely serve you comfortably. How do you think about this?" As he spoke, his hand had already moved down Gu Chang's jaw to her neck. It is said that a woman's beauty lies in her bones, not in her skin. Just touching her bones can make his body numb for a long time. It feels so good. Gu Chang hated being touched by strangers the most. The disgusting feeling almost overwhelmed her. She used all her strength to back away from the man's touch. "If you dare to touch me, I will definitely not let you go. If you are smart, I can give you more money. Shin-che has come to find me. When my people arrive, you will have no chance. Whether it's life or money, it's up to you." The man who was about to make a phone call was obviously scared, and he pulled his companion beside him and said, "Forget it, let's go." Gu Cheng was panting every time she spoke. She had no strength at all, but it was this look that completely aroused the beast in the man's heart. He pushed the people around him away and said coldly, "Don't take me with you, you jerk coward. If you want to leave, just leave. I'm going to kill this witch tonight." The man holding the phone stopped him again. "Lao Wang, lust is a sword above your head. We can't afford to offend such a big boss." The man called Lao Wang was already horny. "We are all human. Why does she have to be so noble? I have to taste what this noble woman is like today." He grabbed Gu Cheng's ankle and dragged him towards him. The slit skirt was lifted to the base of the legs as it was dragged, revealing Gu Cheng's straight and slender legs. Lao Wang stared at her with his eyes wide open. She was so darn white and tender. Her skin was as white as porcelain enamel. He reacted immediately, feeling an unprecedented tense feeling. He didn't feel like he could still feel such swelling and pain like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. He couldn't help but lower his head and open his mouth to kiss from the ankles upwards. Gu Cheng was so disgusted that she kicked Lao Wang in the face. If she didn't have a good day today, she wouldn't let others have an easy time either. But she didn't even have the strength at the moment, and her kick felt like cotton, which instead aroused the man's desire to conquer her. With just a little force, he pulled Gu Cheng back again. Gu Cheng shouted to the other person standing there stupidly, "Help me stop him, and I'll give you 5 million. The man also knew that he couldn't let his companion cause trouble, so he quickly went and grabbed the man and said, "Let's go, you're crazy, don't let your life be lost by then." Lao Wang was obviously already drunk. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. The fullness in his body kept reminding him that he would be miserable if he didn't want this woman. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed his companions directly. "If you don't want to die now, don't stop me. It's worth it for me to die under the peony flowers." The companion was unarmed and was no match for Lao Wang. Lao Wang was furious and looked like he was going to kill someone. The companion was really scared and said, "Boss Gu, I can't help you either." Then he ran away. With only Gu Cheng and Lao Wang left around, she fell into deep despair. Lao Wang showed a lewd smile at the corner of his lips, and his hands had already begun to untie his belt, revealing something disgusting. Gu Cheng kept backing away, and Lao Wang walked forward with a smile. He grabbed Gu Cheng, pressed on her, and put his hand under her skirt to take off her panties. The deepest despair was filled with overwhelming hatred. Gu Cheng didn't know that tears were streaming down her cheeks. She didn't say anything else but spoke coldly, "Don't give me a chance, or I will cut you into pieces." Lao Wang said sarcastically, "Wait until I finish you first." Before he could utter the word, "Say," Lao Wang felt someone grabbing his collar and lifting him up with great force. Before he could even open his mouth to curse, he was met with a terrifying face, and the words he was about to say were stuck in his throat. Lu Yunqi didn't say a word. His whole face was terrifyingly cold. He took off his suit jacket and covered Gu Cheng's face with it to prevent her from seeing his violent side. With his other hand, he snatched the knife from Lao Wang's hand and stabbed it into Lao Wang's body without mercy. Lu Yunqi slashed the knife with great speed without any hesitation, and there was no change in expression on his face. People who knew what was going on would know that he was used to doing this kind of thing. Lao Wang howled like a pig being slaughtered, and the abuser instantly became the victim of abuse. The retribution came quickly and unexpectedly. Lu Yunqi felt that it was not enough, so he pulled out the knife and stabbed Lao Wang again, twisting his hand vigorously a few times, leaving a bloody mess. He not only wants revenge, but also wants to vent his anger. He will do whatever it takes to inflict the most pain on others. Gu Cheng was trembling on the ground. One could imagine how panicked she was during the time he was away. Lu Yunqi felt an unbearable pain in his heart and wished he could kill the person in front of him on the spot. At the beginning, Lao Wang could still scream a few times, but as the knife penetrated his body so many times, he didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain. He could only look at the bloody holes that appeared on his body one after another. The familiar smell coming from the clothes made people feel safe and warm. Gu Cheng knew that Lu Yunqi had come, and she also knew that this man was angry and was seeking revenge for her. But she couldn't let Lu Yunqi get into trouble because of her. He was a lawyer, and he couldn't have a criminal record. Lu Yunqi, stop it. Lu Yunqi paused for a moment and said to Chu Yin calmly, please help me take care of Gu Cheng. After saying that, he still used that unchanging face to kick Lao Wang where he stood up. In just 1 second, old Wang, who had been unable to make any sound, began to howl in pain. Chu Yin closed his eyes, knowing that he was definitely disabled. Lu Yunqi then threw the man to the ground and said to Chu Yin, you take care of the aftermath. Chu Yin quickly took out a wet wipe and wiped his boss's hands, and then wiped the blood off his face and shirt. Lu Yunqi wiped the blood and threw the wet wipes on the ground. The blood, red color on the snow, white wet wipes was shocking. Walking to Gu Cheng's side, Lu Yunqi leaned over and picked him up sideways, carefully. Violence and heartache switched in an instant. Seeing that Gu Cheng's body was covered with wounds, including his legs and soles of feet exposed outside his suit, he felt so heartbroken that he was speechless. After a long while, he moved his lips and said, I'm sorry, I'm back late, I'm sorry. Hearing the familiar voice and feeling the warm embrace, Gu Cheng felt a different emotion. The feeling of grievance surged up in a second, and she huddled tightly in Lu Yunqi's arms, feeling extremely aggrieved. Why did you come just now? I thought I couldn't wait for you anymore. I thought I was really going to die. His heart felt uncomfortable as if it was being pulled at, and Lu Yunqi tightened his grip again and again, hugging the person in his arms tightly. Only after making sure that Gu Cheng would never see those bloody scenes again did he rescue her from his suit jacket. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead lovingly, over and over again. I'm back, it's all over. I won't leave your side from now on, everything is fine. Gu Cheng climbed onto Lu Yunqi's neck and clung to him tightly, as if only here made her feel at ease and safe. Lu Yunqi carried the person to an open space not far away, where the helicopter was parked. He carried the person up and coaxed her patiently. I'll take you to the hospital, baby, just bear with it. Gu Cheng didn't want to separate, and she clung to him. Only then did fear surge into her heart, and the feeling of fear swept through her whole body. Just a little bit, and she had the urge to take revenge on the whole world. Fortunately, God was not too cruel to her. He came back, he came. With Gu Cheng like this, Lu Yunqi couldn't leave. So he called Chu Yin over and took them both to the hospital. Gu Cheng didn't know if she was frightened, but when the doctor touched her feet and legs to treat her wounds, she wanted to kick him out of stress. It was Lu Yunqi who hugged her again, held her ankle, lifted her foot, and let the doctor treat her wound. After carrying him into the VIP ward, the nurse gave Gu Cheng and 4 drip. The doctor then called Lu Yunqi out of the ward and said, Director Gu may have post-traumatic stress disorder. You are the person she trusts the most now. You need to comfort her more. As the doctor was talking, Lu Yunqi looked into the ward from time to time and saw that Gu Cheng's eyes were a little flustered. He kept looking outside, trying to find him. Lu Yunqi felt a pain in his heart. Even though Gu Cheng used to be carefree, he was actually cautious and cold underneath that appearance. When did he reveal his true fear so truly? He responded quietly, I know, I won't let anything happen to her. When I returned to the ward, the nurse had already given Gu Cheng and 4 drip. As soon as the nurse left, she wanted to snuggle into Lu Yunqi's arms. Lu Yunqi locked the door, took off his shoes, lay down on the bed with her, and held her in his arms. The 1.5-meter wide bed was a bit crowded for 2 people to lie on, but Gu Cheng just didn't want to let him go. Lu Yunqi gently stroked her hair and placed his lips on the top of her head. I'm here. If you feel uncomfortable, just take a nap. I won't leave. I'll always be with you. Gu Cheng grabbed Lu Yunqi's collar, holding on tighter and tighter, and couldn't help biting his lower lip with his teeth. She never thought that one day she could be so humble and pitiful, sensitive enough to care about the smallest differences of the people around her. She didn't want to do this, but she couldn't help thinking about it. She frowned and slowly loosened her hand that was holding his collar. Lu Yunqi, You haven't kissed me since you saw me today. Do you think I'm dirty and unworthy of you? Before he could answer, she asked herself, yeah, seeing that kind of scene, how could you not feel sick? I feel sick myself. As she spoke, she got up from his arms, as if she had already made up her mind about this matter, and withdrew her gaze from him. In fact, you have done enough for me. We have only known each other for a few days. You have done your best. There is no need to force yourself. You can go now. Thank you for sending me to the hospital. Regarding the company's legal counsel, I will let the legal department contact you. And regarding my divorce, I will let you contact you. The more she spoke, the more upset she felt. But she still endured the pain and said, thank you for all this time. I know you don't need money, but to thank you for your trouble during this period, I will have the company's finances transfer 100 million to your account. If you feel it is not enough, tell me again, and I will do my best to compensate you. Lu Yunqi looked at her, trying hard to hold on, and his heart felt like it was being tightened and ached. He turned his head to look at her. Want to draw a line between you and me? Gu Cheng bent his fingers unconsciously and gripped the bed sheet tightly until his knuckles turned white without him noticing. Does she want to draw a line between herself and him? She doesn't want to. But Lu Yunqi was a man that even the British princess was chasing after, and she could even take advantage of the opportunity of forcing him to sleep with her and shamelessly accept the kindness he showed her. But now, she should stop wasting his time. Even if she doesn't marry a royal princess, wouldn't it be nice for her to find the sweetheart of his dreams? She responded softly, yeah. Lu Yunqi lowered his head, held her fingers one by one in his hands, and said softly, didn't you say you would compensate me? Gu Cheng nodded. Well, what do you want? I can do anything I can. After all, I was wrong that night. I treated you as a male PR and forced you to do that kind of thing. Lu Yunqi moved closer to her and held her in his arms. Actually, I took the initiative that night. Gu Cheng looked at him in confusion. Then he opened his lovely lips and said, I don't want anything from you except you. If you want to make it up to me, give me yourself. Gu Cheng slightly turned sideways to avoid him. Change to someone else, I don't want to talk about feelings, you. Before she finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Gu Cheng, girls who are stubborn should be punished. I know you want me too. He slowly guided her to relax. Don't reject me. I give you the right to be selfish with me. Gu Cheng turned his head away from Lu Yunqi. Did the doctor tell you something just now? He said that I have a stress disorder and asked you to take care of me? It doesn't matter to me. Doctors just like to exaggerate. My family runs a hospital, so I know their tricks. They are afraid that they will be held responsible if something goes wrong with the patient. You can go back. I'll call a nurse. Lu Yunqi lowered his eyes and looked at her, taking in the pain, humility, and caution in her eyes. A little girl who loves to show off. Pulling the person into his arms again, Lu Yunqi whispered, Gu Cheng, you underestimate me. I treat you well because I want you as a person, and it has nothing to do with that kind of thing. If you are unhappy, I will help you forget it. If you want me, I will give you everything. Gu Cheng wanted to reach out to push him, but his wrist was held in his hand. He was worried that the little girl would move around and the needle in her hand would roll again. But the girl always wanted to drive him away, so he had to appease her. Gu Cheng, look at me. I am the one beside you now. There are no bad people and no bad things. There is nothing but me. Can I accompany you? Gu Cheng looked at the expression in Lu Yunqi's eyes, trying to see if there was any hint of reluctance in them. She really couldn't stand the slightest stimulation right now. Instead of letting Lu Yunqi stay with her reluctantly, feeling sick every day thinking about the scene of her being pressed down by that man, and feeling guilty every day about this matter, it would be better to break up directly to avoid torturing each other in the future. However, the emotion in his eyes was so pure, without any mixture except love and care for her. That makes people greedy. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold back, and the strength she had been holding on to collapsed in an instant. She thought that she had been accustomed to the darkness of human nature since she was a child following her father in the world of fame and fortune, and had a certain resistance to such things. But unexpectedly, the ugliness of human hearts and the dangers of the world were far more terrifying than she had imagined. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and sobbed softly. Lu Yunqi, I was really scared today. I got into trouble. I opened a hole in the head of the director of the health bureau. He must be so angry and will definitely take revenge on Jin Chung. And see Yuan Shan. I didn't expect him to be so cruel. He drugged me and made me have love with the director of the health bureau. I guess he wanted to take some video as evidence so that he can extort more money from me when I get a divorce. And those lackeys who arrested me, I promised to give them 5 million, but they still refused to let me go. They were probably tempted by my beauty. Lu Yunqi patted her back and coaxed her gently, his voice as gentle as possible to comfort her. It's okay. I'm back. Everything is fine. Jincheng will be fine. Si Yuan Shan will not blackmail you. And those who bullied you, I will make them pay the price one by one. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Lu Yunqi could feel a wetness coming from the crook of his neck. The feeling of heartache spread from his neck to his whole body, and then a terrifying hostility grew in his eyes. But he still gently coaxed the girl in his arms. No one will let you suffer any injustice in the future. Everything will be fine. Gu Chung didn't know that his body was shaking, and his low voice was heartbreaking to hear. Lu Yunqi, I feel that the places where I have been scratched are very dirty. I want to take a shower. Take me there. Lu Yunqi is a lawyer, and jerkology is a required course for him. He knows that some people's cleanliness is in life, while others is in their hearts. Gu Chung is the latter. She can't stand her body being touched by someone she doesn't approve of. As a result, she would want to dig out all the skin and flesh on her body, peel it off, and regenerate it. He just saw that Gu Cheng's ankles, thighs, and arms had obvious redness, swelling, and abrasions. She was very white. Her skin was like porcelain enamel, and her touch was as soft and flawless as satin, which made the purple pinch marks on her body more obvious. It was not difficult to imagine how hard that man pressed on Gu Chung, and how desperate she must have been at that time. Those scenes that he didn't see were now clearly visible from the scars on her body. He could empathize with her and knew how humiliated she must feel. He kissed her cheek gently and moved slowly down. You are not dirty. They are dirty. You have scratches on your body. We won't touch them with water. Gu Chung closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Lu Yunqi, please help me. Lu Yunqi leaned over and kissed her lips, slowly outlining the curves of her body, and forcefully stamped his mark on every part. Don't be afraid. You are only mine, and have nothing to do with anyone else. He had never been willing to leave kisses on her porcelain, like skin before, but today he wanted to possess her completely and let her know clearly that she was his and this would never change. His breathing gradually became rapid and entangled. He wanted her to feel that there was only his scent on her. She could only be his from body to heart, from inside to outside. He would remove all those strange and disgusting smells. Gu Chung held his fingers persistently. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. She was eager to get closer to him, closer and closer. Lu Yunqi knew what she wanted. Even if he had to be gentle, he wanted her to feel the bone, melting tenderness, and occupy her completely. This time, Gu Chung was more clingy than any other time. Lu Yunqi met all her needs and soothed her inner panic. When instinct begins to control the body, all troubles will gradually dissipate in the sinking. Gu Chung didn't know when she became dependent on Lu Yunqi, and by the time she realized it, she couldn't help herself. As a man, Lu Yunqi was her salvation. She was happy with his kisses, his touches, and even his occasional rudeness that she couldn't control. Gu Cheng's consciousness had reached its limit, and finally he fell into Lu Yunqi's arms and fell asleep. Lu Yunqi looked at the person in his arms and hugged her with distress. He had just deliberately worked very hard, hoping that she would be exhausted and have a good sleep. He was afraid that she would be too sick to fall asleep after encountering such a disgusting thing. After Lu Yunqi took care of Gu Cheng's aftermath, he picked up the phone and left the ward. He lit a cigarette, his silver-rimmed glasses exuding layers of coldness under the moonlight. He dialed an encrypted number and spoke in a cold voice. Go find Yu Changhuai and ask him directly whether you want your life or your official position. Lu Yunqi rarely expressed his emotions in a harsh tone. When he spoke in this tone, it proved that he was extremely angry. Go find Yu Changhuai and ask him directly whether he wants his life or his position. If he wants his life, then go to the police station and turn yourself in, confessing all the illegal things you have done over the years, and spend the rest of your life in prison. If he insists on holding on to his position. He took a deep puff of cigarette. The smoke blurred his expression. Only the silver-rimmed glasses flashed a sharp cold light. Then just do it. Doesn't he have a heart problem? He can't bear the pain. Find a few girls to play with him, and give him a bottle of special wine to cheer him up. Don't go out for 2 days. There was silence for a long while before he spoke. Master Gio, old Seven is keeping a close eye on you, so we should not act rashly. Also, once he knows you are doing this for Miss Gu, I'm worried that he will use Miss Gu. Lu Yunqi finished the last puff of his cigarette and threw it at his feet. He stepped on it with his shiny black leather shoes and extinguished it. His bottomless pupils were filled with layers of dark colors. Let's see if he dares to move. The person on the other end fell silent and finally responded quietly, I'll arrange it right away. As soon as Lu Yunqi hung up the phone, Chu Yin called from the other side. He reported in a low voice, Master Gio, that jerk has been sent away. The person who came to pick him up from the border will never come back in this lifetime. I checked him before sending him away, and he is completely useless. Lu Yunqi said softly, don't keep this kind of garbage in the country and waste resources. Chu Yin paused. There were some things he didn't know whether he should say or not. He had acted on his own initiative in this matter, but if he didn't say it, he was afraid that his boss would feel uncomfortable. Before sending that man out, I specially arranged for an examination, and there was no female secretion on his body. In other words, he did not defile Miss Gu. Although Lu Yunqi didn't care, as long as it was Gu Cheng, he didn't care about anything else. And even if something really happened, Gu Cheng was the victim and she was the most miserable one. But he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she had not suffered such a terrifying and humiliating thing. New. Has the C family submitted a bid for the resort renovation project? Chu Yin replied. It has been submitted, but it didn't pass the first round of screening. Should we try to make him win the bid? Their funds are not working properly, so they will definitely be stuck with it. Lu Yunqi raised his hand to adjust the frame of his silver, wire glasses, his eyes dark and unclear. Isn't Feng Ruo with Si Hanyue? Show her a way out and let her go find Lao Qi. If Lao Qi knew about Gu Cheng and me, and the entanglement between Gu Cheng and the Si family, he would definitely help the Si family even if it was to disgust me. But I have to let the Si family worry for a while, and I will finish Gu Cheng's divorce lawsuit first. When the time comes, Old Seven will see that I care about Gu Cheng and will be more willing to help the Si family. Chu Yin thought to himself that no matter who you mess with, don't mess with their ninth master, because you never know where he might be tricked by him and become completely lost. This time, not only the Si family can be trapped, but also Old Seven. It all depends on how the lever in the hands of their ninth master will be lifted. Old Seven has made several wrong decisions. If he helps the Si family this time, and the Si family collapses again, it is not impossible that Old Seven will also be dragged down. He sighed in his heart, what an old fox, but he responded respectfully, yes, Master Gio. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yunqi returned to the ward. Gu Cheng was not sleeping well on the hospital bed. He quickly took off his shoes and got on the bed, then held him in his arms, patted his back and comforted him. Perhaps feeling the familiar warmth, Gu Cheng leaned into Lu Yunqi's arms, found a comfortable position and continued to sleep. Lu Yunqi slowly smoothed her frown. She was only in her early 20s, so how could she have so many worries? In the middle of the night, Gu Cheng was awakened by the pain from her injuries. She wanted to find a nurse, but was afraid of disturbing Lu Yunqi, so she moved carefully to the bedside. As soon as she moved, Lu Yunqi woke up and casually turned on the lamp beside the table. He subconsciously hugged her and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Cheng hissed, and Lu Yunqi's hand happened to touch the wound on her arm, but she quickly retracted her voice and smiled at him. "I'm fine, you go to sleep, I can do it myself." Lu Yunqi lowered his head to check the wound on her arm. After making sure it was fine, he frowned and said, "Gu Cheng, I told you that you don't need to be so cautious when you are with me. I have never been with a girl before, so there are some things I might neglect and not think about. Just tell me and I will do it. Taking care of a girl is a man's job, so you can be a little willful." Under the warm yellow light, the man's profile was stunningly handsome. His beautiful lips parted, and the words he said were all what she liked to hear. However, this feeling was too unreal. Such an excellent man would be so nice to you in such a short time. She was used to the fickleness of human nature, so she couldn't believe it. Lu Yunqi sighed in his heart. It seemed that his relationship with Gu Cheng still had a long way to go. He reached out and stroked her cheek, his thumb moving gently, and said softly, "Can you tell me what you were going to do just now?" Gu Cheng grumbled and pointed outside the door. "I want to call a nurse. My legs hurt." Lu Yunqi pulled the man back to the bed and said, "The doctor gave me some painkillers and told me to take one if it hurts." As he spoke, he put on his shoes and got out of bed, took out medicine from the cabinet beside the bed, and poured warm water from the water dispenser next to him. Gu Cheng looked at Lu Yunqi without blinking. Although this is a VIP ward, it is still a bit simple compared to the house he lives in. This man didn't show any disdain. He took the small matter of adjusting the water temperature seriously, as if he was doing some scientific research. And Gu Cheng looked at his shirt. Although it was stained with blood, it was not sloppy at all. Instead, it made him look manly. Although she did not see how Lu Yunqi avenged those who abused her, she knew that he did something for her that he should not have done. The shirt was half tucked into the belt and half loose, which looked casual and lazy and quite nice. However, for an elite like Lu Yunqi, such details would never be missed. He might be half asleep at the moment, and was so dazed that he didn't care about these things. Gu Cheng couldn't help but curl his lips. It turned out that he also had a very down-to-earth side. He wasn't always so rigid as to seem impeccable. Lu Yunqi brought the water and turned around to see the girl grinning at him. He asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Gu Cheng shook his head, took the cup of water and took the medicine. The water was just the right temperature, warming his heart. "I just thought of a name for you now." When Lu Yunqi heard these two names, he was particularly resistant. All that popped up in his mind were incoherent words. Lu old dog, Lu specialist Nest Yunqi, scheming man, old fox. Just think about it. You don't have to say it out loud. Gu Cheng chuckled. Actually, he wasn't always so out of reach. She chuckled and said, "BB pig." If Lu Yunqi had not studied in Hong Kong, he would have really thought that Gu Cheng was scolding him. But just because I had lived there, a subtle tingling sensation immediately spread throughout my body. This is a very intimate term for relationships between men and women. At that time, due to some family and political reasons, he hid his identity and studied at the University of Hong Kong. He was relatively young when he went to university, only 13 years old, and was still at an age where he did not understand the relationship between men and women. The classmates around him were all around 18 or 19 years old, and they were all studying which girl was pretty and well developed. He could only sit in his seat with his head down and concentrate on studying. Born in a family like the Lu family, if you are not outstanding, you will be eliminated. And he is a boy. If he is not outstanding and has no ability to protect himself, he may even lose his life. But after all, he entered the university, and Lu Yunqi also had a brother who lived on the upper bunk, so it was inevitable that he would be unlocked some wonderful sports in the adult world. When he saw those passionate scenes in the movie for the first time, he was completely sick. Later, they had a social gathering with the girls in the same class, and he was forced to join in. They were all young and energetic guys, so it was inevitable that they wanted to put it into practice. After the party ended that night, he was supposed to live in a standard room with his roommate. As a result, when he woke up in the middle of the night, the bed next to him was empty, but the next room was making the same noises as in the movie he watched. In the most uncontrollable fast pace, he heard a girl shouting in Cantonese with impatience and joy, "BB pig, you are so good, so sharp, I am so happy." He immediately put on his headphones, turned up the volume of the music, and dared not listen anymore. Thinking of the experience at that time, Lu Yunqi looked at Gu Cheng with a different look in his eyes. She probably didn't know that this title was equivalent to a surge of testosterone and adrenaline for him. He gave her a meaningful look and said, "When you are discharged from the hospital, I will tell you when to use this title." At this moment, Lu Yunqi was not wearing glasses, and his pair of narrow and bright peach blossom eyes were ostentatiously revealed. Even without smiling, he showed deep affection. Not to mention that he was looking at you gently and with a smile. Gu Cheng's heart skipped a beat when he was staring at him, and he quickly turned his eyes away. It was like a demon had appeared in the world. What was he laughing at? After taking the painkillers, Gu Cheng lay back on the bed. Lu Yunqi went to the small living room of the VIP zone and took an ice pack from the refrigerator. He lowered his eyes and looked at her. Go to sleep. I'll put some ice on your wound so it won't hurt so much. Gu Cheng raised her eyes to meet his gaze and blinked her long eyelashes. Aren't you sleepy? Lu Yunqi put his hand over her eyes and said, I'm sleepy, but I prefer to see you sleeping well than to myself. His big hand covered half of her face, leaving only her delicate jawline exposed. Gu Cheng opened her beautiful pink lips and asked curiously, Do you lawyers have to take some speaking skills classes? Lu Yunqi asked, Little girl, what do you want to say next? Gu Cheng's lips curved slightly. I wanted to say, it sounds really sweet, but I just tasted it, and it clearly wasn't that taste. Lu Yunqi felt that he was really being manipulated by this girl, and he felt all kinds of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness one after another. Seeing her pitiful appearance when she was bullied today, he was extremely angry and wanted to make those who bullied her suffer 10 or 100 times more than what she suffered today. At the same time, he also felt sad. Such a beautiful and lively girl, at that moment, was like a glass doll that would break at the touch. He didn't dare to touch her easily. At this moment, I don't know if he made her feel at ease. The girl recovered a little and started to flirt with him. It was not happy for him, nor was it unhappy. She was happy that he was someone she trusted, but she was not happy because the girl was just testing him with her words, and she was still sensitive and hurt inside. Sighing silently in his heart, he leaned closer to her and said, You must have not tasted it carefully just now. Try it again this time. When their lips and teeth touched, Gu Cheng took the initiative to hook her arms around his neck, and before he could pry open her lips and teeth, she had already let him in. He, who had originally been somewhat rational, completely lost his sense of propriety and just wanted to kiss her deeper, deeper. It was not until Gu Cheng had difficulty breathing that Lu Yunqi let go of her reluctantly. Gu Cheng patted the place beside him and said, Come up and sleep. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Yunqi brushed her eyelashes and said, Go to sleep. I'll sleep when you fall asleep. Gu Cheng coughed and said seriously, Student Lu, Dr. Gu, I need to explain the basics to you and emphasize the key points. The hormones produced by a passionate kiss can have the effect of a painkiller. The more passionate the kiss, the more endorphins the body will secrete, and endorphin hormones are a good anesthetic. In addition, during the kissing process, our body will automatically secrete a happy hormone called endorphin, which helps to reduce pain and immerse you in happiness. The more intense the kiss, the more pain, relieving antibodies the body will produce, and the less pain you will feel. Instead of you applying cold compresses to me, I don't know when I can fall asleep. Why don't we work together and sleep together? Lu Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. What kind of weird knowledge was in this girl's head? In order not to owe him too much and reduce the jerklogical burden, she thought of all kinds of methods. Lu Yunqi obediently got on the bed and hugged her. No matter what you think in your mind, I will take it as you feel sorry for me. Gu Cheng placed his slender arms around his thin waist, buried his head in his chest, and slowly closed his eyes. Be more confident and remove the as. I just feel sorry for you. As she spoke, she yawned delicately and curled up in Lu Yunqi's arms. His body temperature wrapped around her skin, and the warmth spread all the way to her heart. Everything that happened tonight slowly flashed through his mind. If Lu Yunqi hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Ever since her father passed away, she has never considered herself as a woman. She knows that she must be able to shoulder Jean Cheng's burden, and her heart must be as strong and tough as a man to be invincible. Therefore, she would never be hypocritical and allow her true joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness to ferment. Internal friction can only make her weaker and weaker. But tonight, the cruel reality told her that no matter how strong she was still just a weak woman. The year her father passed away, she felt protected for the first time. It was a warm feeling that could melt people. Her nose suddenly felt sour, and she leaned into Lu Yunqi's arms again, silently saying in her heart, Lu Yunqi, you must be happy, good people will be rewarded. Gu Cheng slept soundly, firstly because she was too sleepy, and secondly because she felt at ease. With Lu Yunqi by her side, she subconsciously felt infinitely safe. In fact, Lu Yunqi didn't sleep much. He had to wake up after taking a nap for a while to check whether Gu Cheng's injuries were pressed. In the early morning, the nurse came to check on Gu Cheng and wanted to give him another injection, so she took his hand. Gu Cheng felt someone touching her, and even in her sleep, she cautiously shrank into Lu Yunqi's arms. Lu Yunqi gently patted her back, and when he saw that she was relaxed, he gently took her hand and asked the nurse to hurry up. The young nurse thought that such a handsome man was so considerate and attentive. She now only regretted that she didn't make more money, otherwise she would definitely also support one. When it was almost dawn, Lu Yunqi called Aunt Zhao, the nanny at home, and asked her to prepare something light and nutritious, and he would go back to get it later. Worried that Gu Cheng would look for him when he woke up, Lu Yunqi hurried out the door and then hurried back. It was the first time that Aunt Zhao saw Lu Yunqi showing such an anxious expression. She shouted, "Sir, the clothing designer has already ironed your suit and put it in your cloakroom. The tie, cufflinks, and watch have also been matched for you. Don't you want to change?" Lu Yunqi lowered his head and looked at himself. Only then did he realize that there were blood stains on his white shirt. No wonder the girl looked at him strangely yesterday. "Put your clothes in my car. I'll change at the hospital." Before Aunt Zhao could say anything else, Lu Yunqi had already walked out the door carrying the thermos. Aunt Zhao smiled and shook her head. It turned out that her husband seemed to be very lonely. It was good that he finally found someone who understood him. The round trip took only about 40 minutes. When he returned to the hospital, Gu Cheng had already woken up and there were many people standing in the ward. The bed was raised, and Gu Cheng was half leaning on the bed, reading a document in her hand. The man closest to her was a man in a gray suit, no more than 20 years old. According to him, he was a good friend of Gu Cheng and the CEO of Jincheng, Xinche. Standing behind him should be the legal team of Jincheng. A sense of crisis arises spontaneously. A man with outstanding appearance, about the same age as Gu Cheng, and capable. Lu Yunqi silently put down the thermos, took his clothes to the bathroom to change, and tidied his messy hair. When he went out again, he was already dressed like a dazzling, mature, and domineering boss. However, the thermos in his hand seemed out of place with his 9-digit outfit. Slowly walking into the ward, Lu Yunqi frowned, walked straight to Gu Cheng, took the documents from her hand without saying a word, put the thermos bucket on the bedside table, and said lightly, "Don't read it, eat first." Everyone's eyes fell on the thermos on the table, and then along the thermos upwards, Patek Philippe's limited edition watch, Tadiosian S cufflinks, handmade suits made of high-end fabrics, Lotus's limited edition glasses, and this smooth and delicate jawline, enough to make people stunned at first sight, and this long and stylish figure. The one who can afford this outfit and is particularly concerned about Director Gu's breakfast. They are familiar with this question. It's just emotional care, also known as pretty boy. Everyone lowered their heads silently and began to think in their hearts that supporting a man would be considered as Director Gu's cheating, and the C family would have another handle on him. Moreover, Director Gu gave this man so much money and items, which could also be considered as marital expenses. It would be another tug of war with the C family. Xinche suddenly felt repulsed. He was not so superficial as to think that Gu Cheng would keep a man. Moreover, this man's temperament and taste were not something a kept man could achieve. As a man, he could sense at the first moment that someone was here to steal her. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Chengzi is sick now. She has injuries all over her body and can't eat anything she wants. I have already ordered her favorite meal from Lengyi Weiju." Lu Yunqi didn't care what Xinche said. He found a clever position to squeeze the man out of the way, unscrewed the thermos, and said to Gu Cheng in a familiar way, "If you are sick, eat first and put your work aside. You don't need a little while." Gu Cheng raised her eyes and glanced at Lu Yunqi. She felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing. She moved her body and said, "I will eat after they leave." Lu Yunqi glanced at the people in the room. "Why aren't you leaving yet? Your CEO Gu needs to eat. If you need her to handle company matters even during her mealtime and can't even guarantee the normal operation of the company, then I think she should change employees." Lu Yunqi's words were already quite harsh. Everyone present was from Jincheng's legal department, and their salaries in the company were not low. In addition, they all abided by the company's rules and regulations, laws and regulations, So few people would challenge them like this. Some people who couldn't stand Liu Yunqi's indirect criticism frowned and spoke up. After all, who would give him such a strong sense of superiority as a kept man? He thought that as long as Director Gu gave him a good face, he could interfere in the affairs of Jincheng Company. Yesterday at Director Gu's birthday party, President Shun and his men had a conflict with the C family. The financial compensation and personal injury compensation involved were both worth millions. We will go to negotiate with the C family when we go to work today. Director Liu must review the content of the negotiation in advance. I'm afraid your status is not suitable for intervening in matters worth millions. Although the meaning of his words was subtle, his tone was quite aggressive, and his contempt for Liu Yunqi was particularly obvious. Some of the more experienced people felt that what he said was inappropriate, but they did not speak out to stop him. After all, Liu Yunqi's words just now did not give him much face. Liu Yunqi casually picked up the document on the table and glanced at it, then said, "Is this the plan you came up with?" The legal manager stepped forward and nodded slightly. "What do you think, sir?" Liu Yunqi didn't give them any face at all. It can only be said that it was not worth it for Gu Cheng to hire you. When something went wrong, you only knew how to pay money to solve it. Liu Yunqi's look was so arrogant and blatant that the manager of the legal department was also dissatisfied. He believed that every clause he implemented was strictly in accordance with the law and did not make Jincheng pay a penny more. There are laws and regulations. Sometimes you can't just not pay for something just because you think it shouldn't be paid. The law requires facts and evidence, not just reason. Legal facts and actual facts are sometimes different. Liu Yunqi reached out and rubbed the top of Gu Cheng's head. "Will you pay for this?" Gu Cheng shook his head. "I don't want to pay a cent." Liu Yunqi nodded. "Then we won't pay a cent. I think they should give us corresponding compensation." The manager of the legal department found it funny that anyone could boast these days, and then the people under them would have to work really hard. Liu Yunqi pointed at the content above and said, "Since you know that legal facts are different from actual facts, these few points will be used to form a complete chain of evidence. Their evidence is theirs, our evidence is ours, and in the end, when the judge makes a ruling, it will depend on whose evidence is more convincing. The law is meant to be obeyed by people, but it is not meant to be used by bad people to exploit loopholes. We are not the party at fault, so there is no reason for us to pay first." The legal officer frowned and spoke righteously. Although it was Director Gu who was assaulted first yesterday, Mr. Shun's behavior of bringing people to Gu's house has already involved the crimes of provoking disturbances, intentional injury, and gang fighting. This kind of thing is of course the safest to resolve privately, and don't make a big deal out of it and involve state agencies. If it comes to a public trial and prosecution, it will definitely affect Jincheng's reputation, and then affect Jincheng's stock price or some of the projects that are being negotiated for cooperation. Who can bear this result? You? Liu Yunqi slowly adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. His eyes became cold and sharp. It is the most basic principle to give back to others when you get money. Jincheng pays you wages not just to let you bear the law, but to strive for the greatest benefits for Jincheng and Mr. Gu himself without violating the law or the truth. When had the manager of the legal department ever been challenged like this? He thought that he had always done things with a clear conscience, and he felt that there was nothing to say to a kept man. He heard that there are many people with high knowledge and education who are doing emotional care work recently, and he can't point fingers at them just because they have read more books. He looked at Shin Che. Director Gu is not feeling well right now, that's another matter. President Shin, matters within our company should still be discussed and resolved internally. It's not appropriate for outsiders to get involved. He just didn't explain the matter too clearly. Just looking at the look in his eyes, he was asking Shan Che, "Do you want to let a male Daji confuse the emperor's heart? As a regent, why don't you quickly give advice to the monarch?" Shin Che squinted his eyes and looked at Liu Yunqi. He was not as excited as the legal manager. He couldn't get over what happened yesterday. The person who hurt others was not punished, but Gu Cheng was asked to pay compensation and reconcile. "Then may I ask, what do you think?" Liu Yunqi raised his eyebrows, but he still had a clear mind and was not impatient. No wonder Gu Cheng believed in Shen Che and made him the CEO of Jincheng. He said calmly, "Gathering to fight and provoking trouble, the first objective requirement is that the rules and order of common life that should be observed in social public life are violated. It is difficult to define what your original purpose of coming here was. You can say that you want to help Gu Cheng, or you can say that you attended Director Gu's birthday party. As for why the conflict occurred, it can be completely defined as the other party provoking a conflict with you in the middle of the party, and you acted in legitimate defense. This has nothing to do with disturbing public order. The second objective element is the objective aspect of this crime, which is the act of gathering a group of people to fight. Gathering a group to fight mainly refers to fighting in groups due to personal grudges, hegemony, or other improper purposes. All the people we went to see's house were employees of Jincheng Company. They went there to celebrate the boss' birthday, which had nothing to do with gang fighting. There is also a subjective element. The subjective aspect of this crime is intentional crime. The motive for the crime is generally not entirely for some kind of personal conflict of interest, nor is it simply for the purpose of obtaining some kind of material benefit, but rather it is a blatant disregard for the laws and social morality of the country, attempting to seek excitement or pursue the satisfaction of some despicable desires by engaging in group fighting. Of course, we do not meet this requirement either. Neither the subjective nor the objective requirements are met. What does this have to do with provoking trouble or gang fighting? The manager of the legal department frowned and said, "We went there yesterday because something happened to Director Gu. And those who went there were not employees of Jincheng. They were just a group of people." Lu Yunqi's lips were curved with sarcasm. "Don't say you are studying law when you go out. Who can prove that you knew that Gu Cheng was in trouble when you went there? As for the people who went there, Mr. Shun, is it so difficult to get a personnel employment letter?" Shen Che said, "It's not difficult to do, and it can be proved." "What about intentional injury?" Lu Yunqi brushed his sleeves lightly. "Aren't there any injured people among you? Didn't you just defend yourself when the other party attacked you?" Lu Yunqi was calm and composed, but Shen Che looked at him with eyes that grew darker. Things have come to this point, and Lu Yunqi doesn't mind explaining the matter in detail to gain more benefits for Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng suffered such a great injustice yesterday. As the victim, we should file an appeal and seek compensation in advance. All the examination results of Gu Cheng's visit to the hospital yesterday have been retained. A large amount of hydroxybutyric acid was found in her body, and this is the evidence. You may be thinking that this evidence cannot prove all the problems. What if the other party turns around and accuses Gu Cheng of deliberately seducing her? Then let me ask you, if you can't even win a lawsuit based on established facts, what is the point of Jincheng Legal Department's existence? It would be better to save your salaries and sign a long-term cooperation agreement with a big law firm, so that you can save a lot. The person from the legal department was hit in the face and it hurt. The manager stopped talking, but someone was still angry and said, "Do you think the law is a joke? Can everything be as simple as you say and be handled according to your judgment? If everything was just a matter of talking, there wouldn't be so many false cases." Lu Yunqi didn't pay attention to the other party's high voice, but just said calmly, "We have already decided what result we want, and we have to build the chain of evidence according to this. Some things are difficult to define. It depends on whether the evidence is sufficient or not." The man couldn't refute it, but he didn't want to admit it after being choked, so he sneered and said, "Who do you think you are to talk about law with us here?" Lu Yunqi glanced at Shin Che calmly. "Is this how Mr. Shin recruits employees for the company?" Shin Che pursed his lips slightly and said nothing, which made the man even more unhappy. "I graduated from Northwest University of Political Science and Law. If it weren't for the high salary offered by Jincheng, I would have been able to enter the Red Circle law firm. When the time comes, if you want to sue me, the price won't be this high." "Who do you think you are?" Lu Yunqi raised his narrow peach blossom eyes slightly and adjusted the silver wire glasses frame. "Which Red Circle gave you the offer?" "I am a little curious. How much annual salary was offered to you with your level? How outrageous would it be to ask you to sue?" There was some evasion in the man's eyes, but when he was pressed to this point, he couldn't help but be justified. After all, the Red Circle Institute was not accessible to everyone. So he told him what was wrong. "Juanda offered me an annual salary of 30. Lu Yunqi laughed sarcastically. "What's your name? In which year did you get the offer?" The man was obviously a little guilty, but when he saw the sarcastic smile on Lu Yunqi's lips, he couldn't hold it in. He still didn't believe it. He was just a pretty boy. No matter how many connections he had, it would be impossible to find out his background. "My name is Zhang Lei. and I was offered the job last year. You know what? Juanda's lawyers charge hundreds of thousands for a lawsuit. Senior partners charge 60,000 per hour for consulting, which is beyond your imagination. Gu Chang became interested when she heard this. At first, she felt ashamed of the quality of her employees. But now she was actually attracted by this old fox Lu Yunqi and wanted to see how he would slap her in the face. His voice became even more nonchalant, and he only raised his hand to check his watch. It's actually quite a loss to waste so much time arguing with you. To be exact, Juanda's senior partner's consulting fee is $61,000 per hour. As he spoke, he picked up the phone, pressed the speakerphone, and dialed a number. Alice, can you check for me if you gave an offer to someone named Zhang Lei from Northwest University of Political Science and Law last year? Zhang Lei panicked when he heard Lu Yunqi's question. Don't think you can just find a random phone number and pretend it's Juanda Law Firm. Before he finished speaking, someone on the other side spoke up. Parent Lu, last year a guy named Zhang Lei submitted his resume to us, but he didn't meet our requirements in any way, so we didn't give him an offer. And he, how should I put it, left a deep impression on me. He's not very smart. If we really became colleagues, I don't know if he was a spy sent by the enemy or a bad teammate. It's hard to describe. Lu Yunqi's lips curled slightly. Okay, Alice, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lei's face turned red with embarrassment because he was almost certain that the call was made by Juanda's HR department, and the person on the other end had given him the same evaluation at the time. But he felt that Juanda's people were blind and arbitrary and ridiculous. Later, he applied to several other red circle firms, but they were all rejected. Later, Jincheng was recruiting legal officers. He didn't want to lower his status, but he hadn't found a job for 3 months. Even though the monthly salary was only 15,000 yuan, he compromised and became a legal officer with a lower threshold. To do legal work, one does not necessarily need to pass the judicial examination, so he was quite proud of having his lawyer qualification certificate and his academic degree from Northwestern University of Political Science and Law. He just did not expect to lose face in front of a guy who looked like a beau. He still asked somewhat unwillingly, "Who are you?" Lu Yunqi said calmly, "Unfortunately, it is the senior partner of Juanda Law Firm that you mentioned, Lu Yunqi." Many people have never seen Lu Yunqi in person, but anyone who studies law must have heard of his deeds. He has a 99% winning rate in the cases he has handled and is known as an undefeated legend in the industry. The only time he failed was because the party involved in the case committed suicide before the trial, and the case was closed before the final trial. No matter how many defense testimonies Lu Yunqi had, no matter how much evidence he had, it was all useless. Zhang Lei couldn't say anything anymore and glanced across. After a certain old fox was slapped in the face, Gu Chang needed to think deeply. There were too many things that needed to be rectified within Jincheng. Except for some old employees in important positions left by his father, she had not properly evaluated the newly recruited employees. With a light cough, she took back the initiative and whispered, "Boss Shun, complete the resignation procedures for Zhang Lei. He is not suitable to continue working in the legal department. And every employee in the legal department, I hope you will take this as a warning and always consider Jincheng as the prerequisite for everything. Your job responsibilities are not only to ensure that the company's contract documents and project engineering are not leaked, but you must also strive for the company's interests that can be fought for." Seeing that everyone knew how to reflect, Gu Chang was quite satisfied. She turned and said, "I believe that those who can work in Jincheng are all industry elites. We are not afraid of making mistakes. The important thing is to accumulate experience in things and learn from them. I believe you can do better." Lu Yunqi curled the corners of his lips slightly. The little girl let him play the villain, but she was quite good at playing the hero. Zhang Lei stood there, clenching his fingers tightly. He didn't expect that he would be caught by Lu Yunqi when he was unsteady today. As a person who just graduated not long ago, he certainly can't be on the same level as Lu Yunqi, a lawyer who has experienced many battles. When facing things, of course he can't think as thoroughly as Lu Yunqi. If he is given more time to gain experience, he may not be worse than Lu Yunqi, but they don't know how to cherish talents and can't see his good points at all. When he was working at Jincheng, even the manager in the office would come to him to ask questions when he couldn't remember some laws. He was the most qualified for the job, so why should he be fired in public? "Boss Gu, I don't agree with your approach. I didn't do anything wrong, nor did I violate company regulations. You have no reason to fire me. Shin-chae frowned unhappily. I asked you to resign because you are not suitable for this job. The company is not a school. There are not so many opportunities for you to make mistakes. Jiang Lei bit his lower lip hard. You fired me without reason. I have worked for a full year. You should give me 3 months' salary as compensation. Lu Yunqi raised his wrist to look at his watch again impatiently. It was time for Gu Cheng to eat. When would these people ever stop? The labor law stipulates that if the company is unable to complete the work tasks of the unit and causes serious impact, the company can refuse to pay compensation. As a legal officer, you provided the chairman with wrong information, which is likely to cost millions of dollars in compensation and has caused serious impact on the company, so the company can refuse to give you compensation. Of course, if you really have difficulties, the company giving you appropriate compensation is also the company's humanistic care. It's just that. He frowned even more. From the moment we entered the door until now, you have delayed me for half an hour, which is $30,000. Since you are an employee of Jinsheng, I will give you a discount in RMB. Please settle the bill by WeChat, Alipay, or bank transfer. Gu Cheng couldn't help but curl his lips. This man, although he is so rich, is quite petty. Sometimes one has to save money. Jiang Lei could no longer endure this humiliation and turned around and walked out of the ward angrily. Lu Yunqi unscrewed the thermos for Gu Cheng while taking out the food. Are you still not leaving? Are you going to see how I feed your CEO? Everyone looked at each other, then left the ward and closed the door. Shin-chae stood still, staring at Lu Yunqi with his pair of auspicious phoenix eyes without blinking, as if he wanted to see through a hole in him. Lu Yunqi picked up the vegetable porridge very naturally and fed Gu Cheng a mouthful with a spoon. Open your mouth and eat. Gu Cheng also opened his mouth obediently. The porridge tastes soft, sweet, and rich as soon as you put it in your mouth. It is cooked with broth and has a thick flavor. Your skills have improved, Lawyer Lu. Lu Yunqi fed her another bite. I don't have time to cook for you every day. My aunt at home cooks it. She is from Guangdong and is very good at making soup and porridge. The two of them spoke very familiarly. Shin-chae couldn't stay still. What is the relationship between Lawyer Lu and Chengzi? Do you know that what you are doing will affect her reputation? Gu Cheng lowered her head, feeling guilty. She hadn't divorced yet, and getting along with Lu Yunqi like this was indeed a bit of a drain on Lu Yunqi's life. Lu Yunqi looked up at Shin-chae. You asking these questions won't embarrass me. It will only make Gu Cheng feel more guilty towards me. If I were Mr. Shun, I should be more concerned about whether Jiang Lei, who just left, ran to the C family and planned to join the enemy camp. No matter what the relationship between Gu Cheng and I is now, if Mr. Shun finds out, it will only cause trouble for him. It won't do him any good. Shin-chae curled his fingers slightly. He was not convinced. Gu Cheng had known Shin-chae for so many years and knew that he had just acted stubbornly. He pulled his sleeve and said, Ah Che, I hope what I said to you 2 days ago was not just in vain. Shin-chae looked at Gu Cheng deeply. It shouldn't be just like this between them. Gu Cheng understood him, and he also understood Gu Cheng. She had not directly admitted her relationship with Lu Yunqi because she had concerns, and Lu Yunqi was right. Gu Cheng was a person who did not want to owe others. The more he held on to this matter, the more guilty Gu Cheng would feel towards Lu Yunqi, and the more she would want to compensate him. He closed his eyes, suppressed his unwillingness, and said, Chengzi, I'm going to go see Jiang Lei first. We can talk about it when we have a chance. After all, we have been friends for 7 or 8 years. Don't I know you well? Lu Yunqi glanced at Shin-chae intentionally or unintentionally. Well, the opponent is quite strong, flexible, particularly persistent, and has the potential to be the green arrow. The hardest thing to guard against is a thief within the family. He lowered his eyes slightly, and when Shin-chae was about to leave the ward, he spoke softly. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to take precautions last night. If you're pregnant, we will get married. Gu Cheng nearly choked on a mouthful of porridge and started coughing non-stop. Lu Yunqi put down the bowl and patted her back gently. Why are you so excited? This is not the first time for us. If you want to get a divorce, I will be ready to marry you anytime. Gu Cheng raised his hand to stop him. Just shut up, you idiot. If he hadn't said it on purpose in front of Shin-chae, she would have written the word backwards. Sure enough, Shunche's back stiffened slightly, and his foot clearly staggered as he stepped out of the threshold. After the door of the ward was closed, Gu Cheng thought for a while and said, "Lu Yunqi, why did you say that just now?" Lu Yunqi sat opposite her, put down the small table on the hospital bed, and ate breakfast with her. "Don't you dislike him? If he keeps thinking this way about you, and you can't respond to him, he will definitely become mentally unbalanced over time. It's better to stop him from thinking this way as soon as possible." Gu Cheng was silent for a moment, but felt that there were some things that needed to be made clear to Lu Yunqi. Although Lu Yunqi had just helped her yesterday, and she might sound ungrateful for saying this, after all, they were not yet at the point where they interfered with each other's lives. "Lu Yunqi, there are some things I want to solve on my own. Shunche is a man who knows what's going on. Even if he doesn't, his parents will help him to know what's going on. His parents and I have become godparents. They treat me very well, but I also want to stop Shunche from thinking about me. They discovered that Shunche treated me differently when I married Si Hanyue. They would not allow their son to marry a divorced woman, so as soon as I got married, they adopted me as their goddaughter. Their family won't accept me, and it's impossible for him and I to be together." She kept her head down as she spoke, and the spoon in her hand poked the porridge in the bowl again and again. Lu Yunqi was not angry that Gu Cheng spoke to him like that. She looked rough and seemed to care about nothing on the outside, but when she peeled off the tough outer shell, she was a sensitive and fragile girl inside. She had a balance in her heart, knowing that Shunche's parents were so nice to her in exchange for their son's normal marriage, which in her eyes was an equal exchange. But because Shunche's parents were so nice to her, she felt awkwardly that her idea was too much. Adults are good at disguising themselves, finding a balance at a level that everyone can accept, and then using an appropriate smile to cover up the problem. No one is born with a strong heart, it's just that life forces her to do so. Without her parents and family, she can only force herself to grow up. Lu Yunqi felt sorry for her instead. "Gu Cheng, have you ever heard this? People should be selfish, and girls should be even more selfish. Put yourself first. Only when you love yourself enough can you have extra love to love others. Girls have a lot of privileges. Whether it's me or the people around you, you don't have to have such a strong sense of boundaries. Just like your relationship with Shunche, it's up to you whether you like him or not. If you like him, stay together. If you don't like him, let go. It's not because of how his parents treat you. If you really like him, even if his parents treat you well and want you to break up, you should fight for him. I always believe that the outcome of all things is not fixed. It depends on how you do it. Just like me towards you, I like you, so I will find opportunities to be with you. If I always think about the sense of boundaries, I guess we should talk now. Heko, is this okay? Do you need anything else?" Gu Cheng silently agreed. The day after they slept together, she told Lu Yunqi that she was a person who clearly distinguished between public and private affairs, and hoped that she and Lu Yunqi would be successful in their future work. Gu Cheng raised his eyes to look at him. "So, you are so nice to me now. Is it because you put yourself first and love yourself enough first?" While Lu Yunqi was picking up some food for her, he said, "Men and women are different. Men who are too selfish will not be able to find a partner. As a man, you need to be a dedicated person. But since I am a human being, I have a selfish side. I am only kind to the people I like, and I am very stingy with others. In some ways, it is not wrong to say that I put myself first. I am a person who pays great attention to the feeling of experience. I will put my own experience first. I will make selfless contributions only to people who make me feel happy physically and mentally. If someone makes me feel humiliated, I will turn hostile very quickly." Gu Cheng slowly took a bite of the lava bun. The salty and fragrant taste lingered on his lips and teeth. "As if you were praising me." Lu Yunqi curled his lips. "I'm not praising you. I'm telling you that the kindness I'm showing you today is because you deserve it. Even if I'm a selfish person, I'll still want to treat you selflessly." Lu Yunqi's words made Gu Cheng feel the long, lost feeling of seeing her old father. In the past, only her father would tell her some truths and enlighten her in a roundabout way. Now, an old fox would also take care of her occasional little sensitivity. Gu Cheng felt very comfortable getting along with Lu Yunqi. Even if the two of them didn't have physical contact, she would probably be willing to sit with him and chat all the time. Gu Cheng swallowed the last bite of the lava bun, wiped his mouth, got out of bed and sat next to Lu Yunqi. Lu Yunqi glanced at her sideways. What are you planning to do? Gu Qing peeled a goose egg for him and put it into his mouth. I feel like I have to do something at this time. Otherwise, I'd be sorry for your earnest advice. Lu Yunqi swallowed the egg in his mouth, and it tasted mellow. How come he didn't know that this thing was delicious? It was her expression that made him feel like setting up an altar for him the next second. I may not really want to hear what you're going to say next, so you can just shut up. I don't think I'm the dad type. Gu Qing narrowed his eyes and smiled. How do you know what I want to say? Lu Yunqi glanced at her with his peach blossom eyes. He looked like a tough guy, but in fact, he was doting. I feel like if I don't say anything, you might feed me everything on the table like you're serving an old father who can't move. The two chatted and laughed for a while. After breakfast, Lu Yunqi still had things to do in the law firm. Also, he came to Zhuoqing from Beijing without saying a word yesterday and stood up the old man. He must be furious now. If he didn't appease him, with the old man's temper, he might bully Gu Qing. He lowered his eyes to look at the little girl with many bandages wrapped around her body, and his heart ached. He said softly, "You can make trouble with the people of the C family later. You can ask for whatever compensation you want. I will cover everything for you. Don't put yourself in a difficult position." Gu Qing had no intention of enduring this injustice. The C family's attempt to seize her property had already touched her bottom line, but she didn't expect them to resort to such despicable means. She was sometimes soft-hearted, but that didn't mean she was a pushover. Don't worry. I can't stand being wronged. Don't give me a chance to recover, or they will be the ones who suffer. Lu Yunqi reached out and touched Gu Qing's hair. You have to keep doing this. No matter who you meet in the future, remember that I'll protect you. It's enough for you to not let yourself down. Lu Yunqi left the ward, and Gu Qing sat on the bed in a daze. She could tell that Lu Yunqi had something else in mind, but she didn't want to think too much about it. Nor did she expect a long, lasting relationship. Lu Yunqi is an excellent person with great abilities and has many suitors. She might just be a passer-by in her life. Just like Si Hanyue, they grew up together, and even though their relationship had its ups and downs, they had known each other for more than 20 years, and it wasn't something that could change or end in an instant. Just as Gu Qing was thinking of Si Hanyue's phone call came in. She pressed the answer button expressionlessly without saying a word. She wanted to hear how Si Hanyue would defend herself. On the other end of the phone, Si Hanyue's voice sounded, "Qing, are you okay?" Gu Qing spoke without telling whether he was happy or angry. "Being threatened by an old man and framed by my own father-in-law, do you think I will be okay?" Si Hanyue seemed very depressed, not sure whether she was indebted or complaining. "You shouldn't have left those people in the wives' circle yesterday. If you were still there, what could Yu Changhui do to you in front of so many people? I know you feel wrong now, and you think everyone is a bad guy. How could your father give you to Yu Changhui? Then how can our C family still have face? Yu Changhui had other intentions towards you before, but wasn't it your father who settled it for you?" Gu Qing really didn't want to listen to Si Hanyue's distorted words. Si Yuanshan was his father, not hers. Si Yuanshan was a man of high character in Si Hanyue's heart, but he was just a coward in front of her. She didn't expect Si Hanyue to believe it. "If that's all you want to tell me, there's no need for us to talk about anything else." Si Hanyue frowned. "Qing, you are my wife. How can a husband ignore you if something happens to you? I just want to tell you not to be so extreme. Yesterday, Shun Che brought people to the manor to cause trouble. Father was already very angry. I suppressed him, so he didn't hold Shun Che accountable. Otherwise, the whole Jinsheng will be in crisis because of your willfulness. Qing, stop making trouble." Gu Qing scratched his head in annoyance. "Si Hanyue, you said you were my husband. Well, let me ask you, didn't you see Yu Changhui chasing me yesterday? Didn't you see your father sending people to arrest me? As a husband, where are you? Why didn't you protect me? If Shinsei hadn't come, what would have happened if I was caught? Have you ever thought about it? Do you think you are so great that you still think about me and take care of me at this time? Have you ever thought that all the grievances I have suffered are caused by you?" Si Hanyue seemed to have been stabbed in the deepest part of his heart, his unspeakable filthiness. He was furious and said, "Gu Qing, why don't you think about why Yu Changhui only stares at you and not others? You look very conspicuous. Why do you still wear that kind of skirt? Wouldn't it be better to wear suit pants? Gu Cheng felt that she was really sick. Why did she answer Si Hanyue's call and make herself angry? How could she still expect Si Hanyue to say even a little bit of guilt? After more than 20 years, she still had never seen a man clearly. After hanging up the phone directly, Gu Cheng clicked on Si Hanyue's call record without any pause, and then blocked her. Si Hanyue heard the busy tone coming from her phone and reluctantly called back, only to hear, "The number you dialed is busy." Si Yuanshan looked at Si Hanyue. "Hang up?" Si Hanyue slowly lowered her hands and said a little later, "Chengqing blocked me." Si Yuanshan was actually a little worried when he saw Shan Che's desperate attitude yesterday. After yesterday, he deeply realized the financial strength of Jincheng and casually dispatched 50 cars to surround the manor, all of which were Mercedes, Benz E-class cars, and even the bodyguards' cars were of this level. It seems that during this year, Gu Cheng's respectful attitude in their house was to hide his strength. For a moment, he couldn't judge what chances he had of winning if he had a head-on conflict with Gu Cheng. However, seeing the strength of Jincheng Group made him want to take Jincheng for himself. What did Gu Cheng say about yesterday's incident? Si Hanyue looked at Si Yuanshan with a struggle in her eyes. "Dad, you really didn't set up Chengqing, did you? Yu Chonghui wasn't arranged by you, was he?" As soon as he asked, Si Yuanshan slapped him in the face. "Is this how you talk to your father? As the son of the Si family, I gave birth to you and raised you. And this is how you question your father for a woman?" Si Hanyue had never been beaten since she was a child. She stood there in a daze for a while, covering her face. Feng Ruo quickly stepped forward to support Si Hanyue. "Mr. Si, don't be angry. Hanyue is just too kind and innocent." So he was provoked by Gu Cheng's words. "He respects you as a father very much. He often tells me that you are his role model, and he is proud to have such a family." Si Yuanshan then snorted coldly and looked at Feng Ruo. "Ruoruo is a sensible person. Hanyue, you should learn more from Ruoruo in the future." As he spoke, he looked at Feng Ruo and asked, "After what happened yesterday, Hanyue and Gu Cheng will definitely not be able to live together. Ruoruo, you and Hanyue are in love with each other. Your aunt and I have witnessed your relationship. Do you need to tell your family about your marriage with Hanyue?" Feng Ruo lowered her eyes and knew what Si Yuanshan meant. When she was with Si Hanyue, she told Si Yuanshan that her family agreed with her and Si Hanyue being together. Now that Si Yuanshan brought up this matter again, it was impossible that he was only referring to her parents, but the Liu family. "Don't worry, Uncle Si. I will of course inform my family. My family is also very concerned about my marriage with Hanyue." Si Yuanshan nodded with satisfaction. "This is what a family should be like. We should work together with one mind and no distinction between the two. Only in this way can our lives get better and better, and the family can grow stronger and stronger." Feng Ruo also agreed. "You are right. A family should be of one mind and work together when encountering difficulties." Si Yuanshan said, "Recently, the Si family has participated in a renovation project. Hanyue has been working on the bid for this project for several days, but she didn't win the bid. You also know that Hanyue graduated from Cornell University and is very talented. Some things can't be done just by having the ability. Sometimes you need someone to lobby for help." Feng Ruo curled her fingers and began to feel a little dissatisfied with Si Yuanshan's greed. But she really loved Si Hanyue and didn't want to see him in trouble. She would rather embarrass herself and go find someone from the Liu family. Although the Liu family has always looked down on her as a distant relative, they are definitely related. So the Liu family can't afford to lose face. "I'll think of a solution for you." Si Hanyue frowned more and more as he listened. He and Feng Ruo simply liked each other. So why did his father put pressure on Feng Ruo? "Dad, this is my business. I just need to work hard on my own. The hire, UPS didn't notify us that we won the bid this time. I'll come up with another plan and submit it to them. We have connections with the hire, UPS." Si Yuanshan shook his head in his heart and looked at Feng Ruo. "Look at Hanyue, you talk to him. Ruoruo, if you have any results, tell Dad. We will be a family from now on." During the hour Feng Ruo was at Si's house, the way she addressed Si Yuanshan changed again and again. At first, she called him Mr. Si, then Si Yuanshan called himself Uncle, and now he called himself Dad. Although he knew the reason in his heart, Feng Ruo could only accept it. Since Si Yuanshan wanted to be clear with her, She also wanted a certain future for herself. So when do you plan to let Hanyu and Gucheng divorce? Si Yuanshan smiled meaningfully. You and Hanyu need to be settled first. At least you have to meet your family first. This child, and now all the C family's projects are on the resort renovation project. We have to get that money, so that we can hold a grand wedding for you. Si Hanyu felt that this kind of thing was really enough, and she grabbed Feng Ruo's hand and walked out. Dad, Ruo and I have something to do, so we'll leave first. After leaving the Si family's door, Si Hanyu looked at Feng Ruo with some annoyance. Why did you agree to that with Dad? We two truly love each other, and there should be no external things involved. Even if you are not the cousin of the Liu family, even if you have nothing, I still like you. I feel like our relationship is insulted when you and Dad have that back and forth. Feng Ruo was happy in her heart. Si Hanyu treated her well, so she would be willing to follow Si Hanyu without any status. She hugged Si Hanyue's waist and snuggled into his arms. Hanyu, of course I know your feelings and that you love me. I get along well with your family for our future. Don't feel bad. Everything will be fine after we get married. Si Hanyu also hugged Feng Ruo back. He liked Feng Ruo because she was considerate. She was so kind and sensible. She always thought about him. She was so beautiful that people yearned for her. He never had any pressure with her, only happiness. Ruo, I will give you a good future, and I will definitely treat you well. Gucheng was so cruel to me and misunderstood me so much. We will definitely not be able to live together. I will go back and sign the divorce agreement and divorce her immediately. Then I can let you marry into the Si family as soon as possible. Feng Ruo was touched and hugged Si Hanyu. My family will be very happy to see your sincerity. But don't sign the divorce agreement yet. The content is equivalent to saying that you have to leave the house with nothing, which is equivalent to saying that you are the party at fault. If this matter gets out, it will affect your reputation, and we will also be criticized by others. You should at least fight for your own interests. You should own half of the assets of Jincheng Group. Si Hanyu frowned subconsciously. He felt that as a man, he shouldn't take advantage of a woman. Jincheng belonged to Gucheng, and he didn't want a penny. If he took it, what would he be? Ruo, we don't want Gucheng's things. If she wants to take it, let her take it. Feng Ruo shook her head. Everything I do is for your sake. You shouldn't give up what's yours. Even if you really don't want her, you can decide to give it to her in other ways after you get it. Si Hanyu felt that Feng Ruo didn't know him after hearing these words. In his impression, Feng Ruo was a person who didn't care about worldly things and surpassed those worldly women. It was this detachment that attracted him so deeply. Now that Feng Ruo talked to him about money, he inexplicably developed a materialistic feeling towards Feng Ruo. But seeing Feng Ruo looking at him with sincere eyes, Si Hanyu shook her head. No, Feng Ruo has always been the person who does not follow the crowd and is not worldly. She just said these words because she was too worried about him. He reached out and stroked Feng Ruo's hair. I just want to divorce Gucheng quickly and don't want to argue about the contract. This way I can marry you sooner. Feng Ruo rubbed Si Hanyu's big hand lovingly. I know you are good to me. How about this? Let's go find Gucheng together. If you don't want to say it, I will talk to Gucheng, and we can part ways in peace. Si Hanyu subconsciously rejected it and didn't want Gucheng and Feng Ruo to meet. After all, the relationship between the two was awkward and inappropriate. Gucheng was his wife, and it was not nice for Feng Ruo to come to her house like this. Would Gucheng feel uncomfortable? But then he thought, Gucheng was already going to divorce him. Why should he still care about Gucheng's thoughts? In this way, he can also let Gucheng see that as a woman, as a man's wife, she should consider her man like Feng Ruo. This way, she can learn something from meeting Feng Ruo, and she won't be as willful and noisy as she is now when she gets married. She needs to know what kind of women men like. Feng Ruo is a good one. She is beautiful but not ostentatious, and she is never like Gucheng who wears anything that attracts attention. Feng Ruo was very obedient. He didn't like women wearing shorts or skirts, so she wouldn't wear them. Moreover, she was a doctor and never had a manicure. She didn't wear too many jewelry. She was clean and didn't put pressure on men. Unlike Gucheng, who always had jewelry worth 8 or 9 figures, even if her family was rich, they wouldn't waste it like that. Si Hanyu kissed him gently on the cheek. Gucheng is a sharp-tongued person. If he says something that makes you unhappy, don't take it to heart. Feng Ruo shook her head. No, she is different from me. I make a living by my own hands, while Gu Cheng inherited the property left by her father. I have met all kinds of people when I was working outside. Gu Cheng has just stepped out of the ivory tower and has not seen the world's dangers. It is inevitable that she will say something hurtful. I will not hold it against her. Si Hanyue once again praised Feng Ruo for his understanding and thoughtfulness, then drove towards Jincheng Group. Gu Cheng stayed in the hospital for one night. There were many things she hadn't dealt with yet, so she rushed back to the company without stopping. She was sitting in a wheelchair, pushed back to Jincheng by a bodyguard. After what happened yesterday, Gu Cheng learned a lesson and decided that no matter where he went in the future, he would always have a bodyguard with him. Si Hanyue arrived earlier than Gu Cheng and was stopped before she entered the gate of Jincheng. Last time, Yu Sheng let Si Hanyue into the chairman's office and was lectured by Shun Che afterwards. He told him that as the chairman's assistant, he was responsible for filtering out who the chairman should meet and who he should not meet. So, when Si Hanyue came this time, he brought security guards and stood outside the door to stop her. Si Hanyue had never suffered such humiliation before, not to mention that Feng Ruo was with him, which was tantamount to trampling on his dignity as a man. He said to Yu Sheng coldly, "I am your CEO Gu's husband, get out of the way." Yu Sheng only raised the corners of his lips and smiled slightly. "Boss Gu didn't tell you that you could go in. Given your relationship with Boss Gu, why don't you give Boss Gu a call?" Sihan frowned. If he hadn't been blocked by Gu Cheng, would he have been able to endure this humiliation here? He was just thinking about arguing when the bodyguard pushed Gu Cheng's wheelchair into the company. Si Hanyue took a few steps forward. "Gu Cheng, let your people leave. You don't pay them salaries to stop their own family members, but to outsiders." Gu Cheng looked at Yu Sheng and several security guards and said softly, "Yu Sheng, remember, you are one of the security guards present today. You will get a bonus at the end of the month for a good job." Si Hanyue felt humiliated and her face flushed with anger. But seeing Gu Cheng sitting in a wheelchair with bandages wrapped around his body and feet, he suppressed the bad words that were about to come out and said calmly, "Cheng, don't lose your temper regardless of the occasion. It's embarrassing to be like this with your family in front of your employees." Gu Cheng's eyes fell on Si Hanyue and Feng Ruo's intertwined hands, and he spoke lightly, "Non-employees need to make an appointment in advance to enter. If you don't have an appointment, you still need approval from the administrative department. This is Jincheng's company rules and regulations. My employees follow the rules and regulations without any problems." Si Hanyue wanted to say something, but Feng Ruo tugged at his arm and shook his head at him. He then gave Gu Cheng a generous and decent smile. "Ms. Gu, we finally meet." Feng Ruo wore a white shirt dress that reached her ankles today, which made her look generous and intellectual, and made her look more gentle. She didn't have a soft appearance, and her facial features were more angular, but this outfit softened her sharpness. Gu Cheng nodded slightly. "Heko, Miss Feng. But this is where I work, please call me Director Gu." Feng Ruo kept smiling and said, "I heard from Ayu that you wanted to see me for a long time. I came here today and I just want to ask Director Gu, do you really want to divorce Ayu peacefully?" Although Feng Ruo's tone was calm, she could not hide her arrogance. She tightened her arm around Si Hanyue, like a female general who had won a battle and was showing off her trophies. "I hope Mr. Gu can tell me the truth instead of always making things difficult for Ayu. I can really tell whether he really wants to get a divorce quickly or just wants revenge on Ayu." Gu Cheng looked up at her without blinking. He really couldn't understand how a woman with a good family background and a good job could do this for Si Hanyue. "Given the current intimacy between Ms. Feng and Mr. Si, may I ask Ms. Feng, if I don't divorce, do I have any other choice?" Feng Ruo frowned and said, "Boss Gu, don't bring me up. With Jincheng Group behind him, it's easy for him to get a divorce or control a man. How come you don't have a choice? You put forward a divorce agreement just to let everyone see that Ayu is leaving the house with nothing, making him the party at fault?" Gu Cheng couldn't help but laugh, and this laugh could be called absolutely beautiful. Feng Ruo was stunned for a moment, but it was only at this moment that she felt deeply that Si Hanyue should divorce quickly. If a woman like this stayed with Si Hanyue for too long, it was inevitable that Si Hanyue would have some thoughts about her. Gu Cheng looked at them. "Ms. Feng, didn't you read the contents of the agreement? I don't want anything from the Si family, and Jincheng was originally my pre-marital property. So, it seems that I don't want anything at all." Feng Ruo was somewhat displeased with Gu Cheng's sophistry. Although Jin Cheng was acquired by your father, after you got married, Jin Cheng became the common property of the couple. Everything you earn after marriage is also the common property of the couple. Since you mentioned Siyuan Group, of course Siyuan is under the name of President Si, and you only has part of the shares, and a prenuptial property notarization was done, which you also signed. So it's normal that you didn't get one. Gu Cheng saw that Feng Ruo was trying to take advantage of her. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at Si Hanyue. You think so too? When you asked me to sign the prenuptial agreement, you said that we would not interfere with each other's property. Si Hanyue's brows never relaxed. He also felt that Feng Ruo shouldn't say that. They had just discussed this issue. But because Feng Ruo was thinking about him, he did not stop Feng Ruo. Gu Cheng was talking to Si Hanyue. Feng Ruo was a little unhappy and stood between them. Don't make things difficult for Hanyue. He is soft-hearted and you always poke at his weak spots. Gu Cheng's eyes turned stern. Miss Feng, be careful what you say. Who is making things difficult for me by coming to my house to ask for Jin Cheng's property? I have already filed a lawsuit regarding the divorce. It won't be long before Si Hanyue will receive a summons from the court. If you have any questions, please speak to the judge when the court opens. Hearing that Gu Cheng had already filed a lawsuit, Si Hanyue immediately became annoyed. Cheng, do you really have to take this to court? How jealous are you? I told you long ago that I married you just to let your father close his eyes and die peacefully. I have no feelings for you. It was only after I met Feng Ruo that I realized what love is and what a woman should really be like. You didn't do well, I didn't like you. So don't be jealous of others. I don't mean to hurt you. It's just that we are not suitable for each other. If you insist on going to court, then we will go to court. I will not indulge you anymore. Your fuss will not change the result that I want to divorce you. As he said this, he grabbed Feng Ruo's hand and was about to leave. Ruoruo, let's go. You're right. I shouldn't have thought about her. We shouldn't give up a cent. I should have half of the property after marriage. Gu Cheng no longer wanted to waste time talking to the two of them. Everything was clear after the court ruling. Jin Cheng belonged to her alone. But I just don't know what their expressions will be when she gets back the money that Si Hanyue had spent on Feng Ruo. She said to Yu Sheng behind her, "Show me a way." Si Hanyue snorted coldly, "You don't need to send me off. You are just pretending to be kind. Yu Sheng is also an interesting person." He pushed Gu Cheng safely into the gate, then waved to the security guard behind him. The security captain immediately understood what he meant and said to all the security guards, "Start the fire now." Then everyone took out firecrackers from the tool bags on the side of their work clothes and lit them. Yu Sheng curled her lips slightly and said, "Throw it away. I wish Director Gu can get rid of this jerkbag and good things will come to him." Gu Cheng couldn't help laughing when she heard the firecrackers going off outside the gate. It is said that setting off firecrackers is to ward off evil spirits and pray for blessings. Only now did she deeply feel this atmosphere. There were firecrackers under Si Hanyue and Feng Ruo's feet, and they had to run fast to avoid being hit by the debris of the firecrackers. This escape scene also made Gu Cheng breathe a sigh of relief. After seeing the people off, Yu Sheng returned to Gu Cheng's side. Gu Cheng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, you have done a good job and have a bright future. I will double the money for the gun." When the white and tender fingers were placed on her shoulders, Yu Sheng's face immediately turned red. But he didn't dare to take credit for it, because this idea was thought of by Mr. Shen. If he dared to have any intentions towards Mr. Gu, Mr. Shen would definitely skin him alive. "Boss Gu, you praised the wrong person. It was Boss Shen who meant it." Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow and turned around to see Shen Che leaning against the door, one of his long legs resting on the ground and the other bent against the door. "I knew you would be happy," Shen Che said lazily. "I think I understand you. I know you are a playful person." Gu Cheng's smile paused. Shen Che always treated her like this. Before she could say anything, Shen Che started laughing. "When I first met you, you were like a little bully. You often chased me and my fellow apprentices with firecrackers. Today, I'll try to use this trick to vent my anger." The quarrel between Si Hanyue and Feng Ruo made Gu Cheng realize what it meant to be like a family. She originally thought that Si Hanyue was a bit of a mama-s boy because of his parents' upbringing. He just listened to whatever his parents said. In fact, he should be a fair person in his heart. But today, she really got a wake-up call. She saw what kind of person Feng Ruo was, and Si Hanyue still liked her so much, which proved that Si Hanyue's three views were problematic, and she also agreed with Feng Ruo in her heart. Then she would have to speculate the Si family's most malicious side. Now the Si family is just an empty check, in debt every year. It relies on capital to raise funds, raise its value, and then short sell to cash out. However, the reputation of the Si family is getting worse and worse, and the funds that can be raised are very few, so it is difficult to find a sucker. By then, the Si family will have a large vacancy that cannot be filled. Moreover, they are going to marry Feng Ruo and pay the betrothal gift, so the wedding scene will definitely not be small. Even if they have to put on a brave face, they will show their strength in front of the Liu family. Since the Si family has no money, they will use even more despicable methods to make money from her. The fact turned out to be just as Gu Chang had expected. Si Hanyue soon received a summons from the court. When Si Yuanshan saw that Gu Chang filed for divorce, his eyes were filled with viciousness. He asked Si Hanqing and Si's mother to send Si Hanyue away, leaving Feng Ruo alone in the study. Ruo, we are going to be a family, and Dad is not afraid to tell you the truth. Now Si Yuan Group has been losing money every year, and it is already unable to make ends meet. Bank loans and project financing are just a drop in the bucket. We have a lot of debts, and we have to work hard as a family. Feng Ruo curled her fingers tightly at her side. She had thought that the Si family was not doing well, but she had never thought it had reached this point. Then Dad, you are... Si Yuanshan raised his hand to her. It's okay, don't worry. As long as you can get the Si family and the Liu family to establish a relationship, we will definitely give you a grand wedding. Si Yuanshan took out a stack of documents from the drawer and said, these are the betrothal gifts that the Si family intends to give you, as well as the standards for the wedding banquet. Feng Ruo took the document with some suspicion. When he saw the budget and items on it, his eyes widened in shock. The cost would be at least 300 million yuan, and the scale was comparable to that of the royal families in some countries marrying a wife. Didn't the Si family say that they were all in debt? Where would the money come from? Si Yuanshan waved his hand. Don't be afraid. As long as we do it well, the money will come easily. Let Hanyue sign an investment contract with the company, and then sign a financing contract. The total value is 5 billion. These are the debts incurred by Hanyu during her marriage, which are joint debts of the couple. Gu Cheng will have to bear half of them. When the time comes, Si Yuan Group will have the right to recover the debts of more than 2 billion yuan from her. Since she is unwilling to give half of Jincheng to Hanyu, we will give her half of the debt. You should persuade Hanyu to cooperate with us. When the time comes, we will make a fair judgment, and Gu Cheng will have to bear the debt even if he doesn't want to. Feng Ruo tightly grasped the list, greed growing in her heart. She also felt a chill down her spine. They could treat Gu Cheng, who had known Si Hanyue since childhood, like this. So what if it was her? However, she finally met Si Hanyue, who was sincere to her, and she didn't want to give up just like that. Gu Cheng failed to capture Si Hanyue's heart and became estranged from the Si family, so the Si family treated her like that. As long as she always stands on the same front with the Si family, she will not be calculated. They are a family. Thinking of this, Feng Ruo's clenched fingers slowly loosened. Yes, she did not want to separate from the Si family. If she married Si Hanyue, she would not want a divorce. She married for love, not a marriage that was begged for like Gu Cheng. She will become the mistress of the Si family, and she will be very happy in the Si family. Gu Cheng returned to the office, picked up the phone, and was about to call Liu Yunqi, but before the number was dialed, she silently turned off the phone screen. She has been a little too dependent on Liu Yunqi recently. Yesterday, the first person she thought of in that situation was Liu Yunqi, and the only one who was willing to accept it was Liu Yunqi, which made her a little panicked. Regardless of whether she really liked Liu Yunqi or not, she could not allow herself to trust someone wholeheartedly. Now she is not the only one. She is responsible for the livelihood and future of all the employees of Jincheng Group. If she gets into trouble because of love, it doesn't matter if she gets into trouble alone, but it may affect the entire Jincheng Group. People like the Si family who are cunning but can't support their ambitions want to bite a piece of meat from her, let alone Liu Yunqi. If the person standing on the opposite side of her today is Liu Yunqi, she dares to guarantee that she has no chance of winning at all. He makes people feel safe, but also dangerous. He swiped his finger across Lu Yunqi's phone number and dialed another number. Xiaoyu, there's something I need to ask you. How can I do this? I'm worried that if the C family fails in their plan to take over Jinqing, they will want me to shoulder the debts of both husband and wife. Please help me avoid this problem. As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes at the right time. Is there any way to check whether Si Yuanshan and Yu Changhuai have any dealings with each other in accepting bribes? Or if these two people have done anything illegal or borderline? I plan to collect enough evidence to sue them once. Muyu answered the phone and walked out. A family member came to their law firm to cry and complain, and the noise made her head hurt. When they reached the safe stairwell, she spoke. Haven't you heard that Yu Changhuai turned himself in? He has a lot of crimes, and he confessed to them one by one. There were bribes, prostitution, and the most disgusting thing is that he even abused young girls. Under the pretext of sponsoring students from remote mountainous areas, he brought them to the city to live, but in the end it was just to facilitate his beastly behavior. There were 3 girls in total. The youngest was only 13 and the oldest was only 16, and they were tortured by this beast for 3 whole years. They also said that he was a pedophile and liked everything young. With so much heinous evidence, he probably won't be able to get out of this life. Gu Cheng was stunned for a moment. She didn't believe that Yu Changhuai would voluntarily surrender. He threatened her yesterday that if she didn't obey him, he would take action against Jinqing. He didn't seem like someone who would surrender. And even if he turned himself in, how could he confess all these life-threatening things at once? It didn't seem like he was turning himself in, but rather like he was trying to get himself into jail in order to avoid disaster. The image of Lu Yunqi has already appeared in my mind. Could it be that this guy still has the ability to threaten Yu Changhuai? Thinking of Lu Yunqi again, Gu Cheng quickly shook her head. It was really a demon. Then help me check Si Yuanshan. He can't be clean. Muyu went with Wen Yang to investigate the fraud case yesterday and was not in Zhuacheng. When she came back, she heard Xin Che say that Gu Cheng was in trouble. Si Yuanshan actually dared to drug Gu Cheng and then gave it to Yu Changhuai. If she didn't find a way to send Si Yuanshan to jail, she would be unworthy of being Gu Cheng's best friend. Just wait. I will never let that girl have an easy time. Don't be afraid. Chengzi, you still have me, your sister, and a group of friends who care about you. We will do whatever we can to help and will never let you suffer any grievances. When Muyu heard that Gu Cheng was plotted against by those people from the C family, she almost cried on the way back. How could someone be so bad? Chengzi had given so much to the C family this year, working hard without complaint. But not only did they find a new partner for their son abroad, but they also squeezed out all her last benefits when Gu Cheng wanted to divorce. Gu Cheng was too easy to talk to, which fostered the ambitions of these people and made them think they could really do whatever they wanted. It really proves the saying that a little bit of kindness will be repaid with a big bit of hatred. Gu Cheng simply gave too much. Muyu's voice was too filled with indignation. When Lu Yunqi passed by her, he couldn't ignore the content of her words even if he wanted to. It was Gu Cheng. The little girl didn't come to him for what she wanted to do, but went to Muyu. He was fine this morning. So what happened? Who broke the trust and dependence he had built up with the little girl? After Muyu hung up the phone, he began to investigate Si Yuanshan and Si Yuan Group with great confidence. When Yang raised his hand and patted Lu Yunqi, "Old Lu, this won't work. When Gu Cheng has something to do, he doesn't think of you first. Do you know what that means?" Lu Yunqi glanced at him with his peach blossom eyes, which were dark and dark. "You don't have to say anything nice. He's already annoyed enough. There's no need for him to be criticized again." When Yang put his hand on Lu Yunqi's shoulder and said in a friendly way, "A woman like Gu Cheng, once she starts to reject you, it means she is on guard against you. Old Lu, you can't let her have this idea. Once time passes, no matter how much you do, you won't be able to get into her heart." Lu Yunqi really didn't want to listen to this guy bad-mouthing him, but he had to admit that this guy understood women better than he knew himself. Lu Yunqi forced himself to listen patiently. What kind of woman is Gu Cheng? What can I do to make her feel at ease? When Yang hooked his arm around her neck and walked into the office. "Listen, let me talk to you. I'm not as good as you at work, but when it comes to women, if 10 of you were put together in front of me, you would still be nothing more than 10 noobs." After closing the office door, Wen Yang poured himself a glass of water, moistened his throat, and then took out a marker to write and draw on the whiteboard. Listen to my analysis. I want to ask you, Gu Cheng suddenly lost her father and was forced to take on the burden of Jinsheng. But at this time, she did not choose to work in Jinsheng, but found a friend she trusted to run Jinsheng for her, but she chose to get married. What does this mean? Lu Yunqi frowned and said, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. Don't keep asking me questions here. Wen Yang sighed, it's not good for a student like you to only think about what the teacher says and not use your brain to think for yourself. Lu Yunqi was fed up with his chattering, so he opened the drawer, took out a car key, and threw it to him. Here you go, can you tell me? Wen Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the car keys. He had waited for this car for more than a year and finally got one, but it was snatched away by Lu Yunqi. He was so angry at first. If he wanted to buy it again, he would have to wait for another half a year. He didn't expect to get it today without any effort. After getting the car keys, Wen Yang was very excited. Thank you, my parlu. I will definitely make your wish come true. Wen Yang quickly put the car keys into his arms, fearing that a certain fox would regret it. It was not enough to put them in his pocket, so he zipped them up again. Let's talk about Gu Cheng next. Her actions prove that she is a person who is more emotional than rational. But she is also a smart person. She knows where her weaknesses are, so she tries her best to avoid her weaknesses and force herself to be a rational person. In order to let her father pass away peacefully, she obeyed her father and married Si Hanyue. But she was ambitious at heart, and she did not let go of the company's affairs and kept supervising them. She trusted Shun Che to be her right-hand man. Firstly, because Shun Che was indeed capable, and secondly, she had absolute faith in her friend and dared to put her life and property on her friend. Lu Yunqi thought he could get some useful information from Wen Yang, but now that he heard this, he was even more worried. He already thought Shun Che was annoying enough, but Wen Yang stabbed him in the heart and told him that Gu Cheng believed in Shun Che. I couldn't help but adjust the silver wire glasses frame. Wen Yang suddenly felt a chill all over his body, a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to his head. As a friend of Lu Yunqi for more than 20 years, he knew too well that when Lu Yunqi adjusted his glasses, he was planning something bad. He spoke quickly, but, with Gu Cheng's personality, she can clearly distinguish between friendship and love. She defines Shun Che as a friend, which means she definitely doesn't like him. Haven't you noticed that Gu Cheng is actually a very sensitive person? Although she doesn't look like it, she is. For such a sensitive person with a strong sense of boundaries, you can only integrate into her life quietly. Her idea is to examine herself first to see if she has enough ability to match you. If not, her first reaction is to deny herself, then deny the current situation, and finally deny everything. So, if you're too nice to her, she will either think it is not real and this relationship will not last long, or she will think you have other intentions. She will enjoy you, but never really love you, and always be prepared for a breakup. They are like sensitive cats, and will be particularly alert at the slightest sign of trouble. So you have to make her mistakenly think that you are following her rhythm and give her an inadvertent sense of security. Moreover, Gu Cheng has a strong sense of self-esteem, is very smart, and is a little rebellious at heart. If you discover her inner persistence from time to time, and then go along with her, she will feel that you are completely on the same wavelength and in the same world as her. By the time she realizes something is wrong, she's already trapped. If you try to comfort her at this time, you'll be able to touch her heart instantly. After listening to Wen Yang say this, Lu Yunqi felt that it was still somewhat useful. So the old fox asked again for the first time, "What should I do now?" Wen Yang gave a sly smile. "Of course, I will create opportunities and integrate into her life." He pointed at Mu Yu, who was working hard at the table outside. "I told you, Gu Cheng has a strong sense of boundaries. The people she can put into her circle are the ones she can completely trust. If you can get along with her friends, she will feel that she can get along with you as well. Then you will not be floating above her and unattainable in her heart, and you will feel real." Lu Yunqi glanced in Mu Yu's direction and unconsciously adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. "You go call Mu Lu in. She has been working here for 3 years, right? It's time for them to become partners." Mu Yu was a little confused when Lu Yunqi called her into the office. She had never followed Lu Yunqi's cases before. Why did this beautiful girl come to her today? When someone walked into the office, she nodded politely. Parent Lu, you're looking for me? Lu Yunqi sat behind his desk with his hands folded and nodded politely. Sit down. She subconsciously said, No, no, just tell me what you want to say. Lu Yunqi looked at the nervous and restrained person in front of him and raised the corners of his lips slightly, very warmly. How about I stand up too? Muyu was completely numb. Lu Yunqi was the big devil in the law firm. It was good enough that he could speak to him in a nice way, let alone be so gentle and warm. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, No, no, no. I had to pull out a chair and sit down. The two of them sat facing each other with the desk between them. Lu Yunqi sat casually, while Muyu's back was straight, looking like an elementary school kid who was about to be criticized by the dean. Lu Yunqi spoke first. You have been doing well at work recently. Have you ever thought about becoming a partner? Muyu was stunned by the sudden words. There were many people in the law firm who were better than her at work and had more experience. So why would she be the partner? Could it be that there was something head-breaking for her to do? Giving her a pie first and then digging a hole? She laughed dryly and said, Parent Lu, just tell me what you want. I'll be promoted to partner. Don't scare me. I know my limitations. Lu Yunqi watched Muyu gradually become uneasy. He pushed his silver-rimmed glasses and opened his thin lips. You can think about the partner issue. I'm not just talking. I actually have something else to talk to you about. Muyu then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. That was right. It would be strange if Lu Yunqi had nothing else to do. She smiled and said, Please go ahead. Lu Yunqi also raised the corners of his lips slightly. It's because of Gu Cheng. Muyu subconsciously said, Oh, because of Orange. After she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. What was the relationship between Lu Yunqi and Gu Cheng? She had approached Lu Yunqi before and wanted him to take over Gu Cheng's divorce case, but Lu Yunqi didn't say whether he agreed or not. Why did he suddenly talk to her about Gu Cheng? Before Muyu could think about it, Lu Yunqi took the initiative to speak. The relationship between Gu Cheng and well, how should I put it, is a relatively harmonious relationship between a man and a woman. When the bomb's heck was dropped, Muyu first had a black question mark face, and then slowly savored the words, harmony, relationship between men and women. Harmonious? When should men and women be harmonious? She stood up suddenly, in a state of shock. She wondered why Lu Yunqi had proposed that she become a partner. There was no such thing as a pie in the sky. How could she wait here? Lu Yunqi has always been out of his reach. Today, he lowered his status to offer her an olive branch. He must be a traitor or a thief. It turns out that he wanted to steal her beautiful, cute, smart, and clever big orange. Muyu felt a surge of anger rushing to her head. She hadn't seen Gu Cheng for just a few days. How come her bud had been deflowered by someone, and by a sinister old fox at that? Lu Yunqi is a man who has never lost a lawsuit. What does that prove? It proves that this man is full of bad intentions. There are so many economic criminals, fraudsters, and even serial killers with high IQs. All of them have wealth and background. No matter how the other party threatens Lu Yunqi or what connections they use, Lu Yunqi can pack them all up and send them to jail. The fact that he could cure those cunning people only meant that Lu Yunqi's brain was even more cunning than theirs. What good can Gu Cheng get if he falls into the hands of such a sinister old fox? Moreover, she had long heard that Lu Yunqi had an unforgettable white moonlight in his heart. He would buy birthday gifts for that person every year. Even if he couldn't give them away, he would still buy them every year. Her oranges were so pitiful, being eaten up without any reason. She straightened her back suddenly and said with a fake smile, I'm afraid I can't accept Lu Par's kindness. I know my own worth. As for the matter of the orange, I really didn't expect that Lu Par's moral standards were at this level. Lu Yunqi thought, she is worthy of being Gu Cheng's best friend. Everyone else is trying to curry favor with him, but Muyu is just short of pointing at his nose and scolding him for being shameless. This is good. I can protect that girl if something happens. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Muyu pulled a face and snorted. What do you mean? You just want to give me some compensation to shut me up because I bullied Chengzi? Lu Yunqi was afraid that if she didn't come out clearly, he would give Muyu a knife and she would stab him to death. You should have heard that I have always had someone I like in my heart, and that person is Gu Cheng. When Lu Yunqi said the first half of the sentence, Muyu really wanted to stretch her muscles and kick him, but the second half. Lupar, some things can't be said with just the touch of the upper lip and the lower lip. Lu Yunqi was a little disappointed for a moment. 8 years ago, I was being hunted abroad, and it was Gu Cheng who helped me. Muyu laughed sarcastically. Don't even think about saying that you'll repay me for saving your life with your own body. Lu Yunqi shook his head. That's not the case. I even kidnapped her at that time. I was unfamiliar with the foreign country and didn't know the way, so I threatened her to take me to the ferry. She knew it was dangerous at that time, but she still helped me. There were people chasing me all the way, and there was no way for the two of us to reach the ferry. Later, I threatened her to find a safe place for me. Gu Cheng didn't want to cause trouble, so I said I was a good person and I had no choice but to hold her hostage. If I died in front of her because of her not helping me, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. So she agreed to help me. In the end, in order to divert the people chasing me, she even jumped into the sea wearing my clothes to divert the fire. I was shocked at the time. How kind a girl must be to risk her own life to save a stranger. Later, I often paid attention to her secretly, and the more I paid attention to her, the more I liked her. Muyu couldn't help but sarcastically asked, if you really like her, where were you when her father died? Why didn't you show up then? Lu Yunqi lowered his eyes and said, I couldn't protect myself at that time. I had a car accident last year, you know? Muyu suddenly remembered that Lu Yunqi had indeed spent the whole year last year recuperating from an illness. It was said that he had been in a car accident and his legs were almost broken. She hesitated for a moment, but still retorted. I told Chengzi that I wanted you to represent her in the divorce lawsuit. So why did she say she didn't know you? Lu Yunqi said, she really didn't know who I was. When she rescued me, I was covered in blood and she couldn't recognize me at all. You don't have to doubt my feelings for Gu Cheng. I'm very serious about it. I told you about the partnership because I simply wanted to build a good relationship with her friends and ask you to help me pursue her. Muyu pursed her lips. How did this become a pure love style? After a moment of silence, she said, even so, I can't help you much, Lu Par. To be honest, I don't have any big ambitions. My biggest wish is to be a partner in Juanda. If I reject you now, I may regret it so much that I will hit my head against the wall when I think about it later. But Chengzi and I are not just friends, we are closer than family. I appreciate your appreciation. Although it is bribery, I will take it as your respect for me. I will not sell out Orange. If she really likes you, I wish her the best, but if not, you can't do anything about it for me. Muyu spoke righteously, but she was already complaining in her heart. Did she scold Lu Yunqi just now? Did she want to fight again? Other women are troublemakers who only harm men, but this big orange girl is specifically harming her close friends. If Lu Yunqi makes things difficult for her and ruins her job in the future, she will have to rely on Gu Cheng for support for the rest of her life. Lu Yunqi laughed helplessly. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm not telling you this to betray your friends. On the contrary, you're protecting Gu Cheng like this. I'm very grateful that she has such a friend around her. Muyu felt uncomfortable with what he heard. It sounded like a family member thanking an outsider. After being brave just now, she was a little timid now. She didn't dare to say much and just waited for Lu Yunqi to speak. It's not that there is no progress between Gu Cheng and I. We are still quite close now. She has been living with me since she left the Sea family, so I don't intend for you to force Gu Cheng to be with me. Muyu couldn't believe it and her eyes widened in shock. She lives with you? Lu Yunqi raised his thumb slightly. Perhaps Pisces women are more concerned with appearance, and I just happen to be in her eyes. Muyu immediately shook her head. Impossible? Chengzi seems to be easy to get along with and is gentle with everyone, but there are not many people who can make her let down her guard. Even if she really likes someone, she won't show it easily. Lu Yunqi's lips curled slightly. It does look like her. Although it was just a few words, they were full of doting. Muyu's scalp was numb instantly. Darn, what a big orange. He actually had love with her boss behind her back. The more you can't lose your head at this time. Muyu still spoke seriously. Even so, I still have something to ask you. Do you really like Chengzi, or do you just miss the silly girl who saved you? Orange is different from others. You may think she is pretty, cute, gentle, and soft now, but she is actually a sensitive person with a strong sense of defense. She will be very close to you on the surface, but she does not consider you as someone she can have. She must test again and again before she will truly give her heart to you. This period of time is a long process. To be frank, the one you like may be the orange in your imagination, but after a long time, when you realize that you have done a lot of things but have not entered her heart, you will feel bored if you feel that your efforts are not rewarded equally, and you may leave at any time. But orange is different. It's not that she doesn't accept you, but she's slow to warm up. When she has slowly adapted to you, but you leave, she can't stand it and will become very vicious. She will find ways to retaliate against you in a roundabout way, even if both of you will suffer. She will find a chance to stab you twice to vent her anger. So you have to think about it carefully, otherwise it will be embarrassing for everyone. Lu Yunqi's lips curled slightly. Can I say that I knew she was like this? I told you all this because I want to spend more time with the people around her, so that she can be less guarded against me. If I expected anything like that from her, I would have given up by now. Muyu still had the same serious expression. Emotions are two-way. No one can stand if one person is too passionate. To be honest, if I were a man, I would definitely not pursue her. She is too difficult to deal with. And I might as well tell you the truth. Shinche has been eyeing it for a long time. It took him at least 4 or 5 years to make Gucheng trust him. I don't think you have the patience. Besides, Shinche plans before he acts, and he won't sit idly by. Lu Yunqi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never thought that Shinche was so attentive. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "You also said that feelings are two-way. Gucheng doesn't like Shinche, and no matter how much he does, it will be useless." Muyu pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and said without giving in, "Chengzi doesn't like you either. You should think it over carefully. Your patience for a while doesn't mean you will always be patient," Lu Yunqi said calmly. "I have been waiting silently for 8 years. During this period, I have never had a girlfriend and have never behaved badly. Do you think I am patient?" Muyu was silent. As far as she knew, the women chasing after Lu Yunqi were either from high-ranking officials' families or wealthy families. Women from such families were not only unmatched in appearance, but also in ability and skills. If she were a man, she would admire such women. But Lu Yunqi has indeed never dated anyone. If he didn't have someone he loved very much in his heart, he wouldn't do this. Seeing that Muyu seemed to be persuaded, Lu Yunqi looked at her and said solemnly, "I am serious about Gucheng, and when she is willing, I will marry her directly." Under his serious gaze, Muyu inexplicably felt like her blood was about to drain out. Shoot! He was looking at her so seriously and confessing to Chengzi. Was he trying to drag her into his pursuit of his wife? She moved to avoid Lu Yunqi's gaze and said with an effortless expression, "You should tell Chengzi this a few more times." Lu Yunqi sighed helplessly. As soon as we got to the point, she changed the subject. Muyu coughed lightly. This was exactly what Gucheng would do. "So what do you want me to do?" Lu Yunqi said. "I'm telling you this because there's really no other way. You don't need to do anything more. I just want to get to know her better, at least to know what she likes and dislikes. Whether I can pursue her or not is one thing. But if she gets sad, then it's all because I didn't do well enough." Muyu felt numb all over again. After hearing these words, anyone who was not as innocent as possible would not do such a devoted thing. No wonder Gucheng, who would rather die than speak up when he liked someone, couldn't help but have love with the person first. Who could resist this? What's more, the person who said this was Lu Yunqi, the dream lover of so many wealthy ladies and second-generation high-ranking officials. Although she thought so in her heart, she still didn't give in. I can only tell you that Orange is very sensitive. If she finds out that we are in collusion, she will definitely be even more sensitive and may not give you a chance. You have to do it yourself to pursue her. No one can help you. Lu Yunqi nodded in agreement. Then I'll have to trouble Mu Lu to pretend that she doesn't know about Gucheng and me. When she's willing to talk about it herself, you can ask her. He then changed the subject. From now on, Gucheng's friends are my friends. If Mu Lu needs anything, you can always come to me. And Gucheng asked you to investigate the Siyuan group. I already have a lot of evidence, but these minor incidents won't hurt them. At most, we can send Siyuan Shan to prison, which won't hurt them at all. You should first give these evidences to Gucheng and tell her not to act rashly. I will do a few more things to make the Si family reflect on their actions thoroughly. Muyu was in a daze when he came out of Lu Yunqi's office. In his hand, He was holding various evidence of Siyuan Group's violations given by Lu Yunqi, and his head was confused. She never dreamed that Lu Yunqi and Gu Cheng could have any relationship. However, it would be nice to have a man to support Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng has no relatives in this world anymore. She hopes God will be fair and at least let her love be complete. After getting the information, Mu Yu drove to Jincheng Group. After getting on the elevator and entering the chairman's office, Mu Yu saw that Gu Cheng was sitting in a wheelchair with many bandages on his body. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Even so, she still had to deal with her work. A feeling of heartache arises spontaneously. At this moment, a man in his 30s was standing opposite Gu Cheng. Mu Yu knew this man. He was the housekeeper of the Si family, Jinzhou. After Gu Cheng married into the Si family, she would occasionally go to the Si family to find Gu Cheng and would meet this person. Every time she went to Gu's house, this lackey looked at her like a thief, and from time to time he would find various excuses to supervise her and Gu Cheng, sometimes serving tea, sometimes serving fruit. It was as if Gu Cheng was plotting something with her. If it was true, would the Si family still be alive? Mu Yu stood outside and listened for a while, then heard Jin Zhong's somewhat rogue voice. Madam, we are all family. I shouldn't say this, but you sent the divorce agreement to the young master today, so I have to come to your house and talk to you about it. Yesterday, the master held a birthday party for you in order to ease the relationship between you and the young master. The Si family gave you enough face. What about you? Not only did you have someone ruin the birthday party, but you also came to fight and beat up the people of the Si family and smashed a lot of things, which are worth at least 2 or 3 million. Everyone present saw it, and he paused here deliberately, as if he couldn't bring himself to speak. But because Gu Cheng was really going too far, he couldn't help but speak. It's okay that you cheated on me, but isn't it a bit too much to let Shinche, the mistress, come to your house? Today, I will also send a divorce agreement to our young master. If you don't want to be ruined, just sign it quietly. It will be good for both parties. If you insist on making a big fuss, we are not afraid. Reason will always stand on the side of justice. So many people have testified for us. Gu Cheng took the so-called divorce agreement, glanced at it roughly, and curled her lips in sarcasm. It was just like what she thought. Not only did they want half of Jin Cheng's money, but they also wanted her to bear the common debts of the couple. Go back and tell your master and young master to speak in court if you have anything to say, and to submit any evidence in court. There is no need to contact each other privately. After saying this, Gu Cheng said to Yu Sheng, who was standing beside him, "See the guest off." Yu Sheng said with a fake smile, "Sir, you have already said what you want to say. There is no need to add any personal comments. After all, the fact that you can speak so much in front of Director Gu shows that our Director Gu has good manners." Jinzhong also wanted to leave, but he hadn't finished his work and hadn't finished what he wanted to say. Before he left, Director C had told him to take a video of Gu Cheng's irresponsible words. He pressed the pinhole camera on his watch and pushed Yu Sheng away. "Boss Gu, are you too guilty to admit it? With just one word from you, Shan Che dared to bring people to surround the Si family's manor. How many people saw Shan Che's harsh words yesterday? The young master was punched several times by him. If he has nothing to do with you, no one will believe it. So many people yesterday could prove it. Director Gu, don't turn the tables and put the blame on our young master. Do you dare to ask Shenche to confront us?" Gu Cheng waved to Yu Sheng beside him. "Help me down." Yu Sheng spoke up instinctively. "The doctor said you shouldn't walk because of the injury on the sole of your foot." Gu Cheng said, "It's okay. Doesn't Butler Jean just want me to have a good talk with him?" Jinzhong stepped back subconsciously. He knew that the young lady of the Si family looked easy to talk to, but in fact she was not easy to mess with. When Gu Cheng first entered the Si family, the servants in the family thought she was young and wanted to bully her. No one was willing to do what she asked. Besides, both old Madam Si and Miss Si disliked her, and young Master Si was not in the country, so they took her even less seriously. But this young lady was good at buying people off. She coaxed the old lady and Miss Si, and gradually gained a firm foothold in the Si family. Later, she slowly replaced those who did not listen to her one by one. And when she replaced them, she would use the same excuse to drive them out as they had used to bully the young mistress. And she would also loudly announce in the circle that they were disobeying the management of the master family. Disobeying the master is a big taboo. It is said that these people have never found a job since they left the C family. Gu Cheng stood in front of Jin Zhong, who instantly became alert. Boss Gu, what are you doing? Before he could ask the rest of the question, Gu Cheng had already grabbed Jin Zhong's hair, then raised his knees high and banged his head against his knees. There was a dull thud, an indescribable sound, like the sound of a broken nose. There was a stain of blood where Gu Cheng's knee had landed. Looking at Jin Zhong again, he saw that his nose was bleeding instantly, and the pain was so severe that he doubted his life. Gu Cheng, you jerk. There was another bang sound, and Gu Cheng's elbow hit Jin Zhong's head directly. An unknown liquid mixed with blood and saliva flowed out of Jin Zhong's mouth, making him unable to scream at all. He could only threaten him half dead. Gu Cheng, you are intentionally hurting me. Mu Yu saw this and walked into the office area. When it comes to law, that's her home turf. The pointed high heels stepped on Jin Zhong's foot. Hey, Manager Jin, don't make false accusations in front of me, your lawyer. I will send you a lawyer's letter. Jin Zhong felt a piercing pain in his foot, and for a moment he thought that his foot might be pierced by the nails of the high heels. He lifted his foot and rubbed it desperately. Gu Cheng and Mu Yu have been friends for more than 20 years. Gu Cheng knew what Mu Yu was going to do as soon as she made a move. Gu Cheng raised her injured leg and kicked Jin Zhong's leg hard without hesitation. Mu Yu was not far behind and pressed his hand on his head, causing Jin Zhong to fall heavily to the ground. You are such a fool. How can you walk so carelessly? You even fell to the ground. Young people are really arrogant. Look at your bumped nose, Mu Yu said, making a tsk sound. Butler Jin, don't try to use your own bruises to accuse my Chengzi. Look at her injuries. How could she have the strength to touch you? I suspect you beat her up. I want to sue you for intentional injury. Gu Cheng was very cooperative and hissed at the right time. Xiao Yu, my knees and elbows hurt. Maybe the wounds are torn. I want to sue him for intentional injury. Should I go for a physical examination? Mu Yu nodded seriously. Don't we have a hospital in Jincheng? Isn't this inconvenient? Jin Zhong looked at Gu Cheng and Mu Yu in disbelief as they sang the same tune. Are they two devils? He raised his hand and pointed at Gu Cheng and Mu Yu. He looked quite arrogant, but he had been beaten so badly that he had no strength left. You guys, don't think that just because you have more people you can say whatever you want. I don't believe there is no justice. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes and looked at his raised left wrist, then said to Yu Sheng behind him, take off his watch, search his body and see what he brought in to take the photos. Stao Yu, are you bringing these monitoring and secret camera equipment to steal my company's secrets? Mu Yu clapped his hands. Call the police. If you dare to use hidden cameras in the chairman's office, you will be in prison for more than 3 years. Jin Zhong didn't expect that he just came to Jincheng to make some trouble according to Director C's instructions, so why would it take 3 years? And he was clearly the one who was right. Mu Yu had no chance of getting promoted and called the police directly. No matter what the actual situation was, it needed to be investigated, and as long as it was an investigation, the person must be detained. But judging from the current situation, it is a foregone conclusion that Jin Zhong is causing trouble at home, and if no one offers bail, he will have to stay in there for the required number of days. Gu Cheng silently greeted the people in the bureau and told them that Jin Zhong would not be able to come out until 15 days later. After dealing with the annoying people, Mu Yu gave the evidence related to Siyuan Group's crimes to Gu Cheng. Rolling his eyes around, Mu Yu asked tentatively, Chengzi, what are you going to do about your divorce? Gu Cheng then remembered that he had forgotten to tell Mu Yu that the case would go to trial next week. She coughed lightly to cover up her embarrassment, and while flipping through the evidence in her hand, she said, You've been busy lately, and I forgot to tell you that your Lu Par has taken over my case, and the trial will begin next week. While Gu Cheng was talking, Mu Yu stole glances at her and thought to herself that she was pretending really well. If Lu Yunqi hadn't told her the truth, she really wouldn't have been able to tell that the two of them had already been secretly together. She said softly, Then I'm relieved. As long as Lu Par takes your case, there will be no failure. It's just that guy. Mu Yu paused halfway through her sentence and glanced at Gu Cheng, who stretched her neck and listened very attentively. What happened to your Lu Par? Mu Yu made a tsk sound in his heart, looking at how worthless this thing was. Nothing. He's just popular with women. If your court session is next week, it will probably be the newly appointed Judge Lee who will preside over the trial. She's been trying her best to pursue Parlu, and she's definitely going to show her affection during this court session. Gucheng frowned slightly and asked gossipingly, "Is Judge Lee good looking? To be a judge, the family conditions must be good, right?" Muyu said vaguely, "There are many girls chasing after Lu Par. Not only do they have good families, they are also nice people." But Lu Par didn't agree. Gucheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "If he doesn't like this, then what kind of person does he like?" Muyu said this not to provoke Gucheng, but to tell her indirectly about the problems she might encounter if she wanted to be with Lu Yunqi. Compared to what type of person Lu Par likes, I think it is more important to understand his background. Although no one in the circle really knows Lu Par's family background, some people speculate that he may be from the Lu family in Beijing. In addition to Lu Par, the most famous lawyer in the Red Circle law firm is Fan Jinpeng, who is a veritable prince of Haicheng. Not only does his family have a large business, but he also has a red background. But when he was with Lu Par, he was still at a disadvantage. Except that Lu Par is from the Lu family in Beijing, I don't think he should be considered. Gucheng's hands, which were still flipping through the documents, suddenly stopped. The Lu family in Beijing seemed unattainable and out of reach. Even if she had never been married and was the chairman of Jincheng, the Lu family might not look upon her with respect, not to mention that after her divorce from Si Hanyue, her next marriage would be her second marriage, and a family of the Lu family would never accept her. Although she has not thought about how far she and Lu Yunqi will go in the future, she has also thought about just letting things take their course. But humans are advanced animals, and it is inevitable that they will think too much. At the moment, Gucheng felt complicated, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Since Lu Yunqi knew that their relationship was impossible, why didn't he let go early and disturb her heart? But she had no reason to complain. After all, she was the first to do it in the beginning, so it was annoying. Muyu sighed silently in her heart, but it was better to say some things in advance than to let Gucheng know about it later and then worry about it. Gucheng's feelings for Lu Yunqi are not deep yet, so she can attack or defend. If she feels that these are not problems, then she will also know how to deal with the relationship between her and Lu Yunqi. If Gucheng thinks these are problems, then it's okay for her to slowly calm down now. Muyu continued, "You may not know this if you are not from Beijing. The Lu family in Beijing has a red background for 3 generations. The Lu family's ancestors were once founding generals. Just before the founding of New China, they sacrificed their lives for the country, leaving only a baby son. Later, he was fostered in the home of a national leader. It can be said that he grew up with the children of the leader's family and received the same treatment. But as a member of the Lu family, he must be smart. Even if he is highly valued, he knows that he cannot compete with the leader's children. Moreover, in the future, it will be a peaceful era, so he will give up the army and go into business. In order to compensate the Lu family, the leader gave many military projects to the Lu family. One can imagine the strength of the Lu family, as they can even be connected to the military industry. Moreover, the Lu family has never made a loss, making business in these years, only making a lot of money. Many landmark buildings in Beijing are the property of the Lu family. After that, the country wanted to develop foreign trade and foreign economy, and the Lu family was the first to develop business abroad. In addition, with the strong support of the leaders, the Lu family was smooth sailing. Now it is not an exaggeration to say that they are sitting on a mountain of gold and silver. But the Lu family not only has a lot of assets, but also trained 2 academicians for the country. One is the second daughter of the Lu family, and the other is the 8th daughter. The second daughter is in her 50s, and the 8th daughter is in her 40s. They have made outstanding contributions to the country's aerospace and military monitoring. It can be said that they have gained both fame and fortune. At this point, Muyu's expression began to become mysterious. In addition to these, there is another very mysterious person in the Lu family. He is the 9th son of the Lu family. He has never shown his face in front of the media. The 9th child was born to Lu Vida, the head of the Lu family, and his 3rd wife, Bai Yalan, who is known as the most beautiful female artist. He has not shown up for a long time, so people speculated that Laoju was in poor health. Some said that Laoju was born with a disability, and some said that Lu Vida hid him just to protect Laoju. The outside world knows nothing about him, except that he is about 30 years old. And Lupar is exactly 30 years old this year. So I guess that Lupar is probably the youngest child of this generation of the Lu family. The more Mu Yu talked, the tighter Gu Cheng frowned. She had heard about the Lu family before. No wonder Lu Yunqi didn't even blink when he offered tens of millions of dollars. And no wonder the princesses of the royal family chased him and wanted to be with him. It turned out that not only was he excellent, but his family was also well matched with the royal family. Mu Yu opened up and couldn't help but say a few more words. The Lu family has now successfully transformed into a business family. The family is huge, and the children in the family are inevitably tainted with the worldly smell of money. I heard that the eldest and the seventh have always been targeting the ninth, and the old man of the Lu family has never given up power. Many people speculate that this power is intended for the ninth. So the eldest and the seventh have never had good intentions. Family power struggles can sometimes be fatal. Not only was the ninth brother fine, he was also able to kill the eldest and seventh brothers. Therefore, someone in the capital privately gave the ninth brother of the Lu family a nickname, the Nineteen King of Heck. It is said that if anyone offends him, he will kill them if he is not happy. He is a ruthless person. If you come into contact with Lu Par, you have to be careful. Gu Cheng lowered his eyes silently and said calmly, I am his client. I spend the money and he does the work. There is nothing to pay attention to. Gu Cheng suddenly learned of Lu Yunqi's identity and became very upset. Sometimes she felt that this man was flirting with her just for fun, knowing full well that a family like the Lu family would not agree to him finding a daughter to remarry, not to mention that their old man wanted him to inherit the family business. So it was even more impossible for him to allow her to become the mistress of the Lu family. Then she thought that Lu Yunqi had always been very good to her, and he didn't seem like a good boy. Maybe he really had some feelings for her, otherwise why would he consider everything for her? But it was obviously impossible for the two of them to. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Gu Cheng felt that no matter what, the two of them should first not owe each other anything. Didn't Mu Yu say that the eldest and seventh sons of the Lu family were bullying Lu Yunqi? At most, she could serve as his vanguard and repay this favor first, which was better than always having an unclear relationship with him. Feeling upset, she didn't want to go back to Lu Yunqi's place. As for Mu Yu's house, she couldn't go there either. Mu Yu had a rich nightlife. She usually had a lot of work pressure, so she relied on the emotional nourishment at night. So much so that even when it was time to get off work, Gu Cheng was still sitting in the chairman's office. She really had nowhere to go. She stood up slowly and wanted to make herself a cup of coffee. She could just stay up all night. She should deal with the nails that the Si family had placed on Jinsheng one by one. Zhang Hao was relatively honest. Perhaps he was frightened by her last time. Lately, he had not only been very well behaved, but also done everything she asked him to do according to her wishes, thus alienating those nags from each other. Gu Cheng had already tampered with the project they were involved in, and made them mistakenly believe that it was done by people sent by the Si family, making them suspicious of each other. In the end, she only had to hold them accountable and then wait for them to turn on each other. As her thoughts raced through her mind, the hot water in the coffee cup overflowed and dripped onto her hands, scalding her so much that she subconsciously shook her hands off. As a result, the whole cup of hot coffee spilled on my feet. Her foot was still wrapped in gauze, and the coffee soaked through the gauze and stuck to her skin, which was hot and painful. She wanted to find some cold water to rinse it off, but in her haste to walk, the pain from the injury on the sole of her foot yesterday made her gasp, and she fell to the ground with a plop. A series of events happened without warning, and Gu Cheng was caught off guard. She felt so painful that she wanted to curse, and tears flowed unconsciously. In the past, when she was injured, her father would take her to the hospital out of concern. Now she was alone, and no one was worried about her. No matter how uncomfortable she was, she had to bear it by herself. Enduring the pain and holding back her tears, she crawled to the table, quickly took out a pair of scissors from the drawer and cut the gauze wrapped around her leg. As his hands moved, the wounds appeared before his eyes. The burned areas were already red and swollen. Further down, the wounds on his feet were torn and bleeding. Some places were already stuck to the gauze, and if he peeled them off, a layer of skin would definitely fall off. For a moment, Gu Cheng felt helpless. She sat on the floor and looked at the empty office blankly, tears streaming down her face. Everyone in the Jincheng building had gone off work. Except for her office, everything around her was pitch black. She wanted to take out her phone and call someone, but when she opened the phone book, she didn't know who could come. Everyone has their own life, and she couldn't find her assistant or colleagues after work. Friends also have their own lives, and everyone has their own pace of life. The only people who can come without hesitation when needed are family members, but she has no family members. Her eyes fell on the note, 3 million. In the phone book, she pressed the dial button and quickly hung up. What could he do? He just took her to the hospital. She could call an ambulance herself. There was no need to ask him to come. What's more, he was the young master of the Liu family in Beijing, and she couldn't summon him at will. Between them, she was the weak one. He exited the phone book and pressed 120. Before he could even press the dial button, a call came in with the name, 3 million, displayed on it. Gu Cheng wiped away her tears and let her voice return to normal before pressing the answer button. Lu Yunqi's voice came from the other end. Little girl, I have something to do and will be home later. You don't have to wait for me to eat when you get home. Gu Cheng hummed softly, and his heart slowly calmed down. You go ahead and get busy. He was also very busy, and she really couldn't call him. It seemed like Lu Yunqi really had something going on. He said a few words and hung up in a hurry. Gu Cheng couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or it was supposed to be like this. The phone returned to standby mode, and after a few seconds she unlocked it and pressed 120. Jincheng's own hospital. The chairman called, and emergency medical personnel arrived quickly, carrying Gu Cheng to the hospital on a stretcher. The director of the emergency department came out in person to greet the patient. After seeing the burns and abrasions on Gu Cheng's feet, he became extremely nervous. He personally took Gu Cheng to the VIP ward and treated his wounds himself. After finishing the treatment, he asked the nurse to give Gu Cheng an 4 drip. After the young nurse gave Gu Cheng the injection, she subconsciously said, "You need to watch the medicine when you give an injection. Mr. Gu, do you want me to call your family or friends for you?" After she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. Gu Cheng had obviously called the ambulance by herself, and she heard that the man was currently getting a divorce, so it was estimated that no one could take care of her. Having money is not necessarily good. What is good is having both parents, a lover, children, and a complete family. Gu Cheng just smiled faintly. "Please help me go to the bathroom, and I'll find a nurse for me later." The young nurse nodded quickly and went forward to support Gu Cheng. The door of the ward was open and Gu Cheng looked outside subconsciously. As soon as she saw him, she was stunned. She saw Lu Yunqi pushing a hospital bed with the nurse beside him. He was wearing a black striped suit with the lapels. He was tall and slender, and he could catch people's eyes at first sight. In addition, he was dressed in a formal way today, which made his calm and elegant temperament more prominent. Moving his eyes downward, Gu Cheng saw a woman lying on the hospital bed. The woman had her eyes closed, her hands tightly grasping Lu Yunqi's arm. Her brows furrowed, and she looked very uncomfortable. Lu Yunqi bowed slightly and spoke, as if to comfort her, and it was obvious that he cared a lot. The woman was very beautiful, with a slender figure and a great body. It wasn't that Gu Cheng wanted to pay special attention to this, it was just that the woman's outfit was too eye-catching. She was wearing a wine-red tight dress that covered her from her chest to her knees, with the right curves showing off her curvy body. Although her sick face could not be concealed at the moment, her delicate makeup did not diminish her beauty at all, but instead added a touch of pitiful fragility. With such attire, it is not difficult to imagine what kind of situation the woman was in with Lu Yunqi before. The doctor in the emergency department nearby was sweating profusely and couldn't help but grumble, "She's pregnant. How can you, as a family member, let her drink? You have no manners at all." Gu Cheng quickly withdrew his gaze and pushed open the bathroom door. She seemed to have heard something extraordinary. The bathroom door was closed, but Gu Cheng could still hear the sounds coming from the other side through the door. Lu Yunqi asked with some concern, "Is it serious?" The doctor replied, "It's not very serious this time, but you have to pay enough attention. The first 3 months of pregnancy are a critical period. The little life is very fragile, and problems can arise if you are not careful. Many couples are infertile nowadays. It is not easy to conceive a child. You must take good care of your wife. Lu Yunqi was probably a little annoyed by the doctor's rambling, so he said, prescribe the best medicine, find the best doctor, and I'll go and handle the formalities. Then came the sound of high-end men's leather shoes stepping on the ground. That sound was very special. It was the unique sound of the John La brand. Ordinary people could not buy this brand at all, except Lu Yunqi. The corridor returned to silence again, and Gu Cheng felt a sense of suffocation. At around 8 or 9 in the evening, Lu Yunqi brought a beautiful woman with him. It was not hard to imagine what kind of relationship they had. And with Lu Yunqi's personality, if it wasn't someone he liked, he wouldn't have brought her personally. She recalled the scene the next day after she mistakenly slept with Lu Yunqi. He said that if he needed anything in the future, he could come to her, and to be fair, she could also come to him if she needed anything. Having needs means physical transactions, and she mistook this for love. It turned out that the woman around him was pregnant. He had no way to solve the problem and didn't want to find just anyone, so he made this request to her. She must be mentally ill to think that this was Lu Yunqi's first time. He was the eldest son of the Lu family, one of the most powerful families in Beijing. He was superior to others by birth, and he was already 30 years old. How could he not have children around him? What's more, he hadn't been deflowered yet. She must be stupid to believe it. For a moment, she felt disgusted. As someone else's wife, she knew she was in the wrong and had no right to blame Lu Yunqi. But people have emotions, and when encountering such things, they will inevitably feel that they have been deceived, but you can't just blame others. After all, it was she who sent herself to Lu Yunqi and put herself in danger. It was she who insisted that he take her home. It's so stupid. Like a pig. The words left by our ancestors are still true. There is no such thing as pie falling from the sky in the world. If it falls, it is either a pit or a trap. How could such an excellent and perfect man be so good to her, a married woman? It turns out that everything is just fake. She really thought she had met a good man. When Lu Yunqi went to handle the formalities, he called Gu Cheng, asking her not to worry as he would be home in a while. Gu Cheng looked at the words, 3 million, displayed on the screen and felt mixed emotions. She just stared at her phone, letting it ring until it hung up automatically. For some reason, Gu Cheng felt her eyes getting hot. Thinking about what happened in the past few days, she curled her lower lip in self-mockery. It was indeed quite ridiculous. Since absurdity is irrational, the irrationality should end. He clicked on Lu Yunqi's call record on the screen and paused on the blacklist button for several seconds, until she heard Lu Yunqi's voice again from across the corridor. Are you all right? I have something to go out for. The woman over there said something, and Lu Yunqi stayed for a while before leaving. It probably took a while to calm him down. Gu Cheng laughed sarcastically. What a master of time management. She decisively pressed the black button with her finger. She wanted to delete this number completely, but she still felt hollowed out in her heart. After all, she really relied on him. But it didn't matter anymore. She didn't want to live such a stupid and pathetic life, being a bed-sitter played with by others. His finger quickly pressed Mu Yu's number on the dial key. It took a while for the other end to answer the call, and Mu Yu's voice was a little breathless. Gu Cheng had been through a lot, so he knew what Mu Yu was doing as soon as he heard it. She said quickly, I want to change my divorce lawyer. I don't think Lu Yunqi is suitable. Please help me find another one. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Mu Yu was in no mood to speak after hearing this. She pushed the man in front of her away and was about to get out of bed, when Yang felt extremely uncomfortable after being interrupted, and he held the man back. Mu Lu, you are trying to kill someone? It's against the law. Be careful or I'll send you a lawyer's letter. Mu Yu shook her hair and put on her clothes. Wen Yang, it's time to get off work now, so control your boss's temper. We both uphold the principle of equality, voluntariness, and compliance with the law, and the relationship is mutually recognized and non-interfering. Sometimes I can cooperate with you, and I'm happy if you're happy, but now I'm obviously not in the mood to cooperate. If you force me, I might have to send you a lawyer's letter. When Yang cursed in his heart, finding a lawyer is so troublesome. They went to investigate a case together 2 days ago. The village was small, and there was nowhere to stay. The two of them finally found a place to stay, but there was only one room left. At the beginning, both of them were quite reserved. Wen Yang even decided to give his bed to Mu Yu and sleep on the sofa. But as they fell asleep, they realized that things were not as they thought. The soundproofing of this small hotel was really bad, and they were staying in a middle room. Ambiguous sounds came from both sides one after another, and as soon as one side finished, the other side started humming. We are all normal adults who can bear this kind of stimulation. Wen Yang rubbed his dry throat and whispered, Mu Lu, are you asleep? Mu Yu was lying on the bed, grabbing the sheets. She also felt that the girl next door was screaming too loudly. She coughed lightly and said, Wen Par, what do you think of the number 419? Wen Yang immediately threw off the quilt and jumped from the sofa to the bed. Those who knew this were all people of the same kind, and he instantly seemed to smell the scent of the same kind. I think this number is great. Not only can it be 419, but it can also be 429, 439. So after that night, the two found that they were very compatible with each other. So it was for one night, and then for 2 nights. Wen Yang lay on the bed uncomfortably, with no choice but to play with oneself at last. But the two of them were not happy at all. He asked irritably, What's the matter? Mu Yu said as she changed her clothes, Chengzi wants to change her attorney, so let me help her find one. Wen Yang sat up with a start. She wants to replace Lao Lu? What happened? Mu Yu was a little anxious, and her tone was no longer good when she spoke to Wen Yang. I just want to ask because I don't know. Wen Yang grabbed Mu Yu and said, Don't look for anyone else first. Recommend me to her to calm her down. I'll ask old Lu what's going on. Mu Yu has always been on Gu Cheng's side. Wen Yang is obviously in cahoots with Lu Yunqi. Something must have happened if Gu Cheng did not choose Lu Yunqi. It would be inappropriate for her to push Gu Cheng to Wen Yang again. But in the law firm, apart from Lu Yunqi, Wen Yang is the best at handling divorce cases. If you encounter a rogue like the C family, you can't suppress them without a powerful ghost. Then ask Lu Par what happened. Lu Yunqi called Gu Cheng several times, but the call was not answered. When he called again, he was blocked. I drove back home in a hurry, but the house was cold and there was no sign that anyone had returned. Lu Yunqi's heart sank, and his first reaction was whether something had happened to Gu Cheng, or whether those people from the C family had bullied Gu Cheng again. He took out his phone and called Chu Yin to ask him to locate Gu Cheng's current location. Before the call was made, when Yang's message came in, Old Lu, did something go wrong with you? Gu Cheng said he wants to change his attorney. Lu Yunqi's slender fingers paused. His narrow peach blossom eyes were full of confusion. What was going on? Without replying to Wen Yang's message, he pressed the dial button and called Chu Yin. Check where Gu Cheng is now. Soon Lu Yunqi's mobile phone received Gu Cheng's location. Seeing that position, Lu Yunqi's narrow peach blossom eyes narrowed sharply. Why is she in Shinche's house? His eyeballs kept trembling, and Lu Yunqi forced himself to analyze calmly. He was sure that Gu Cheng didn't like Shinche, and if he wanted to have anything with Shinche, he would have done it long ago. But there is no guarantee that someone may have evil intentions and use some means. Gu Cheng was originally defenseless against Shinche. If Gu Cheng really encountered something, and the wolf cub was by Gu Cheng's side. Unable to think any further, Lu Yunqi stepped out of the house, headed straight for the underground parking lot, took out the fastest supercar from the garage, and headed straight for Shinche's house. The silver, gray Koenigsegg sped through the night, ignoring all the surrounding vehicles, and his narrow peach-shaped eyes were filled with a cold and gloomy aura. No one has ever been able to snatch anything from him. He had been planning this for 8 years, so why was he intercepted by someone? The car quickly drove into Jiangshanyu community, and the security guard stopped the incoming vehicles as a routine matter. The community is inhabited by wealthy people, and the security guards are quite knowledgeable. They can tell at a glance that the car is worth tens of millions. He politely knocked on the car window and said, Heko, which owner are you looking for? I'll help you contact him. Lu Yunqi slowly lowered the car window to reveal a stern face. Building 3, 10th floor, Shinche. The security guard here knows every owner very well and immediately smiled and said, You are looking for Mr. Shan, but this is probably not a good time. As he spoke, he smiled somewhat ambiguously. Mr. Shan just brought back a woman, like a princess. You didn't see how nervous Mr. Shan was. He has lived with us for 2 or 3 years, and this is the first time I saw him so overwhelmed. Lu Yunqi's face darkened instantly. The security guard's lips became stiff when he saw this. "What's wrong with you, sir?" Lu Yunqi said a few words calmly. "That's not Shinche's woman, she's mine." The security guard was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. Why did he take on this job of catching an adulterer at home? He didn't know whether to open the door or not. Lu Yunqi didn't make things difficult for him. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Not long after, the security guard's cell phone rang. When the security guard saw that it was a call from his boss, he stood up straight and almost saluted on the spot. The voice on the other end was almost a growl. "How dare you stop anyone? Sooner or later, a fool like you will get yourself killed. Hurry and invite the person in respectfully. That's a great ancestor. If you offend him, you and I, along with everyone in our entire property, will not be enough to vent his anger on him." The security guard kept glancing at Lu Yunqi, and his face was clearly showing impatience. The security guard didn't know whether he needed to remind his boss, "Please stop talking. I'm here to catch you cheating. If you say any more, it will be too late." He decisively hung up the phone, saluted Lu Yunqi, stood at attention, raised the bar in one go, and handed over the community elevator universal card. "Welcome to the leader for inspection." Lu Yunqi was in no mood to maintain his politeness. He took the card and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove to the downstairs of Shanche's house. After entering the apartment door and pressing the elevator button, Lu Yunqi stood in the elevator car, feeling depressed. He was already thinking, what should he do if he entered Shanche's house and saw the scene he least wanted to see? The person is his, and he can't give him to anyone else. But on second thought, Gu Cheng is a person with some misophobia. It is impossible for her to do anything with Shinche. But there is always a chance of something happening. What if she admits Shinche? The more Lu Yunqi thought about it, the more his heart sank. He couldn't let Gu Cheng stay with a wolf cub who coveted her. Staying there for one more minute would be torture for him. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened and stopped on the 10th floor. This residential complex is designed with one apartment per floor, and Shinche's family is the only one on the entire floor. In the quiet environment, he moved his ears slightly, and when he was sure that he didn't hear any unacceptable sound, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I reached out and pressed the doorbell and heard the sound of footsteps from inside. Shinche tiptoed to the entrance, opened the video access control, and frowned when he saw Lu Yunqi standing outside the door. His first reaction was not to open the door for him. But given this man's persistence, if he didn't open the door, Lu Yunqi would definitely keep ringing the doorbell. After a few seconds of silence, Shinche opened the door. The two men looked at each other. Both were tall and handsome, but one was calm and ruthless, while the other was fierce and aggressive. "Where's Gu Cheng?" Lu Yunqi didn't want to waste time talking to Shinche and went straight to the point. Shinche blocked the door with his body, and there was no possibility of entering the house because the door was opened 30% to 70%. "She's asleep. It's inappropriate for Lu Par to come to my house so late at night. No matter how much you do, you'll only be asking for trouble and humiliation." Whatever Lu Yunqi said to Shinche when Gu Cheng got into trouble before, Shinche returned it to Lu Yunqi today without changing anything. Lu Yunqi had long anticipated that Shinche would not return Gu Cheng to him easily, so he stepped forward and stood in front of Shinche. "Get out of the way." He already gave people a very powerful feeling, and at this moment, he felt an oppressive feeling coming down on him. If it were someone else, they would definitely be forced back by Lu Yunqi's momentum, but Shinche was also a man who had seen a lot of storms, not to mention Gu Cheng, who was sleeping in the room, who was his long-planned target. So he refused to give in at all. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Don't try to snatch someone away now as if they owe you something. Where were you when Chengzi needed someone? Where were you when she went to the hospital alone? Why did she come to me instead of you? Have you ever thought about the reason?" When Lu Yunqi heard that Gu Cheng went to the hospital, his first reaction was the phone call he made to Gu Cheng. He said that he had something to do and asked Gu Cheng not to wait for him. It turned out that she needed him at that time, and she was feeling uncomfortable and wanted to go to the hospital. Her heart was already aching. Gu Cheng was a sensitive person, and now she would definitely think that the relationship between them was not reliable. And since he had already said that he had something to do, Gu Cheng would definitely not tell him that she wanted to go to the hospital. He must explain everything clearly to Gu Cheng, and there must not be any misunderstandings between them. Lu Yunqi stepped forward and said, "If you don't want me to do it, get out of the way." Shin reached out to stop him. "Lawyer Lu, if you don't want me to call the police and have your criminal record revoked, then leave now. Don't disturb Qingzi." Lu Yunqi didn't give in at all and stepped inside. "Even if Gucheng wants to sleep, he can only sleep at my place." Lu Yunqi's attitude was tough, and Shin finally got angry. He grabbed Lu Yunqi's collar and said, "Who do you think you are? Why do you think the orange belongs to you?" Lu Yunqi used his backhand to get rid of Shin strength and pushed him into the house. "You are Gu Cheng's only man." After entering the house, Lu Yunqi didn't care about Shin reaction and pushed open the door to look for someone. Shin grabbed Lu Yunqi from behind and punched him on the shoulder. Lu Yunqi was not polite and used the opponent's force to counterattack, punching Shin in the same place. "I don't want to fight with you. I just want to take Gucheng away. Don't make trouble for no reason." Shin sneered, "You're dreaming." Neither of them gave in to the other. Males are naturally unyielding when competing for a mate. Both of them were trained, so when they fought, they punched hard. For a while, the living room was filled with the sound of heavy punches. Gucheng had been sleeping uneasily in the bedroom. He was about to wake up when he heard the doorbell, but he felt so uncomfortable that he forced himself to sleep a little longer. But the noise from the two people was so loud that she couldn't ignore it. Besides, it was a matter between her and Lu Yunqi, so there was no need to drag Shin into the trouble. He sat up in annoyance and got up with the crutches beside the bed. Gucheng opened the door of the room and saw the two of them talking to each other. Soon, both of them had smiles on their faces. She pressed her forehead with a headache and said coldly, "Stop it." When Lu Yunqi heard Gucheng's voice, his first reaction was to look over. Shin just took this opportunity and hit Lu Yunqi in the face. If Lu Yunqi hadn't reacted quickly and had muscle memory, he probably wouldn't have been able to see his whole face. He dodged quickly, and Shin fist landed on his shoulder, making a crunching sound of dislocated bones. Lu Yunqi thought to himself, the little wolf cub was pretty ruthless. Regardless of the pain in his body, Lu Yunqi walked to Gucheng's side in 2 or 3 steps. "Where does it hurt? Why did you go to the hospital?" As he spoke, he looked anxiously at Gucheng's body, not caring at all that his own mouth was broken and bleeding, and the torn collar of his shirt revealed the skin on his shoulder armor, which was already bruised. Lu Yunqi really cares about her, but he is also a real jerkbag. When Gucheng saw Lu Yunqi, she could not help but think of many scenes. For example, he must have taken such good care of the child's mother in the hospital just now. That woman was so beautiful, and Lu Yunqi must have liked her very much. I just don't know if the Lu family doesn't agree with the two of them being together. Otherwise, with such a big family and the child's mother is pregnant, it is impossible not to marry her into the family and give her a legitimate status. I don't know if the two can get married. Otherwise, the child will become an illegitimate child? When she asked Shin to pick her up just now, she did not forget to use the privileges of the chairman to tell the director of the emergency department to find the best doctor in obstetrics and gynecology and to save the woman's child. She has done a very good job, so she should find an opportunity to repay Lu Yunqi. Gucheng dodged the hand that Lu Yunqi extended and took a step back with his crutches. "I'm fine. I don't need you to worry about me, Master Jiao." Lu Yunqi's raised hand froze in mid-air, but he quickly took a step forward and pulled the girl into his arms. Did the girl know his identity and misunderstand something? What happened? Did you misunderstand something? Gucheng struggled and tried to withdraw, but Lu Yunqi refused and tightened his arms. This embrace had given her a complete sense of security yesterday, but it had changed today. Gucheng was temporarily unable to accept it, and her nose couldn't help but feel sore. Shin stared at Lu Yunqi and Gucheng intently, feeling extremely unbalanced, as if he had just put meat in his mouth but was being ripped out of it. Gucheng forced himself to hold back the sour feeling and gently pushed Lu Yunqi. "Let go first. There's no need to say anything in this way." Lu Yunqi knew Gucheng's personality, so he should go along with her at this time. Otherwise, he would have a knot in his heart, and it would be troublesome to untie it. He slowly loosened his hand and saw Gucheng withdraw from his arms and walk towards Shin with crutches. Gucheng bent over and helped Shin up. "Who taught you to always fight? Let me take a look." As he spoke, Gu Cheng pinched Shun Che's jaw and turned his face away. There was a big tear on the corner of his mouth, and his face was about to turn blue. How are you going to work tomorrow? Rest at home. Otherwise, if people see me, the CEO of Jinqing, in this state, they will bully me to death. Shun Che instantly became like a Maine Coon cat with its fur smoothed, and even spoke with a clip, like tone. It hurts, orange, be gentle. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yunqi provocatively. Seeing Lu Yunqi revealing a constipated face, Shun Che was satisfied. Gu Cheng took the medicine from the medicine box beside him and applied it on the corner of Shun Che's mouth with a cotton swab. Shun Che was very quiet throughout the whole process, allowing Gu Cheng to fiddle with it. After finishing all this, Gu Cheng put away his things and said, "You should have a good rest. I have something to say to Lawyer Lu." Shun Che's mood, which had just improved, suddenly turned gloomy again. He grabbed Gu Cheng and asked, "Are you coming back?" Gu Cheng ruffled his messy hair even more. "I shouldn't have disturbed you, nor should I have disturbed others. I have my own home. Why should I live with you? Okay, go to sleep, and wait until you can look presentable before returning to the company. After all, Jinqing also needs to look good." Shun Che knew Gu Cheng. If she said that, she would definitely go home and would not go to Lu Yunqi's place again. He felt relieved. Knowing that he could not stop Gu Cheng, he simply let go. "It's okay to let me rest. I'm too lazy to eat alone. I'll go to your place tomorrow to eat together and take care of you as a patient." Gu Cheng nodded. "I'm staying at Huilong Capital tonight and will stay there in the future. If you have any questions, come find me there." Gu Cheng's words undoubtedly made her attitude clear. She would not go to Lu Yunqi anymore. Shun Che raised his lips silently. "Okay, I'll bring you your favorite grilled fish tomorrow." Lu Yunqi slowly lowered his narrow eyes and pursed his lips tightly, obviously unhappy. After leaving Shun Che's house, Gu Cheng and Lu Yunqi got off the elevator together. They were both silent along the way, and for a moment the air was filled with a depressing atmosphere. When they got downstairs, Gu Cheng had trouble walking down the stairs with his crutches. Lu Yunqi picked him up and carried him sideways to the car without saying a word. Gu Cheng struggled. "Lu Yunqi, put me down." Lu Yunqi's face was tense and he said expressionlessly, "I'll take you to Huilong Capital. You can't drive like this, and it's not safe to take a taxi." When Gu Cheng heard that Lu Yunqi was not going to take her to his house, she did not refuse. If Gu Cheng knew that Lu Yunqi could also act like a rogue, she would never get in his car. The silver, gray Koenigsegg shuttled along the road until it stopped in front of the gate of Huilong Capital. Gu Cheng spoke without any emotion. "Let's talk outside if you have anything to say." "It's not appropriate for Lawyer Lu to go in." Lu Yunqi frowned. Ever since the two met, Gu Cheng had been speaking in a distant, polite, and sarcastic tone. Yes, Lu Yunqi could hear a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "If you want to sentence me to death, you have to let me know the reason and give me a chance to explain. Even the Supreme Court is not so dictatorial." Gu Cheng lowered her eyes and didn't look at him. "I'm not a judge. I'm just a woman. If you think our relationship is not suitable, just stop it. There's no need to ask so many questions." Lu Yunqi adjusted his silver, rimmed glasses, and his peach-shaped eyes behind the lenses flashed a dark light, which looked even more eerie under the dim street lights. "I just want to know why the person who was hugging me yesterday became so cold today. Those who know me think that something happened, while those who don't think I'm not good enough. Am I not working hard enough, or am I not doing well?" What Gu Cheng feared most was discussing this issue with Lu Yunqi. They should have had the closest relationship, but now, what is this? Gu Cheng didn't continue talking. She didn't want Lu Yunqi to enter the community because she was afraid that he would talk about this matter and she would feel embarrassed. The vehicle has arrived at the gate of the community. Security stopped the car, and Lu Yunqi simply lowered the window to reveal Gu Cheng sitting in the passenger seat. When the security guard saw that it was Gu Cheng, he smiled and raised the pole. "Boss Gu, you are back. Your floor has been cleaned by the cleaning staff." Seeing this, Gu Cheng wanted to stop the security guard from nagging and told him not to lift the barrier. Lu Yunqi had already quickly closed the car window and stepped on the accelerator to drive into the community. Gu Cheng was so angry that he laughed at his behavior. Does Lu Per usually treat other women like this? You can tell at a glance that he is an expert. The car stopped downstairs of Gu Cheng's apartment, and Gu Cheng was once again so angry that he laughed. He even knew where she lived, so he probably knew all the properties under her name. Or maybe he knew exactly who she was with. He is indeed the 9th young master of the Liu family in Beijing. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that he was a professional Sea King. Liu Yunqi had been acting particularly perfect since he met her, the way women like him. Not only did he show her his conversation with the royal princess, but he also showed his abilities everywhere, making her feel that he was full of aura, like a peacock spreading its tail in front of her. She went from being attracted to him, to having some affection for him, to becoming dependent on him. If she hadn't happened to run into Liu Yunqi sending another woman to the hospital today, she might never have known that he was a jerkbag in her life. All of this was done to hook her. What a good hand of cards. After parking the car, Liu Yunqi turned sideways and looked at Gu Cheng seriously. I said, "You are my only woman." Gu Cheng raised his lips in a slightly sarcastic tone, wanting to see how he would continue to make up stories. "You don't have to explain to me. Our relationship is not something that needs to be explained." Liu Yunqi didn't like her lukewarm attitude. Even if she was making trouble with him, he knew the reason. But he couldn't figure it out at all. He said faintly, "You don't care, but I can't. It was my first time with you, and you promised me that I would be responsible if I wanted you. So I believed you. Now you say it is over, what should I do?" Gu Cheng smiled. "Then what do you think is appropriate, Liu Par?" Liu Yunqi narrowed his eyes and stared at her expression. "When you say you are responsible, it means it is a long-term, lasting, and stable relationship," Gu Cheng said without telling whether he was happy or angry. "How long is considered long-term? 7 months, 8 months, or 10 months? Should I wait until the child's mother gives birth, or should I wait until the confinement period is over before I can take care of him?" Liu Yunqi frowned slightly. "A few months is not enough. If possible, a lifetime is not impossible." Gu Cheng felt that Liu Yunqi's words were meaningless. She was just his occasional entertainment. What was he talking about for a lifetime? "Then I may not be able to satisfy you. I can compensate you in other ways. Anything is fine. It's just a relationship between a man and a woman. Let's break it off." When he said the last sentence, Gu Cheng felt a lump in his stomach and paused for a moment before speaking. "The things I gave you before were gifts from me. From today on, I will return you things of equal value." Liu Yunqi's mind worked rapidly as he pressed hard with his slender thumb and index finger. The fact that Gu Cheng is so averse to having a relationship with him can only mean that she has misunderstood that he has someone else besides her. There wasn't even a female fly around him, and the only time a woman got close to him was today. Could it be that Gu Cheng saw him with Su Qing? "I have said everything I need to say. Parlu, don't contact me for personal matters in the future. If you need me in the future, please contact my assistant." After Gu Cheng finished speaking, he went to open the car door. Everything had been made clear, so there was no need to argue any further. The way adults break up is so simple. Since no one is serious about the relationship, there is no need to talk about breaking up seriously. It is enough to have a clear conscience and owe nothing to each other. Before she could open the car door, Gu Cheng's hand was grabbed by Liu Yunqi. He moved sideways to approach Gu Cheng, almost pressing his whole body on her. Liu Yunqi carefully avoided her injuries, but his expression was incomprehensible. "You've finished talking, now it's my turn. If you want to settle the score, then let's settle it properly. You were the one who forced me to do it for the first time. You cried and begged me many times at night to help you. I thought it was not easy for a girl like you, so I reluctantly agreed. After the first time, you asked me to take you home. I thought we were very close, and I thought you wanted to take it a step further. I thought you were also suitable. As long as you were divorced, there was nothing we couldn't do together. Later, you always flirted with me, and your demands were not small. Although I was not incapable, you asked too often. I thought about our relationship, and it didn't matter if I spent more energy. Anyway, you wouldn't despise me if I really couldn't do it in the future. But now, you want to get rid of me after you've used me up. What can you use to settle the energy I've spent on my physical actions?" He got closer and closer, and Gu Cheng couldn't hide from him. From time to time, the scene of Liu Yunqi being intimate with the beautiful woman in the hospital popped up in his mind. Did those lips that were good at kissing kiss others like they kissed her? And did they linger on every part of others' bodies? He was so good at it. He controlled the strength skillfully every time, making her feel so comfortable that her whole body went limp. It must have been something he had practiced on other women. The more she thought about it, the more she felt uncomfortable. She reached out to push the man on her body. I don't like being a mistress. You are going to be a father. Can you take some responsibility for your partner? It's hard for her to be pregnant with you. Gu Cheng's words really confirmed Lu Yunqi's thoughts. Gu Cheng saw him accompanying Su Qing to the hospital. Pulling Gu Cheng up from the chair, Lu Yunqi looked at Gu Cheng without blinking, until Gu Cheng was annoyed. She said in annoyance, I don't want to get involved in you and other women. When the child is born, your family of 3 will be very happy. Lu Yunqi, let's part ways in peace. After saying that, Gu Cheng's hand had already reached for the car door. Lu Yunqi grabbed her arm and pulled her back with a clever move. So, Gu Cheng, are you jealous? Gu Cheng smiled speechlessly. Lu Yunqi, this is not a question of jealousy or not. It's a question of you having a girlfriend and a child. I don't want to ruin other people's marriages. If you were single, I wouldn't feel guilty about being with you. But you are the father of a child now. Forget it, there's nothing to say. I wish you and your family of 3 happiness and perfection, okay? Lu Yunqi spoke slowly. So, as long as I'm single, it's okay? Gu Cheng was amused by his jerkbag theory. Do you think that if you break up with that woman now, I can be with you? What about the child? Abort it? Then I can only say that you are a real jerkbag. Lu Yunqi had been pointed at and scolded as a jerkbag for a long time. But he was actually happy when he saw that Gu Cheng was about to turn herself into a puffer fish due to anger. Gu Cheng was speechless. He felt there was no need to waste time talking to him, so he turned around and wanted to leave. Lu Yunqi grabbed Gu Cheng, took out his phone, and made a video call directly. The person who answered the call happened to be the beautiful woman on the other end. Gu Cheng frowned. Could it be that Lu Yunqi really wanted to break up with that place? Lu Yunqi asked, How do you feel now? The beautiful woman frowned, and her whole body looked pitiful. The doctor said that I need to take a pregnancy, preserving injection for a month. Just rest assured and take care of the baby. If you don't do strenuous exercise, you will be fine. Gu Cheng snorted and laughed. What did this mean? To show his concern for the child's mother, and to show that he was a serious and responsible person. Before Gu Cheng could collect his thoughts, he heard Lu Yunqi speak again. Wait for Fan Jinpeng to come and have a good talk. Although it was an accident, the child is innocent. The beautiful woman closed her eyes as if she was extremely tired. Let's talk about it later. I don't want to talk about this. If it weren't for you and Wen Yang, I don't know what I would do. Lu Yunqi just nodded softly. Okay, then you can take a rest. If you have anything, come and find me in Laowan. After saying the last sentence, he decisively hung up the phone. Lu Yunqi turned his head to look at Gu Cheng. Can you revoke your original judgment against me now? Gu Cheng's eyes were obviously evasive. She didn't expect this result. She almost went up to Lu Yunqi and slapped him twice to wake him up. She coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment and smoothly changed the subject. Fan Jinpeng. Is he the one from Haicheng? Are you very familiar with him? Lu Yunqi tapped the steering wheel with his slender fingertips. He chose between confessing and continuing to pretend for only 2 seconds before saying, We are quite familiar with each other. After all, we are all children from big families, so it is inevitable that we will come into contact with each other frequently. Lu Yunqi blew himself up, and Gu Cheng was caught off guard. Before she had the chance to continue testing him, he had already confessed. Gu Cheng was choked. Since the other party had already made their cards clear, she might as well be frank. Since you told me directly, I won't beat around the bush. Do you think this kind of relationship between us is appropriate? Lu Yunqi raised his eyebrows and said, It's not that I want to speak directly, but the vest has been removed. There is no need to let you test it step by step. Seeing that you are tired of thinking, I will just tell you. Gu Cheng was choked again. Was he planning to take her path and leave her with nowhere to go? Then let me make it clearer. I can't marry into your family, and I don't want to marry into your family. I can't even handle ordinary men, let alone someone of your status. Knowing that there will be no good results if we continue, it's better to break up early, so as to avoid the sadness and sorrow when we separate when our relationship deepens in the future. I hate separation and sadness the most. I have already experienced the pain of losing someone close to me once, and I don't want to experience it again. Lu Yunqi suddenly felt warmed. knowing that she had suffered a lot this year. If he could decide to be with her, he would never let her go, and he would make up for what she lacked. But the girl was stubborn and timid, and there was an unfillable hole in her heart, which made her not believe in anything too good to be true. If he didn't come up with some other tricks, she would definitely shrink back into her shack. With his slender fingertips pushing the frame on his nose, Lu Yunqi said faintly, "Didn't you just say that as long as I'm single, there's nothing I can't do?" Gu Cheng pursed his lips and frowned. "Besides that, there is also your family problem," Lu Yunqi said calmly. "So, you are just playing with my feelings and want to dump me after you are done with them?" Gu Cheng. She sounds like a pervert who is trying to hook an old fox. Gu Cheng wanted to deny Lu Yunqi's words. "I didn't mean that. We are all adults, and we both agreed." Lu Yunqi fiddled with the watch on his hand slowly. "The first time, you forced me. And later you agreed that I could find you anytime I needed anything, which led to the later events." Gu Cheng. She was forced to agree at the time. Otherwise, the man would have taken her to the police station. She coughed and tried to argue. "So, we were wrong from the beginning. Physical transactions can't last long. You have such a good family background. You can have any woman you want. There is no need to waste your time on me. Moreover, I have so many troubles. Not only do I have to fight a divorce lawsuit with my in-laws, but I also have many men around me. It would be very annoying to deal with all these things. It's really not worth it. Why don't you cut your losses as soon as possible? We can shake hands and make peace. Maybe we can still be friends. What do you think?" Before she finished speaking, Lu Yunqi decisively interrupted. "I don't think it's good." He slowly took off his glasses, revealing his somewhat enchanting peach blossom eyes, and moved closer to Gu Cheng, encircling him in his sphere of influence. "You dislike my background, don't you?" Lu Yunqi's eyes were narrow and psychedelic, as if they could suck people's souls in. Without the cover of the lenses, Gu Cheng felt even more like he was being stared at by such a pair of eyes, and his heartbeat instinctively accelerated. She quickly looked away from danger. "It's not that I dislike you. It's that I feel I'm not worthy of you. That's my problem." Heh. He chuckled with an unknown meaning. "So you think that taking my first time was in vain, and sleeping with me was in vain, right?" Gu Cheng frowned. "You can't say that. It's the first time for everyone. We both got what we wanted. I seduced you, but you didn't sit around either. You did the hard work, but I also cooperated. It can't be considered my fault." Lu Yunqi didn't care about that. He lowered his body and pressed the person tightly against the passenger seat. His charming peach blossom eyes flashed with tiny lights, and it was obvious that he was going to do something bad. "Gu Cheng, if you dare to leave me, I will go to a media outlet to reveal my identity. I guess they are all very interested in who the 9th young master of the Lu family is, and the traffic must be huge. Then I will accuse you of not taking responsibility for dumping me after having love with me, and having love with me several times a day without end. Not only did you cheat on my feelings, but you also cheated on my body. After all, I was abused and dumped by a little girl for no apparent reason, so there is no need to save face." Gu Cheng was stunned by Lu Yunqi. Wasn't he the son of the most powerful noble in Beijing? Wasn't he the one that everyone in the Red Circle respectfully called Nine Master when they met? Wasn't he said by everyone that he was elegant and polite? Who is this person who is acting like a scoundrel in front of her? Seeing her stunned look, Lu Yunqi couldn't help but gently rub her hair with his hands. "Be good. Don't always think about breaking up. Otherwise, I will really make a scene." Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was so fooled by Lu Yunqi that she didn't know what to refute. She had no choice but to take him home first. Otherwise, she was afraid that Lu Yunqi would be unhappy and make a fuss about it. Gu Cheng didn't know whether he had shame or not, but she really didn't have to care about her face. Although Si Hanyue had found someone outside, and the Si family weren't good people, they were all in private. Even if she and Si Hanyue were just nominally married, and there was no real marriage, if the matter got out of hand, everyone would just say that she was cheating on her husband. It didn't matter if she was drowned in spit, but she shouldn't affect the Jincheng group. Watching Lu Yunqi come into the house, she called Chu Yin in a very familiar manner and asked Chu Yin to prepare for him the usual clothes, ties, watches, cufflinks and shoes, and pajamas and toiletries, as if she wanted to live with her for a long time. Gu Cheng raised his hand to support his forehead and said with a headache, Lu Yunqi, this is my home. Lu Yunqi replied as a matter of course, I know, that's why I came to live here. You don't want to go to my place, so I can only live with you. As he spoke, he pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses. A flash of backlight flashed through the lenses, and his entire aura became dangerous. Or do you want to break up? How could Gu Cheng dare to talk about breaking up? She didn't want to become famous using the method Lu Yunqi suggested. It must be said that Chu Yin was really a good assistant to Lu Yunqi. In less than half an hour, he had moved everything Lu Yunqi wanted in. Not only were there his usual clothes and daily necessities, but he even brought his office computer. Lu Yunqi looked at Gu Cheng naturally. Where's the cloakroom in your bedroom? I'll put my things there. Gu Cheng resigned himself to pointing to the largest room on the south side of the mezzanine. Chu Yin greeted Gu Cheng very politely, and then led people to carry Lu Yunqi's things into the house one by one. Gu Cheng watched as her carefully decorated French style was about to be turned into a simple business style by Lu Yunqi's things. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yunqi. Let's talk. Lu Yunqi nodded slightly and pointed in the direction of the restaurant. Let's go over there. Have you eaten? I'll make you something to eat. In fact, apart from Lu Yunqi's family background, he was really good to her. So good that it seemed unreal. I've eaten. If you haven't, there are some frozen dumplings prepared by my aunt in the refrigerator. Just cook them. Lu Yunqi sat down and sat across the table from Gu Cheng. Then let's not eat yet. What do you want to talk about? Gu Cheng frowned. Although it was inappropriate to talk about these things now, the two of them couldn't just stay in this state of confusion. Lu Yunqi, what do you think our relationship is? Lu Yunqi answered without hesitation. He had already thought about this idea many times. He always thinks 3 steps ahead before doing anything. If he hadn't thought about his and Gu Cheng's future, he wouldn't have had a substantial relationship with her. I consider you my future girlfriend, and if possible, my future wife. I told you yesterday that if you get pregnant, I will marry you. I'm not just saying that for fun. Lu Yunqi's eyes were too serious, and Gu Cheng didn't dare to look at her. She turned away from his overly serious eyes and said softly, You don't understand my situation. Do you think we are suitable? Lu Yunqi crossed his hands on the table and said without any hesitation, If I file a divorce lawsuit for you, I will definitely rule you divorced in court. Apart from the fact that you now have another marriage certificate, what else is inappropriate? Gu Cheng pursed his lips, pointed at Lu Yunqi, and then at himself. You, single and first marriage, I, divorced and second marriage. You, the top dignitary in Beijing, I, fighting alone. To put it nicely, I am the chairman of Jincheng Group, but I know that I still have a long way to go if I want to keep the group. If there is an accident along the way, I may go from being the chairman to being the debtor. And I heard that several children in your family were fighting to the death for the inheritance of the throne. If you marry a second wife, your father would directly deprive you of your inheritance rights. I don't want you to lose anything because of me, and it's such a big thing, I can't bear it. Lu Yunqi stared at Gu Cheng without blinking. Do you think I'm incompetent or have a bad vision? That's not what I meant. Gu Cheng denied. Lu Yunqi observed Gu Cheng's expression and saw a little guilt in her eyes. He was best at hitting the snake with a stick and took the opportunity to continue looking at Gu Cheng with a serious face. The things you said will happen. You can think of it, and I will think about it too. If I can't handle these problems, I won't provoke you. Just like you said, we will break up in the end. There is no need for a deep and sadistic love. But what if I could solve them all? Gu Cheng lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. These were the things she was worried about. If Lu Yunqi really solved them all. Gu Cheng, do you like me? Before she could start thinking, Gu Cheng suddenly heard the deep, magnetic male voice again. She looked up and found that the man was very close to her. He stood up and bent over to get closer to her. His eyes were as dark as night, but they were flashing with a little bit of longing, as if as long as he heard the answer he wanted, his eyes would instantly bloom into a dazzling firework. Gu Cheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What a jerk. He used his beauty to lure her. You, please stay away from me first. Lu Yunqi didn't move, just stared at her with that look. Cheng Bauer, do you like me? As soon as the name came out, Gu Cheng felt half of her body numb. Being stared at by a handsome guy, Gu Cheng found it difficult to control herself, not to mention that he called her Chung Bauer, in a voice that was so soft that it burst, which was a foul. His throat rolled unconsciously, and Gu Chung silently put his hands behind his back, resisting the urge to hook his arms around his neck and kiss him. I can't answer your question now. As soon as Gu Chung finished speaking, the light in Lu Yunqi's eyes dimmed instantly, just like a big dog expecting a hug from its owner but suddenly being rejected, and there was no light in his eyes. She felt that if she didn't give a definite answer, she would be an immoral dog abuser. She coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment and said seriously, "If I don't reply to you now, I'm the only one who is immoral. At most, it will be considered as cheating on you. If I reply to you, then you will really become a mistress. Relationships will only get better and better as time goes by. There is no reason for you to be scolded with me." Although Gu Chung did not admit that she liked Lu Yunqi, her words implied that she liked him too. Lu Yunqi smiled for a moment, and his already charming peach blossom eyes flashed with a confusing light. Gu Chung was puzzled. Seeing Lu Yunqi happy, she wanted to smile foolishly too. "Isn't this insane? What are you laughing at?" she yelled fiercely. Lu Yunqi raised his hand to his forehead and laughed happily. Gu Chung suddenly felt angry and embarrassed. Her face flushed red. Didn't she just hint to Lu Yunqi that she liked him too? Was she being laughed at? The little rabbit's fur stood up, and it looked like it was about to bite someone. Lu Yunqi quickly stopped laughing and said, "This is the first time in my life that I've been protected by a woman. It feels quite strange. I can't help but say, Boss Gu, you are so cool. Please protect me from now on." Gu Chung felt embarrassed. He was the 9th master of the capital, so why did he need her to protect him? But she still said shamelessly, "Follow Director Gu, and you will have meat to eat." His eyes swept over Gu Chung calmly, and Lu Yunqi nodded in approval. There is indeed meat to eat. Gu Chung. Lu Yunqi, you big dirty master. Gu Chung stood up and wanted to hit someone, but his foot was injured and he hissed in pain as soon as he stood up. Lu Yunqi quickly stood up to check. "Where does it hurt?" Gu Chung pointed at his feet. Lu Yunqi knelt beside her and put her foot on his leg to check. "Has the wound been stretched again? Can I remove the gauze now?" Seeing how nervous he was, Gu Chung seemed to be enjoying it. It had been a long time since he had felt like being held in someone's palm. Being with someone who is stable at the core and has a sound personality is probably what it feels like to be valued. Many people say that poor couples have many sorrows, but what is more sad than poverty is meeting someone with an unhealthy heart. They always have a point of inferiority in their hearts, and they don't know when it will explode. For the other half, that is the most difficult pain to overcome in life. Lu Yunqi. She curled her lips and called him. Lu Yunqi responded in a low voice, "Yes, I'm here." Gu Chung said in a low voice, "Actually, I am a bit narrow-minded. I took what you said today seriously. If you change your mind one day, don't tell me, otherwise I will become dark inside and want revenge. As long as you let me accept it slowly and give me some time to feel your changes, I will leave with relief." Lu Yunqi frowned immediately, put her feet down, stood up and pinched her mouth that always talked nonsense. "How can I lie to a little girl like you? Am I that kind of jerkbag?" Gu Chung pulled her mouth out of his hand and said, "Everyone has different ideas at every stage of life. You may think I am suitable for you now, but if you encounter something in the future, your ideas will be different. Although I don't have such an open mind, I can understand many things. To me, love is great when we are together, and we can face it calmly when we are apart. If we don't love each other anymore, it won't feel the same no matter how hard we try." Lu Yunqi looked at her very seriously and said, "With me, no matter what type of person you like at any stage, I will make you like only me. I am not the type who helps others. I am the type who curls myself up, making you always feel that no one can compare to me. Even if you think I am the best in the end, I will make you feel that you like me more than in the previous stage." Gu Chung couldn't help but laugh. Only a gifted person like Lu Yunqi could say such confident words. Lu Yunqi glared at her with his peach blossom eyes. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Chung said meaningfully. "I find it quite fresh. It turns out that Master Jiu can also be extravagant. The girl becomes talkative when she is in a good mood, and Lu Yunqi can't help wanting to eat braised rabbit meat." Lu Yunqi picked the person up and said sinisterly, "I haven't slept in your bed before. Let me try and see how it feels." Gu Cheng really wasn't feeling well today. The burns on his body were still hurting. My arms and legs hurt. Can I sign a leave application? Lu Yunqi was speechless. It was the first time he heard that one could take leave for this matter. He held her tightly, looking down at her. Tell me, how can it not hurt? Gu Cheng pointed in the direction of the kitchen. Go eat if you haven't eaten yet. Seeing you eat makes me feel good. When you feel good, your body will secrete endorphins, which have a pain, relieving effect. Sometimes Lu Yunqi really didn't know what to do with Gu Cheng. He could be bad, mouthing him 1 second, and then show concern for him in a roundabout way the next, which made him feel warm. It makes people love and hate it. Holding the person and sitting on the kitchen counter, Lu Yunqi went to the refrigerator to get some frozen dumplings. Lu Yunqi took off his suit jacket and hung it on the dining table. He rolled up his shirt sleeves, picked up the pot to collect water, put it down and turned on the gas stove, all in one smooth motion. He is so skilled that he doesn't look like the young master of a top powerful family at all. She asked curiously, how do you know how to cook? Isn't it true that the young master of a big family doesn't even know which egg of different colors to use to make scrambled eggs? Lu Yunqi opened the box of frozen dumplings and skillfully poured the dumplings into boiling water. Gu Cheng looked at his exposed forearm. The veins bulged when he pulled open the box. It was very pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help swallowing. Lu Yunqi squinted at her. Control your expression. It's too lewd. Gu Cheng snorted. Didn't you agree that I should like you at every stage? At this stage, I like you with some muscles, but not the exaggerated bodybuilding type. Otherwise, roll up your sleeves and let me inspect you to see if you are acceptable. The girl's big watery eyes were almost narrowed into a slit, vividly illustrating what it meant to be lecherous. He moved closer to her, lowered his head to peck her lips, and said in a soft and hoarse voice, Haven't we already tested it? Every time I hold you up with my arms, aren't you always very excited? Gu Cheng's cheeks suddenly turned red, and he thought to himself that this was really the loveliest thing. The injured little foot was not obedient, and Gu Cheng wanted to kick him even though it hurt. Sour. Lu Yunqi smiled and flicked her head. Don't you like this? Gu Cheng didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't help liking his occasional flirty words in bed, which made her feel taboo and exciting. Hurry up and cook, master. It's almost 10 o'clock and you haven't eaten yet. Lu Yunqi poured the dumplings into the pot and held a colander in his hand to prevent the dumplings from sticking to the bottom of the pot. Even the way he cooked was pleasing to the eye. Gu Cheng asked the question again. How do you cook? Lu Yunqi stirred the dumplings in the pot, watching them swell up one by one and lie on the water. When I was a kid, my dad was very busy and didn't come home often. My mom liked to travel all over the country and was often not at home. My dad always asked my eldest brother to take care of me. My eldest brother hated me very much. He didn't strangle me to death because he thought we were blood relatives. So how could he care about me? He was unhappy and didn't let the servants at home take care of me. I was so hungry that I had no choice but to secretly watch how my aunt cooked and learn from her. This way, when no one was taking care of me, I could take care of myself. I learned it by being hungry. So, the top dignitaries are not as good as you think. The only reason I was able to grow up successfully is that I am self-reliant and have some brains. The two of us are together because I am taking advantage of you. You may feel nervous following me, but don't be afraid. I can handle it. Gu Cheng didn't expect this to be such a story. It turned out that he had also experienced such a difficult time. She opened her arms and hugged Lu Yunqi. I'm not afraid, and you don't have to be afraid either. I will protect you too. The reason why Lu Yunqi has always liked Gu Cheng is probably because he has been lacking love for 30 years and always wants to find a girl who will care about him instead of the 9th young master of the Lu family. It doesn't matter his family background or his ability, it only matters whether he lives a good life. After Chu Yin packed up Lu Yunqi's things, he wanted to say heko to him and leave. When he passed by the kitchen, he saw Lu Yunqi and Gu Cheng kissing passionately. The high-end silver-rimmed glasses were left alone on the kitchen counter, further highlighting the passionate kiss between the two people in the kitchen. He took one look and quickly looked away. It was rare for their Jiu Yi to be so enthusiastic. He never showed his emotions to anyone. He thought Lu Yunqi would be lonely, but he didn't expect that he was quite coquettish in private. Silently closing the sliding door of the kitchen, Chu Yin quickly led the people who came to work out. Looking at the atmosphere, who knows what the two people will do in a while. After all, the kitchen and the kitchen counter are the places where things happen frequently. It would be bad for them to watch. Should they give tips or become members? Neither of them would be appropriate, right? The front door of the house opened and closed, leaving only two people in the kitchen, reluctant to part, until the boiling water in the pot overflowed and poured onto the gas stove, sending out an alarm sound, and the gas stove automatically shut down with a click. Gu Cheng pushed the man in front of him away, despite the feeling of being short of breath. Hurry up and check the pot. Be careful of fire or gas leakage. I don't want to see it on the headlines tomorrow. Breaking news. Gu Cheng of Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group and the ninth young master of the Beijing Liu family had a secret meeting in the kitchen. They both died at home because they were too obsessed with love. Then there was another comment below. Good guy. What a pair of wild mandarin ducks. Even though Lu Yunqi was extremely angry, he lost all desire to continue after hearing what Gu Cheng said. He reached out and slapped Gu Cheng on the head. Little girl, can't you say a few nice words? Having said that, he still quickly checked the gas stove, made sure there was no problem, and reset the alarm before he felt relieved. The dumplings were almost overcooked and inedible, so Lu Yunqi used a colander to drain the dumplings and scoop them out. Gu Cheng couldn't help but look at him with lustful eyes again. Lu Yunqi, how come you are so good at work? You can even fix the gas stove. Lu Yunqi thought she was going to say that men who work look handsome, but the girl's next words made him want to beat her up. I find that you are indeed a blue-chip stock. Not only are you pleasing to the eye, but you are also very cost-effective. In the future, our family can save on hiring cooks, gas appliance installers, and repairmen. Hey, what else can you do? Can you repair computers? Can you repair circuits? Can you repair air conditioners, televisions, washing machines? Lu Yunqi quickly covered Gu Cheng's chattering mouth, fearing that she would ask him next whether he could repair the toilet or fix the drain. And what would he become then? From what you said, it seems that the type you like is a jack of all trades. He put on his silver-rimmed glasses again, and his whole person showed his elegant and casual temperament. He had to let Gu Cheng take a good look at him. Did he only have a few advantages like repairing and cooking? At first glance, shouldn't he be a big lawyer in a red circle who can make a lot of money? Gu Cheng did start to lick Lu Yunqi's face again, and her beautiful eyes narrowed again. You can't say that. I like you because I like you as a person, and then I slowly discover that you have many things that I like more. This is called a plus. If the person is not the right one, no matter how much you can do, it is not the dish on my plate. Is it because your values are particularly positive? Lu Yunqi discovered that if Gu Cheng wanted to coax people with this mouth, he could really coax people to death. That's enough. Stop exerting yourself, or I might not want to take care of your injured foot. His eyes vaguely swept across Gu Cheng's body from top to bottom, and he didn't need to say what he wanted to do. The dumplings were served on the table, and Lu Yunqi hugged Gu Cheng and sat next to him. Just now the two of them were sitting across the table from each other, as if they were negotiating. But now Gu Cheng turned his head and took Lu Yunqi's arm and acted coquettishly. Is it delicious? Is my aunt's cooking skill amazing? Lu Yunqi blew one cool and gave it to Gu Cheng. If you like it, let's eat it together. Gu Cheng opened his mouth and bit it, and couldn't help but touch his stomach. Eating it this time, I will definitely gain 2 pounds tomorrow. The burn on her hand hurt a little when she moved, and she hissed. Lu Yunqi frowned and looked at her, only to find that his hand was still red and swollen. How did you do that? Gu Cheng originally thought that the pain was bearable, but when Lu Yunqi asked, she pouted in grievance. Today, I wanted to receive a cup of coffee, but I accidentally burned my hand. My hand hurt, so I subconsciously shook it off, and the whole cup of coffee fell on my leg. It was extremely painful at the time. Lu Yunqi was about to ask why he didn't call him, but then he remembered that he probably called Gu Cheng at that time to tell him that he had something to do and would be home late. Pulling her into his arms with a distressed look on his face, he whispered to her, "You must tell me everything from now on. Even if I say I'm busy, you have to tell me. To me, you are the most important." Gu Cheng rested his chin on his shoulder and felt so angry when he thought about seeing him caring about another woman in the hospital. She raised her hand and punched him on the chest. It hurt so much And you were actually with your girlfriend. I was almost mad to death. Lu Yunqi let him hit her, holding her hair with his big hand and stroking it gently. I won't do that next time. If you mind my female friends, I'll take you with me next time. Gu Cheng was not unreasonable and would consider others. Everyone has a few friends of the opposite love. Just like she has Shin Che, her eldest senior brother and her third senior brother, all of whom are very close to her, and she cannot draw a clear line between them. That's not the case. You still have your original circle of friends. There's no need to change because of me. I'm in a specific situation today. It's really hard to see you with others. Lu Yunqi pecked her pink little face and said, I'm not angry anymore. How can I make up for it? Gu Cheng shook his head. I asked Shin Che to pick me up today. I guess you must be pissed off. Never mind. We're even. Lu Yunqi was both angry and amused and flicked her head. Childish. Gu Cheng lowered his eyes and whispered, I thought we were done. I asked Shin Che to come because I thought if you knew I was at Shin Che's house, you would definitely not come to see me. And I said such heartless words. Why didn't you just say to me on the spot, who do you think you are, and then slam the door and leave? Lu Yunqi tapped her on the head and said, You've watched too many skits, right? If I don't torture you, will you feel uncomfortable? Gu Cheng stuck out his tongue and pointed at the dumplings on the table. Eat quickly, or they'll get cold. Such simple food is unworthy of your status, and if you eat it cold, it will make me look even more shabby. Lu Yunqi picked up the chopsticks, smiled and shook his head, picked up a dumpling and put it in his mouth. It tasted indeed good. There are two of us. You take one and I take one to eat the meal. Gu Cheng pointed at her belly and shouted that she wanted to lose weight. Lu Yunqi was afraid that she would stretch the injury on her leg again. So he walked around the house with her back to him, and no one knew who was losing weight. Lu Yunqi successfully entered the house and slept in Gu Cheng's master bedroom. He was worried about Gu Cheng's health and thought it was almost time to fall asleep. But the girl was not easy to deal with and insisted that she needed to take a bath because she felt uncomfortable. Lu Yunqi was worried that her legs and arms were all injured and the wounds would get infected if they got wet. Gu Cheng said directly, Help me wash it, just avoid the wound. She said it confidently, and at the end she added, It's normal for two people to do this kind of thing together. Why are you shy? Lu Yunqi, is he shy? He is afraid that she can't stand it. He had no choice but to carefully help Gu Cheng remove the bandages from her body. He saw that her originally porcelain-like skin was covered with scars, and some places were red and swollen, probably because of the coffee burns. Anger suddenly rose in Lu Yunqi's eyes, and he felt that sending Yu Changhuai in there was too good of a bargain for him. If Yu Changhuai had not been attracted to Gu Cheng would not have been injured. If Gu Cheng had not been injured, she would not have dragged her injured leg to get burned by coffee. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He decided to have someone treat Yu Changhuai well in the room. He wanted Yu Changhuai to pay back double the amount of injuries inflicted on Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng looked at Lu Yunqi's eyes full of anger and waved his fingers in front of him. I'm fine. I'm much better now. It's not that I don't want to take revenge. It's just that the time has not come yet. Yu Changhuai has already gone to jail. I can't do anything to him, but see Yuan Shan. I have collected evidence of his illegal activities, and I plan to send him to jail and give Yu Changhuai and me a big reunion gift package. There was a flash of heartache in Lu Yunqi's eyes, but the expression on his face still didn't look very good. Who said you can't do anything once you're in prison? I won't let Yu Changhuai have an easy time. And see Yuan Shan, don't touch him for now. The evidence can't do any serious harm to him. I've already asked someone to lure Feng Ruo. I'll give them some benefits first. I'll find a way to get the C family to win the bid for the resort renovation project. When the C family really believes that Feng Ruo can bring them benefits, I'll find other projects to trap them together with the resort project. If the C family doesn't go bankrupt, I'll write the name of the family backwards. When the time comes, you can bring up evidence of C Yuanshan's crimes, and the C family will have no chance of making a comeback. Only then will we feel relieved. Gu Cheng couldn't help but make two TSK sounds and gave him a kiss on the face. I just like your sinister look, so charming. Thinking about it, I suddenly felt that my legs didn't hurt and my eyes were no longer blurry. But speaking of this, logically speaking, isn't Feng Ruo your cousin? Is it so unfair to kill your relative for the sake of justice? Lu Yunqi said calmly. She is just a distant cousin. She has been using the Liu family's name for many years. If she hadn't known the limits and hadn't done anything to affect the Liu family wouldn't have wanted to do anything too harsh. They just gave her some convenience in name. The matter between her and Si Hanyue is not simple, and the Si family will have to bear the consequences in the future. Gu Cheng was intrigued, and he pestered Liu Yunqi to ask, "What's the big news? Tell me. I love to listen to gossip. I have never understood why Feng Ruo, who is related to your family, has a special liking for Si Hanyue. She should know the situation of the Si family very well. Even if she were to marry down, she would not rush to be Si Hanyue's mistress. She came to me a few days ago and shamelessly helped Si Hanyue to ask me for half of Jincheng's shares. A relative of the Liu family shouldn't be so superficial." Seeing her cute and curious look like a baby, Liu Yunqi couldn't help but want to pamper her. He would definitely tell her whatever she wanted to know. Feng Ruo was married before. Gu Cheng understood a little bit. No wonder she became Si Hanyue's mistress. It turned out that she was married before and wanted to find a better one but was afraid that she couldn't find one. So she kept clinging to Si Hanyue. After all, Si Hanyue looked good and had a good family background. If Feng Ruo really asked the Liu family for this, the Liu family might help the Si family maintain its appearance, which would be acceptable to the Si family. But before Gu Cheng could finish thinking, Liu Yunqi dropped another bomb's heck. "I've been married 3 times. Gu Cheng opened his eyes wide in disbelief and blurted out, "Darn, isn't she only in her 20s? How come she got married 3 times? Liu Yunqi pinched her open mouth tightly. "Don't be surprised, there's more to come. She has a child, and the child is her brother-in-law's." Gu Cheng was like a wild animal that had eaten a big melon in a melon field. He was instantly excited. She played around quite a lot. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, etc. Come on, tell me about her 3 twists and turns in her marriage. Seeing that Gu Cheng was listening, Liu Yunqi held her in his arms and found a comfortable position for her to lean on. He was a man who didn't like to talk much except when he was in a lawsuit, but he also told Gu Cheng a long gossip. Feng Ruo's first marriage ended in divorce because she had a child with her brother-in-law. Her first husband was a family marriage. The man was more than 10 years older than her and treated her well. But Feng Ruo was not satisfied. Her elder sister married the eldest son of the Huaxin Lin family, who was in his 20s and looked good. Feng Ruo felt unbalanced. Later, she found many opportunities to get close to her brother-in-law, and the two of them got together. When Feng Ruo was pregnant, her husband was very happy. After all, he was almost 40 years old before he had his first child, and he was very concerned about Feng Ruo. Unexpectedly, the child was born with severe anemia and needed a blood transfusion. It was then discovered that the child's blood type was AB. Feng Ruo was type B and her husband was type O, so it was impossible for them to give birth to an AB-type child. What's even more outrageous is that Feng Ruo's sister didn't have any children, and the Lin family came out to claim the baby as a boy. Gu Cheng couldn't help but shake his head as he listened. What a melodramatic and cliched story. What about the last 2 marriages? Seeing her curious face, Liu Yunqi continued, "Later, the Feng family felt that Feng Ru was embarrassing, so they wanted to marry her off again. But she couldn't stay in the circle of Beijing, so they sent her abroad. They said that she had never been married and had no children, so they married her to a wealthy foreign man who was well known. This time, they pleased Feng Ruo and found a younger man for her. Some people like foreign men. When Feng Ruo's sister came to attend Feng Ruo's wedding, she fell in love with Feng Ruo's husband. Feng Ruo destroyed her sister's marriage, and her sister wanted to do the same. So she threatened Feng Ruo that if she didn't match her sister with her husband, her sister would tell her husband that Feng Ruo was married and had a child. Feng Ruo had no choice but to often invite her sister to her house, and would find excuses to go out so that her sister and her husband could be alone together. Later, her husband found something wrong and investigated Feng Ruo. He found out that she had been married before and had a child with her brother-in-law, so he divorced her decisively. The marriage ended in less than a month. Gu Cheng didn't expect that the Feng sisters were so avant-garde. This was the first time he heard of husband swapping, even though he had heard of chi swapping. She couldn't wait to ask, "What about the 3rd paragraph?" Looking at her lively expression, Liu Yunqi couldn't help but kiss her slightly open lips. and didn't let go for a long time. Gu Cheng blushed and said, "I'm thirsty, but I can't quench my thirst like you do." Lu Yunqi said faintly, "Wait until you are better, and I can satisfy my craving." Gu Cheng took the opportunity to do something naughty and rubbed against him, knowing that he loved her and would definitely not do anything to her. "In order to increase your desire for satisfaction, I will help you satisfy your craving a little more." The little rabbit was so noisy that Lu Yunqi wanted to grab her by her rabbit ears and put her in the pan to fry her. But he couldn't bear to do that, so he just put her on the chair next to him and let her sit properly. "Behave yourself, or you won't get any more." Gu Cheng curled his lips and raised his hand to signal him, "Go ahead, go ahead." Lu Yunqi then continued, "The Feng family saw that Feng Ruo had been married twice, and they wanted to be more cautious the third time. So they found her a man who was honest and had some money. Feng Ruo was educated and good looking, so the man thought he had found a treasure and kept a close eye on her. He picked her up and dropped her off at work and didn't allow her to go out at other times. After a while, Feng Ruo couldn't live this kind of life anymore, so she thought of her sister again. This time, she took the initiative to introduce her sister to her husband. Her husband just looked honest, and when he encountered such a good thing, he could refuse it at first, but later he accepted it directly. Gu Cheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. These two sisters are suitable for entering the entertainment industry. They are so bold and good at attracting resources. As she spoke, she moved closer to Lu Yunqi. "Do you like this good thing too?" Lu Yunqi put his hand on the rabbit's head and pushed the person away. "It's tiring to coax you alone. You're not big, but your needs are big. After all, I'm 30 years old, and my waist won't be able to handle another one." Gu Cheng held his arm and laughed happily. "I'm pretty good at making soup. Otherwise, I'll make you some Chinese yam, deer antler, bamboo shredded chicken soup, turtle, and wolfberry soup every day. Don't be too lazy." Lu Yunqi wanted to sew her mouth again. Gu Cheng saw someone's face darken and quickly stopped laughing. "Well, continue. So why did Feng Ruo get divorced again?" Lu Yunqi glanced at her and said a few words lightly. "It's ruined." Gu Cheng's laughter, which he had managed to suppress with great difficulty, burst out again. She turned around and waved at Lu Yunqi. "Let me laugh for a while. No wonder you said it wasn't a good thing. It turns out you had foresight." Lu Yunqi had a stern face and said expressionlessly, "How did you get into the doctoral program? Did your advisor give you a break? Foresight is about foresight, not knowing after you've seen it." Gu Cheng said with a smile, "Why are you still attacking me personally? I went straight to the doctoral program for my undergraduate degree, so I don't need to take any exams." Lu Yunqi glanced at him coldly. "I see. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Gu Cheng directly put his injured legs on him, with a completely bad attitude, blinking his big eyes. "You decide. I'm covered in wounds anyway. I can't fight. I can't move. It depends on whether you are willing to give up." Lu Yunqi really couldn't do anything to her. Seeing the wound on her leg, he felt distressed. What else could he do? Carrying her into the bathroom, Lu Yunqi's voice was not strong enough to threaten her. "If you want to take a shower, just be obedient, or you will see whether I am willing to let you go or not." Gu Cheng was not so crazy as to make Lu Yunqi only watch but not eat. He pointed to a chair outside and said, "Bring a chair here and I'll wash it myself." Lu Yunqi was worried, so he rolled up his shirt sleeves and wanted to help her wash. Gu Cheng stretched out his hand to stop him. "Okay, I can take care of myself. If you really want to help me with something, just wash up and wait for me in bed. I'm sleepy, go and warm the bed." Her expression was commanding, but her tone was sarcastic. Lu Yunqi rubbed her head vigorously and said, "I won't look at you. Go wash it." After closing the bathroom door, Lu Yunqi did not leave. He leaned against the door with his arms folded across his chest. With injuries on her hands and legs, it would be strange if the girl could take care of herself. He always had to stay with her and appear in front of her at the first time when she needed him. To be honest, he blamed himself. He blamed himself for not being there when Gu Cheng was injured today, and he blamed himself even more for not protecting her when Gu Cheng was plotted against. There was a sound of water dripping in the bathroom. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but take out his cell phone again, wanting to do something bad. The call was connected, and the deep voice was still there. "Master Ju." Lu Yunqi hummed softly. "Spread the word to see Yuan Shan. Tell him that Yu Changhuai told him a lot of things in there, and the higher ups want to investigate him." The person on the other end of the phone was silent. Doing this would undoubtedly make Si Yuanshan take a risky move and find someone to kill Yu Changhuai. He asked, "Aren't you planning to keep Yu Changhuai?" A sharp light flashed in Lu Yunqi's eyes behind his glasses. "I originally thought that letting Yu Changhuai go in and suffer a little more would be enough, but now I don't want to. It's really frustrating to keep him here." The person on the other end was silent for a moment, and then he spoke again. "Master Ju, are you too attentive to Gu Cheng? Sometimes it is dangerous to let a woman influence your judgment." Lu Yunqi listened attentively to Gu Cheng humming a song while washing in the bathroom, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "She only gives me the right judgment." Maybe it was because the wound was exposed to water, but Gu Cheng cried out in pain from the bathroom. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much." Lu Yunqi immediately hung up the phone and opened the bathroom door. Gu Cheng had wrapped himself in a bathrobe and was about to stand up to reach the hairdryer hanging on the wall. As soon as he stood up, the wound on his foot began to hurt. Lu Yunqi picked him up and put him on the sink, frowning and asking, "Why didn't you call me?" Gu Cheng blinked twice. "You didn't leave? You're just standing outside the door?" Lu Yunqi responded, "I'm afraid you'll fall." Gu Cheng's affectionate eyes curved up along with the corners of his lips. "Tsk. Old men are just kind of people." After Lu Yunqi made sure her foot was fine, he pinched her face and said, "Speak properly." His expression is fierce, but what he does is very heartwarming. He picked up the hairdryer and started blowing Gu Cheng's hair directly. The wind blew through his hair and entangled his fingertips, just like two people entangled, lingering and charming. Gu Cheng couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips, and his pair of slender long legs swayed unconsciously. Seeing her expression, Lu Yunqi couldn't help but ask, "What are you so happy about?" Gu Cheng stretched out his hand and gently stroked his abdominal muscles through his shirt and said in a good mood, "When I was a child, I insisted on growing long hair, but I was too lazy to dry my hair after washing it. My father was afraid that I would have a headache if it was wet, so he took the trouble to dry my hair for more than 10 years. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, but she was smiling. This time the old man can rest assured. Finally someone is willing to take over his job and blow-dry my hair. Lu Yunqi continued to blow-dry her hair, but he rubbed her head vigorously with his big palm. "Well, I'll take over. This job is a stable job. Don't fire me, Director Gu." Gu Cheng tilted his head and rubbed his hand. "You have a golden rice bowl, but you have an iron rice bowl here?" Lu Yunqi's lips curled slightly. "Well, now that I have found the fun of life in the future, I want to eat your rice bowl." In fact, he didn't say that what he hated most was these wasting things. He was never too lazy to dry his hair after taking a shower, but for Gu Cheng, he did it so naturally and never got tired of it. Gu Cheng looked at the gentle and doting eyes of the man in front of her, and her hands unconsciously touched his face and held it up with both hands. Her hair had been blow-dried. Lu Yunqi put down the blower, tilted his head and kissed the corner of her lips. "Do you like it?" Gu Cheng nodded. "You should maintain the joy of life for a little longer, and don't give up halfway." Seeing the worry in her eyes, he knew that he hadn't given her enough sense of security. But life is long, and he would always let her know that to him. Like is a continuous verb, long and far, and the end is only the moment when his life ends. He lowered his head and kissed her gently. "You can slowly test me in the future. When you feel that you can give me a grade, tell me when you can make me a lifetime employee." Gu Cheng stretched out his hand to hook his neck to prevent him from retreating and looked at him seriously with his forehead against his. "Lu Yunqi, you really make my heart beat. But this may not be a good sign for you. I have high expectations for love. If you don't meet my expectations, I will be infinitely dissatisfied and will ask for endlessly from you. You may be able to endure it for a while, but after a long time, will you think that I am unreasonable? If you like someone else, you are giving a perfect love now, and you will feel relieved." In the eyes of others, lovers and lovers are two different things. Lovers put love first, and lovers are more like having a tacit understanding with each other, working hard together to live and putting life first. But for me, lovers and lovers are the same. I just want to put love first. Maybe in 10 or 20 years, I will still ask you the brainless question of whether you love me or not. But by that time, others will think that such questions are too naive. So, You really have to think about it. I'm quite troublesome. Rather than giving and then taking it back, I'd rather you not promise to give it to me." After she said this, she looked at Lu Yunqi without blinking. She laid herself out in front of him, letting him see the most selfish and cowardly Gu Cheng in her heart. It's not that she doesn't know how to pretend to be good, but she doesn't want the feelings gained by pretending to be exhausted in the future. But at some point, she regretted saying this, thinking that it was okay to pretend. At least she could monopolize this man when she really liked him. Why should she say it now if it hasn't happened yet? Lu Yunqi wanted to speak, but Gu Cheng raised his hand to stop her. She was still scared and said, "Forget it, I was just talking. I'm a little sleepy. Let's go to bed early." She put her hand in front of her mouth and yawned delicately, looking like she really wanted to sleep. Lu Yunqi stopped her and pushed her back onto the sink. Gu Cheng raised his eyes and looked at him, his expression somewhat serious. "Just pretend I didn't say anything. It's too early for us to discuss this issue now." Lu Yunqi sucked her lips lightly. "You are really good at teasing me. I now feel that my worldview has become a little abnormal after being with you, and you are still asking me these stupid questions." Gu Cheng frowned. "You said my values are not right?" Lu Yunqi lowered his head to her neck and kissed her neck gently. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, wondering how could this girl be so stupid that it made people feel sorry for her. "If someone else had said this to me, I would have left without even looking back. But if you said it, I would feel sorry for you. Do you think there's something wrong with my values? It's an indescribable feeling in my heart. Besides being touched, there is also an instant sense of warmth that fills my heart." Gu Cheng held his face, pressed it against his, and rubbed his lips with his teeth. This man not only has a nice voice, but also speaks so nicely that she wants to immerse herself in it even if it's fake. "Why are you so nice to me? Do you want to kill me?" Lu Yunqi bit her soft lips and said in a hoarse voice, "I only want you." The temperature in the bathroom continued to rise, and the steam that had not yet dissipated was steaming with the desire that was about to burst out. Gu Cheng had originally led the kiss, but Lu Yunqi easily turned the tables. Gu Cheng was like a beautiful doll, being placed in any posture in his big hands. He was reluctant to see her injured and do anything to her, but he also didn't want to let go of the tempting meal at his lips. The white bath towel had long been crumpled into a ball and was half hung on the body. Gu Cheng tilted his head slightly, with his fingers and toes curled tightly together, increasingly eager for his satisfaction. Lu Yunqi wrapped her tightly again, his head hanging on her. "I'll carry you back. You go to sleep first. I'll take a shower." Gu Cheng raised her long legs and hooked them around his waist, her eyes sparkling with tears. "I'm fine. Be careful." Lu Yunqi was uncomfortable with her hook and couldn't help biting her lips again. "Chengbao, stop it. Not today. When you are healed." Before he finished speaking, the girl's feet moved up along his calves and stopped at. Lu Yunqi snorted, grabbed her fiery feet, and glared at her with his peach blossom eyes. "Stop teasing me, or neither of us will be able to sleep tonight." Gu Cheng raised his eyes slightly, looking at him with a hook in his eyes. "Can you still bear it?" Sweat was already breaking out on Lu Yunqi's forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, he picked up Gu Cheng, carried him into the bedroom, put him on the bed, and hurried into the bathroom. It was the first time that Gu Cheng saw Lu Yunqi so unstable. Except in bed, where he was always driven crazy by her, she rarely saw him lose control while she was sober. She liked to see him take off his usual elegance and dignity for her and become a person that only she had seen him become. Lying on the bed, although my body was empty, my heart was full. Thinking of the touch under her feet just now. Even in that situation, he still took care of her body and didn't touch her. He really cared about her. It was more than half an hour later that Lu Yunqi finished his shower. The girl flirted with him too hard, and he had to take a cold shower while satisfying himself before he could finally suppress his anger. As a result, the heartless girl fell asleep first, curled up like a cat. He covered her with the quilt, then climbed onto the bed quietly and put his arm on her side, and the girl automatically rested her head on it. Lu Yunqi laughed. He was quite good at finding a place. As soon as a smile appeared on his face, a message came in on Lu Yunqi's phone. After unlocking the screen and opening WeChat, I heard a woman's anxious voice. "Aki, come and help me talk to Fanjindo. He wants me to abort the baby." Gu Cheng felt uncomfortable, and the wound hurt the most at night. She frowned and said weakly, "If you have anything to do, go first." Lu Yunqi rubbed the top of her head and said, "It's okay. I'll let Wen Yang go over there. I'll accompany you." Gu Cheng leaned into his arms and said, "She can send you a message so late. It must be a very urgent matter. As a woman, it's actually quite pitiful to have no one to care about you at this time. Go quickly, I'm fine." Lu Yunqi knew Fan Jinpeng, a man who did not want to get married. After too many divorce cases, he became disappointed with marriage, and he felt tired after seeing too many calculations. The same goes for women. If it's about love, he can talk about anything, but if it comes to marriage, he will definitely not agree. As long as Su Qing didn't force Fan Zhenping to get married, he wouldn't have given up the child. I guess with Su Qing's temper, she wants Fan Zhenping to be responsible for her. Lu Yunqi raised his hand and pinched his brows, then patted Gu Cheng on the back and coaxed him. "Then you go to sleep first. I'll go early and come back early." Gu Cheng rubbed his sleepy eyes, touched the charging phone on the table, and called the doctor on duty at the hospital. "Please take good care of VIP8's patient, stabilize the baby in her belly, and don't let her get stimulated." After she told him everything in a daze, she hung up the phone. Lu Yunqi scratched Gu Cheng's cheek and said, "You don't have to be so sensible next time." Gu Cheng closed his eyes and wrapped himself in the quilt, humming sleepily. "I'm not helping your friend, I'm helping myself. She's fine, and you can come back early. It's a bit cold sleeping alone, so I'm waiting for you to come back and warm the bed." Lu Yunqi chuckled, a little rabbit with a hard mouth but a soft heart. "Go to sleep. I'll try to come back early. If you can't sleep, call me if you need me to come back." Thinking about Gu Cheng's personality that always had a strong sense of boundaries, he couldn't help but say, "You are very important to me, and I will put your request first." Gu Cheng smiled and turned over in bed. "I know, Dad is an old man." "Old man?" Lu Yunqi flicked her forehead with his finger. "You dislike me?" Gu Cheng rubbed his fingers and said, "I don't mind. I like it." Only then did Lu Yunqi go out with satisfaction. Before going out, he did not forget to look at himself in the dressing mirror. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and tight skin. He was obviously at the best age and had top-notch looks. How could he be old? The girl needs to be punished. After getting in the car, Lu Yunqi still called Wen Yang and asked him to go to Su Qing's place together. He is now someone who needs to avoid suspicion. Just because Gu Cheng is sensible and doesn't care doesn't mean he can ignore it. The mermaid he has been following for 8 years has finally taken the bait, so he has to keep himself clean. Lu Yunqi arrived at the hospital first and waited for Wen Yang to arrive before the two of them went in together. As soon as they walked outside the ward, they saw Fan Jinping standing in the safety stairwell opposite the ward smoking. Although they are all children from big families, some of them can get along with each other, while others can't. Everyone is polite on the surface, but in fact Lu Yunqi doesn't think much of Fan Jinping. But Su Qing's eyesight is not very good, so she had to choose such a person. Wen Yang also dislikes Fan Jinping. When Lu Yunqi was studying law in Hong Kong, Fan Jinping also went to study law in Hong Kong. Lu Yunqi was 13 years old when he was admitted to the Hong Kong University, and Fan Jinping was 16 years old and forced his family to donate a library to the Hong Kong University so that he could go in with him. Lu Yunqi joined a law firm as a lawyer, and Fan Jinping also found a way to become a lawyer. I don't know why he has to follow Lu Yunqi, as if he is secretly competing with Lu Yunqi. Now when people talk about Lu Yunqi, they will inevitably talk about Fan Jinping. It is annoying. Logically speaking, the two of them, one is the 9th master of Beijing Circle and the other is the crown prince of Haiqing, have nothing in common. I don't know what's wrong with Fan Jinping. When Yang spoke first, "Fan Jinping, you are living like a man, aren't you? You got someone pregnant and had someone abort the baby. Why didn't you use a rubber when you were having fun?" Fan Jinping bit the cigarette in the corner of his lip, his face full of impatience. "I have already told Su Qing that you can find me and have a relationship. I will treat her 100% well. You can also have children. I have no objection to her or me when the time comes. Just don't talk to me about marriage. Now, she is pregnant and forces me to marry her, but I can't. Either she beats the child, or we break up." When Yang sneered, "Whether you want to marry or not is a matter between you and Su Qing. Don't involve the child. As a lawyer, don't tell me that you can't tell who is the subject of the incident and who is the party involved." Fan Jinping took a deep last puff of his cigarette and put out the butt on the trash can. If you can convince Su Qing not to bring the child to my house to make trouble and force me to marry her, she can keep the child or not. Wen Yang couldn't stand this kind of theory. You're talking as if it's not yours. How can you give her the child? Lu Yunqi stopped Wen Yang and said, let's go see Su Qing first to see what she means. Fan Jinping leaned against the stairwell and lit another cigarette. I can't convince her. You guys just watch and persuade her. Wen Yang wanted to teach Fan Jinping a lesson, but Lu Yunqi had already dragged Wen Yang into the ward. On the way, Wen Yang couldn't help but complain. We grew up together with Su Qing. Her family was very close to yours, and Su Qing often interacted with your elders. I thought Su Qing fell in love with you and didn't get married for so many years because she was waiting for you. I didn't expect that she would be so careless and find Fan Jinping. Lu Yunqi frowned and looked at Wen Yang. Are you getting old? People start to arrange couples randomly when they reach their 40s or 50s, but you are starting to make random arrangements now. The more you use your kidneys, the faster you age. This saying is indeed true. While the two were talking, Wen Yang had already opened the door of the ward. Su Qing changed into the hospital gown she wore and sat on the bed looking haggard and helpless. She no longer looked as charming and attractive as when she came, but instead looked so pitiful that it was hard to say anything harsh to her. Wen Yang originally wanted to scold her for not having the eyes to fancy Fan Jinping, but seeing her like this, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. It was Lu Yunqi who spoke first. Fan Jinping can't possibly marry you. Why do you insist on having this child? Tell me why. Su Qing covered her face with her hands, silent and sad. My brother has acute leukemia and can't find a matching bone marrow. The doctor said that if I get pregnant, the baby's umbilical cord blood may be able to save my brother. So, I told Fan Jinping. She couldn't continue speaking, and only suppressed sobbing could be heard. The situation of the Su family is actually quite complicated. The Su family favors sons over daughters. The 3 daughters of the Su family are actually tools for Su Yuanting's marriage. Su Yuanting doesn't care whether they live well or what kind of life they want to live. On the contrary, the hard one son in the family is spoiled to no end. Now the only son has leukemia, and the 3 older sisters are being exploited desperately. They have to let them try even if there is a little hope. Su Qing said that she was filial to her parents, but she was taught to be a PUA by her parents since she was young, and she only knew how to devote herself to the family. Now, she can even devote herself to the pregnancy. My dad said that since I am pregnant with Fan Jinping's child, if I can't marry into the Fan family, no one will want me. Otherwise, he will marry me to the director of the Education Bureau. He is over 50 years old. How can you let me marry? Lu Yunqi and Wen Yang had no way to tell Su Qing about her family affairs. If she had not really had no other choice, she would not have pestered Fan Jinping. Su Qing is a person who only knows how to compromise. She is the second child in the family. She has witnessed how her elder sister Su Lan rebelled against the family and how the family married Su Lan to Arabia. Men there can marry 4 wives, and it is a patriarchal society. Su Lan was miserable after marrying there. At first, Su Lan would ask for help from his family, wanting to divorce and go home. But when his parents received the news, they would ask the man for something and negotiate some conditions. After the man gave enough, his parents would no longer pay attention to Su Lan. Over time, Su Lan no longer asked for help from his family and just lived alone there, enduring humiliation and gritting his teeth. After seeing that situation, Su Qing was so frightened that she suffered from depression for a long time. She was sent abroad for treatment by the Su family and just returned recently. Wen Yang looked at Su Qing like that, and he couldn't bear it but couldn't help but say, "Why did you have to find someone else to have a child? You had to find that Fan Jinping, knowing that he was single. Aren't you pushing yourself into a dead end?" Su Qing pursed her lips and said nothing. It wasn't that she wanted to find Fan Jinping, it just happened that she was bored at that time, and Fan Jinping happened to be there. So? Lu Yunqi frowned and said, "What's the point of saying this now?" Wen Yang pulled his hair in annoyance. "What else can we do? The child is already pregnant, and we can't abort it. Fan Jinping, that jerk, doesn't want to marry her. Is it possible to find a powerful in-law for Su Qing before her father wants to marry her off?" Su Qing pursed her lips. Although she didn't make any sound, it was obvious that she thought so too. Lu Yunqi said calmly, marriage is not a joke. Whether you want to marry or get married, if the two parties have no feelings for each other and are together, it is like jumping from one fire pit into another. When Yang said, what else can we do? Lu Yunqi said, whether a person can stand up or not depends not on others, but on himself. As he spoke, he looked at Su Qing. You studied architecture and participated in the design of the Scone building in London. This is your strength. Even if your father plans to use you for marriage, you will have more options if you become famous and valuable. When Yang slapped his thigh and said, Old Lu's company has a project. After completion, it will be a landmark building in Beijing. The people involved in the design will be famous throughout the country. Old Lu, you should put Su Qing in it. Lu Yunqi frowned slightly. That design was the one that his designers had worked on for a year. It would be unfair to those designers to parachute in someone else's work. Lu Yunqi looked up at Su Qing. She seemed to have found her backbone instantly, looking at him expectantly. Qi, you were right. If I participate in this project in your company this time, at least my father will not just find a family for me. He will always wait for the right price. Lu Yunqi swallowed his words of refusal. It was not that he had any feelings for Su Qing. When they were young, they were in the same circle and often played together. His situation was not very good at that time, and his position in the circle was purely due to his strong fists and hard work. In the beginning, he didn't know how to do it, and he just rushed forward with all his might. It was inevitable that he would get injured all the time, and in serious cases, he would be in a half-death situation. It was when Yang, Su Qing, and a few people in the circle who were around him that saved him from death as a child. Okay, then I'll arrange for you to join the design department. Whether you can achieve results in the future depends on you. Su Qing's eyes were slightly red. Thank you, Aki. If it weren't for you, Yang and these friends, I really don't know how I would live. Lu Yunqi frowned slightly. You are pregnant now, so you should control your emotions. When Yang also said, yes, you can rest here for a while. Old Lu's, ahem. Old Lu, the chairman of Jincheng Hospital, is familiar to you. He has already made arrangements for you and will provide you with the best medical resources. Now that everything was done, Lu Yunqi didn't want to stay here any longer. The little girl was alone at home, so he had to go back to accompany her. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. He said calmly, that's it. I'm leaving. I will let Fan Jinping go back. Su Qing raised her eyes and looked at Lu Yunqi. You leaving so soon? When Yang smiled meaningfully, Old Lu is like an old cow anxious to go back to chew tender grass. Lu Yunqi glanced at Wen Yang coldly. Su Qing looked at Lu Yunqi with some curiosity. After all, it was hard to hear any gossip about him. Aki has a girlfriend. Wen Yang said mysteriously, it's the dazzling rose growing 3 inches deep in his heart. Su Qing smiled gently. I was embarrassed to bother Yang because I was afraid of disturbing him on a date with his girlfriend. Now I guess it's not a good idea to disturb Aki either. Wen Yang said, I welcome disturbances at any time. If you lose a woman, you can find another one. If you lose a friend, you really won't lose one. Unlike Lao Lu, who values women over friends, you have to be careful when you disturb him. Su Qing nodded in agreement. To be with Qi, that girl is not ordinary. I really want to find a chance to get to know her. Wen Yang said, there will always be a chance. It's not that I don't want to see you. It's just that the time has not come yet. Lu Yunqi raised his hand and looked at his watch again. How about you guys discuss the consulting fee for another time? I'm going back first. Wen Yang stood up quickly. Come on, we are all men. Who doesn't have a girl to warm the bed? Why are you the only one who is anxious and I am not? Lu Yunqi glanced over coldly and said, I was anxious to go back and warm her bed. Wen Yang shook off the non-existent goosebumps on his body. Darn, you're really flirty. Lu Yunqi calmly pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses. His expression was calm, but his words were obviously flirtatious and coquettish, with a hint of arrogance that was barely noticeable. She likes it. When Yang jumped 2 meters away, no one could have imagined that Lu Yunqi would be so beautiful girlty after having a woman. Disgusting. Su Qing smiled as she watched the two bickering. Then you guys should go back quickly. I'm fine here. Please drive safely on the road. The two chatted and laughed as they left the ward. Lu Yunqi saw Fan Junping in the stairwell, paused and said, if you are irresponsible, don't provoke him. Not getting married is your own principle, and being irresponsible is a moral principle. If you still want to have a smooth life in Beijing, then give her enough compensation and don't let a woman suffer the rest of her life because of you. Fan Jinping threw the cigarette in his mouth into the trash can. Lu Yunqi, are you threatening me because of Su Qing? Are you planning to set some obstacles for me in Beijing? I've heard that you have a special relationship with Su Qing. Does she really have an unacceptable relationship with you? Lu Yunqi walked up to him, and the sound his high-end leather shoes made as they stepped on the hospital floor was a little creepy. He grabbed Fan Jinping's tie and slowly rolled it up in his hand until it reached his neck. Then he suddenly tightened his hand and said, Fan Jinping, we are all lawyers. You should think before you speak. Fan Jinping's neck was pulled downward instantly, but his hands reacted quickly, grabbing Lu Yunqi's tie to confront him. Why? I hit you where it hurts. Your woman is pregnant with my child. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yunqi had already pulled off his tie and tied it tightly around Fan Jinping's neck, saying expressionlessly, You want to die? It's always a good day for me to kill you. When Yang knew Lu Yunqi, and he would definitely go crazy if anything involved Gu Cheng. That idiot Fan Jinping even said that Lu Yunqi's woman was pregnant with his child. Isn't that courting death? When Yang grabbed Lu Yunqi and pulled him back, Old Lu, your little girl is waiting for you at home. Don't let her worry. As he said this, he pushed Fan Jinping again and said, Old Lu's wife is sleeping peacefully at home. If you keep talking nonsense, I will sue you for defamation. When Gu Cheng was mentioned, Lu Yunqi put away the tie in his hand and pulled Fan Jinping's collar in the opposite direction. When I give you face, you just take it well. Fan Jinping was used to being praised in Haicheng. When had he ever been treated so badly? But he didn't dare to confront Lu Yunqi, so he could only say something that was neither soft nor hard. Lu Yunqi, I don't want to get married. So who are you? At least I can make the decision about my own feelings. But can your family let you do whatever you want with yours? No one in the outside world knows that you have a woman, right? You're hiding it now. You say I'm irresponsible, but I want to see how you take responsibility. This book was first published on Taiwan Novel Network, DigitG, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no disordered chapters. Lu Yunqi was surrounded by a dangerous aura. He knew the situation at home, and there was no need for an outsider like Fan Jinping to make things worse. He could make appropriate compromises on other matters, but no one should think of arranging marriage for him. He has the final say on who he likes and who he doesn't like. He also has the final say on whether he wants Gu Cheng. Lu Yunqi patted Fan Jinping on the shoulder and said, Just because you are a coward doesn't mean I am a coward too. Just take care of yourself. Lu Yunqi was in a bad mood because of the bad luck he had encountered in the hospital. When we returned to Gu Cheng's house, it was already past 3 in the morning. He entered the room quietly, afraid to disturb Gu Cheng's sleep. When he opened the door and saw that Gu Cheng was not on the bed, he was startled. Gu Cheng, where are you? He was fine before he left. How come he disappeared? She was so anxious that her bed was messy, and Gu Cheng's pajamas were also piled messily on the bed. It was obvious that she went out in a hurry. His eyes swept across the room, finally landing on the note next to the pillow. Lu Yunqi picked it up and read it word by word. It was Gu Cheng's handwriting. Because he was anxious, the handwriting was a little messy. Something happened. I'll go to the company first. Seeing Gu Cheng's message did not make Lu Yunqi relax at all. Instead, he became even more nervous. What big deal was it that made Gu Cheng go out overnight with his injured leg? On the other side, Gu Cheng had urgently summoned Jin Cheng's legal department, public relations department, and publicity and promotion department to the company in the early morning. Shin Che's face was covered with wounds after being beaten by Lu Yunqi yesterday. Gu Cheng had planned not to call him, but when he heard the news, he crawled out of bed and went straight to the company. Everyone gathered in the conference room, all with solemn expressions. When the bodyguard pushed Gu Cheng's wheelchair and opened the door of the conference room, Shin Che looked at Gu Cheng nervously. Are you okay? Are you okay? Gu Cheng shook his head. It's okay. If this happened a few days ago, she would definitely feel disgusted and difficult to face. How deep down does a person have to be to use such dirty means to discredit someone? But she had already experienced an inner struggle from total self-denial to the defense mechanism established by Lu Yunqi to resist such disputes. She was able to accept it well, and could think about how to deal with the problem. The public relations manager has the ugliest expression. Once working hours arrive, Jinsheng will be surrounded by reporters. If it is not handled properly, Jinsheng will be caught up in a scandal, which will definitely affect the stock price, the project, and the entire situation. Boss Gu, there are reports all over the internet that you used your beauty to trade with former Health Bureau Director Yu Changhui in exchange for winning the bid for Rongxing Technologies acquisition. Yu Changhui was previously exposed for violation young girls, keeping mistresses, and accepting bribes. If we get involved with him, it's like getting into a cesspool. It's too hard to wash out. This is not the most difficult problem to solve. The important thing is that Yu Changhui has died in prison, and there is no evidence. Not only that, some people also say that you were the one behind it. These speculations are not important. The key is that there is also a video of you toasting with Yu Changhui at the birthday party. In the video, you two are obviously very close. The video can be confirmed to have been edited, but public opinion cannot be controlled. We have been trying our best to delete the posts, but after deleting a batch, new ones pop up, as if they are competing with us. It must be someone's deliberate arrangement. If the matter is not dealt with before the public wakes up, you can imagine how it will escalate. A notorious leader within the system, a young married group chairman. If your husband's family and the C family get involved and point out your private life issues, the situation will become even more out of control. Not only will Jinsheng be affected, but when you file for divorce, you will probably be found to be the party at fault, and you may not only have to pay money, but also lose shares. Gu Cheng raised her hand and pinched her brows. She had thought that Si Yuan Shan would use these dirty tricks, and she had also thought about how to deal with them. They could spread rumors, and she had solid evidence that the Si family had violated the law. The other side was spreading rumors, and she had evidence in her hands, so she could tell who was better. But now that human lives are involved, the matter is another matter. The legal manager said, not very optimistically. Before, the other party has been revealing that there is solid evidence that Director Gu seduced Yu Changhui, but they have never revealed what it is. I asked around among my connections and found out that Yu Changhui left a suicide note before his death, saying that he might not live long. If anything really happened, it would definitely be Jinsheng's Gu Chengqian's fault. In order to avoid involving Jinsheng's bid to acquire Rongxing and the launch of new products, he would definitely try every means to get rid of him. Whether the suicide note is real or not is not the point for now. Once the news is exposed, it will be a tsunami of public opinion. Even if we are found out to be wrong later, the impact has already been caused. We cannot control what unimaginable things will happen during this period. Shen Che's face was gloomy. This was such a dirty and disgusting method. If the Si family wasn't behind it, he would pull his head off and kick it like a ball. But what does it matter if they know it now? The Si family caught them off guard. If they cannot prove their innocence in time, Jin Cheng will be investigated and Gu Cheng's greatest interest will be damaged. Moreover, Gu Cheng's divorce case is about to go to court. If the Si family does this at this time, they might be thinking of swallowing up most of Jin Cheng. Shin Che swept his cold eyes over the crowd and said unhappily, "You don't need to analyze the matter. Jinsheng hired you at a salary twice as high as that of the same industry, not to let you tell the facts, but to let you solve the problems. Now I don't have time to listen to you talk about these problems that everyone knows. Is there any good solution?" Everyone in the room lowered their heads. They couldn't delete the post now, and there wasn't enough time to prove that Gu Cheng was framed. And the video of the birthday party was impossible to deny. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Gu Cheng swept his eyes over the crowd and spoke in a low voice. "I didn't do it, and I won't admit it. The other party just wants to use public opinion to force me to submit, to let public opinion overwhelm me and make me back down, and make me make concessions. Even if I am not firm in my heart, I may not be able to defend Jinsheng. Everyone present may also be thinking in their hearts that I am only in my early 20s and have never experienced anything. When the public opinion tsunami comes, you may still insist on fighting for me on the front line, but I will back down and give in first, making all the methods you can think of and all the efforts you have made go to waste. Today I am sitting here to make a clear statement to you that I, Gu Cheng, will not be overwhelmed by any public opinion, nor will I bow to any evil forces. Sitting in front of you is the chairman of Jinsheng with a strong heart, not a 24-year old girl who knows nothing about the world. So, everyone present, please use your ability to the best of your ability. As long as you are working hard, I will definitely be able to stand up. All difficulties are temporary, and all false things will be repelled by evidence. It is normal to encounter difficulties. I believe that as long as we unite as one, we can win this battle. Gu Cheng's words made the people in the legal and public relations departments who were worried at first put down all their guard. The Siyuan group had some dirty tricks, but it didn't mean they didn't have dirty ways to deal with them. However, due to Gu Cheng's young age, they were afraid that the methods used might be too dirty and she would not be able to bear it. The PR manager stepped forward and said, "Boss Gu, if you say so, I'll be frank. There will be some unpleasant words in the analysis. Please don't mind." Gu Cheng gave her a calm look and said, "Nothing can be worse than the current situation. What else can I not listen to?" The PR manager got the okay and continued, "There are two difficult things to solve in this matter. First, the other party is implying that you have cheated more than once or twice, and you have become accustomed to using your body to get ahead. Second, Yu Changhuai is dead, implying that we killed him to cover up the truth. But if we break it down, the connection is a bit far-fetched. Even if you really had a relationship with Yu Changhuai." Shin Che couldn't bear to listen any longer and shouted in a low voice, "There is no if, it didn't happen at all." Gu Qing glanced over and said, "Boss Shun, don't interrupt Manager Zhang." Shin Che felt sorry for Gu Cheng and couldn't bear to see anyone slandering her, even if he felt sorry for Gu Cheng. But Gu Cheng has to hold on now. This is her destiny. If she wants to be a qualified leader, she must not be too sensitive. He stopped talking. The PR manager looked at Gu Cheng, then at Shin Che and continued, "I mean, even if you really have a relationship with Yu Changhuai, it's impossible for you to kill someone just because it involves illegal bidding. It doesn't make sense to dissect it. We can change the direction of public opinion on Yu Changhuai's death, saying that someone deliberately wanted to use this incident to cover up the truth of Yu Changhuai's death. We can raise the question of whether the suicide note is true or false, and guide public opinion to dig into Yu Changhuai's past. Yu Changhuai is not clean, but he can still sit in the position of director of the Health Bureau. There must be a protective umbrella above him. In the process of digging, the interests of the protective umbrella will definitely be involved, and the protective umbrella will also try to stop this public opinion. So we can use the power of the power to fight the power." Gu Qing nodded and said, "This idea is fine, but don't let the incident escalate too much and affect too many people, so that Jinqing doesn't get into bigger trouble after overcoming the current difficulties." The PR manager wrote down the key points on a piece of paper and continued, "As for the other one, it is to make people believe that you would never devote yourself to an old man like Yu Changhuai." As he spoke, he looked at Shin Che, coughed and said, "Can you sacrifice Mr. Shan's interests and the interests of some of the outstanding men around you? The outside world has been spreading gossip about you and Mr. Shan, saying that Mr. Shan is your that is, your jerk. If you were surrounded by excellent men, the idea that you would devote yourself to Yu Changhuai would be self-defeating." Shen Che leaned back in his chair, his eyes lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. "I have no objection, but no substantial evidence can be passed on. Otherwise, it will affect Director Gu's divorce lawsuit." Gu Qing frowned and said seriously, "No. It's enough for my reputation to be affected. I can't let Mr. Shun's reputation be damaged. I've already suffered a lot from public opinion. I can't let my pain be inflicted on my employees." Shin Che said, "Things have their priorities. Once the truth is revealed and evidence is found, this matter can be explained clearly, and I will not suffer any loss of reputation." Moreover, he never minded being talked about when he was with her. What the outside world said was true. He just wanted to be Gu Cheng's jerk. But he couldn't say it now, or it would put pressure on Gu Cheng. "Forget it, you guys discuss it. I'll cooperate anytime." Gu Cheng raised his hand and rubbed his aching brow, then looked towards the legal department. "Since we can't find evidence quickly, I have some evidence of crimes involving the Siyuan group. Can I release it to divert the public's attention? But if I use this method to put the evidence on the internet, if we are found to have done it, will it be illegal?" The manager of the legal department frowned, and before he could say anything, Manager Zhang of the public relations department said, "Director Gu, whether it is illegal or not is another matter. Siyuan group is not a powerful group, and its size is not enough to suppress today's incident. And if you expose it, public opinion will think that you are using your husband's family as a scapegoat to protect yourself, which will have an even worse impact. The discussion in the conference room never stopped and time passed by minute. Until the first ray of sunlight rises in the morning, the whole city begins to wake up, and people are accustomed to picking up their mobile phones to check if there is anything new happening. Shin-chae raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's too late. Let's do as Manager Zhang said and use the fake scandal between you and me to cover up the toast video with Yu Changhui. Gucheng insisted. No, Shin-chae said. I am also a member of Jincheng. Jincheng is in crisis, and it is my duty to do my part. Moreover, after the truth is revealed, I will not be affected in the slightest. The PR manager couldn't help but say, it is getting late now, Director Gu. If you don't make a decision, we won't be able to keep the matter to ourselves until the media go to work. Gu Cheng still pursed his lips and said nothing. At this moment, the door of the office was hastily pushed open by the security captain. Boss Gu, it's bad. There are a lot of media and media gathered outside, asking you to come out and give an explanation. At 6:30 in the morning, the outside of Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group was surrounded by media and reporters. This time, the scale of the media was twice as large as the last time Jincheng promoted a new product. Long guns and short guns were pointed at the gate, waiting for first-hand information. Security guards stopped in front of them to maintain order. Jincheng, which usually has sufficient security, seemed a little stretched in the face of the crowd of reporters. It was still early, and some reporters were chatting. Before, I was wondering how Gu Cheng could take over such a large group as chairman at such a young age. Now I know that every time he takes off his clothes, he will get a lot of resources. This company will last for a long time. That's because he has the capital. That look, that figure, thin where it should be thin, and has what it should have. Such a top-notch person, of course he has to pay something to enjoy it. Isn't that how it is in the capital circle? How many of those who are beautiful and have careers can rely on themselves? But then again, I admire these strong women, too. They have to be smart at work during the day and serve in bed at night. It's hard work. It's just that Gu Cheng is a little cruel. He can't just do it to someone after using him. I don't know when the door of Jincheng will be open. Just looking at Gu Cheng's appearance makes me feel good every time. There was a lot of noise and foul language outside, and the Jincheng security guards were all so angry that their faces turned red. After they answered them, those people shamelessly came up to them and asked if their pants felt tight after seeing Gu Cheng every day. Gu Cheng had already changed into a professional suit and put on a strong red lipstick. Today, she had to face the media in the best condition. As long as she didn't fall, no one could hurt Jin Cheng maliciously. Shin-chae stood in the chairman's office and looked down. There were a lot of people below. He insisted, Chengzi, I will go out with you later. There is no more direct way than this. Gu Cheng raised his hand and pressed his forehead. If you don't want me to call a few more bodyguards to tie you up, then behave yourself. Do you think that the trolls on the internet are just for show? I'm not divorced and you're close to me, so those people will use the most disgusting and filthy words to describe you. Shin-chae argued, you are a woman and you are not afraid of these dirty words, so why should I, a grown man, be afraid? As they were talking, Gu Cheng's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She didn't want to answer the call, but not many people knew her private number, so she pressed the answer button anyway. Si Hanyue's voice came from the other end. Ching-chung, I know you're in trouble. I can help you explain the video clearly. You didn't seduce Yu Changhui at all. Where are you? I'll be there right away. Gu Cheng didn't expect that even though she had blocked Si Hanyue, he would still call her using someone else's phone number. All the information was released by the Si family. Does Si Hanyue really want to help her at this time? Or does he have some other purpose? Gu Cheng didn't say anything, and Si Hanyue became even more anxious. Ching, don't always think so badly of people. I'm really worried about you. The problem between us is at most a marital relationship problem, but now it involves your career and your character. Can you stop making a fuss? Gu Cheng then spoke. Si Hanyue, can I trust you? Si Hanyue said very seriously, of course, although there is no love between you and me, but you are my nominal wife for one day. I will definitely not let outsiders bully you. Gu Cheng's lips curled up slightly, a mocking arc. What if it's your family that bullies me? Si Hanyue's voice suddenly became stern. Gu Cheng, speak with evidence. I want to help you, and you slander my family? Forget it. Let's not argue. Tell me where you were first, and I'll go find you. There was a beep sound coming from the other side, which was the sound of the car unlocking. For a moment, Gu Cheng felt that Si Hanyue might really be able to help her, but she completely denied it the next second. She was really desperate and trying every possible means. If Si Hanyue could help her, the news would never have leaked out. Sure enough, the next second, she heard a female voice coming from the receiver. "Ayu, where are you going?" Si Hanyue said, "Chengqing is busy. I'll go check it out." Feng Ruo stopped him and said, "Ayu, you two are getting divorced? Gu Cheng's affairs are not your business." Si Hanyue frowned and said, "Gu Cheng was wrongly accused. I can't just watch her being cyberbullied." Feng Ruo held Si Hanyue and helped him slowly hang up the phone. Si Hanyue was about to get angry, but Feng Ruo took his arm and rushed into his arms. "Ayu, I have contacted the Liu family. They asked us to resubmit the bid for the resort renovation project today, so we have to go there. If you go to Gu Cheng, you will miss today's event. If we stand up the Liu family, how can I find them in the future?" Si Hanyue paused as she opened the car door, frowned and said, "I'll be back soon from Gu Cheng. Please help me talk to the Liu family." Feng Ruo immediately pouted and got angry. "I finally found my seventh uncle to help me. He is the legitimate son of the Liu family. How much face can I have to ask him again? As for Gu Cheng's matter, it's okay to do it later. Can't you prove it for her?" Si Hanyue stood there hesitantly. Feng Ruo continued, "At worst, you can just come with me over there now, and when you're redone, can't you just go find Gu Cheng right away? It won't take long." Si Hanyue thought about it carefully. Gu Cheng's problem could not be solved right now. It was not easy for Feng Ruo to ask the Liu family for help. He also wanted the resort project to win the bid as soon as possible, so that he could get the money earlier. When he divorced Gu Cheng, he would not really need Jincheng's money to marry Feng Ruo. What would he become then? As time passed, the outside of Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group became more and more chaotic. In addition to the onlookers, there were also a large number of people who came to watch the fun. Some were even more curious about whether the ruthless and cruel femme fatale Gu Cheng, who was rumored to be as beautiful as she appeared in the camera. The situation is getting worse and worse. Gu Cheng must go out to calm the situation, otherwise Jin Cheng will not be able to go to work as usual today. She said to the bodyguard behind her, "Keep an eye on Shen Che." There were 6 bodyguards in the room. 5 of them stayed to watch Shen Che, and the remaining one pushed Gu Cheng's wheelchair outside. Shen Che was so angry that he had a headache, but he compromised in the end. These bodyguards were there to protect Gu Cheng. There were so many people downstairs, and if Gu Cheng got bumped or hurt, he would blame himself to death. He said to Gu Cheng, "I won't go down. You take everyone away and let them protect you." Gu Cheng knew that Shen Che was worried about her, and it was this worry that made her feel warm but also a pressure that was difficult to let go of. The door of Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group opened, and a bodyguard pushed Gu Cheng, who was wearing a bright red suit, into the crowd. Her skin was whiter than snow, her seaweed, like hair spread out behind her, and the black and white against the red was extremely stunning. Gu Cheng's face was serious and cold, with a hint of sternness in her beauty. As soon as she appeared, the whole place was filled with gasps of surprise, and then silence ensued. Gu Cheng spoke solemnly, his clear and cold voice resounding, "Everyone present, where you are standing now is Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group, which has made outstanding contributions to the research and development of vaccines and drugs for the country's fight against the epidemic. Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group, which has developed a new type of surgical robot for the country and promoted the advancement of the medical industry, and Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group, which has won glory for the country in international medical research. Please be careful with every word you say." After Gu Cheng finished speaking, most of the reporters who were full of enthusiasm and ready to dig up gossip fell silent. During the epidemic a few years ago, everyone was worried day and night. Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group was committed to the front line of research and not only developed vaccines, but also developed special medicines. During that period, effective medicines were difficult to buy. Jincheng's employees worked tirelessly, without fear of infection, wearing masks and protective clothing, and delivered medicines to major communities and hospitals, relieving the urgent needs of many families. Other contributions may be unfamiliar to everyone, But when we were fighting the epidemic, we all experienced firsthand the good things that Jincheng has given. Moreover, Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group has always been the leading pharmaceutical company in Zhuocheng. If they want to bid for the acquisition of Rongxing Technology, they don't need to use any connections in Zhuocheng because they have the strength. But some people also think that it is the achievement of the late director Gu. Since Gu Cheng took over Jincheng, she has not made any major research breakthroughs and has no constructive development guidelines. Too many people question her ability and whether she can take over such a large group as Jincheng. Director Gu, don't talk about other things. Is it true that you and Yu Changhuai have an improper physical transaction? As soon as the reporter said this, everyone looked at him. He was really brave. After Gu Cheng said those words, he could still ask so directly. The reporter coughed, unable to bear the condemning looks. But a reporter's duty is to find out the truth. Thinking of this, he straightened his back. At the same time, everyone also wanted to see how Gu Cheng would react and whether this young chairman could tolerate such words. Gu Cheng's expression did not change from beginning to end. He just said calmly, "This is slander. How do you explain this?" Gu Cheng looked at the reporter who was speaking. "If it's not true, why explain it? The innocent are innocent. Some people want to bully an orphan like me because my father is gone. You believe that? Are you helping the old man to do evil, or are you still at home after getting smart today?" After Gu Cheng finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. The reporter shut up in dismay. After all, it was quite ungentlemanly for an old man like him to chase a fatherless little girl and ask her if she had slept with an old man. However, after all, there were not only normal reporters here, but also troublemakers. A man wearing a mask and a mic without any identification asked, "Excuse me, Director Gu, Yu Changhuai has hinted to you many times that he wants you to spend the night with him. If you don't agree, he, as the head of the department in charge of Jincheng, will retaliate against Jincheng. But in the past year, Jincheng has not been treated unfairly, but has been getting better and better. Does this prove that you have had close contacts with Yu Changhuai in private for a long time?" Gu Cheng stared at the person who was asking the question. "Are your words backed by substantial evidence, or are they just speculation? If they are speculations, I can sue you for defamation right now. If there is substantial evidence, then please take the evidence to the public security organs to report me for taking bribes and selling why. There is no need to create topics and public opinion here. Do you have evidence?" Gu Cheng looked at him fiercely, his eyes so fierce that he couldn't help but want to take a step back. He had never thought that Gu Cheng would be so brave and confront him directly, and the words he was about to say were choked. But after all, he had to help others with their misfortunes. He tightened the microphone in his hand and changed the subject. When the late director Gu was alive, there was a case where he was investigated by the Food and Drug Administration. At that time, Yu Changhuai, who was still the deputy director of the Health Bureau, solved the problem for Jincheng. Yu Changhuai was charged with violation of a young girl. Director Gu was 16 years old at that time. Was he given to Yu Changhuai as a favor by your late father? Otherwise, why would he be obsessed with you? As soon as these words came out, the scene fell silent. It was already time for work, and more people arrived at Jincheng. Many old employees of Jincheng knew about this matter. It was the late director Gu who accepted the investigation and gave the answer that there was no problem with Jincheng. Today, in the mouth of this reporter, it became such a disgusting thing. In their hearts, the late director Gu was a great leader of the group, who led Jincheng to grow and expand. Many people lived a good life because of him, and many people were grateful to him. Someone publicly insulted the late Mr. Gu's reputation, which has aroused the indignation of Jincheng employees. Gu Cheng felt that she could tolerate being wronged, but she couldn't tolerate someone making trouble for her father. Dragging her injured foot, she stood up and walked step by step to the reporter, enduring the pain. She was not as tall as the reporter and was thin, but when she stood in front of the reporter, she created a natural pressure that made the reporter take several steps back. Gu Cheng's delicate face was frosty at the moment. She grabbed the reporter's collar and said, "Say it again." The reporter didn't know what was going on at this moment. He didn't even dare to fight back. He just said in a low voice, "If you hit me, it would be intentional injury." Gu Cheng sneered, his face full of frost. "The law protects people, not animals." People around were already talking about it. The question this person asked was really hurtful. He dragged someone's deceased father into the room to insult him. The question was too dirty and disgusting. Listening to the voices around him, the reporter became a little angry and embarrassed. I'm just asking a question. If I asked it wrong, just deny it. Or did your father really give you to Yu Chonghua, you? Before he finished speaking, he felt a buzzing sound, and his face suddenly tilted to the left, and he felt that his neck was almost broken. With a particularly loud slap, Gu Chung slapped the reporter in the face. If he hadn't had some weight, he would have fallen to the ground with the force. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Gu Chung to actually dare to do it in front of so many media outlets. If anyone released this, it would be another crisis public relations. Is Gu Chung crazy? What's more, the person she beat was a male reporter, an injured woman. It was simply arrogant of her to hit a man. This was not over yet. Gu Chung took a step forward, raised his hand, grabbed the male reporter by the collar, and pulled him in front of him. The man bent down with force, and the moment his eyes met Gu Chung's, he felt as if he was being stared at by some ferocious animal, as if Gu Chung would kill him if he dared to say one more word. At this moment, the old employees of Jincheng felt relieved because their former chairman would not tolerate being insulted. Some people wanted to take advantage of this time to shoot some footage, but all the employees of Jincheng worked together to stop those people from filming so that their chairman Gu would not have any worries. Gu Chung coldly spat out 2 words, apologize. A man has no face at all when being threatened by a woman, especially an injured woman. Now he came to his senses and raised his hand to fight back, intending to make Gu Chung suffer as well. Gu Chung grabbed his wrist. The place on her hand that was burned yesterday was extremely painful, but she endured it and pushed the man to the side. There was a pillar next to him. Gu Chung pressed the man's head against it, grabbed the man's hair and said coldly, apologize, you are intentionally hurting. Before he could even say the word, guilty, everyone heard a click sound, the sound of the head hitting a hard object. Gu Chung grabbed his hair and slammed him against the pillar. She said expressionlessly, who gave you the idea to insult my father? The man insisted, God is watching what you do. Your father did something shameful. Gu Chung raised his hand again, and the man instinctively wanted to break free, but he couldn't avoid what was coming. This time, it hit his nose bridge with a bang, and blood instantly flowed out in front of his nose. No one expected that Gu Chung could be so cruel. The man's accomplices, who were a few meters away, finally reacted and swarmed over with their cell phone cameras pointed at Gu Chung, accusing her of intentional injury and wanting to put her in jail. Gu Chung turned his head and looked over. His cold eyes made people step back instinctively. She said word by word, I, Jincheng Gu Chung, will not allow anyone to insult my father or Jincheng as long as I am alive. Anyone who crosses my bottom line will be killed. Those people were hired to cause trouble, and they would definitely not calm down because of Gu Cheng's eyes or a few words. Gu Chung beat people up and was still so arrogant. They would only become more vicious like hyenas smelling meat. Gu Chung knew that doing so would definitely make people talk about her, and she would face troubles. But no matter when and where she faced anything, she would never tolerate anyone who dared to step on her bottom line. She just stood there, fighting against all the insults and abuse. Like a rose in the desert, independent and proud, each petal exudes unrestrained wildness. Her beauty is thorny, like the sharp edge of the rose, which makes people feel awe. It seems that the whole world is at her feet, and she does not need anyone's protection because she herself is the hardest piece of armor. Those people held up their cell phone cameras and took pictures of Gu Chung non-stop. Some of them even twisted the facts while filming, saying that Gu Chung was indeed as cruel as the rumors said, and that one could tell at a glance that he was someone who would kill to silence someone. Some people even walked up to Gu Chung with microphones and loudly questioned her why she started a fight just because of a few words from a reporter. Was she doing this because she had a violent tendency? Some onlookers couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to say, she's just a little girl. Her feet and hands are covered with bandages, and you're still asking questions so heartlessly. Be a decent person. The reporter immediately stabbed the man in the face with the microphone. Are you in cahoots with Gu Chung? Are you involved in this matter of Gu Chung? Or are you one of Gu Cheng's many followers? And why are you speaking for him like this? Ordinary people don't want to get into trouble like this, and being able to say a few words is already the most they can do. He blocked the camera with one hand and left while cursing. What a jerk. Shin-chae couldn't hear what was said downstairs, but when he saw Gu Chung getting up and fighting, and a group of people rushing up to surround Gu Chung, he couldn't stay calm at all, and he didn't care about so much, so he pressed the elevator and rushed downstairs. No one can bully Gu Chung in front of him. The person had already walked to the lobby on the first floor, and his finger had already pressed the person's call button. Help me. Before he could finish his words, he saw a cloud of dust outside the gate of Jincheng. As the dust settled, black private cars stopped one after another, and more than 100 people got out of them, all dressed in black. When they saw the reporters, they snatched the cameras from their hands, removed the memory cards, and smashed them to pieces on the ground. When they saw people shouting and making trouble, they would drag them out without saying a word, and if anyone resisted, they would be beaten until they had no chance to fight back. Those who came to cause trouble were the first to be affected, cursing and shouting, "Who are you? I'm going to sue you for personal injury. You are engaging in a gang fight, which is illegal and a crime." A row of black private cars, led by a Phantom with the last 4 ones in the license plate number. It is not uncommon to drive a Phantom in Zhuocheng, but the 4 ones at the end of the license plate number are intriguing. There is a legend that this license plate number belongs to a mysterious big shot who has never shown up. Everyone turned their eyes to the 2 cars. The passenger door opened, and Chu Yin got out of the car first and opened the door for the person in the back seat. The first thing to touch the ground was a pair of spotless handmade high-end leather shoes, and then looking up, there was a pair of straight long legs wrapped in black striped suit pants. When everyone held their breath and were about to see the true face of this important man, Chu Yin had already opened a large black umbrella and covered the man's cheek diagonally. One can only tell from his tall stature and good clothes that he has an extraordinary temperament. The first thing the man said when he got out of the car was, "Tell them that I will pay double for all the equipment that was destroyed today. Also tell the radio stations, newspapers, and companies behind them that I will pay them money this time. But if they target Jincheng next time, they will directly charge them funeral expenses." Although the voice was not loud, the people present heard it clearly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man, and his words went straight into everyone's ears. Before everyone had time to sigh at the man's arrogance, they saw him walk up to Gu Chung and hug Gu Chung in his arms and hold him horizontally. Lu Yunqi lowered his head and looked at Gu Chung helplessly. "Girl, didn't I tell you long ago that you need to find me if you have anything?" Seeing this, someone shouted behind Lu Yunqi, "Are there no laws? Is it a big deal to be rich? Can you beat people, smash equipment, and threaten people at will?" Muyu quickly got out of another private car, waving a lawyer's letter in his hand. "Let's talk about law, right? I am a senior lawyer of Juanda and the legal advisor of Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group. I am now suing you for infringing on the portrait rights of others under Article 1081 of the Civil Code, defamation under Article 246 of the Criminal Law, false accusation under Article 243 of the Criminal Law, and serious disturbance of social order under Article 291 of the Criminal Law for spreading false information on the Internet. The professional code of conduct for journalists is to investigate the truth, not to fabricate facts to attract public attention and traffic. When the state agency issued you press cards, if it knew that you would insult an entrepreneur who has made outstanding contributions to the country today, it would have revoked your lifetime qualification as a journalist on the spot. In addition, the Internet is not a lawless place, nor is it a hotbed for the spread of rumors and malicious words. The state laws are strict and the law enforcement officers are meticulous. No termites are allowed to take advantage of the state's loopholes and slander key state enterprises and key talents. If you continue to make false statements, Juanda will join Jincheng in pursuing them to the end. If they dared to challenge Jincheng before, it was because they knew that Jincheng's legal department was incapable. But Juanda is one of the top law firms in the Red Circle, and it rarely fails to win the cases it handles. No one wants to sacrifice the rest of their life for a little money. Those who wanted to cause trouble also shut up in disappointment. But this is not the end. It is impossible for him, Lu Yunqi, to just give such a warning to those who bullied him. Look at how angry his little girl is. She has become serious. After Chu Yin sent Lu Yunqi and Gu Chung to the hall, he opened the door and returned to the scene. He stood in the crowd, coughed lightly and said, Since you say you are journalists, you should be extremely sensitive to the incident. Zhang Hao, the current manager of the publicity department of Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group, Jia Shang, the staff of the Human Resources Department, Qin Feng, the leader of the Project 1 department, and others, who were originally senior executives of various departments of Siyuan Group, were placed in Jincheng. Now these people are in the Public Security Department, reporting in real name that Siyuan Group Chairman Si Yuanshan accepted bribes from Yu Changhuai, damaged the reputation of Jincheng Group, damaged the progress of Jincheng projects, and embezzled public funds from Jincheng to Siyuan Group. And, at this point, he glanced sharply at the whole audience. The secretary of the former director of the Health Bureau, Yu Changhuai, committed suicide by jumping off the roof of Siyuan Group half an hour ago, and left a video message asking for justice for Yu Changhuai. Si Yuanshan of Siyuan Group is suspected to be the real murderer of Yu Changhuai. Lu Yunqi was standing in the hall holding Gu Chang, and Gu Chang could hear every sound outside clearly. She looked up at Lu Yunqi. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Lu Yunqi felt that he was crazy. When he heard someone targeting Gu Chang in the middle of the night, he almost overturned the entire Si family and dragged Si Yuanshan out to cut him into pieces. Some people really died 10,000 times, but it was not as good as her frown. But he knew he couldn't. If he committed such a serious crime, how could he marry his girl home? He could only suppress his anger and think of other ways. He lowered his eyes and glanced at her. Si Yuanshan dared to bully you like this. Of course I have to fight back. I have to hold you in my hands. Why would he touch you? Gu Cheng frowned and looked at him. Then you can't get involved in matters involving human lives. How did Yu Changhuai's secretary die? Lu Yunqi said calmly. He is loyal to his master and wants justice for Yu Changhuai. What's wrong with making the matter public? If everyone can be as loyal to their master as Lu Yunqi said, there will be no old saying that it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Moreover, most people are afraid when facing death. If there is no huge profit driving them, they simply don't have the courage. She looked at him without blinking. The timing of Secretary Yu Changhuai's suicide was so coincidental. It just happened to help me out of my urgent need. Could it be that God has opened his eyes? Lu Yunqi lowered his eyes and said nothing. His narrow peach blossom eyes just looked at her intently, meaning that he should not ask any more questions. Gu Cheng was also anxious. Okay, you don't have to say anything. I don't care what method you use. If someone finds out, I will say it was me. Don't you lawyers all pay attention to the chain of evidence? I will also make a full chain of evidence. If that doesn't work, I'll turn myself in. It's better to stay in there than to worry about it and feel guilty all the time. Lu Yunqi really couldn't do anything about Gu Cheng. When he saw her injured and being surrounded and targeted by everyone, his heart was filled with pain. At that time, he wished he could get rid of all those people. But now, the little girl's stubbornness made him feel warm and touched. What kind of girl was this that always made him feel uneasy? He lowered his head and kissed her on the top of her head. I finally managed to dispel the little bit of defense in your heart. You haven't even had a single day of good life yet. How could you turn yourself into a murderer? You are so good. I have to make myself worthy of you. And I will not keep a person with a bad record by your side. It's okay. I won't have any handle. Gu Cheng saw that he was talking calmly, and tears welled up in his eyes. This is Zhuoqing, not the capital. The rules that you can follow in the capital, people here will not follow the rules. Lu Yunqi couldn't bear to see her eyes red, and his soft heart ached. Don't cry. I just wore this suit today, and it took me half a year to get it. If you cry, I will have to use it to wipe your tears. Gu Cheng really pissed off Lu Yunqi. He dared to do anything. He was a lawyer. I'm so fed up with you. Let me go. Lu Yunqi's arms tightened a little more. I've seen it a long time ago. You just say one thing and mean another. I know I was wrong, and I won't take risks again. But he deserves it. 90% of Yu Changhuai's things were done by him. He also benefited from the people who got involved in Yu Changhuai's work. Things have become so serious now. Even if it's not me today, Yu Changhuai's superiors will deal with him tomorrow. He knows too many things, and he must not be kept alive. At least I will ensure that his family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, but I may not be able to do that to others. He made the decision because he knew he couldn't avoid it. I didn't force him. Lu Yunqi had never explained his actions to anyone in his life, not even to his father, let alone admitting his mistakes. If Wen Yang saw him being so obedient and tamed, he would definitely call him a beautiful girl. But he just couldn't bear to see Gu Cheng worried and upset, so he said his explanation and apology naturally. And maybe it was because he had been with Wen Yang, that jerkbag, for too long. But Lu Yunqi looked back at Gu Cheng with a gentle and distressed look, which made Gu Cheng unable to say anything he wanted to say. He could only close his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, Lu Yunqi raised the corners of his lips. Were you scared just now? Did you think of me? Gu Cheng frowned. When she was being targeted just now, she inexplicably thought of Lu Yunqi. She thought that if this man was here, he would have never lost a case with his magic mouth and would definitely defeat that group of reporters. But why didn't she tell Lu Yunqi? She subconsciously felt that he would go to great lengths for her, and she subconsciously didn't want to owe him so much. Gu Cheng closed his eyes and said nothing, which meant he agreed. Lu Yunqi hooked his lips to tease her. Open your eyes and look at me. I don't believe that your eyes are empty. Gu Cheng opened his eyes with a whoosh. This man. Lu Yunqi smiled and said, It's okay. It's all resolved. Director Gu, can you arrange for me to sit in your office for a while? Starting today, Juanda will officially move into Jincheng. Please prepare an office for me, next to your office. Gu Cheng wanted to bite him. Why do you, the party bee, ask for so much? Lu Yunqi said meaningfully. Maybe you are spoiled because of your favor? If you can't find it during the day, I will make it up to you at night. The more Gu Cheng interacted with Lu Yunqi, the more he realized that this man was not as cold and aloof as he appeared to be. His image as the 9th master of the Red Circle was about to collapse. Just when she wanted to give him another title, Lu Yunqi pressed the elevator button and went directly to the chairman's office on the top floor. Shinche walked out from the corner of the hall and saw Lu Yunqi hugging Gu Cheng. She did not reject it at all and clenched the phone in her hand. Was he a step slower again? When we got to the floor where the chairman's office was, everyone from the board of directors' office had arrived. The company was caught up in such a big controversy that the people from the board of directors' office couldn't stay at home. Just as they were discussing the development of the situation, they saw a tall and stunning man carrying their chairman coming down from the exclusive elevator. The voices of several people stopped abruptly, and they all looked at the two people in a daze. Gu Cheng didn't expect that the people from the director's office would arrive so early. Being seen by his subordinates being hugged by a man, Gu Cheng felt a little embarrassed and simply buried himself in Lu Yunqi's arms and pretended to be dead. Lu Yunqi looked at them calmly and said, I am Lu Yunqi from Juanda, the legal advisor of Jincheng for the next year. Director Gu didn't eat breakfast this morning, and she fainted just now because of her mood swings. Open the office door and I will take her in to rest. Yu Sheng was the first to react. Even if he didn't know Lu Yunqi, they knew their boss. Anyone the boss could trust was someone they could trust. Yu Sheng opened the door. Lu Yunqi looked around and pointed at the door in the corner. Open the lounge for a moment. I'll accompany your CEO Gu to sleep. Yu Sheng walked out of the chairman's office in a daze, as if he knew something extraordinary. The second assistant was a girl. When she saw Yu Sheng coming out, she couldn't help but come closer and asked, Brother Sheng, will the person in the room work here permanently in the future? Yu Sheng looked at her infatuated face and couldn't help but raise his hand to cover her eyes. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Can you afford that kind of man? Be careful or something bad will happen. The second assistant said, you should share your looks with others to appreciate. Seeing beautiful things every day can add years to your life. Just like our CEO Shun, who is known as Jincheng Kaishukuan, we can't appreciate him enough every day. As for you, Brother Sheng, you can barely stick to Gongjun, so you are pleasing to the eye. If this Lupar comes again, our Jincheng will enter spring. Yu Sheng tapped the unfinished board resolution on her desk and said, Hurry up and get to work. I think it's not spring that's coming, but you're entering spring early. You should find a boyfriend and stop looking at other people. The office returned to silence. Lu Yunqi put Gu Cheng on the bed and removed the gauze for her. Where is the medicine? I'll apply it on you. Gu Cheng felt at ease only after he lay on the bed. The farce just now seemed like a dream. How did you know I had medicine? Lu Yunqi frowned as he looked at the wound on her foot. You are a pharmaceutical group. If you don't even have this kind of basic medicine, you should stop working for this company. Gu Cheng pointed to the cabinet next to the desk. It's over there. Lu Yunqi stood up and asked as he walked. You have researched so many medicines, but don't you have any special medicine for external injuries? Your wound has been there for a few days, and it's not healed yet? Gu Cheng looked at the tall and straight back of the man, and heard him speak with a little temper, and laughed helplessly. My family is in the pharmaceutical business, not the elixir business. My injury has healed very quickly, and no matter how good the medicine is, it can't surpass the human body's recovery mechanism. If I had used another medicine, I would probably still be in pain now. While the two were talking, Lu Yunqi had already brought the medicine back and was applying the medicine and bandaging Gu Cheng's wound with ease. Gu Cheng felt warm in his heart as he looked at the man's serious expression. Although Lu Yunqi looked normal at the moment, she could still see the dark circles under his eyes at such a close distance. I guess he didn't sleep the whole night because he had to deal with his friend's affairs yesterday and her affairs today. Gu Cheng said in a low voice, Lu Yunqi, have you already planned to let Cheng Hao and the others report Si Yuanshan to the police station under their real names? Is this how you plan to use these chess pieces? Lu Yunqi lowered his head and applied medicine to her seriously. Today's incident can only be said to be a good thing for them. It could have been of greater use. Si Yuan Group is now insolvent, and the employees' emotions are already very unstable. Moreover, many of their factories have already experienced passive work stoppages and employee disturbances. Zhang Hao and Jia Sheng used to hold important positions in Si Yuan Group. If Si Yuan gets into chaos, they can make it even more chaotic and make it fall faster. Gu Cheng took Lu Yunqi's arm and leaned on his shoulder. Then why did you use it today? Lu Yunqi glanced at her sideways. You know why, but you're still asking. Gu Cheng pulled him to lie on the bed. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Par. You didn't sleep all night and worked so hard for me. Come and lie down and catch up on some sleep. Lu Yunqi bandaged Gu Cheng's wound and made sure there was nothing wrong with her foot before letting her lie down on the bed. His slender fingers brushed her long eyelashes. What you said is ambiguous. There are different ways to do the work tonight. It's all because of you. One is happy and the other is scared. Gu Cheng arched into a comfortable position in his arms, with his hands and feet resting on Lu Yunqi's body, as if he was hugging a large pillow. Give me a couple of days to make sure you'll be happy and work all night. Lu Yunqi's expression changed instantly. The little girl knew how to tease him. It won't work even if you beg me. Gu Cheng leaned close to his ear and whispered, Do you like JK, little wildcat, little rabbit, little nurse, or little maid? Her voice became softer and softer as she spoke. I heard that there is a kind of thing where you just spread it open. Lift your legs and... Lu Yunqi suddenly turned over and pressed the person under him. Gu Cheng could clearly see that the peach blossom eyes behind the lenses were fierce and ferocious, as if they wanted to eat someone. The little girl is crazy. She's flirting with him desperately. I can't bear it anymore. Gu Cheng, you asked for it. Gu Cheng quickly smiled and begged for mercy. Lu Yunqi, calm down, wait until I get better. Otherwise my inflexible legs and feet will hinder the viewing experience. Lu Yunqi was really being manipulated by this little girl and he was still watching? She was just trying to tickle his heart. He resigned himself to his fate and lay back on the bed, not wanting to sleep anymore. When Gu Cheng saw the huge bulge on someone's face, he knew that he must be in great pain. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Do you want me to help you, Brother Yunqi? Lu Yunqi suddenly felt as if an electric shock had been passed through his body, and the numb feeling spread from his ears to his entire body. He felt that he might die at the hands of this girl. Then came the sound of the metal buckle of the belt being unfastened, which made the eardrums numb in the silent space. It was the first time he felt that happiness and bliss were at her disposal. He really wanted to say that the girl was worthy of studying medicine. She must hold the scalpel very steadily and skillfully, and her wrist endurance was excellent. After everything was over, the two of them hugged each other in bed. Lu Yunqi narrowed his narrow eyes and was very satisfied. He patted her back and whispered, Si Yuanshan was caught off guard this time and must be exhausted. The day after tomorrow is the day when your divorce case will go to court. The matter is so big that he will definitely not get any benefit from Jincheng. We have also provided evidence of his malicious framing of the debt he asked you to bear. He will not get any benefit. But he is a petty person, and it is inevitable that he will do something harmful to you when he is desperate. You are not allowed to leave my sight for the next few days. Gu Cheng raised his eyes and looked at him. So, you are so anxious to move into Jinqing because you are worried that he will harm me and want to protect me? Lu Yunqi curled his lips. What else? Guqing said. But since you made such a big fuss today, wouldn't Si Yuanshan know who helped me? Wouldn't he make trouble? Lu Yunqi said. No one has really seen who I am, and no one knows my identity. No one can make a conclusion based on speculation. Also, let Wen Yang defend you when the trial begins next week. I now feel that the later they know my identity, the better. Flattery is the cruelest. Now that things have come to this, the Si family's only lifeline is Feng Ruo. Let them think they have connected with the Lu family, and then find out that it's all a bubble. That would be more satisfying. Gucheng couldn't help but sigh. You are so bad. Lu Yunqi glanced at her. Who is this for? Guqing hugged him and kissed him on the face. There's still the second half of the sentence. Listen to it. But I love you so much. Lu Yunqi held the person in his arms tightly. This girl was really troublesome. Go to sleep. If you keep teasing me, I really can't bear it. Now the time is right, the place is right, and there is a bed. How can I not touch you? I really like you. Have a good sleep. The Si family will definitely be in trouble soon. The Si family is indeed in turmoil. Si Yuanshan had arranged everything and was originally planning to wait for the incident to break out at daybreak so that he could enjoy Gu Cheng's pitiful look of being at a loss. He also wanted to teach Gu Cheng a lesson and let her see with her own eyes what the consequences of disobeying him are. He sent out these messages in advance at around 3 o'clock because he had made up his mind that even if Gu Cheng saw them, he would not have time to deal with them and it would be of no use. But the Monkey King that he was playing with in his hands suddenly turned upside down and turned around to burn him. How could he not be angry? If it worked, he would have the upper hand in both Jinqing and Gucheng's divorce with Si Hanyue. But now, not only did he get nothing, but he also lost both his wife and his army. Looking at Gucheng's calm response on the computer screen, and Muyu holding a lawyer's letter to sue all the people he had called from top to bottom, and seeing Chu Yin talking about Zheng Hao's grandsons reporting to the police station with their real names, and Yu Changhuai's secretary jumping off the building in Siyuan building. He was so angry that he overturned all the decorations in the study. Mrs. C quickly stepped forward to calm him down. Mr. C, you must not get angry. Be careful of your high blood pressure. Si Yuanshan didn't realize that Mrs. C's blood pressure didn't increase, but after hearing this, he just felt dizzy. Mrs. C quickly helped the man sit down and gave him some medicine. Si Yuanshan tightly grasped the cup in his hand, as if he was going to crush it as if it were Gu Cheng. No, I can't just give up like this. I can't beat a young girl who has just started out. Who does she think she is? Mrs. C said, Old C, if you ask me, you should calm down and think about it carefully. Jincheng Pharmaceutical Group is doing so well, and her father has left her with a lot of tricks. Shouldn't we solve the problem that is burning at our doorstep now, and then keep a low profile? Didn't Hanyue go with Feng Ruo to organize the bidding for the resort renovation project today? That is an important project for our group to turn around. Si Yuanshan slammed the table hard to express his anger. If Gucheng can't hold on this time, then at least we can get half of Jinqing. Several resort renovation projects are not worth half of Jinqing. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The duck that was about to reach his mouth just flew away. It was really infuriating. Si Yuanshan pressed his forehead with a headache and asked, How are Hanyue and Feng Ruo doing? Mrs. C picked up the phone, checked the time and said, It should be about time now. I'll give them a call and ask. Before the number was dialed, Feng Ruo and Si Hanyue walked in. When Si Yuanshan saw Si Hanyue's face, he knew that Si Hanyue wanted to ask about Gu Cheng. He was very annoyed now and asked Mrs. C to quickly pull Si Hanyue out. He was annoyed when he saw her. In the end, only Si Yuanshan and Feng Ruo were left in the study. He said calmly, How is the project? Feng Ruo heard about Gu Cheng's turnaround and she had been thinking of a solution on the way back. Now she and the Si family share the same fate, so she would definitely not let Gu Cheng be proud for too long. And today she and Si Hanyue went to handle the project, and it went surprisingly smoothly. This gave her more confidence, which meant that the Lu family was really willing to help him, and Lu Yunting was also a relative she could rely on. Dad, don't worry. We have got the project. It won't be long before our renovation funds are approved, which will solve the urgent problem of Siyuan Group. My seventh uncle is really trying hard to help us. Si Yuanshan did not expect it to be so smooth. He thought that even with the help of the Liu family, the winning of the bid would still have to wait until the procedures were completed. Such a set of processes would take at least half a month to a month. I didn't expect to get the confirmed news today, and to get the money in less than 2 days. Her fingers tapped faintly on the desk, and the negative impact of Gu Qing's incident gradually faded away. He was anxious today, thinking that the little girl Gu Chang had no ability, but he didn't expect that she had some capable people under her control. His wife was right. There was no guarantee that the deceased old Gu would leave some tricks for Gu Chang. It would not be too late for him to deal with Gu Chang after he had kept a low profile and found out. Ruoruo, you should have heard about what happened today. It has a very bad impact on our group. Although these reports are untrue, it is inevitable that the police and prosecutors will come to our door. Can you ask the Liu family to think of a solution? Feng Ruo didn't dare to really agree to it, but Liu Yunting really helped her today. Some things are helped once or twice. It depends on what benefits she can offer in exchange. She thought for a moment and said, Dad, we can't just go to Uncle Seventh alone for this matter. He won't get any real benefit that way. It's a favor for him to help us, but it's also his duty not to help us. It's like a resort reconstruction project. After it's completed, Uncle Chi will participate in the operation and management. He has his own uses for this place. He can use it to entertain his friends, so he will spare no effort to help us. So we should think of a point that benefits him and ourselves, and then I can get twice the result with half the effort if I go to him again. Si Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Ruo. He felt more and more that it was right to find such a daughter-in-law. She was smart, sensible, worldly, wise, and most importantly, she loved Si Hanyue very much. This is what makes him most satisfied, and only people like this can be used by him wholeheartedly. Ruoruo, you are right. Do you have any ideas? Sit down and tell me. Feng Ruo smiled and pulled out the chair opposite the desk. Si Hanyue always had to stand when talking to Si Yuanshan in the study. Being able to sit down proved that she already had a different position in Si Yuanshan's heart. Dad, I have an immature idea to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I need your guidance. Si Yuanshan became even more interested, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. His wife is really amazing. Tell me about it, Dad will check it for you. Feng Ruo was encouraged and spoke boldly. You want to take over Jinqing Group and avenge today's insult, so we must enter the same track as Jinqing. Haven't you already registered a Siyuan pharmaceutical factory? Why don't we enter the pharmaceutical field? Gu Chang had always wanted to bid for Rongxing Bio's acquisition, so why not let my 7th uncle help me take over Rongxing Bio directly this time? In this way, we will be the main body, and my 7th uncle will do the work. After we have negotiated with him about the distribution of benefits, we will be able to win the bid. Moreover, with Siyuan Group as the main body, it is impossible for Uncle Chi to ignore the difficulties we have. In this way, today's public opinion storm can be suppressed. This way, you can not only solve your urgent problem, but also snatch Gu Cheng's project to avenge today's revenge, and also open up a new sector for Siyuan Group. What do you think of my idea? Si Yuanshan clapped his hands immediately. Okay, Ruoruo, you are the lucky star of our Si family. As long as things can be done well, Dad will immediately give you and Hanyue a grand wedding. Feng Ruo smiled sweetly. Thank you, Dad. Si Yuanshan pressed down with his hand. This is what you deserve. But we can't underestimate Jinqing. We have to investigate the man who turned the tide in today's video. Otherwise, he will be a big stumbling block. Feng Ruo followed Si Yuanshan's gaze towards the computer screen. She seemed to have seen the phantom with the license plate number 41, and the man who announced that Yu Changhuai's secretary had jumped off the Si Yuan building somewhere before. Si Yuanshan asked, Do you know this person? Feng Ruo shook his head. I don't know him, but I seem to have seen him somewhere, but I can't remember where. Si Yuanshan said, Then why don't you ask the Liu family? Feng Ruo said, Dad, we should not always trouble the Liu family with such things. It is too much trouble for small things, and we will be passive in big things. After all, this is Zhuoqing, and it is not appropriate for us to look for them. We have connections in Zhuoqing, so why don't we look for one ourselves first? Si Yuanshan felt that he was desperate and was trying every possible means. The Liu family was the top dignitaries in Beijing, not the kind of small bosses who could be flattered and chatted with casually. You rewrite. We can't ask the Liu family. The license plate number is so obvious. I should ask the leaders of our city's public security bureau to ask who this person is. If we can make friends with him, we should make friends with him. If we can't, we should try to avoid conflicts. As he spoke, he picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip of water. Ruoruo, we are about to become a family. Should I meet the seventh master of the Lu family? As the chairman, I should be in charge of the Siyuan Group's development and acquisition of Rongxing. Feng Ruo smiled and said, of course, but, Dad, I don't have a marriage certificate or an engagement party, so it's a bit confusing at this time. Si Yuanshan smiled and tapped Feng Ruo's forehead, but there was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Feng Ruo was smart, but he was a little too aggressive. Could he still deny Feng Ruo's wedding? But on the surface, he still smiled and said, Kid, how could your father not know this truth? When Hanyue gets divorced, I will immediately hold an engagement party for you and Hanyue. By then, it will be a natural thing for us to invite the seventh master of the Lu family to be present. Feng Ruo pinched the hem of her skirt with her fingers. How could she possibly invite Lu Yunting to her engagement party? Although Lu Yunting helped her, she knew clearly what her status was in the Lu family. How could Lu Yunting possibly attend the engagement party of such a distant cousin as hers? How could she get the seventh young master of the direct lineage to go to Zhuoqing in person? Moreover, she asked Lu Yunting's secretary to pass the information about this renovation project to Lu Yunting, and he himself didn't even see it. But if she fails to invite Lu Yunting, Si Yuanshan, the cunning old man, will definitely lose trust in her. How can she then take the initiative in the Si family? Thinking of the scene where Gu Chang was targeted by the Si family, she absolutely cannot live like this. With an unnatural arc on his lips, Feng Ruo said, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely introduce you to Uncle Seventh when the time comes. Si Yuanshan was in a particularly good mood after getting Feng Ruo's promise. With the Lu family around, why worry about Si Yuan Group not growing stronger? The Wang family of Huiyuan technology is related to the Lu family. In less than 10 years since they came to Zhuoqing, they have become on par with the Jinsheng Pharmaceutical Group, which has been in business for more than 30 years. The Lu family has made a lot of efforts in this process. If the Lu family can also help the Siyuan Group in this way, his business ability will be much stronger than that of the Huiyuan Wang family. By then, not to mention 1 Jinsheng, even 10 Jinshengs will be in his pocket. At this moment, Si Yuanshan felt his ambition expand tremendously, as well as the bright and broad future of Si Yuan Group. Even when he called the leaders of the municipal bureau, his face was filled with joy. Deputy Director Lian, it's been a long time since we last met. Are you free today? I'll treat you to a meal. Lian Ruihai looked at the caller ID on his phone in confusion. It was Si Yuanshan, no doubt. Even if he wasn't worried, he shouldn't be so happy right now. Could it be that the matter was too big and couldn't be resolved, so he got upset? He didn't want to be involved with Siyuan Group at this time and cause any loss of life. So both the Economic Investigation and Criminal Investigation departments would file a case today. Moreover, this matter spread so quickly on the internet, it was obvious that someone was behind it, and it was that gentleman. Mr. C, there's no need to eat at this time. I'm out of town and can't come back. You'll be busy today, so don't even think about treating these people to a meal. No one has time. Although Si Yuanshan's investment vision is not very good, he has been in the business circle for many years and has dealt with people in the political circle. As soon as the other party said something, he knew what it meant. Are they thinking that he is going to be in trouble, and are they all running away from him? Anger welled up in his heart. He hadn't even opened his mouth to say what he wanted to do, but these people were already thinking that he was asking them to settle the matter. What do these people know? If he had waited for them to rescue him, he would have died without knowing how. But the Lu family's affairs were not settled yet, so he still patiently smiled and said, Director Lian, don't you think this is a misunderstanding? If you don't have time to eat here, it's okay. I'll wait for you to come back another day, and I'll let Hanyue go to see you in person. I came to you to ask you something. I want to ask you something. Since you are in charge of traffic, I want to ask you who the phantom with the license plate number 1 in Zhuoqing is. Lian Ruihai thought that it would be better to go to him to settle the matter. Can the identity of that gentleman be found out casually? He pondered for a moment and said, Old C, you have been doing business for so many years, you should know one thing, curiosity kills the cat. Instead of thinking about finding out the identity of that person, you should quickly solve today's problem. That is your big trouble. Si Yuan-shan wanted to ask a few more questions, but Lien Ruihai decisively hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, Lien Ruihai called Chu Yin. Assistant Chu, do you think it would be convenient for me to talk to Master Ju? Chu Yin sat in the office of the chairman of Jinsheng Pharmaceutical Group, watching the people in the board's office prepare an office for Lu Yunqi, and raised his hand to check the time. Their Master Ju had only been in Gu Cheng's office for 2 hours. Based on past experience, he would have gotten at least 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Master Ju is resting. I can pass on any message from Deputy Director Lien. Lien Ruihai laughed and said, Master Ju is resting, so I won't disturb him. But please tell me something. Si Yuan-shan contacted me today to find out who the license plate number with 4 ones belongs to. I didn't tell him, but I don't guarantee that Si Yuan-shan will ask others. Chu Yin said, Okay, Deputy Director Lien, I will definitely pass on your message. Lien Ruihai smiled and said a few more words to Chu Yin before hanging up the phone. He made this call for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to tip off Lu Yunqi and curry favor with him. Second, even if Lu Yunqi's true identity was leaked, he had already reported it. So if there were any problems again, it would definitely have nothing to do with him. Si Yuan-shan was restless, so Chu Yin would definitely report this to Lu Yunqi. He entered the office and knocked on the door of the lounge inside. Standing outside the door, he said, Master Jiao, Si Yuan-shan really checked the license plate number with 4 ones. Lu Yunqi had just woken up, so his voice was a little hoarse. Ask someone to tell Old Seven to help Si Yuan-shan. Gu Cheng was already awake when Chu Yin knocked on the door, but he just stayed in Lu Yunqi's arms and didn't want to move. The man was probably very tired after not sleeping all night, so he slept very deeply. Gu Cheng leaned forward slightly, his hands unconsciously sliding from his long eyelashes, high-nose bridge, thin lips to his sharp Adam's apple. How can a grown man look so good in every way? He is already 30 years old, but his skin is still so good that even the pores are invisible. TSK, you old vixen. At first, Lu Yunqi could still take advantage of his sleepiness to continue sleeping, but the girl's hands were really not honest, so he could only raise his hand to grab her wrist. Be quiet. I'm tired. Gu Cheng couldn't help but sneer. You are really old now. You don't have the physical strength anymore. You feel uncomfortable after staying up all night. You need to make up for what you need. Don't save money. Lu Yunqi was so angry at this girl that he lost his temper. He turned over and pressed her under him, and slapped her hard on the butt with his big palm. Do you deserve to be punished? Gu Cheng has never been spanked by anyone in his life, especially by a man. She gritted her fangs, suddenly moved closer to Lu Yunqi, and whispered in his ear, Is it elastic? Do you want to reach in and feel it? As the girl spoke, her eyes were slightly raised, like a little hook of temptation. Lu Yunqi felt a sudden surge of blood in a certain place, and his mind unconsciously popped up the time when he could not control his emotions, and he pressed her down on the bed, and under her slender waist, she was standing up with elastic. He pressed his forehead with a headache, and pressed the dishonest girl into his arms. I was wrong. Don't punish me. You know I can't bear to touch you these 2 days, but you keep teasing me. It's so uncomfortable. Maybe because the person just woke up. His voice was a little pitiful. Gu Cheng couldn't help but glance at him. This man's reaction is quite big. She snorted complacently, and the arc of her lips gradually widened. This is just the beginning. If I really want to tease you, I will make sure you can't leave this door. Lu Yunqi turned over in autism. If this girl didn't show mercy, he might really be driven crazy by her. The two were chatting and laughing when Chu Yin knocked on the door from outside, saying that Si Yuan-shan had checked his license plate number. With a barely perceptible smirk on his face, Lu Yunqi said calmly, Remember, don't tell Old Seven inadvertently. Gu Cheng saw that his smile was not funny. She hooked her arm around his neck, blinked her big eyes and asked, What bad things are you going to do? Lu Yunqi smiled and said, I am kind-hearted and want my 7th brother to help Si Yuan-shan. It would be strange if Gu Cheng believed Lu Yunqi's words. You are trying to tie your 7th brother to the Si family. Do you have a grudge against your 7th brother? Are you planning to use the Si family to bring your 7th brother down? Lu Yunqi gently closed his eyes and smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Go to sleep. In a high-end bar in Beijing, Lu Yunting was sitting in the center of a circular sofa, surrounded by many dignitaries in the capital. The room was filled with all the dignitaries in Beijing. Someone came up to Lu Yunting and said with a smile, "Seventh young master, your old man has been staying in the country for a while, right? Doesn't he go abroad every year after this period of time? He came back this time and didn't leave. Doesn't he want to fight for the family property in the country?" Lu Yunting put down the cigar in his hand, slowly exhaled the smoke from his mouth, and laughed sarcastically. When has the Lu family's struggle ever stopped? Although Lao Ju is abroad, he has a lot of industries. Over the years, he has not only tightly controlled the Lu family's overseas assets, but also reached out to the domestic assets. The most annoying thing is that I can't even find out how much assets he has. Another person said, "Then we must be more careful about him. I heard that Lu Yunqi has been staying in Zhuocheng recently and has been having an affair with someone else's wife. It's very interesting." Lu Yunting didn't believe it at all. Old Nine is as shrewd as a fox. He always considers his own interests first when doing anything. He is selfish and unkind to his own family, let alone the fact that he has taken a fancy to someone else's wife. I don't believe it even if he has taken a fancy to a woman. If the old man knew that he was having an affair with someone else's wife, he would have taken back all the power from him. Lao Jia would never do such a loss-making thing. The man immediately handed the video in his phone to Lu Yunting. "This is your Lao Jia's assistant, right? And this license plate number, is it your Lao Jia's?" Lu Yunting immediately took the phone and looked at it carefully. It was indeed Chu Yin, and the license plate number made him angry whenever he thought about it. When Lu Yunqi had his coming-of-age ceremony, his grandfather gave him license plates ending in 41s from all over the country as a birthday present, and said that he hoped he would take the lead in everything he did in the future. What do you mean by hoping Lu Yunqi will take the lead? He is the youngest among their brothers and sisters. Letting Lu Yunqi take the lead before their brothers and sisters, doesn't that mean that Lu Yunqi wants to inherit the family business? Although Lu Yunqi is 30 years old now and has not yet inherited the family business, the old man has not passed the position to anyone else. It is possible that he will wait until the moment he closes his eyes to give all the power to Lu Yunqi. Slowly tightening the phone in his hand, Lu Yunting's eyes flashed with gloom. "What's going on with this video?" The man briefly described what happened today. Lu Yunting squinted his eyes and watched the video, still unable to believe it for a long time. This, Lao Ju really cheated on someone else's wife? He even planned to get her divorced and take over? Impossible, this is not Lao Jia's style. Is he setting up another trap? The man said, "This is absolutely true. Gu Chang has been living in your old ninth son's house in Zhuocheng these days. Gu Chang hasn't divorced yet, but the two of them are living like a married couple. How can this be false?" Lu Yunting found this unbelievable and zoomed in on the screen with his fingers. Gu Chang was indeed beautiful, outstanding, and one of the best, but Lu Yunqi grew up among beauties and had seen all the prettiest ones. He didn't believe that Lu Yunqi could do this for a beauty. Moreover, although the Jinsheng Pharmaceutical Group had some wealth, it was not enough to make Lu Yunqi sacrifice his life for it. Moreover, he knew that his father would never agree to his reckless behavior. No, I know my brother. This is not something he would do. He must have some conspiracy. Tell me what's going on with this C family." Speaking of the C family, Lu Yunting's assistant spoke up. "You helped the C family approve a project a few days ago." Lu Yunting was obviously confused, and the assistant knew at a glance that he had forgotten. "It was our cousin, Feng Ruo, who asked you to do the resort renovation project that day. You just happened to have a place to stay in Zhuocheng, so you just gave the project to the C family." Lu Yunting suddenly realized, "I remember now, that Feng Ruo followed Gu Cheng's husband?" The assistant nodded and said, "Yes, Master Qi." His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and he smiled with an ambiguous smile. "Contact this Feng Ruo. I want to know who this Gu Cheng is and how he could have bewitched our pure and innocent Master Ju so much." Although Lu Yunting wanted to know what was going on between Gu Cheng and Lu Yunqi, he couldn't just expose Lu Yunqi's secrets. It was not because he thought that brothers should not harm each other, but because Lu Yunqi never did things according to the rules and liked to take people by surprise. What if he fell into Lu Yunqi's trap as soon as he said that? He must understand the situation clearly before thinking about what to do. If Lu Yunqi really fell into Gu Cheng's arms, That would be his chance to kick Lu Yunqi out of the Lu family in one fell swoop. Lu Yunting hooked his finger at his assistant and said, "Find a chance to contact Feng Ru. Don't talk about anything else. Just talk about the resort renovation project. I want to go to the site if I have a chance. Ask her to notify me when she starts work and I'll go over." The assistant said, "Seventh Master, I guess you won't have the chance to go during this period. The C family is in some trouble now, so they can't start work for a while." Lu Yunting was very anxious to know what was going on between Lu Yunqi and Gu Cheng. He looked at his assistant calmly. Which is more important, the C family's little thing with no evidence or me finding out about Lao Jia's affairs, huh? The assistant lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Of course your business is more important." Lu Yunting glanced at him coldly. "Do I need to tell you what to do?" The assistant quickly said, "Don't worry, I will suppress the C family's matter for now." Lu Yunting waved his hands impatiently. "Hurry up and deal with it. Don't make me say it again." Feng Ruo was still wondering how she could get in touch with Lu Yunting. With her identity, she only had the phone number of Lu Yunting's assistant, and she was not even worthy of Lu Yunting's phone number. If she asked her assistant to convey the message, Lu Yunting might not even pay attention to her. She had to think of a way. Otherwise, if Lu Yunting didn't show up at her engagement party, her position in the C family would be in jeopardy. Si Hanyue looked at Feng Ruo anxiously walking around the room, frowned and said, "Ruo, I think you are different now than before. Are you a little too concerned about my parents' opinions? You are following me, not my parents. If you care so much about their opinions, then what is our relationship like?" Feng Ruo was feeling annoyed at the moment and wanted to question Si Hanyue. Didn't he know what Si Yuanshan was like? If they only talked about feelings and not her family background, Si Yuanshan would definitely try every means to make him hold on to Gu Cheng and not divorce. He would not give up Gu Cheng's family property, nor would he give up her connections. But soon, she suppressed the anger that was rising. It was not easy for her to hold on to Si Hanyue, and she couldn't lose her mind because of Si Yuanshan. Si Yuanshan would die one day, and her happiness was Si Hanyue. She couldn't let Si Hanyue be dissatisfied with her in the slightest. Men have always been coaxed by women. As long as she can satisfy the subconscious and lovual desires of men, she will be successful in everything. She walked towards Si Hanyue and snuggled into his arms. "Ayu, it's not that I want to do this, I'm just a little insecure. Gu Cheng has the entire Jinqing team, and she's young and pretty. I'm afraid I'll be outdone by her. I have no other options. So I can only use the dumbest method to make your family as satisfied and accept me as possible. Am I too anxious and make you angry?" Si Hanyue likes Feng Ruo's gentle little woman's demeanor the most. Unlike Gu Cheng, she is like a rose with thorns, which might prick you at any time, and it hurts. Her heart softened as Feng Ruo spoke, and Si Hanyue hugged her into her arms. "What's in your little head? Gu Cheng is a little prettier and has some money, but what does that have to do with me? I love you, and no matter how good others are, they are not the dish on my plate. Liking someone is not based on looks or family background, but on values. Gu Cheng's willful and arrogant personality is simply incomparable to yours. You don't have to do these things, and you are the best in my heart." The reason why Feng Ruo is so devoted to Si Hanyue is because it is rare to meet someone as infatuated and simple as him, and he has a good family background and is very handsome, which is exactly the type she fantasizes about. Therefore, she was willing to pay him no matter how much she had to pay. "Ayu, I will definitely let you see that I am more suitable for you than Gu Cheng and can bring you more happiness." Si Hanyue looked at the undisguised love and admiration in Feng Ruo's eyes, and her heart softened. She picked up Feng Ruo and threw her on the bed. "Wife, instead of making me happy, don't you miss the other side of your husband?" Although Feng Ruo appeared shy and timid on the surface, her body was very honest and she opened her mouth without hesitation. Si Hanyue liked Feng Ruo's pure and lustful energy the most. He whispered in her ear, "Wife, you are so lovely. Come and let your husband." Feng Ruo was reluctant but also willing, which made Si Hanyue very happy. However, Feng Ruo was somewhat dissatisfied because the time was always too short and could not make her reach that peak feeling. At this time, she couldn't help but miss her second foreign husband a little. Size, time, feeling. But Si Hanyue is the one who can give her a lifetime, so she can still ignore this matter. Just as her pretended excited voice reached its peak, The phone rang. Feng Ruo subconsciously looked at the phone, and the voice paused. Si Hanyue frowned in dissatisfaction. Are you still distracted at this time? Feng Ruo quickly forced himself to get into the state. Si Hanyue no longer had the excitement she had just now. She ended the conversation hastily and looked at her ringing phone with dissatisfaction. As soon as Feng Ruo saw Si Hanyue, he knew what he was thinking and quickly changed the subject. It's my seventh uncle's assistant. I'm going to answer the phone. Si Hanyue thought that Feng Ruo was probably always worried about her relationship with the Liu family and was afraid that her father would not approve of her, so the momentary dissatisfaction just now disappeared. He patted Feng Ruo's butt and said, "Go now." Feng Ruo gave Si Hanyue a rather annoying look before answering the call. Echo, Special Assistant Zhou. I left my phone in the study just now. I just heard that Uncle Seven. Before Feng Ruo finished her polite explanation, Zhou Qing interrupted her impatiently. Okay, Miss Feng, stop explaining. Qi asked you when the project of renovating the resort will start. Qi wants to come and see it in person. As soon as Zhou Qing finished speaking, Feng Ruo's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this something that can be obtained without any effort? As long as she gets engaged to Si Hanyue soon, she can invite Liu Yunting when he comes to Zhuoqing. She was already ecstatic in her heart, but she pretended to be calm and said, Assistant Zhou, it will take time to start this project. Can you wait for me to ask Director C what he thinks? Zhou Qing thought, this woman is just not good at doing things, no matter what she asks. Seventh Master is waiting, don't waste time. If Seventh Master is unhappy, I think you don't have to do this project anymore. Feng Ruo listened to this and analyzed in her heart that Liu Yunting must be interested in this project if he came in person. Since he was interested, could she make some small requests appropriately? Assistant Zhou, to be honest, the Siyuan group in charge of this project has encountered some troubles, and it is urgent to deal with it. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to beat around the bush with such a woman, and said directly, such a trivial matter is not over yet. The Seventh Master said that nothing can delay him from coming to Zhuoqing to see the project, so you just need to work. Feng Ruo was delighted, as this meant that he agreed to help Siyuan group solve the problem. She felt that she stood up straighter in front of Si Yuanshan, and of course she could get engaged whenever she wanted. Don't worry, Special Assistant Zhou, I will definitely start working as soon as possible. Give me an hour to make arrangements and I will call you back as soon as possible. After Feng Ruo got the news, she called Si Yuanshan. When Si Yuanshan heard that the Liu family had personally helped them to overcome the current troubles, he couldn't stop smiling. Feng Ruo found the right time to bring up the engagement, saying that he wanted it to be quick. He wanted Si Hanyue to divorce Gu Cheng, and then they would get engaged. Si Yuanshan was a little hesitant at first. Was it too hasty? Besides, Si Hanyue got engaged right after her divorce, and anyone could see that Si Hanyue was the one at fault, which would put them in a passive position, and it would be troublesome for them to make money from Jinqing. Feng Ruo smiled and said, My seventh uncle is busy here, so he can come to Zhuoqing if he has time recently. Hearing that the seventh young master of the Liu family was going to come in person, Si Yuanshan stopped hesitating and said, Ruo is right. We can't neglect the people of the Liu family, don't worry. Dad will definitely give you a grand engagement banquet. Feng Ruo listened to Si Yuanshan's laughter and felt happy. She had finally waited for this day. Liu Yunqi was in the study room looking through the complaint, documents, and related evidence that he was going to prepare for the court tomorrow when the phone rang. Master Jiao, the matter of the Si family has been suppressed by the seventh young master. Liu Yunqi curled his lips and uttered two words slowly. I see. I guess the Si family will be quick to get a divorce this time in court. Wen Yang, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but shake his head. Liu Yunqi was afraid that the Si family would become too entangled in court and that the verdict could not be announced in court. It was not enough to prepare so much evidence, and he also had to involve Liu Yunting to make the Si family mistakenly believe that they could have a relationship with the Liu family, so that they would not become too entangled during the lawsuit, thus having a double insurance policy. In all the years he had known Liu Yunqi, he had never seen Liu Yunqi so nervous about anything. When Yang approached Gu Cheng and said to her, Aren't you afraid of being with Lao Lu? I don't know where I am being plotted against all day long. This was the first time that Gu Cheng met Wen Yang. If she hadn't been going to court tomorrow and Wen Yang hadn't become her attorney, Liu Yunqi, a narrow-minded man, probably wouldn't have let her meet Wen Yang. In Lu Yunqi's words, there's nothing good about seeing peacocks in heat everywhere. Seeing Wen Yang in person today, Gu Cheng felt that Lu Yunqi's description was not accurate enough, and the three words, flower peacock, were still implicit. I would rather be schemed by him than by others. Wen Yang moved closer to Gu Cheng in a serious manner, and said with a look of concern for her, "Don't be fooled by Lao Lu's appearance. You can only get money from others at most, but Lao Lu wants your life. You never know when even your bones and residue will be eaten up. Don't let others sell you out and help them count the money." As soon as Lu Yunqi put down the phone, he heard Wen Yang slandering him. For a moment, he wanted to poison Wen Yang and make him mute. Just as he was struggling between brotherhood and silencing someone, Gu Cheng's pleasant voice rang out. "If he really needs to sell me for money, I will willingly sacrifice myself to be sold by him." Lu Yunqi's frown instantly relaxed, and the corners of his lips raised into a beautiful arc. Wen Yang rubbed the non-existent goosebumps on his body and said, "Come on, let's talk about your zodiac sign. You, so stubborn." Gu Cheng remained calm and composed. "This seat is tailor-made for Lu Yunqi." Wen Yang was completely convinced and gave Gu Cheng a thumbs up. "If you change your career to become a sea king, there will be nothing for me to do. No man can stand this." Gu Cheng refused to budge, and he flirted with Lu Yunqi again. "Old Lu, I've judged for you that it's not easy to win this woman. How about I change you to an easier one? A few tens of thousands a night is better than losing everything." He seemed to be joking, but Lu Yunqi could see some seriousness in Wen Yang's eyes. Lu Yunqi glanced at Wen Yang and said calmly, "I'm not as careless as you. Be careful of the crackdown on love and illegal publications." Wen Yang deliberately flirted in front of Gu Cheng. "Are you afraid that it's not clean? Judge Li, who will be in court tomorrow, has been waiting for you for 4 or 5 years. She has always been single, and I have never seen any man around her. She must be clean. Otherwise, you should go to court tomorrow and reminisce with Judge Li." Lu Yunqi felt that Wen Yang talked too much and gave him a sidelong glance to warn him. Gu Cheng also realized that Wen Yang was targeting her. "Are you a NPUA?" Wen Yang seemed to have suddenly realized something. "You see, when I talk to Lao Lu, I tend to forget that there are people around me. But what I said is also true. Lao Lu has good looks, a career, a family, and brains. Even a grown man like me thinks he is great." Gu Cheng put down the information in his hand and looked at Wen Yang sideways. "You are telling me that there are many people chasing after Lu Yunqi. If he wants a woman, he just needs to raise his hand and a lot of people will come to him. I'd better know myself a little. He can do all this for me. It's my blessing for 8 lifetimes. I don't say I have to worship all kinds of gods morning, noon, and night, but at least I have to burn a stick of incense on the 1st and 15th of every month. In your circle and class, I am not that outstanding, nor that irreplaceable. If I don't stay with Lu Yunqi wholeheartedly, he will kick me out sooner or later." When Yang snapped his fingers, "It's comfortable to chat with smart people." Lu Yunqi frowned. "Old one, you over it." When Yang leaned back lazily on the chair, not lazy, but also seductively good looking, "I'm just having a heart-to-heart talk with the client. The good situation after the court tomorrow is the result of your hard work. If you don't say it yourself, I have to open my mouth for you." As he spoke, he looked at Gu Cheng. "As for you Changhuai's secretary, old Lu mobilized all the information networks he could use and dug you out from an abandoned mud house in the countryside at 3 o'clock in the morning. After you Changhuai was arrested, his secretary was scared to death. When they found him, let alone asking him to leave a suicide note or record a video, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Seeing that time was running out, Lao Lu personally gave him an hour-long jerklogical construction lesson, so that he could leave behind such a video material to save you from the dire situation. As for Zheng Hao and Jia Shang, old Lu also paid a lot to get them to report Si Yuan Shan in front of the police station with their real names." Wen Yang said, holding up 5 fingers, "Old Lu spent all this money on this matter." Lu Yunqi cast a cold look at Wen Yang. "That's enough. Stop talking." Lu Yunqi knew Gu Cheng too well. Although the girl seemed to be nonchalant about everything, she was actually very sensitive. Knowing that she owed him such a big favor, she must have felt very guilty. Even though he knew that Wen Yang was trying to help him so that Gu Cheng would remember him more, he just couldn't bear to see Gu Cheng feeling uncomfortable. He can't bear it. "Cheng Bauer, go to bed first." The court session will be tomorrow. Wen-yang and I are finalizing the details. Wen-yang never thought that one day he would be able to hear Lu Yunqi's whispers. After Lu Yunqi asked Gu Cheng to go back to his room and sleep, he dragged him to work out the details of the court appearance. He had fought thousands of divorce cases, and Lu Yunqi taught him the defense statement word by word. I say, old Lu, are you a little too crazy? Wen-yang pointed at himself and said, I'm a senior partner of Juanda Law Firm, one of the best divorce lawyers in the Red Circle Law Firm, and a big lawyer whose litigation costs are at least hundreds of thousands per time. Can you be more at ease? Lu Yunqi pinched his aching brows. I've been waiting for 8 years, and I don't want any more accidents. I want to marry Gu Cheng very badly, understand? Wen-yang slowly put away the frivolous expression on his face. Old Lu, have you ever thought about whether the current Gu Cheng is the same as the Gu Cheng you have always thought about in your heart? When facing love, if people wear too thick a filter, there are often no good results. It's not that you force her to become the person you imagine, but the filter gradually fades away as you live together for a long time, and the feelings between the two of you are worn away. Marriage is not a joke, and a lifetime together is not just talk. You should spend some time with her before making a decision. I think Gu Cheng has not given her her whole heart. Lu Yunqi took off his glasses and looked at Wen-yang with his eyes unobstructed. He looked extremely serious. You know me best. The good guy trick doesn't work on me. I want Gu Cheng. I have wanted her for 8 years. Even if I have to take her by force or by scheming, I will tie her to my side for the rest of her life. Wen-yang wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw the determination in Lu Yunqi's eyes, he knew that it was useless to say anything. He stood up and patted Lu Yunqi on the shoulder. Okay, as a brother I hope you can be happy. Lu Yunqi nodded slightly. Let's sleep here tonight. We can go to court together tomorrow. We can communicate in time if we encounter any problems. Wen-yang relaxed his neck. I'm really impressed by you. You've been waiting for several hours and it's not enough? I even have a date with a girl. Lu Yunqi stood up and patted Wen-yang's shoulder. After tonight, no matter how many tens of thousands you want per night, I will prepare it for you. Lu Yunqi has a lot of resources around him, but just as he said, he is not a good person. Wen-yang also compromised. Okay. I have to understand that you are an old man who has no experience in love. You are innocent and won't let go of someone once you grab one. But Wen-yang really didn't expect that while he was a monk all night, Lu Yunqi didn't behave like a human being. Before going to bed, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. At first, he heard the sound of water dripping from the next door, which meant that the person was also taking a shower. But as he was washing, he found something wrong. Why did everyone take a shower before going to bed? But there had to be 2 people opposite him. Don't ask him how he knew. The only thing he knew was that he heard the man groaning from time to time. As an experienced person in the love field, he can immediately judge the situation over there. When there is only a man's voice and no woman's voice to match. That dog Lu Yunqi must have felt sorry for Gu Cheng's injuries, so he didn't do anything to Gu Cheng, but Gu Cheng must have done something to him. He quickly took a shower and stayed away from the crime scene. But Lu Yunqi was really a bad boy. He was lying on the bed and sleeping when he heard a woman's short and suppressed moan from next door. This time the dog must have enjoyed himself in the bathroom and wanted to let Gu Cheng enjoy himself as well when he returned to the bed. He quickly covered his head with the quilt to block out the incessant noise. How the heck can I sleep? So much so that when Wen-yang got up in the morning, he looked like he was looking for trouble. Lu Yunqi frowned at him and said, What are you looking at? If you don't want your eyes anymore, just find an organization to donate them to. At least people can praise you for being kind and helpful. Wen-yang rolled his eyes and took advantage of Gu Cheng not coming to whisper in Lu Yunqi's ear. Although I'm not a human, you are a real dog. Gu Cheng is 6 or 7 years younger than you. How dare you to torment a little girl like that? Lu Yunqi glanced at him coldly and said, Have you ever heard the saying, life is born from worry, death is caused by bad mouth? Wen-yang pouted in disdain. You are really quite coquettish. Lu Yunqi tugged at his silk white shirt. The fabric was semi-transparent, and there were lace decorations at the buttoning position. It was clear who was flirting. Don't complain. I'll prepare tens of thousands of dollars for you tonight. Wen-yang was dissatisfied. I've been through a whole night of suffering, and you're just trying to humiliate me with tens of thousands of dollars? Who are you looking down on? Lu Yunqi looked at his watch and saw that it was almost time for him to go to court. He said, "You can choose anyone in Muse." When Yang raised his eyebrows, "I want Qingyao. Are you willing to give her up?" Lu Yunqi said calmly, "She doesn't perform." When Yang leaned closer to Lu Yunqi's ear and said, "It is said that she intended to leave it to you." Lu Yunqi stretched out his hand to push the person away and brushed off the wrinkles on his body with disdain. "If you can convince her, it's up to you." The One Yang brothers put their hands on Lu Yunqi's shoulders and said, "Although Gu Cheng is a beauty who can bring disaster, Qingyao is also a beauty who can make the moon ashamed of the flowers. Many people want to see her, but they have to pay hundreds of dollars. Are you willing to do that?" This is how their circle is. The harder it is to make an appointment with someone, the more effort and money they spend. If they can make an appointment with someone that others see ain't, it seems to show off their status in the circle. Of course, to get a date with this person, the money spent must not be a few $100s, but millions. Lu Yunqi pushed his dirty hands away. "The only one I can't bear to part with is Gu Cheng, but I think you can't bear to part with Qingyao. I'll pay you tonight, and it depends on whether you have the ability to help her." When Yang sighed, "I won't touch someone I already have a crush on, so I'll leave it to you. Maybe you'll want it again someday." Gu Cheng specially wore a bright red suit for going to court today. Today she will be able to get away from the C family, so she has to wear something festive. When she walked out of the room, she heard Lu Yunqi and Wen Yang talking. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What does my Lu Par want?" Wen Yang glanced at Lu Yunqi meaningfully, then changed the subject. "Old Lu gave me a car a few days ago, a limited edition, and I'm afraid he'll want to take it back from me one day." Lu Yunqi withdrew his gaze calmly and went forward to push Gu Cheng's wheelchair. "You and Wen Yang go to the court first. I will pick you up after the court. Don't worry. The divorce will be granted in court." The two walked out the door while talking. Arriving at the parking lot, Wen Yang took Gu Cheng's wheelchair and looked at Lu Yunqi. "I don't think anyone is as worried as you. I haven't lost a divorce case yet. Don't worry, don't worry." Before Lu Yunqi could say anything, Gu Cheng watched Wen Yang push her into the car. She frowned and said, "You seem to be quite afraid of Lu Yunqi." Wen Yang curled her lips. "You are just a little girl and shouldn't ask such unpleasant questions. Just remember how much I sacrificed to get you a divorce." As he spoke, he flirtatiously shook his hair and said, "Ms. Gu, today I will show you what it means to win in a high-profile way."